This is Audible.
The Famished Trilogy, Book 1, Taking on the Dead, written by Annie Walls, narrated by Amy Baron Smolinski. Distributed by Beacon Audiobooks, copyright 2014. Chapter 1. 4 years later. Time slows down as the wooden floor protests beneath my boots right before it collapses. I let out a hoarse scream on the way down into the unknown, reaching out for anything to hold. Sharp boards scrape down my arms, confirming my failure. My fall ends in a crash as something pierces the back of my thigh. My body is buried in debris. Boards clash as I kick them away. The heaviness on my back is soothing. My big army pack broke my fall. I let out a sigh and relax my body as I take heed of my unexpected situation. Squinting, I study the hole my body just made. The sun streams in from the first floor of the old house I, unfortunately, chose to loot. Motes of dust float like magic orbs around me. As it settles and reaches my nose, so does something else. Death. Death so thick I can taste it. Searching for my crossbow through broken wood, I stop when a mud-like substance covers my hand. Bringing it into the stream of sunlight, a maggot wiggles around in the decaying blood. Nausea rumbles, flooding my mouth with saliva. I gag and lean sideways, releasing the contents of my stomach. Knowing it was my last jar of summer tomatoes does not help. Swallowing back another heave, I shake my hand to fling off whatever coats it. Kicking and pushing debris, I stand so I can get the hell out of here, but not before sticking my hand back into the source of death. Motherfuck! I hiss at the dead body through clenched teeth. I can barely tell it used to be a person. I'm not a forensic scientist or anything, but this person just died. With the heat, I'm guessing between 2 and 4 weeks ago. At this realization, heavy melancholy settles over me. Wiping my hands on my ruined jeans, I glance around, looking for a way out. I want to get out of here and fast. I'm not so much irritated I'm covered in dead person as by the fact I'm a 3-hour walk from home. I'm not looking forward to it because my thigh throbs. Happily, my crossbow didn't land in any decomposition, and I grab it from where it settled from the fall. After checking the wooden stairs for damage, I make my way up. The machete hanging from my pack hits my injured leg. I can safely assume the machete sliced my thigh during the fall. Coming into the sunlight, I look at the back of my pants. They are soiled with foul-smelling matter. The cut in my thigh needs some attention. It won't last a 3-hour hike without being highly bothersome or getting infected. I skirt around the big hole in the living room floor. Closer inspection tells me the subflooring is rotten, the cause of the collapse. From the look of newer wood pieces, the owner had been trying to repair it. Everything in the living room seems in a state of decay, from the low-hanging ceiling to the moth-eaten curtains and furniture. I check for weak spots in the warped flooring as I head into the kitchen. Smiles in multiple picture frames catch my eye. Old pictures of children in mid-play. Adults with the same smiles as the children. Newer pictures of babies and kids with their proud grandparents. My throat constricts as I'm reminded of what the world has lost. Being in my own state of grief, most of the time other people and their families are easy to forget, especially when I am alone. How long had this person been here? Surviving? Like me. Alone. I catch sight of my reflection in a cracked mirror among the pictures. The girl looking back couldn't be me. I'm not a girl anymore. My skin is darkened from working in the sun. My dark hair makes my hazel eyes stand out wide, bright, and alert. My light blue tank top is dirty from the fall. The straps of my pack weigh on my shoulders. I can see how my once soft body has hardened with muscle. The contours of my stomach and arms show just how much I refuse to give up. They show how hard I work to survive, to keep myself prepared for anything. Sweat and dust smudge my face. I wipe at it absently, watching my bicep bulge. In my old life, I would have given anything to look like I do now. I hate my old self. The spoiled, rotten, selfish old me. Never had to garden, chop wood, target practice, crank a heavy generator, or loot for the things she needed. She never had to look over her shoulder and sleep with one eye open, gripping a weapon. The afternoon light coming from a window shines behind me, showing my ratty hair. The dark brown hair has, at some point, become a matted mess, creating thick dreadlocks falling down my back to my waist. They are tied back, away from my face. The woman looking at me seems callous and impenetrable. My face is no longer pretty to me. I give myself a genuine smile to see if it will lessen the effect. Straight teeth flash white before the smile quickly fades to a grimace. I haven't seen my reflection in a long while, not since I busted my own mirror, resulting in ghastly scars across my knuckles. Being alone has kept me alive. That and being prepared for any disaster. I owe it all to my dad. I tear my gaze away from the reflection and fixed smiles of the pictures to keep from thinking of him, but the faces are still in my peripheral vision, haunting me of happier times. I go through each kitchen cabinet. The deceased one has their own stash of non-perishables. I stuff several sacks of rice and homemade canned food in my pack. In the last cabinet, I come across a gold mine. "Well, hello, old friend," I say, picking up the first bottle of gold liquid. I blow at the dust, reading Jose's name across the metallic label glinting in the light. A second bottle of tequila and one of Jack Daniels go into my pack. By the time I'm finished searching, my pack is heavier and weighs on my leg. No way I will be able to walk the whole way back before dark. I hobble to the old couch and begin removing my boots and jeans to clean the cut. I take a big swig of Jack and dump some on my cut, hissing through my teeth. More from the burn of my throat than the sting of the cut. It's not deep and will heal without a scar. After a makeshift bandage is in place, I redress and take my leave. I step down from the old slanted porch and hike into the vast farmland that makes up rural Tennessee. The heavy, overgrown brush skims lightly across my legs as I walk through a field surrounded by rusted, barbed wire cattle fences. The late afternoon sun beats down on this hot fall day. I hate to be so far from home, but looting is a necessary evil of winter gathering. Staying in one place during the cold months is a necessity. Zombies are most active at night and during the cold months. I don't know why, but my educated guess would be staying out of the sun has something to do with their decomposition. It's weird, because when the outbreak occurred, they didn't give a damn about the sun. They were just hungry for flesh, guts, blood, and bones. In the past few years, they have started running in packs, only coming out in the cooler night. I guess everything adapts, but that usually pertains to the living. An hour into my walk, sweat beads down my back and my thigh is at a steady throb, but I find a car with gas at a small house. I'm going to need it to get closer to home before nightfall. When the door won't open through the rust, I bust the window with my double-sided hatchet and toss in my pack. After sweeping glass off the seat, I slip, Bo Duke style, into my newly acquired General Lee. It's only a beat-down Toyota, but one can dream. After all, it's a stick shift. In a movie, one would easily find the key stashed in the flip-down visor. I've never been lucky that way. Instead of wasting time searching for an imaginary key, I jerk the necessary wires out from under the dashboard. After I strip the correct ones with my teeth, I hold the clutch and shift to neutral. Taking a deep breath and hoping it works, I touch wires. The engine turns and sputters. It is so loud it practically roars in my ears, but then it dies. I have to give it more gas. After a few tries and curses, it finally comes back to life. I hit the gas, flinch from the loud backfire, and watch through the side mirror as smoke spits from the muffler. A smile spreads across my face as I shift to reverse and back out of the weeded gravel driveway. I park about a half-mile from my neighborhood because I don't want to draw any zombies my way. It's the main reason I like to stay isolated, getting very few of them, if any at all. To keep my home zombie-free, I'm very careful about the noise I make. There are around 100 houses in this rural neighborhood. They are isolated, well out of the city and down country roads. They range in size from 2,500 square feet to 4,000 square feet and are on an acre of land each. The huge yards are what attracted my parents, so they said. Now the landscaping and grass are overgrown. It's not really grass anymore, just excessive brush that is so thick it covers the once trimmed and pruned bushes. I've already looted the neighborhood of all basic necessities. Most of the people who lived here were comfortable and therefore didn't feel the need to stock up for anything. This was middle-class suburbia at its best. My neighbors have long since left, or they're dead. Some I killed. It was either kill or be eaten alive, which is not on my top 10 list of ways to die. I walk down the road as the sun sets. The clouds swirl in pinks and purples. The last summer flowers still bloom and bring a sweet floral scent in the air. How can the world be so beautiful, but so dreary at the same time? The roads and driveways crack with growing weeds. SUVs and basketball goals are the only adornments. Rusty trampolines and play sets sit undisturbed, littering backyards surrounded by weathered, unstained fences, not having seen children in 4 years. They are forevermore the homes of wasps and carpenter bees. The houses don't have any overflowing newspapers or mail. All of that just stopped. Bushes and trees cover windows, and vines lace up bricks. I'm sure if I step onto a front porch, it would be covered with webs. All the while, the glass windows still sparkle from old life. The neighborhood isn't old and crumbling. It's just empty, like me. Fast movement catches my eye, startling me to pause. A squirrel sits, frozen, about 3 feet away to my right, its beady eyes watching me. I can do nothing but stare. It's rare to see an animal, and this little guy must be getting ready for winter. I take a small step toward him, and he scatters away. Animals have gotten smarter over the past 4 years and make themselves scarce. They're a typical food source for zombies. Even though I love the small glimpses I catch of them, I'm glad they stay hidden. If not, it would draw attention. The birds are the only brave ones, but they can fly. Luckily, animals don't turn. I experimented once with a deer I had stumbled upon being eaten alive. I had hated watching it suffer, but I needed to know. I can't imagine what would happen if animals could turn. After I killed the dead, I watched the deer until it died. It didn't come back. I return home and walk around to the back. Lining the yard, the trees canopy over the weathered privacy fence. The yard is made up of a large garden, practice targets, and a water pump. Years ago, my mother wanted the water pump for decorative purposes. Dad said if we had one, it might as well work. I remember him drilling into the ground in several places before hitting water. I beeline for it, dropping my pack and remove my clothing. The water pumps out generously into a large basin. Sometimes I have problems pumping water when it doesn't rain for a while. After scrubbing off the dead man gunk, I head underground into my makeshift bunker, located underneath my family's home, to put on some clean clothing. I dress and slip my boots on. No matter how safe and careful I am, I always sleep fully clothed with the crossbow at my side, just in case. The bunker had been a project my dad undertook when he developed his end-of-the-world theories, but never got around to finishing. He had started steps at the crawl space and dug out the rest with a rented bulldozer. That was as far as he got, but I finished it by bricking up the entire room with bricks and blocks I found near houses under construction. The assortment of bricks gives the walls a calico look. I start a fire to boil some water and give me light. I sit at my desk in front of a few computers and a radio, but I don't bother turning them on. It is too late to crank the generator sitting in its home in the original crawl space. Not to mention the same broadcast has been playing for around 8 months. It is not a good sign. Usually the broadcast changes monthly, giving updates, survival tips, and advising any survivors to get to a quarantine. Instead of worrying about the rest of the world, I take a huge gulp of Jack and look around my home. It's not much, only a bricked-in room with one way in and out. Everything I need is here. I have a smoker I use for cooking. The galvanized range hood collects smoke so it can travel out through a PVC pipe, escaping 300 yards away. A trick I use so I don't draw the dead. An aluminum tub for any kind of washing sits right beside the bricked-in smoker. There are hoses I've rigged to bring in water from the pump with ease and to siphon dirty water out. It's a pain to do, but works efficiently. A mattress on the floor beside the desk is piled with blankets. Plywood and sawhorses make up some counter space. Beneath them is a deep hole I dug to store food at a cooler temperature. A locker holds tools, weapons, and other emergency supplies. A love-seat sofa I can't see anymore due to piled-up clothing, and a dinette table in the middle of the room complete the furnishings. The table is mainly used for a gigantic toothpick bridge, a sure sign of boredom in my attempt to survive alone. Taking another drink, I lean back to look at my ceiling. It is hardly a ceiling at all. I can see the plumbing and air ducts of the house gleaming in the firelight, but I can also admire my work of genius. I've rigged up blocks held up by 2 long steel poles. One tug of the connected chain and it will come tumbling down onto any threats. I've been thinking about making a second exit. Just a little crawl-through tunnel for extra security, but it will have to be dug out manually. The pot over the fire hisses as water boils over the sides, putting out half of my fire. Luckily, I don't need to rid the water of any contagion. Broadcasts long ago said water was safe to use and drink, except for the obvious reasons not to use water. I suppose the latter meant not to drink from a puddle with a rotting corpse in it. I stumble, getting up to dump half a cup of rice into the water and move the pot directly onto a flame still burning. The water sloshes and effectively dashes it out. I can't help but laugh. I laugh at myself, my perpetual situation, my inevitable demise, my succumbing to a bitter drunkenness. I titter my way to finding a lighter to light a small candle. I sit back at my desk to wait for my rice. When my dad prepared for an apocalypse, he taught me non-perishables last a long time after an expiration date. I still eat canned goods from the old life. Dried beans and rice last even longer. Packaged cakes like Twinkies can last decades, and the same with dehydrated food. Chocolate has no expiration date. If food is stored properly, it can last a long time. I still have plenty. Non-perishables like rice, beans, oats, flour, cornmeal, and my canned goods I use sparingly. When everything runs out, I know what I can eat from the land. I'm currently reading a vegan book of what kinds of grasses are edible and fiber-rich. Before I find myself in the middle of a pity party, I pick up the book. Damn. The words seem to spread out into mirror form and are fuzzy around the edges. After flinging it on the desk, I take a bigger gulp of Jack that seems quite easier to drink now than when I first started. Leaning the old office chair back, I'm thankful for not thinking of the old life. My memories are good ones, but they can bring on physical pain. Grief is a strange thing when you don't let yourself move on, especially when you don't deserve it. I giggle, holding up the bottle. Jack, you're the bestest friend a girl could have. Chapter 2. Vaguely aware of something, I wake with a start. Sitting up so fast the office chair rolls backward. Even though I'm still slightly drunk, there's no mistaking the shuffling and groaning of what can only be the dead outside, close. I grab my crossbow and arrows, along with my machete from the pack, just in case. I don't know if they're in the yard, it's hard to tell. Putting my shoulder and upper back to the bunker door, I push up slowly to peek out in the yard. It's pitch black without any movement in the yard, which means they're beyond the privacy fence. I sigh at this small relief. Sneaking out quietly and climbing my fence, I look out into the field beyond, seeing slow movement. A smile stretches across my face. This should be easy, and I'm gladly going to take care of it. I jump down and head back into the bunker to crank the ancient generator. It's loud, but necessary to switch on a spotlight. I can't get rid of them if I can't see them well. Stocked with my arsenal, I climb my fence, this time jumping over it but landing unsteadily because of Jack. "Hello, uglies," I tell my 2 unexpected visitors. I can tell right off they're old zombies, slow and rotting. Old zombies are nasty creatures. One is a man, the other is much slower and female. I can't really tell the age of the person. The clothes they wear can give an indication of age. She's wearing almost nothing. I can always tell how long they've been zombies just by how they look, their speed, and how fast I take them down. They both have dried, crusty blood and old, festering wounds that leak thick fluids. They look almost like moving skeletons. Their skin is paper-thin and translucent. Their eyes, sunken hollows, are bloodshot with milky white pupils. One of the woman's eyes is missing and leaking greenish pus. The blood seeping is dark and thick. When the smell hits me, it hits me hard. Oh, sick! I gag out, tasting death, infection, and soured milk rolled into one. My throat starts contracting, trying to get my stomach to come up. Keeping it down, I move forward. I lift my pistol crossbow and shoot the male. It goes a little off target to the left side of the forehead, but he goes down. I quickly shoot her, and it hits dead on, right in the middle. Easy. They must have been attracted to the burning coals. I might have a leak in my ventilation system, but that will have to wait for tomorrow. I retrieve my arrows, not looking at the chunks that come out with them as I flick them toward the ground to rid them of the excess gore. The guy's skull comes right off with the arrow. I'll need to burn the corpses. Right now it will only attract more. I need to get back to the bunker. This surely puts a chink in my already busy schedule. Right. A loud chattering makes me turn in surprise. A mouth snarls, and I'm thrown to the ground on my back. With my crossbow out of reach, teeth snap as I hold the zombie with my hands and kick up with my feet, throwing the zombie over my shoulder with only adrenaline to energize me. It lands behind me with a smack. I jump up, grabbing the machete, and run a little distance. The zombie landed on top of the other corpse. Satisfaction makes me smirk as it scrambles to get up, slipping around. It's moving fast. Much too fast for a zombie. The smirk slips from my face as I stand there in a stunned stupor. If it hadn't attacked me in a frenzy, I would say it's human. It catches sight of me and charges. I shake myself into action, swiping my blade at its throat. It gurgles, and I stick my booted foot out to trip him. I quickly hack him before he can get back up. It takes a few well-placed chops, but his head comes off. Breathing heavily, I take in my surroundings and note it's safe to grab my stuff and leave before any more can make their way here. Jumping back over my fence, I'm shaken to the core that I let zombies sneak up on me. I immediately blame Jack and my need to forget. I also try unsuccessfully to skirt around the fact that I don't know everything there is to know about the living dead. Bolting my door and flipping off the switch to the generator, my mishap reminds me of the last time I figured out something new about zombies and my last close call with death. It had been about 6 months after the outbreak. I found a neighbor hiding out while looting the neighborhood. We decided to stick together. At the time, zombies were new, well-fed, and strong. I dealt with them almost every day. Their food source was down in the cities, and they roamed rural areas looking for animals. It had been a while since coming across any zombies. We felt relatively secure while carrying bricks to finish the bunker, when 6 zombies attacked us. It was weird at the time because they never traveled in packs. My neighbor froze in the face of them. I don't know if he stiffened from surprise or because of the small group. Left to fight for both our lives, I took one out with my crossbow and beat the majority with bricks. It wasn't as easy as it sounds. By that time, my neighbor grew some balls and began fighting the last one. I moved in and swung a cinder block, knocking the zombie away from him. He sat there, staring into space while I smashed the head in. It didn't take a genius to know he was infected. He had a seeping bite mark and a vacant look in his eyes. "You know what I have to do," I said. Upon him coming to stay with me, we both agreed to show mercy if the other was bitten. "Yes," he whispered after a pause. I gave him a few hours. I guess to get right with God. After digging a shallow grave in a wooded area, I shot him with my crossbow at dusk. His name was Jim, and he stayed with me for 3 weeks. I move into the kitchen area of my bunker, to the big aluminum barrel I use as a tub and sink. The water is cold, but I quickly wash my face, arms, and hands. Then I wash my arrows. I'll have to scrub the tub tomorrow, but I don't care. With the adrenaline wearing off, I change my clothes and eat my bland, mushy rice with several gulps of water. I finally crawl under my blankets, realizing it's hard to sleep. I quickly scrawl down an account of what happened in my notebook, a composition pad I use to write down any useful information. I don't know if the zombie attack is a good omen or bad. One thing I know for sure, Jack is no longer my best friend. Waking up without dreaming of faces I once knew and loved as zombies starts my day off right. I get to work siphoning dirty water from the tub through a dirty water hose that drains outside. Doing it without getting any in my mouth is a science. I have 3 hoses, one for dirty water, one for clean water, and the third's a short hose connected to the basin for quick cleanups. After my morning routine, I head out for a jog to figure out how I attracted the zombies from last night. I always jog with my pack, just to be sure I can if it's ever needed to escape a sticky predicament. I always push myself for stronger endurance, because I never know what will happen or when it will, but one thing's for sure, it's inevitable. It's a warmer day today than yesterday. The sun is high in the endless blue sky. Everything seems perfect and clear. I loved days like these in the old life. The reminder makes me chipper despite a slight hangover. The weather has always affected my mood. Ignoring my recent injury, I speed up my pace, my breathing not yet labored, kicking rocks as I go and avoiding cracks in the road. My crossbow and pack flap on my back comfortingly, like a security blanket. Every now and then, the machete taps my thigh. Same thing with the double-sided hatchet I added this morning. The wind blows and leaves swirl. Birds chirp as I run to the tune of their melodies. It sounds normal, like the old life. Breathing in through my nose brings in the dry grass scent mixed with evergreen. I go on like this for twice my normal workout time. The endorphins are flowing, and talking to someone would be a welcome change. I could find people, but surviving great on my own, I don't want to. I double back to dispose of the corpses when a scream and a high-pitched squeal followed by loud moans grab my attention. My great mood evaporates so dramatically I could kill the person who said, "Be careful what you wish for." Chapter 3. I freeze, realizing there is a person, a living, breathing person getting chased by a zombie. I hear another scream. Willing my breath to slow, I wait and strain to listen. More screams, grunts, and groans can form more than one person. They echo through the deserted neighborhood like an eerie ballad carried by the wind. I pinpoint the struggles to a wooded area behind a row of houses. The noise isn't far from where I buried Jim. I run between two houses, creeping up as fast as I can through the trees. I hear someone yell, "Get back!" My feet hit muddy spots, causing my boots to sink in the damp ground, the earthly smell rising to meet my nose, musty like dirt and dead leaves with a whiff of evergreen. A feminine screech pushes me faster, but I remain in stealth mode. The brush whips against my bare arms. I haven't tied my locks back, so they slither around me like snakes. Finding the source of the noise, I assess the situation. There aren't two people, there are four. 4 people and 3 zombies, to be exact. It's a heavily shaded clearing. The morning sun puts a cheery tint to the autumn coloring on the treetops. The setting does not match the scene. Someone should be having fruit, cheese, and mimosas on a picnic blanket. Instead, a bloated zombie is on top of a strawberry blonde, kneeling woman who fights for her life, while a man with shaggy, gray-streaked hair tries, unsuccessfully, to grab the zombie's head and twist. Another guy, lanky, with dark hair, and a skinny blonde girl fend off their own zombies. The lanky guy holds a huge walking stick, and the girl throws her fists like a wild animal. The feelings coursing through me are unbelievable. I want to leave them here to their fate. I want to run, hug them, and kiss their mouths. Breathing heavily, I feel like someone lit a fuse inside my body. People. Finally, the fuse ends and I explode. I drop my pack, grab the machete and hatchet, and run toward them without another thought. "Take this!" I shout at the skinny girl throwing punches. She looks to be a few years younger than me. I toss the hatchet toward the ground at her feet and barely notice it sticks straight up in the ground. I run toward the zombie on top of the woman who looks to be in her late 30s. She's terrified and shivering. The zombie is so bloated fluids drip from its mouth. Its skin is stretched to a translucent state, so clear the fluids inside gush around like a filmy cloud. I shove the older man with shaggy hair out of the way as hard as I can, barely having time to notice he is heavy and looking at me in shock. "Get your head down," I command the woman. She ducks under her bloody arms. I make a giant sweeping motion with my machete, and the zombie's head explodes into blood and sticky bits. I turn to notice the skinny girl slicing through the air with the hatchet. Fluid and gore from the zombie sprays all around in a fine mist. The lanky guy has stuck his walking stick through the zombie's gut. If this zombie was as bloated as the other one, it would have popped like a water balloon filled with pudding. Unfazed by the stick, the zombie is still on target while the lanky guy guides him away with the stick. I hurry over to cut the zombie's head off. The guy takes notice and steps out of the way. This beheading is less messy, and I chop at the spinal cord a few times to get the head completely off, much like the zombie from last night. The skinny girl finishes off the other zombie. When I see it still twitching, I raise my boot and smash its head. The skull gives way easily, but sticks around my boot, as if I had my foot deep in rocky mud. We stand there, staring and panting. I'm busy trying to keep my eye on them and clean off my boot in the thick brush. All of our chests heave, though mine heaves from exhilaration. Where are your weapons? I ask, walking backward toward my pack. I don't want them behind me. It doesn't escape my notice how they're looking at me. Their eyes follow the blood and sweat dripping down my stomach. It only pisses me off. I'll be damned if these people, the first people I've seen in a little over 3 years, will make me feel self-conscious. We had guns, but we ran out of ammunition when we got ambushed about 10 miles back. They've been everywhere since, the man with the shaggy hair tells me. He is a weary man with rough hands. Needing a cut, his dark, gray-streaked hair falls into matching dark eyes. A strong, tall build said he could take on anything, but it hadn't helped him now. A flannel shirt is cut off at the forearms, but drapes over worn jeans covered in old, dried blood. He has a backpack and his gun's tucked into his pants. Despite knowing it isn't loaded, I inwardly cringe anyway. We're heading to a southern government camp. We must be close, he prods and eyes my bloody machete. I stare at him. Looking for a zombie-free winter? It doesn't matter where you are. If you're with a crowd, it draws them. We know. He looks up to the sky, almost lost in thought. The camps give us shelter, food, safety, and human companionship. Makes sense, but they don't know how long I've been alone without attracting zombies. Would they believe me if I told them? We reach the tree I left my pack against. Slipping my tank over my sports bra, I turn to the girl with my hatchet and notice the younger, lanky guy staring at me with an expression I don't want to understand, but I do. It brings on a familiar feeling from the old life. He is good-looking in a best friend's little brother type way. His dark hair, almost black, has the slightest curl in the back, with bangs sweeping over his ice-blue eyes, surrounded by thick, dark lashes. Standing several inches taller than me, he's holding another stick, looping a thumb in the belt loop of his dark denim jeans. The fitted shirt, emphasizing his skinniness, stretches as he lifts a shoulder to what Shaggy just told me. I reach for the hatchet. The girl gives it to me handle first. She's very slim. Her bones jut out sharply at her elbows and cheekbones. Her low-rise pants and short baby doll tee hint at her protruding pelvic bone. Her short blonde hair is dirty and emphasizes her sharp chin. Despite her blonde hair, her eyebrows are dark. Her eyes are hard and focused on me. I can't really judge. I know I look like a hobo. Like me, she would be attractive if she didn't exude coldness. I wipe the blood from the weapons and put them in their place. Picking up my loaded crossbow, I point it at the older woman. Startled, she looks at the ground. She's very pretty, with blue eyes and a petite nose scattered with freckles. Her eyebrows are lighter than her hair. She has soft curves and tries to hide them with bigger clothing. Her pink jogging suit is covered with blood and dirt. So you were bitten? I couldn't tell if that was zombie blood or yours. I guess it's both, I say, keeping my voice calm while glancing between her and Shaggy. She looks up suddenly with panicked eyes. She begins, but Shaggy jumps in front of her and puts his hand out for her to be quiet. Whoa, let's talk this out. She's got a couple of days at most, he says quickly, peering at the woman. Automatically recognizing a silent exchange when I see one, I look them over, sizing them up a few moments more. They're all dirty from travel and need fresh clothes. Well, I guess you all can follow me, get cleaned up, tend to her wounds, and rest up. I have food, clothes, and some extra weapons you may have. Then you can be on your way. There is a new government camp in Birmingham. I'm not only going to have to keep my eye on the petite woman, but all of them. Their demeanor and body language tell me they know each other well. Birmingham? What about Clarksville? How close are we to that one? This was the first time best friend's little brother spoke. I glance at him. Broadcasts stopped coming from there a long time ago. You can always go there if you want. I believe it was infiltrated and would be a waste of time. He looks upset to hear this. As I watch, the girl puts her arm around him, whispering. He looks at her, shaking his head in a practiced motion to get the hair out of his eyes. We'll figure it out, Cale, Shaggy says. Let's just rest for now. I'm leading them out of the wooded area when I hear a twig snap and feet pounding. Spinning around to look, a zombie races toward us. It looks almost human, except for its blue, bloody lips and clammy skin. Dark purplish in color, its eyes are full of settled blood. I point my crossbow and shoot the zombie between the eyes. It sticks right in the front, only slowing it down. It's also right between Shaggy and Kale. The girl lets out a yelp. Sliding the hatchet out of my pack loop, I tomahawk toss it. It hits the arrow, jamming it in, and the zombie falls to the ground with a heavy thump. Blood seeps out of its side from a recent bite wound and stains its dirty shirt. It probably hadn't even taken a bite out of someone else yet, it was so newly transformed. That isn't what shocks me. Standing there, I am stunned. The zombie had been running full on. I understand the arrow getting stuck since the pistol crossbow is only meant for fun or small game. But just like the zombie last night, the damn thing had been moving with amazing speed. This shakes me more than I care to contemplate. What's even worse, no one seems surprised but me. Trying to cover my reaction, I walk over to brace my boot on its forehead, yanking and jerking the shaft to get my arrow out. The hatchet buried the arrow to the fletching. When it does come out, I feel something gooey splat on my hand, and I jump back. Shit, I croak. I shake off the gore like it's the Black Plague. It probably is some kind of plague. Shaggy steps forward, about to say something, but I hold my finger to my lips. We walk the rest of the way in silence. Well, I'm silent. These people wouldn't know reticence if it bit them on the ass. Their movements seem to pound through my head. No wonder they were attacked by the living dead. I can't help but want these people gone. They're just an unwanted burden that dropped onto my shoulders for their convenience. Not to mention, they brought strange, unfamiliar zombies with them. They're weak, and I don't want to take care of them. They've relied on others through this whole ordeal, and if they stay, they will rely on me. Tears sting my eyes, but I blink them back furiously. I don't know their story. They're weaponless because they used them to survive. Why am I faulting them and calling them weak? I lead them back through my back gate, then shut and lock it behind us. My backyard is about a half-acre, surrounded by a privacy fence. This was once a space run by our black lab, Spudnik. He died before the outbreak. I still miss him. Sometimes I can picture him running after a tennis ball, his tongue lolling out of his jowls. Pumping some water into the basin, I say, "Wait until I get water into my bunker, then you can use this short hose to clean off. Just try not to get blood in the basin. Does anyone else have any injuries besides—" "Nadine. My name is Nadine," the soon-to-be undead strawberry blonde politely tells me. I don't want to know their names. I want them to be gone by morning. Hell's bells, I don't want to be rude either. "I'm Can," I tell them. "Thanks for your help, Can," she says. I feel a tight smile on my lips. At that, their demeanor toward me changes. I'm someone who is going to kill their friend, but someone who's surviving. They are happy to see me, and I wish I could feel the same. The older guy offers his hand, and I take it as he says, "Harley." I look at the skinny girl expectantly, and she says, reluctantly, "Bridget." I really don't know what to think of her. She seems stubborn rather than reserved, and the way she fought that zombie did not come from a reserved person. I can't really say anything, since I haven't said much either. Something stronger lies beneath the surface. Kale sticks out his hand. I grab it harder than necessary. "Kale. I heard him call you Kale. Like the lettuce?" He smiles, grateful that I remembered. "Yup, like the lettuce." It's refreshing to see people, but seeing them smile makes my chest lighten. I get down to business. "We should get cleaned up. I can make us something to eat." I look at Nadine. "After you wash up, I have bandages for your injury." I show them how to use the pump and then how to siphon through the short hose. I have a long hose going into my bunker I use for cooking and cleaning, I explain, plucking towels off a laundry line, handing one to each of them. "We'll clean whatever we use," Harley says. "Is everyone else out hunting?" He looks around, and I can tell he's thinking I couldn't possibly be by myself. Picking at my cuticle, I still don't know if I can trust them. People are just strange, stranger still since the outbreak. Something is different about them. "No," I whisper, looking at the ground. "It's just me." All four of them stare at me. I don't want to get into it. I flash a mirthless smile, but before I turn around, I say, "Try not to make a lot of noise." I peer at all of them and go into my bunker. I leave the door open so they know they can follow. After flipping the generator switch and turning on a few lamps, I go about lighting a fire that reminds me the ventilation system might be leaking. The fire will help me seek out the source. It's just before midday. Usually I would feel secure getting out. After this morning, I can't really say it is safe to fix it now. Zombies might be lurking. Opening the trap door used as a pantry underneath the plywood counter, I grab a couple of cans of vegetables. I'm in the middle of opening cans when a gasp sounds throughout the bunker. I turn around, and the 4 of them are looking around. Harley must be a little over 6 feet tall, because he looks slightly hunched as to not hit any plumbing pipes. He checks out my computer setup. The others' attention is directed to the dinette table piled with books, my toothpick bridge, and assorted clutter. There's clearly only space for one. I'm conscious of how lonely it looks. They probably think it's pathetic, but I don't care. "Wow, you live here?" Cale asks in awe. "Why don't you live in the house?" My teeth clench. Survival. Look, I need to wash my pot and tub. I hand Harley some bandages out of a drawer, along with a basic first aid kit and instruction guide. I stack books from the table and put them on the desk to clear more space for them. I take the pot and tub outside and begin the task of cleaning them, the tub especially. I turn the tub over to drain and wash again later. I dry the pot with a hand towel and take it inside. They're relaxed, I can tell. The only reason they are is because they're enjoying the safety and comfort I bring them. Slamming the pot on the grill with unnecessary aggression, I notice Bridget has already found a book and is thumbing through it. Anger flashes through me that she went through my things. I swallow any derogatory comments and dump canned vegetables into the pot. It's just a book anyway. My mood lifts a little as the smell wafts around me. The distinct sodium and metal aroma makes my mouth salivate. "This is great, Can. I can see how you've managed alone," Harley says. I just look at him. Some part of me acknowledges his compliment. The other part I don't like very well, but also the part that has kept me alive, doesn't like them invading my space. I glance at the fire to see it is going good, heating up the bunker. I was awakened by zombies last night. They were attracted to my ventilation system that ends about 300 yards away, and they were walking circles several yards from my fence. I let that sink in to see if they catch on. To my surprise, it's Cale. "You have a leak?" "I believe so. Now that the fire is going good, I should be able to detect the smoke from the leak," I inform them. He nods. "Cool. I'll go with you to cover your back." I eye him doubtfully. "As you can see, I can take care of myself." His face falls, making me feel guilty. Maybe I should just shoot them all. My indecision, settling as curiosity, wins over my irritation. I want to know what they know. Judging from the zombie fight, I have a feeling Cale is the weak link. Okay, come on. Chapter 4. We go outside, and instead of heading out through the gate, I take him inside the house. I can feel his curious gaze watching me and his need to ask questions as we go in the back door. He takes in all the dust and webs of disuse. The kitchen has cherry cabinets, creamy ivory granite counters, gleaming stainless steel appliances, and track lighting. Opening the cabinets, the hinges protest loudly, sending thick dust into my eyes. I wave it away from my face before touching the cobwebs sticking to the tableware inside the cabinet. I grab casual bowls and plates from the cupboard and cutlery from the drawer. "Here, will you wash these in the basin?" I hand him the armload. "You guys will need something to put food in so you can eat." He looks at me, outraged, shaking hair out of his eyes. "You're doing this so you can go out there by yourself. You saw how that zombie came out of nowhere. I need to be there to be on the lookout for them." I peer at him. "I need you to help clean those so they can eat. I'm sure you're hungry too, right? Please, just do this for your friends. They need you more than I do. By the time you're done, I'll be back. I need you to keep an eye on Nadine." I look around for anything else we might need. I'm not sure of their relationship, but I know he isn't willing to do what needs to be done. Looking back, his eyes seem to pierce me, making me uncomfortable, but I don't flinch or back down. "You don't know them," he says angrily. "If you're not back in 30 minutes, we're coming to look for you," he threatens. Cute. I tighten my lips to hide a smile and demean his minimal masculinity. It will also risk him smiling back. I don't want to care about these people, and I don't want them to care about me. There's a closet in the big bedroom with all the clothing you'll need. I swallow hard. My parents won't be using them anymore. They may as well go to someone who needs them. I turn before he can say anything and walk through the garage, where I have some tools stored. I grab the shovel to dig the trench and fix the leak. It's still warm. The sun beats down on me as I walk into the yard. I smile and let it warm my face. By the time I make it around back, tools in hand, my smile falls from my face. I can smell the rotting zombie corpses. The stench is worse because of the hot sun. This time I can't hold back. Tasting bitter bile, I throw up in the thick brush. My stomach continues to contract with dry heaves, and I wish I had more in it. I run past the corpses to gulp fresh air. Smoke wafts up from a hole, identifying the leak. The brush around it is broken and trampled from the zombies, making it easy to set about digging up the trench. I fix it up with duct tape, my go-to mending tool. I put my tank over my nose to help me with the smell as I drag the zombie remains downwind through a patch of trees and into an old cattle field where I set them on fire. On my way back to the bunker, Harley scopes out the hole I dug to fix the ventilation. Great idea. I'm sure it works like a charm, he tells me. I nod to acknowledge him. He scrutinizes me with renewed interest. I turned on your radio and caught a broadcast near Birmingham. It seems they're doing fine down there, so we'll be heading there soon. He sounds worn down. Come on, let's eat and get some rest. If you want, there are beds in the house, comfortable. I won't sleep until long after dark, so I'll keep an eye on things. Last night and today are the most zombies I've seen in a little over 3 years. Well, except for the occasional wanderer, but I don't count them if they aren't attracted to my home. His mouth opens in astonishment. You've been alone for that long? I squint and look up at the sky. Yeah. After everyone eats the hearty vegetable soup in silence, my guests put on fresh clothes. It stings to see the guys in my dad's clothing, but I don't say anything. I'm surprised the girls put on some of my old things. I guess they don't like my mom's style. I'm curvier than Bridget, so they look a little loose on her. At least they aren't tight. I lay on the bed, pretending to write and doodle in my notebook as I survey my guests. Harley scans the books. The Johnny 5 t-shirt he wears was my dad's favorite. Being a technology professor at the local university, he loved to read and learn about anything man-made. He went through books quickly, just like Johnny 5, the robot from the movie Short Circuit. It was an inside joke of our family. I silently fume, ready for my unexpected guests to leave. Nadine reclines on the couch next to Cale and Bridget. She doesn't look feverish. She chose a cotton sundress of pinks and purples. They're laughing and telling jokes together. Their faces transform into something I never expected to see again. Bridget sits cross-legged on the floor against Cale's leg. She has on my old t-shirt with a cartoon of Smokey Bear. She looks up at Cale and smiles at whatever he says. I tune into their conversation as Nadine bursts out laughing. You're so stupid, Cale. Cale catches me watching them. His eyes burn with curiosity. Yes, I could turn on my charm and get information out of him. I haven't used that part of me in a while, but it would be easy. I look down at Bridget. She notices us watching each other. My face flames and I turn over on my bed. If I decide on a flirtatious course of action to get information out of him, she'll be a problem. She might as well piss on him to mark her territory. Tears sting my eyes and I blink to keep any from falling. I hate myself at this moment for taking them in at the risk of exposure. They are going to destroy everything I've built, but I can't bring myself to be hateful to them. Harley said earlier they would be leaving. I perk up, liking the thought and feeling lighter. I'll just go about my business, not say much, and ignore them. They might catch on, knowing they're not wanted, and leave, but not before I get what I want from them. I go about tending to my guests, more to keep myself busy rather than the need for everything to be clean. The sooner they rest, the sooner they can leave. Hopefully before Nadine turns. I don't want to shoot her. She's sweet. Jim, my neighbor, I had no problem shooting. He had been a thorn in my side. He helped as much as he could, I guess, turned soft from comfortable living. Not to mention whiny. None of these people are whiny. They want to help, and they do it without being told. That's the difference. After I'm done cleaning used dishes, I pump more water in the basin. It takes longer than usual, probably from all the water we've used today. That happens sometimes when I use a lot or if it hasn't rained in a while. The water source comes from above ground somewhere, and my dad was lucky to tap into it. I put the tub by the bunker door. Inside the house, looking in my family's linen closet, I find the sheets dusty, but I will shake them before putting them on the beds. My eyes water from the dust clouds, and soon I can't keep from sneezing. Blowing my nose, it's all dirt and funk as I wipe my hands on my jeans. This is the last straw. They can do it themselves. After showing them the sleeping arrangements, I head to the old living room. In an attempt to preserve our home long ago, I covered the furniture in this room with sheets. It seems kind of dumb now. Passing through, I freeze. Cale studies old framed pictures and knickknacks on the large entertainment center where the flat-screen TV still sits. My mother had decided on tan and hunter green printed drapery with maroon paisley pattern. She loved mixing light with dark complementary colors and textures. Under the sheets, a pair of Italian leather recliners and a sofa hid from view. Only the love seat was a print in tan and hunter green with throw pillows to match the drapes. The love seat was my mother's spot. Looking at it now, I can picture my mom with a bottle of scotch sitting beside her. She wouldn't even bother to use a glass. Sometimes she would pass out, sometimes not. I hate remembering my mother that way. It's hard not to remember her verbal attacks on my dad. Cale stares at me, breaking my memories. It looks like he wants to ask me something, so I hurry out. After boiling 2 pots of water to mix with the cold, I sit in the tub. I don't do it very often, but enjoy it immensely. I should be on the lookout while they sleep, but everything is off. I flick my lighter to light my bowl. The weed crackles and the bong water bubbles as I inhale its smoke. Not knowing how to grow it, I don't smoke it very often. I could, I suppose. There's no one to arrest me, and I like it because it doesn't impair me the way drinking does. It was a lucky day when I came across several big plants about a year ago. I suspect there were more plants at one point, and they just died over the years. I knew enough to dry them out. All I do is cut the buds off and let them continue growing. They almost all died last winter, but one survived. I named it after myself, Kansas. I call it Kansas City Bud. I must be allergic to it because it makes me thirsty. I'm laughing at my own weed-induced joke when the bunker door opens. My body tenses, observing Cale's silhouette in the candlelight. "Can?" he asks as I throw a towel across the tub so I don't flash him. My legs stick out and my head rests on a rolled-up towel. Buzzkill. Yeah. What do you need?" I can't believe he's interrupting my bath time. I take a gulp of water from a glass tumbler and just look at him. I see an opportunity to talk with him alone. He stares at me without speaking. "You're taking a bath? Is that hot water?" Cale asks, amazed. "It won't be when I'm done." I'm amazed he hasn't mentioned the weed. Instead, he strolls over and takes my bong. I guess it's his way of mentioning it. Flicking the lighter, he inhales and keeps inhaling as he lifts the bowl, sucking up smoke. He exhales and tries to sit down while choking his lungs up. "Instant high," I say, the buzz returning as I relax a little. "Yeah, it's been a while." He finally settles down and leans against the tub. He passes the bong to me along with the lighter. "You know, if Bridget comes down here and finds us like this, it won't look good," I comment, thinking I have a grasp of their relationship and her overbearing attitude toward him. "What's it to Bridget?" His voice hints curiosity. "You're blind." "Nah, we're like brother and sister," he says. I know she doesn't look at him as a brother. Maybe he's playing the same angle for information. This whole conversation is weird. It's probably just the weed getting to my brain, making me overthink things. "Hey, Can, Harley told us not to snoop into your business." "Oh, here we go. But do you mind if I ask you a question?" I tried to will my heart not to pick up speed. Definite buzzkill city. "You can ask, but I probably won't tell you," I say, suddenly serious. I do not want to have this conversation with anyone. "Where did you get this weed? Did you grow it?" He surprises me. I burst out laughing, relieved he didn't ask anything personal. I take another hit and hold it in my lungs. After I exhale, I say, "I just came across some plants one day. Luckiest day ever. We both laugh at my good fortune. I think someone who lived in the neighborhood must have planted them. I just figure something happened before they could be harvested. One plant is still alive. Maybe so. Maybe I'll show it to you before you leave, I smile. His smile falters and he turns his back to the tub. I think my foot catches his eye. His head turns as his eyes travel up my legs sticking out of the tub. I move it out of his line of sight. The Adam's apple on his throat bobs as he swallows, catching himself. A finger dips in my water as if to test it. He swirls his finger before flicking droplets at me. That's getting cold. You better get out. I'll leave you alone, he says, and rises. Why did his mood change so suddenly? Before you leave, will you hand me another towel, please? I ask, watching him move toward the door. Sure. He hands a towel to me, directing his attention elsewhere. After he leaves, I shiver, so I towel off and get dressed quickly. Someone walks through the living room above me, causing a floor to groan. I take a big gulp of tequila for warmth. Some of it runs out, down my chin, and up my nose. I sputter as my eyes water from the burn, and I pinch my nose to keep the harsh smell from making me gag. My stomach coats with warmth as I climb under the blankets and fall asleep. The next morning, I check my laptop connection. No change, but then I didn't really expect any. My family's connection was via satellite. I knew when the satellite provider went down after my loss of connection. That happened just a few days after the first wave of outbreak. My dad was still alive and told me if no one was at the corporation to keep it going, it would stop. I'm hopeful in thinking that if I get a connection, then someone is out there tending to it. At the table, I eat plain oats when Bridget makes her appearance. Morning, I mumble. Mind if I have some? She asks, pointing to the pot of oats. Sure thing, there's enough for everyone. If you like it sweet, there's some canned fruit under the trap door. I watch as she scoops out oats, then opens the trap door. She digs around a bit and produces a can of mandarin oranges. Once she scoops out a couple to top her oats, she says, "This is great, thanks." I think she's okay, despite her earlier attitude toward me. I feel like I have to get something out of the way. Bridget, you don't have to be overprotective with Kale. I'm not interested. She stares at me a while before returning to her oats. That obvious, huh? She makes light, but I can tell it bothers her. I also suspect she doesn't think Kale knows her feelings, but he chooses to ignore it. I'm not going to say anything. It's not my place, I lie, since I already said something. Kale is a great guy. Anyone would want him. She looks at me pointedly. He's saved my life more times than I can count. I've known him for 2 years. He has some kind of interest in you. She's being very honest, and I don't know what to say. Not in the way you're thinking, I tell her with a blank face, because this is true. Harley makes an appearance, and it makes me think the weed Kale smoked gave him a good sleep he probably needed. Oats and oranges, I point to the counter with my spoon. Yum, he says delightfully. Where's Nadine? I ask Harley, scooping the last bite of oats into my mouth. His clothes are rumpled, and Johnny Five has a big crease down the middle of his picture on the t-shirt. Don't worry, no fever, he says, chewing a mouthful of food. Good. I pause, but I need to ask. Are you two together? He laughs. No, she was married to my brother before the outbreak. She's my sister-in-law. This surprises me. She's your family? I ask with obvious, pure envy. Wishing for my family seems to be a constant weight. I check myself and swallow hard. Yeah. Listen, I have a favor to ask. Is it all right if we stay here, at least until she... He let the sentence trail off. I mean, we will help with whatever you need to get done. I can hunt. Maybe take a day trip for extra supplies. I think I should try to look for some ammunition, he rambles as he looks at me hopefully. I really don't want this, but I also don't want to turn them down. The first people I've seen in 3 years. I don't have to be happy about it. Bridget seems indifferent with the idea. Yeah, you can stay. I pause before saying, I'll shoot her if you don't. Standing up, I grab my pack and walk out. I want to make my rounds, but first I go into the house. I don't know which bedroom she's in, but I take a wild guess and go into the master. It shares the front hall off the foyer with the office space. The floor is nothing but plywood. Long ago, I took up the hardwood for flooring in the bunker. The plywood creaks under my weight, and amazingly, it still smells like new house. When I enter the room, she's still asleep. Crown molding traces the vaulted ceilings and the tops of the teal walls. My mother's dark brown drapes are closed. The vanity stool is pulled out and the mirror is free from dust. My mother's floor model jewelry box stands ajar. Noisy pricks. Fat chance jewelry will do them any good. I close the jewelry box before tiptoeing to the side of the bed where Nadine sleeps. She looks like a picture of health. In my experience, she should at least have a fever. I grip the crossbow tighter. The next thing I know, her eyes shoot open and she has a gun pointed at my face. She sits straight up in bed and lowers the gun when she realizes it's me. Her wavy hair sticks up awkwardly from sleep and her cornflower eyes are wide and alert. I laugh a little and try not to fidget. Why are you pointing a gun with no bullets at me? She keeps staring at me and takes a deep breath. Sorry. You know the saying, old habits die hard. I think Harley wants to look for ammunition soon. Yeah, you guys are staying here while he gathers supplies, I inform her without telling her the real reason. You mean he'll have a nice place to bury me, she says with perfect ease, sounding content with the idea. I won't be leaving here alive, I know. I've accepted the inevitable. I came in here to change your bandages and check your bite. You don't seem feverish. I place my trembling hand on her forehead. Which is weird. Here, give me your arm. I reach for her wrist and she jerks away. She looks at me apologetically. I'd rather Harley look at it. I'm starving, she says, peeking over my shoulder. I turn to find Cale leaning against the doorframe. The teal walls make his eyes stand out, and he stares at Nadine. His expression changes before I can decipher the look. Plastering me with a smile, he says, Wake and bake? I glance at Nadine, but she just tucks the gun in her waistband as she rises and walks out of the room. No, I'm going out for a little while, I state, and leave. Chapter 5. The day is almost as exceptional as it was yesterday, except a few fluffy white clouds dot the sky. In the old life, I hated these clouds when I would lie out to tan. The breeze blows on my face and arms with no sign of the previous smell of rot as I make my rounds, checking trip strings that tell me when something tracks through my neighborhood. I fixed the trip string in the woods where the zombies and gang came through yesterday. I couldn't track the path of the other zombies from 2 nights ago. It's likely they came from the same direction as the others. It just seems odd. Maybe I'm just being paranoid because Nadine will become a walking, hungry corpse any day now. Something is not right. I can't put my finger on it. It's puzzling that Nadine doesn't show any signs of turning. She did mention she was hungry. I hurry to get back and keep an eye on her. I make it to the bunker to find everyone in silence. They're nonchalantly doing something unimportant as if they were just talking about me. I suddenly feel too tired to think about what. I want to be by myself to get rid of the headache from the strain of having guests. Getting used to being around them has proved a challenge. Maybe I haven't changed from being a selfish person. Ignoring them won't be productive. You guys can really make someone feel out of the loop. You're like family to each other, and that's great. People tend to come together when they lose loved ones. To tell you the truth, I'm glad I have company. I try not to say it grudgingly. After a deep breath, I continue. I've checked out things. It's a normal day and seems fine. I think we can relax for a bit, maybe make a big dinner and get to know each other better. I smile, and it feels forced to me, but they don't seem to notice. I look around at them, and each one smiles back at me, even Nadine. There's no better way to spend time, she says bravely. For the faux occasion, I decide to make some cornmeal cakes and pinto beans. Harley wants to go hunting. I don't like this idea. Not because I don't eat meat, but because there are few living things nowadays and we have plenty of food. He plans to take Nadine along. As the day passes at a dreadful pace, I get more anxious about her. Well, anxious about the bite. It has become a desperate need to see it. She's outside with Harley practicing the crossbow on a big spray-painted hay bale. I haven't used it in a while because it's falling apart from target use. They both see me and smile. I like this thing, Can, Harley beams as his dark eyes light up. His eyes cut back to the target, aiming the crossbow. The arrow shoots out, hitting the hay bale, but not the target. Smugness perks me because I'm a much better aim than he is. I can tell it's new to him by the look on his face. I recognize it because my dad got that look all the time, especially when he wanted to share something he learned with me. Yeah, it's sweet. As long as I don't lose my arrows, I'll never run out of ammunition. The main reason I chose archery. You can reuse the arrows until they bend or break. I move closer to where they stand. I have a book that teaches how to make them. It takes skill to make a homemade shaft, I tell them, pointing to the shaft part of the small arrow. They both nod. I push forward without any grace or tact. Nadine, may I see your bite? I start to grab for her wrist, but she just jerks it away. I'm sorry, Nadine, but I need to see your bite. I'm worried about you. I say the last quickly, trying to disguise my urgency with concern. It doesn't work because Nadine looks down and stalks off. Sorry, she just holds things in. I thought she had come to terms with it, but obviously not, Harley says, watching her go underground. Maybe I'm paranoid, but she's acting strange. She pulled an unloaded gun on me this morning. I watch him run one of his rough hands through his hair and blow out a rush of breath, causing his stubbly cheeks to puff out. I really don't know what to think about it, but I will get her to show the bite to me on the trip. By his tone, it's obvious he doesn't want to talk about it. Guilt threatens to consume me for not being more sensitive to the situation. Wanting to talk to her, I go into the bunker to find her. She sits on the floor with her back to the wall. Her knees are pulled up as far as they can go, her head tucked so I can't see her face. She looks so small and defeated. I pull a box from beneath the counter. I have 2.5 bottles of tequila and the rest of the bottle of Jack Daniels. I figure Harley for a bourbon guy and pull it out. After pouring a tumbler, I walk slowly to Nadine. She still hasn't looked at me. I put my hand on her shoulder. Nadine, I say in a small voice that I don't recognize. Here, this might help you relax. It is hard not knowing how to deal with people. I know you're having a rough time. You're so brave and strong. I crossed the line. Suddenly, her head jerks up. I pull my hand back with rising panic, and the drink sloshes around. Her face is red from crying, making her strawberry blonde hair stand out. I breathe, safe with the knowledge she is not yet a zombie. She takes the drink with shaky hands. Not so brave and strong now, am I? I don't blame you. If I were you, I would have shot me yesterday, she says, matter-of-factly. I smile automatically, and she snorts out a small laugh. She sips the bourbon as my heart steadies its beat to a normal pace. I think I'm going to get one of those, I say. Sipping my own drink, I'm watching her as Harley ducks into the bunker. Ready? I think I got the hang of the crossbow, so I'm ready when you are. She nods as he helps her to her feet. She is steadier than I would have thought in her state of mind. I have a feeling something is not right with her. With Nadine and Harley gone, I start the corn cakes since the beans have been simmering all day. I got the corn cake recipe from a Live Like Your Ancestors book with simple recipes. It's great for living on the land and how-tos for basic cleaning materials like homemade soap. Luckily, I don't have to make my own soap. The soap I do have comes from looting trips. The reference books my dad picked up a year before the outbreak have come in handy. Everyone thought he was loony. Looks like the joke is on them. I admit, I thought so too, but he was an intelligent man, a man worth listening to. Around sundown, I'm flipping corn cakes while Cale is on the couch looking through an album of photographs and drawings of old, abandoned barns. I swallow a lump in my throat, not entirely comfortable with what he's doing. Bridget watches me make corn cakes, closely, as though learning a new task. Do you want to make some? I ask. She washed her hair, and the blonde gleams, but her crude, uneven bob is distinct. Sure, she says, taking over my spatula and flipping them. Who are the people in the pictures? She whispers. I close my eyes. Who do you think? My family, I snap. She just stares at me while I needlessly stir the pot of beans, hoping for a change in conversation. She continues anyway. That guy doesn't look much like your brother. Was he adopted? She must mean Malachi. He was family, and was going to be for the rest of our lives. I frown into the pot of pinto beans. No, he was my boyfriend. We were together a long time. I want to be mean, but it comes out softly. She wants to ask more, but the bunker door opens, saving me. I'm sad for whatever animal Harley managed to catch. He ducks into the bunker and Cale jumps up. You catch anything? He must be hungry for meat. About that time, I notice the grim expression on Harley's face, and Nadine isn't with him. Chapter 6. We find out Nadine turned quickly and without warning. To save himself, Harley shot her. I don't want to think too much about this. Since she just turned, it was probably like killing a human. He doesn't give details, and no one asks. After that, the mood is somber. Harley's drinking bourbon from the bottle, too grief-stricken to get a glass. I don't really blame him, but I'm relieved it's over. My relief isn't shared by the other occupants of the bunker. Bridget left for the house without eating a while ago. I thought Cale might comfort her, but he didn't. Instead, he shares the bottle with Harley. Soon, they are both drunk. Harley mumbles to himself for a while, something my mother had done. I don't bother him. He eventually passes out on the love seat. I'm cleaning up the mess from cooking corn cakes when I feel hands on my hips. Turning around, I push him away. Cale, you're drunk. I try to keep the disgust out of my voice. His hands return to roaming up my sides, then back down my arms. He smells like dusty old clothes, his eyes glassy, and when his lips hungrily crush mine, the alcohol vapors penetrate my nose. I hadn't seen him drink very much. He's skinny with a boyish figure. Damn lightweight. I get a familiar feeling in the pit of my stomach from kissing someone for the first time in a very long time. I go with it and open my mouth to him, putting my hands on his chest. He takes this as a sign, and his hands grope my rear. I gently push him away. He breathes heavily, looking at me through his hair. Why are you doing this? I ask him. His hands slide back around my hips, and he tries to pull me toward him. I hold him at a distance with my palms. You look like a goddamn goddess of war. Picking up one of my long dreadlocks, he fiddles with it. It takes me a minute to figure out what he's saying, because who says things like that? I guess the first impression stuck with him. I should use this opportunity to drill him. Where did they come from? What do they know? How long have zombies been so expeditious? Looking at him, I can't do it. It's impossible to bring myself to take advantage of him. I don't want to give him the wrong impression, even though it seems too late for that. You should go to bed, Cale. We'll talk tomorrow, I say, shoving him out of my personal space. He smirks at me the best he can, which is awkward, and plants another sloppy kiss. I just stand there, silently wishing him out of my bunker. He starts backing toward the door. More where that came from, he warns as he turns to go up the steps. When he shuts the door of the bunker, I let out a breath. As much as I'm relieved that he is gone, my heart leaps. I grin to myself. I still got it. Faces from the old life flow through my subconscious like spokes on a wheel. Laughter turns into snarls and fades out. Do it, Kansas. Please. I don't want to hurt you or become one of them. Big brown eyes gleaming in the moonlight with unshed tears plead with me. Warm blood splatters my face as it oozes across the concrete. It fades as I hear myself whimper. We should have kept her, my dad says to me as he paces tracks into the living room carpet. It would have done you some good to know the stages of decomposition. I look at him, and his injured face shows nothing but endless sadness. It fades again. My dad sweats, coughs, and gags. You remember everything, he rasps. But most of all, remember how much I love you, Sunshine. No! I scream in rage as it fades again. Can, let me help you. A voice I don't recognize yells at me. I can't help you if you don't let me in, damn it. I wake up with a sheen of sweat covering my body. My tank top sticks to me. I glance around for Harley, but he's no longer here. It was just a dream. I knew it, because I dream that dream all the time. I replay it in my mind. My family, creepy faces of the undead are always the stars. Malachi screaming for me to kill him while looking at me with love. His bloody predator shirt still haunts me. My dad grappling with my mother, his arm slipping from her shoulder, her teeth sinking into his jaw. All happening just before I put an arrow through my mother's brain. My dad, drowning in grief, his face red, puffy, and feverish. We shouldn't have waited for my mother to turn. We wanted to see someone go through the change, to learn every stage, every symptom. He made me swear I wouldn't do it to another person. I couldn't kill him like I did Malachi. Dad made it easier on me, and he hadn't begged. In the end, he made me tie him down. I promised to finish it when the time came. My dad's crazed, bloodshot eyes, his teeth grinding while drool dribbled down his chin onto his apple ink t-shirt. I'm always aware of a stranger who keeps helping me. I can't see him, but I know he is there. My dreaming self is always glad for this part. It's the only time I feel safe. Maybe my subconscious just has wishful thinking. It was only a dream, after all. As I'm getting dressed, I think about brushing my hair, which is a ridiculous notion. I wash myself and brush my teeth, sure. Brushing my hair? I haven't cared about that in a long time, hence the dreads. I also like them, but I look more like a cave dweller in combat boots than a goddess of war. I like the description Cale gave me. In the end, I just wrap a scarf around my head to keep my locks from my face. When I go outside, my mood lifts as I realize it's the middle of the day. How long will this weather last? It's beautiful, sunny, and clear, but hot. The turning trees start to droop from the dry, hot days. Summer doesn't want to die, I mumble to myself. I feel bad for not sympathizing about Nadine. I hardly knew her. I'm sad it happened, but glad it didn't happen while we slept. That it is over. What's Harley planning now? My mood drifts downward. There's a pond I spotted when I first scouted the area and laid trip string. I use it for swimming on really hot days. It might have water. This time of year it's usually too dry, but it's worth checking out. I go back into the bunker to change clothes for swimming. I contemplate making oats, but I'm not hungry. I'm sure Harley and Cale are still asleep. Bridget can fend for herself. Grabbing my pack, I toss in a pop-top can of fruit and head out. I am so happy about the pond idea. I haven't had a swim in a couple of months, and I love the opportunity to do different physical activities. My thoughts are interrupted by Cale. "Where are you going?" he bellows, his head hanging out the back door. I study him. Did I want to be alone with him? Not really. "I'm going to see if there's water in a pond maybe 3 miles south." I start toward the back door but pause. "You and Bridget want to join me?" I try to act indifferent, but I don't know if I succeed. Shouldn't you have a hangover? Curiosity getting the best of me, I have to know. He flashes me a wicked smile. "Nah, I didn't drink that much. I couldn't sleep." A swim does sound good. He shakes his head to one side, dislodging the hair from his eyes. "Okay, but don't get your hopes up. I really don't know if there's water in it. How's Bridget doing?" I ask, hoping she's all right. She left in a hurry right after she found out about Nadine. She's not doing too good at all. I don't think she'd want to go." He sounds uncertain. "Well, I'll go ask her." I start for the door again, but he blocks my way. "She'll be fine. She's with Harley." He can only manage a half smile that doesn't reach his eyes. I didn't realize how much Nadine affected him, too. She was like a mother to them, a confidant. "They're talking about leaving soon, Can." I watch his Adam's apple bob as he gulps. "Could we try to have fun today?" My heart skips uncertainly. They plan to leave. I have many mixed emotions. I like my life of seclusion and safety. Maybe one day the world will find a cure, pick up, and try to start over. I want to be around when that happens. Right now, it's not safe. They'll be fighting for their lives until they make it to Birmingham. They already lost one on the way. I'm not sure if I want to be alone anymore. I can't make them stay, but I won't make them leave. That is their decision. Let's go and have fun. I think we both need to take our minds off of things, I say with a smile, even though being alone with Cale isn't a preference. Cale, seeing an opportunity to joke with me, laughs and says, "Don't sound so enthusiastic." At least his nervousness and anxiety are gone. I hope he can walk fast. We reach the pond in a little under an hour, my excitement growing the whole way. Considering the brush, we make good time. We whoop and cheer when we find water. The pond's man-made, cut out in a semicircle the size of a large gymnasium. The smell in the air is that of damp grass, mud, and stagnant water. Locusts buzz nearby. Kale and I can walk in slowly or jump in at the other end, which is a sort of drop-off like a cliff. There's plenty of water, about 5 feet at the deepest part. I can see through the water to the murky bottom. Perfect. It's more than I could ask for. Even if it is nasty and murky, I'm still going to swim in it. In my jeans and boots, sweat coats my body from the heat and the hike to get here. I'm keenly aware of Kale stripping down to his underwear, boxers with a plaid design. I'm not the modest type, so I do the same, leaving my tank top over my swimsuit. Try not to pee or drink the water. Lots of parasites lurk in there waiting for hosts, I tell him, checking to make sure my cut is scabbed over. He laughs. You're worried about germs? Not germs. Parasites. I haven't survived this long without worrying about creepy crawlies. To jump or not to jump is really the question, I announce and wave my arms dramatically. Face to face, we both say, jump! We run around to the other side, pushing each other out of the way, each trying to be first. My feet fill every stick and stone. They're sensitive from wearing boots 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So, of course, he arrives first and jumps in. He swims around. It's warm, come on! I glance at the bottoms of my feet to make sure I don't have any open cuts. He notices and laughs. With a glare at him, I cannonball in. The water isn't deep enough to tread, but I can swim around. Kale splashes me to get my attention. Anyone ever told you that you take things too seriously? I splash back and scoff. No. I was always told I didn't take things serious enough. People change when the survival instinct takes over. We have a splash fight, and I jump on his back to try to dunk him. The water isn't deep enough, and he keeps his balance. Man, my feet are sinking into mud. It feels weird, he laughs. I laugh too. Well, just let me dunk you already. I'm not using all my strength. If I remember correctly, the male ego is a fragile thing. His head goes underwater, and then his feet come up with mud between his toes. I'm smiling when his head pops out above the water, and he promptly starts digging the mud out from between his toes. This is great, he says. I haven't really seen you enjoy yourself. It makes you prettier. I shrug as I let my body float to the top, look up at the sky, and relax. Kale takes my hand, and I realize he's floating too. I close my eyes and let the sun heat my face. My locks float around me. We both float. I can feel myself relaxing enough to fall asleep. Opening my eyes, I find Kale watching me. His wet hair sticks to his face. The emotion running across it makes my stomach drop. Not wanting to see a look like that, I turn my face so he can't see it, then raise my other hand and splash him. Hey! He shouts. I grin and he grabs me around the waist. He picks me up and tosses me into the water. I don't go under. He grabs me again and pulls me to him. Not wanting to be face to face, I try to swim away. He attempts to put my head under. Eventually, I let him. That's how we spend the most glorious afternoon I've had since the outbreak. We have water fights, races, jumps, and a snack. Most of all, we laugh all afternoon and don't talk about what was or what is to be. I'm sad when the sun is in the west, but I want to be back well before sundown. We're covered in mud. Feet and legs mostly, and my white tank isn't white anymore. Hey, Kale, if we put mud on our faces, we could pass as swamp things, I joke, handing him a towel to wipe off with. He laughs. I think we already are. He peers at me. This was the best, Can. Thank you. I shrug. We should get going, he says quietly, looking at the ground. You're right. I watch him curiously. He's being mysterious. I can admit it turns me on a little. I can also admit it's because I haven't seen a nearly naked male in a long time. He finishes toweling off and I turn to dry myself. My tank's wet and dirty and so is my body. I put my socks and boots on. I'm sure it looks ridiculous, but I'm practical. It's definitely not for his benefit. When he does the same, I feel a little better. I put our clothes in my pack and start toward home. We walk most of the way in silence and reach the field just before my neighborhood. I'm counting the slaps my hatchet makes against my thigh when Kale grabs my hand. Wait, before we get back, I just wanted to say I'm sorry. I wish that... I know you want to stay here, he adds quickly. Harley didn't want to say anything, but we think that camp in Clarksville is being run by zombies. I stare at him a little dazed. His face holds a serious expression. Yeah, that's what I figured when the broadcasts stopped. The zombies infiltrated them. I just hope a big research project wasn't going on there. It was a big army base, I say, and hope someone's looking for a cure or something. That's not what I meant. Cale? What do you mean? I ask slowly with sudden uneasiness. We figured you really didn't know since you've been isolated. I mean the zombies are infiltrating and running the camp. We think they're keeping humans like livestock. We're guessing to conserve food. What? How? Why? I'm on the verge of becoming hysterical. I pull away. Why keep it from me? I think out loud. Calm down, please. I don't know Harley's motivation, but he didn't want to tell you. We don't know much. We're trying to figure it out. His face contorts with panic. No, you're just saying this to get me to come with you. I don't believe you. They're looking for a cure. I just know it. We're not going down without a fight. I start marching through the field. He races to catch up and grabs my shoulder, wrenching me around. I never said they weren't, he yells back at me. I was just saying the zombies are adapting in a weird freaking way. Then you guys shouldn't go anywhere. What if they're doing the same thing to the one in Birmingham? His eyes get wide as he shakes his head. It's too far south for zombies. We came from the East Coast, escaping that fate. He looks back toward the house, then at me. He's waiting for me to say something. If you guys came from the East Coast and were going to Clarksville, then how the hell did you end up here? You know you're in a rural suburb 30 miles southeast of Nashville, right? Going a little out of your way, are you? My suspicion weighs heavily. He shakes his head. No, we lost our car somewhere in East Tennessee. Zombies. We had to run and left things behind, including my personal things and, unfortunately, a map. It doesn't make sense. Maps are easy to find. My eyes narrow. He swallows. Just remember, I'm sorry, Can. He hurries toward the house. I'm in shock, and I barely register washing myself at the pump and putting on clothes. I don't want to think about this new development. It's unsettling to think that zombies can be smart. Maybe there is some truth to it, but I just don't see it. The past few days prove I don't know the whole truth. My lack of knowledge could be a reason they don't trust me. I'm shaky and cold. I should eat something but can't bring myself to eat. I need to find out what's going on myself, but I'll just wait for them to leave before I make any concrete plans of my own. When I get into the bunker, Harley and Bridget lounge on the love seat. They both look like they've had a good day. Bridget jumps up. Where's Cale? We've been worried. I don't know. We went swimming in a pond. He should be back by now. Have you checked the house? She glances at Harley. Go to see him, Bridge, he tells her before she quickly leaves. How's the hangover? I ask him with a smile. Humph. Wish I had a cheeseburger. I laugh at this and decide not to bring up what Cale said. I don't want to end up in a fight with Harley, too. Can, we're going to be leaving tomorrow. We'll see you in the morning before we leave, though. He gets up to go. I'm tired and I need to speak with Cale. Harley eyes me, studying me. I think I visibly squirm. I manage to nod at him and stare at the fire. It's getting low. I might not have to put it out. Well, I'll leave you to it then, he says, making his way out the door. Are you and Bridget okay? You know, with what happened to Nadine? He doesn't turn around, but pauses for a minute. You should just expect the worst. The world just isn't what it used to be. He disappears up the steps and I hear the door slam shut. I'm so shaken, angry, and confused that I'm not going to find sleep. I remember my dream from last night and tears come to my eyes. I don't have a problem with them leaving, but I know I can't go back to the way it was before. It all makes my decision to leave easier. I have plenty of time to plan it all. I wash my body again, this time using soap. My feet are clean as I put on thick socks. It's getting cold, so I dress in a hurry. I perform a familiar routine with my pack and crossbow, putting them next to me. Then I remember the arrow Harley used on Nadine. Last night he told me it was outside by the basin. I hurried to retrieve it. He cleaned it. The fletching, which is the feather thing on the end that steers the arrow, doesn't have anything on it or in between close to the shaft. Blood likes to cake there. Sometimes it even gets in the nock. The nock is the little indention on the end that holds the bowstring. Getting blood in the nock depends on how far the arrow goes in. At close range, it's entirely possible to have the whole thing covered in blood and bits. It doesn't look like it's been used. Harley cleaned it well. After I count all my arrows, making sure they are all there, I slide under the blankets and don't know how long I lie there before falling asleep. I'm vaguely aware someone's shaking the bed, attempting to wake me. I'm burrowed snugly in the blankets like a cocoon. "Wake up, girl," Harley says, even though it doesn't sound like him. I lift my head and peek out. 3 guns are pointed at my face. What do you know? One of them is Nadine. Chapter 7. On a different planet, I would probably be flattered they feel they need to use 3 guns. I'm wide awake now and betting the guns are loaded. All of this means I've been lied to from the beginning. Not to mention, I don't like people pointing guns at me, let alone waking me up and pointing guns at me. It's rude. "What the hell are you doing?" I snap. Looking around, Harley, Bridget, and Nadine hold guns. Cale leans against the wall looking at the floor. I stare at him. He fidgets, feeling my gaze, but keeps staring at the ground. Words flash through my head. "You don't know them. Just remember, I'm sorry. You should just expect the worst." My anger quickly turns to rage. Harley gives me a crooked smile. "We like your place, without you in it." "Zombie-free zone, we couldn't pass it up," Nadine says with an emotionless expression. I'm beginning to regret every word out of my mouth. I scramble to sit up, which is hard because of all the blankets. "Stay where you are. We're going to have us a little chat," Harley says. I freeze, not wanting to draw attention to my hands under the blankets, where I want them for gripping my crossbow. They've strongly underestimated me. "What's going on?" "I told Cale last night, you guys can stay if you want," I say, looking over at Cale. He flinches at being reminded of yesterday. Harley looks at Cale, but Cale doesn't acknowledge his glare. "Don't worry about Cale. He did what was expected of him," Harley glances back at me with a lowered gun. "The thing is, Can, I respect you for what you've done for yourself. For that, I'm going to let you live." He shakes his head. "All those reference books? I'm impressed. I was just going to loot them until I found out how many zombies you've killed. It looks like you were ready for something to happen." My outrage got the best of me. The books are not negotiable. "Those books are what tore my family apart, jackass." My free fist clenches under the blankets while I struggle to control myself. "Now listen here, I'm sure that's a fascinating story, but I don't care. I'm letting you live, and you should be grateful." His eyes roam, coming to stop on the blanket covering my legs. Those thighs are thick and meaty. My anger boils as I interpret this. I look at Bridget to gauge her reaction. It doesn't surprise her. My face screws up in disgust. "I don't know why you're looking at her. She wanted you dead the first night, right, Bridge?" Harley asks, looking back at her. She nods her head at me. "She likes Cale a little too much if you ask me, but he's ours," she said. I'm way past livid. Heat takes over my face as my body thrums with adrenaline. I look over at Cale, but he keeps staring at the floor, hiding behind his hair like a cop-out pansy. I hate him. Bridget smiles at me before turning to Cale. "She hates you now, Cale. I told you this would happen." She rubs his chest. "It'll be okay, like old times. Now we won't have to follow anyone's rules except Pop's." "Pop?" I blink back angry tears, unwilling to let them see another weakness. Harley studies me, guessing my confusion. "Bridget's my daughter, and Nadine is my wife." "Bridget's mother died a long time ago," he says. I stuff my retorts down. Easy, since dealing with confrontation is another thing I haven't had to do in a while. Harley continues. "I like you, Can. If Bridget liked you, well, maybe you could have stayed with us, but she can be a little bratty. She played along so she could get what she wanted." "Then why wait? Why pretend Nadine was bit? I look at Nadine, and she surprises me by answering. We had to see if there was anyone else living here. Though it's obvious there isn't. Can, you're honest and good. You'll find out the world isn't like that anymore. We don't trust you, but we needed you to trust us. She sighs like she's ready for this conversation to be over. Nadine was going to tell you that first day there wasn't a bite. I stopped her, glad I did. It distracted you quite a bit, which is what I was hoping. We probably didn't even need Cale to show you a little attention. Harley chuckles, looking at Nadine. I can't help but feel a wee bit naive. Cale was my distraction. I can't really complain, because I thought about doing the same thing to him. It doesn't matter that I couldn't bring myself to do it. I remember Bridget telling me anyone would want Cale. That must have been her way of throwing him at me. I almost laugh. She must have hated saying those words, but she played along. Cale had not warned me. I never really trusted him anyway. He told me they escaped zombies infiltrating their camp. Was that a lie, too? I'm staring daggers at him, but he's too much of a coward to look me in the eye. I swallow a lump. Fine. I'll go. I would like to grab a few things first. I slowly shift and hope it looks like I'm getting out of bed. You can take the crossbows, your pack, and whatever you can fit into it. Leave the books. Where are the keys to the SUV? Harley commands. Blood rushes to my face. My heart pounds in my ears from rage. I take stock of Bridget, the only person still holding a gun to me. I jerk my crossbow out and point it at her. They aren't expecting it. They freeze for the second I need to reach behind me and grab the chain on the wall connected to the steel poles on the ceiling. My extra security measures meant for a horde of zombies would work in this situation all the same. I jerk it, but it doesn't do what I planned. It's stuck. I spare a quick glance at them, and they're looking up, connecting the dots in their heads. I yank with both hands, and the steel poles come loose, along with the cinder blocks the poles hold. I scramble out of the way as a pole hits Bridget right in the head. Then a big crash follows as the room collapses, knocking all of them down. Even Cale, the bastard. Quickly, jumping out of bed, I maneuver around a dust cloud to pull a box from under the counter. I flip the small trapdoor up and throw some canned goods into the box. Rhonda the Honda is packed for this emergency, but I need to take as much as possible. I knew one day I would need to escape quickly. I just thought it would be from zombies, not people. Leaving the books, what I need to know is memorized and written down in my notebook. I grab my laptop with my iPod already attached. The laptop charger jerks out of the generator surge as I put them in the box before slipping on my pack. My eyes tear up from the dust, and I know I'm going to start sneezing any second. I put my crossbow on top of the box and heft it over my shoulder. I turn to head up the steps and notice Cale beginning to stir. He's by the steps, so he didn't get the brunt of it. I look at Harley and Nadine. They're out. Motherfuckers. I can't see Bridget. I don't want to stay around to nurse them. Wait! Cale gasps as I look down into his eyes that are spirals of apologies. Fuck you! I push him down with my boot. Going through the back door of the house, I grab a photo from the counter. I'm not going anywhere without it. In the garage, I grab the keys from a spot hidden among garage tools and stuff the box in the back of Rhonda the Honda. It's been a while since the SUV was driven around the block. I hope she starts. The white SUV was packed years ago with necessary essentials in case I had to make a quick getaway. Jugs of water, a box of dry food, canned food, several 5-gallon containers of gasoline, blankets, a pillow, clothing for all kinds of weather, rubbing alcohol, bandages, simple toiletries, and DVDs for the player that drops down in the back seat. I really don't need the latter. I doubt there will be lounging and watching movies anytime soon, but being 20 when I packed, my priorities were a bit skewed. I don't bother to pull out any non-essentials for a lack of time. Placing my pack and crossbow in the passenger seat, I walk around to the front of the Honda to unlatch the manual garage lock and lift the door with both hands. It doesn't go all the way up, but enough for Rhonda to get through. I climb in and start her up. She purrs like she was purchased yesterday. Rolling down the driveway, a hand smacks my window. Cale. Wait! With my crossbow pointed at his face, I calmly hit the button to roll the window down. Move along, Cale. I don't want to kill you. I need to get out of here, I say blankly, not allowing certain thoughts to run through my mind. I know you're angry. I would be too. They would have killed me, Can. I know that's your question, right? Why didn't I tell you? I wanted to, so bad. I don't even have a gun. I was with them for safety when we got away. They kill and loot to get what they need. He's breathing heavily and blood drips from his face. I'm not just pretending with you. Please, take me with you. If he would have said this yesterday, I would have done something about it. Like Harley, Cale underestimated me. You should have told me. You didn't. They could have killed us. I'm sorry, but we need to hurry. His statement makes me sad. I turn my crossbow around and hand it to him. Go to Birmingham, Cale. You need to get away from them, but you can't come with me. I don't trust you. I look into his eyes, and for some reason, I wish he would smile. He must have read the seriousness on my face. He gulps. I roll up my window and drive away. Chapter 8. Steaming with anger, I pull over to a gas station to pace and think, not knowing why I'm so reluctant to leave. I didn't forget anything. I hope Cale makes it to Birmingham, even though I don't feel sorry for stranding him. After everything, I was beginning to trust him, even if only a little bit, but he betrayed that trust. He omitted telling me the truth. If he really liked me, he could have warned me, and I could have done something about it. He didn't, and there's nothing to do about it. There's nothing I want to do about it. I'm ready to travel and don't need to stay isolated. The past couple of days are proof of that. Not willing to do that to myself any longer, I know I will fight with the best of them. I don't know if I want to find people or just head straight to Clarksville. Right now, leaving is not an option where there's unfinished business. Still pacing, I watch the sky for signs of a storm. It's overcast, fitting my mood well. I'm not going to let them live in my parents' house. My memories are there. Having a plan and revenge to keep me company, I wait until dusk. The wind blows, but not too hard. I don't think it will rain. Good. I park about a half-mile from my neighborhood near the little Toyota I ditched less than a week ago. I don't want anyone to see from the upstairs window if they're watching. I'm assuming they think since I have the Honda I won't come back. I giggle to myself, sounding a little manic, and hope they're nursing bad headaches. Knowing they probably are gives me satisfaction. After grabbing my extra pistol crossbow, I walk through the fields instead of taking the road. In the neighborhood, I walk between privacy fences for cover and wonder if Cale stayed around. No time to think, it will only slow me down. When I approach my neighbor's house, I stop to listen. It's dark. Twilight barely lights the sky. Peeking around the corner, I can't make out anyone in the window, and decide to chance it. I dart to the back fence bordering my yard and head south, following the trench of the ventilation system. Smoke rises from the end of it. Amateurs. The first night and they're already making mistakes. I remove my t-shirt, leaving me in just my sports bra, and shove it into the release hole. This is only a distraction. The smoke has nowhere to go, so it will fill the bunker. I make a mad dash toward my family's house. I sneak around to the garage, and by luck the door is still open from my escape. Going in slowly, I hear a commotion underneath the floor, confirming they're below. Instead of going by way of the kitchen, I tiptoe through the formal dining room into the master bedroom. Removing the 2 bottles of tequila from my pack, I pour half of one on the bed. It takes a minute for the tequila to chug out. Lighting it with a lighter, it goes up in flames instantly. I watch to make sure it still catches fire after the alcohol burns. I open the window so the air will feed the fire. Dry things, like my parents' oak furniture that hasn't been polished in 4 years, will feed the flames too. I dump the other half of the alcohol on the couch in the living room. I light it and move on to my bedroom. After opening the window, I dump half of the second bottle over the bed and carpet. I'm moving into the kitchen when raised voices roar up outside. They've realized the house is on fire. I glance in the living room. The dry furniture caught fire quickly. There's a pang in my heart, but my dad would be proud that I'm doing what I need to do. I soak the counter and floor the best I can and pull a rag from my back pocket. I put it on the counter to soak it before setting it aflame. The blaze travels across the counter and drips in little fireballs onto the floor, helping the fire spread. It sounds much cooler than it is because it happens in a split second. Flames lick across the ceiling from the hall and living room with smoke filling the house. I'm quite satisfied with the job. Sweat beads down my abdomen from the heat. The smoke billows thicker. I need to get out of here. I race out of the house and pull my crossbow strap over my head so I can carry it by hand. Flames shoot from the window of my bedroom. Imagining my whitewashed bed burning and black with char, I inhale the smoke. Yelling and shouting commences in the backyard. Feeling elated, I race through the privacy fences. It's dark, but I'm worried about the living dead. The fire will attract them more than me. I bump into something and it grabs me. Ah, shit. I stumble, swinging up my crossbow. Can? Yo, I say, relieved to see Bridget and not a zombie. I'm trying to calm my breathing, so when she sucker punches me in the face, I'm surprised. You bitch! Where's Kale? She demands. That must be her favorite question. I automatically rub my cheekbone where she hit me. It probably won't bruise because it doesn't hurt. I look at her through the darkness. From my view, she looks insane, as if she's related to Leatherface. How the hell should I know? He was on the floor when I left, I lie. You have him. You set the house on fire. I take the chance to pistol whip her with the grip of my crossbow. She drops to the ground. I hope the zombies don't get you, I say to her unconscious body as I kick it gently to make sure she's out, wishing she could have heard my sarcasm. Being knocked out twice in one day has to suck. I freeze and listen. Dead quiet, not even the sound of the house fire. This time, I move more cautiously. I stop, look, and listen every few yards. An opening comes up and I make a run for it, my legs setting a fantastic pace. My endurance running is finally paying off. Spotting Rhonda, I slow my pace to a jog. Making sure no one is around, living or not, I climb into the driver's seat. I sit there for only a moment to calm myself. Blood pounds in my ears. Lingering smoke and tequila fill my nostrils as adrenaline courses through my veins. My lips curl into a smile. The only thing that would make this night more perfect is if I had killed some zombies. Driving through the deserted town, there are subtle signs of outbreak. Not much different from my neighborhood. There are gas stations with wrecked cars, broken glass glitters on the concrete. Scorch marks from burning bodies of the living dead scar the sidewalks. Overgrown trees have made their way into power lines no longer trimmed by city workers. The heaviness will eventually cause them to fall to the ground. The poles will break like toothpicks into the road. The median landscaping drapes into cracked streets. I hit the interstate at a breakneck speed. As the adrenaline wears down, so does my body, and my situation hits me hard. What am I doing? I just burnt down my house. If I had real guts, I would have shot them all, even Kale. But no, I had to make a dramatic exit and burn everything I know and love to the ground, leaving them alive. After driving about 20 miles, a rumble rises from the pit of my stomach. I haven't eaten all day, and thinking about what I've done brings on the shakes. I shouldn't be hard on myself. I did make the conscious decision to leave. It just came a few days earlier than expected. Stopping on the side of the interstate in complete darkness, I dig through a box for a can of something and a can opener. I suck down the metallic-flavored creamed corn, already feeling a bit better and thinking clearer. Just in case Rhonda the Honda has alerted any nearby zombies, I need to keep moving. My eyes get heavy and I start to drift. Turning on the iPod, I blast music to keep me awake. Rain splatters the windshield, and soon it is pouring, complete with thunder and lightning. Before I get too close to the big city, I veer off the interstate to find a semi-secluded spot by an old department store. Hoping the storm hides the sound and warmth of the SUV, I climb in the back and sleep. When I wake up, I can barely see the dawn's light because old, rotting zombies surround me. Chapter 9. I usually get excited about seeing zombies, loving the chance to get up close and check them out, then do my duty and kill them. Looking out the window, I can't make out how many there are. Rhonda is rocking slightly from them trying to get in, but all they can really do is push. Since they're old, getting out of this situation should be a piece of cake. As long as I don't have to get out of the car, I'm going to be fine. I climb to the driver's seat and start the engine, sending the zombies into a frenzy of jerky and unstable movement. I resist the urge to sit and study them as if I'm in a biology class. With the gear shift in drive, I punch the gas. Several zombies are piled like a cheerleader pyramid on the front hood, and I can't see through the windshield. The initial launch dislodges a couple of them, and Rhonda thrusts up and down jaggedly from running over a few. I hold the steering wheel straight and pick up speed. There's a street ahead somewhere. Looking for the road, the car bumps up in the front, hitting a curb. Jostling up and down in my seat, I'm starting to relish this joyride, and my lips stretch into a wide grin. I jerk the wheel to the left sharply. Rhonda lurches where I want her to go without flipping over, and more zombies tumble off to the right. Blood sprays from that direction as old zombies splat on the pavement like gory water balloons. 2 zombies still hold tight to the hood, their fingers in the space between the hood and the windshield. A mouth bites at the glass directly in front of me. It's lost a few fingers from trying to hold on somewhere along the way. I pick up speed before slamming on the brakes, effectively dislodging it. Its remaining fingers rip off, and it slides feet first to the ground. The other zombie hangs on, creeping toward my side. I put the gear shift in reverse. When I hit the gas, without looking back, Rhonda shoots backward in response. I feel, rather than hear, several meaty thuds as she knocks zombies away. I hit the brakes again. I can see enough to get out and fight them. It's not worth the risk of crashing into a tree. Just as I aim my crossbow at the zombie and watch it closely as I get out, a large arrow goes straight through its head and it explodes into chunky pieces. I blink to make sure I didn't conjure it in my mind. Nope. Brains still decorate my windshield. I peer out the window even though the arrow came from the other direction. Zombies litter the ground. Some have arrows through their skulls. I should just turn around and leave, but I want to see who shot the arrows. The first thing I notice upon getting out of Rhonda is the rancidity. The strong stink of decay hits my nose and the back of my throat. The blood and chunky bits all over the car make it worse. It's like the smell of the 2 old zombies from my ventilation system, but 100 times worse. Unsavory bile from my stomach helps mask the taste. The smell is overpowering. My face scrunches and my mouth waters along with my swirling stomach. I'm still battling the nausea when more flying arrows grab my attention. They take down the approaching zombies. The archer is very well hidden. I lift my crossbow and shoot my own zombie, and the larger arrows subside. My arrows are much smaller than these, which are meant for serious big game hunting. The larger arrows are always harder for me to aim and still hit a target. Though they are much better for long-distance shooting, I still stick with my pistol crossbow. After the zombies are down, I step out to retrieve my arrows from the rotting flesh. The bow hunter is already doing the same thing. I freeze and stare. Dawn is near, so I see him clearly. He can't be mistaken for anything but a man. His profile makes my breath catch. Black leather boots under frayed jeans hold a zombie head down as he jerks an arrow out of the skull. His arms flex when he wags gooey bits from his arrows. I can't see his face, but he is tall, much taller than me, with broad shoulders and wavy brown hair tied back with a dark green bandana. His hair shines golden brown as it blows in the wind, caressing the compound bow strapped to his back. A large arrow holster hangs by his side. The hunting bow goes from the back of his knees to a few inches above his head. It's the biggest bow I've seen, making me think it's custom made. The wind blows in the other direction, and his hair whips across his face. It barely brushes the top of his shoulders. This guy is locked, stocked, and loaded with a big gun tucked into the front of his jeans. When he looks up at me, I feel like a deer caught in headlights, but only for a moment. Harley's words echo through my head. Those thighs are thick and meaty. The world just isn't what it used to be. I escape his gaze. Knowing this guy is helping me, but not caring to know his motivation, I hop into the SUV and hit the gas. The wheels get caught in sticky blood, but finally catch the traction I need for a hasty U-turn. I bound down the road, peering into the rearview mirror. The last thing I see is morning sun glinting off sun-tanned shoulders and boot treads running in the opposite direction. Chapter 10. I'm cruising down the highway at breakneck speed. The state of Tennessee took good care of its interstates, and the roads still offer a smooth black surface with fading white lines. The terrain here is mostly hills and valleys. In eastern Tennessee, mountains dominate the landscape, but here an evergreen variety of trees line both sides of the road, with a few maple trees scattered about. I pass a barn with Sea Rock City painted on the side. You can't see the oncoming traffic because of the heavily wooded expanse that runs through the middle. About 40 minutes into the ride, cars on the highway begin to pile along the shoulder. I notice no piled cars going the other direction, as if survivors wanted into the city but weren't leaving. In my experience with the outbreak, the more people who died in one place, the more zombies you found. If I run into some, I hope they will be old and slow. Luckily, I haven't encountered any of the wicked hungry ones Kale spoke of. The sun shines brightly and a flock of buzzards catch my attention. I pull into a grassy thicket next to a wooded area just beyond the right shoulder of the highway. I eye the pile of vehicles on the shoulder for any movement and sniff to check for a trace of decay in the air. Nothing but fresh air and spruce. The buzzards screech as I approach the edge of the wooded area. They circle and dive. A dull groan cuts through the air. I pause as one of them dives at the sound, and when the wind blows, I smell the zombie before I see it in the thick grass. It's incapacitated and directed at the birds. Its arms flail around. Walking to face it, I can tell it's been trying to crawl into the woods, away from the sun. Another bird lands a few feet away, but when the zombie moves, it flies away. They're confused. My voice draws the attention of the zombie and moves its arms toward me. I'm surprised there aren't any wounds from birds pecking at it. Surely there would be, stinking like it does. The buzzards wait for it to die, not knowing that it's already dead. By the number of them, they have been waiting a long time. Back at the Honda, I slip on my pack and grab my crossbow. A familiar nagging pulls at me as I tread back to the zombie. Sometimes I feel as if there is more to zombies than meets the eye. When I sit down about 5 feet from the zombie, the vacant eyes stare at me. Its arms try to pull it forward. I ignore the moans erupting from its mouth. Who was this person? I'm not big on spirituality these days, but surely the person is no longer in there. One would hope. But what if the person still is in there somehow? Knowingly decomposing in their own bodies, never able to satisfy an insatiable hunger? I shudder at my own questions, and just in case, I show it some mercy and put an arrow through its head. I have no idea how long I sit and stare, watching as the buzzards fight for their newest food source. But when I do finally stand, the sun is more west. It gleams off windshields and emphasizes the rusting vehicles amassed together, casting shadows on the highway. I edge toward the woods on a spur-of-the-moment decision, perking up as the sun streaks through the trees, making them glow brightly. A distinct trickling alerts me to running water. Coming upon the small creek, it is music to my ears. I look around to make sure I'm alone and strip off my clothes for a dip. I take a few small toiletries from the pack and wash the best I can. The water is cool for this time of year and a refreshing change from the pond. I take my time washing my locks, massaging my scalp. I learned a long time ago shampooing all the time will dry them out and make my scalp itch. I don't do it but every week or so. I put on jeans, staying in only my sports bra to soak up some sun across the grassy bank. I'm getting closer to Clarksville, and I need a plan. It is highly unlikely that I will just go in, arrows flying, without knowing what is truly going on. I sigh, realizing that I can, in fact, do that. I have nothing left to lose. My best bet would be to just drive to the base. Zombies be damned. I languidly run my hand through the creek. A twig snaps and a snarl breaks me from my daze. I leap up with my pack in hand, all in one swoop. Ice sweeps through my body as fresh zombies run wildly toward me. They move like normal people without jerky or slow movements. Unlike normal people, their skin is pale blue. Their mouths hang open with bloody drool. Open wounds crusted with blood show their injuries. I grip my crossbow, knowing it's useless on these zombies. They are frightening. I dash in a panicked run in the opposite direction, thundering through the trees as they crash and growl behind me. The machete on my pack slaps my thigh, and my dreadlocks hop from shoulder to shoulder. The tall undergrowth whips at my arms and face. With every bound and spring through the bushes and wood debris, Hurtling smashes of the running dead follow their roars of frustration, cutting me deep. It's bone-chilling, and every small hair on my body stands on end as fear rushes through me. The rough brush makes them slow, but it slows me down as well. I push on, not giving up momentum. Breaking through the trees, I take a precious second to find Rhonda. I've come out too far ahead. The SUV sits about 30 yards down. If I run down the tree line, zombies will pop out like jack-in-the-boxes. I run in that direction anyway. The movement in my peripheral vision causes alarm. I hurtle myself to the driver's side of the vehicle to yank the door open, slipping on wet grass, catching myself by holding tight to the handle. Jumping in, I slam the door just as several zombies hit the window. On the passenger side, one of them opens the door. Fuck! I jerk up the crossbow and shoot him in the forehead. At close range, the arrow goes straight through, splattering gunk on the inside window and door. It goes limp as I start Rhonda. He falls backward, blocking the others as I mash the gas and Rhonda lurches forward. The momentum slams the passenger door shut. Wiping the cold sweat off my forehead, I sigh through my heavy breathing. That was close. By this time, the zombies crawl, claw, and mule all over the SUV. I drive through some shallow ditches. When I hit a deep trench, the car bounces up and down, front to back. This causes a mechanism in my seat to break. I begin sliding backward and forward. Without the seatbelt, I bounce up and down in the seat awkwardly because of my pack. I laugh manically as the adrenaline makes me high. A clearing is visible through the trees, and I make for it, swerving around and veering under thick branches, laughing all the way because it shakes zombies from Rhonda as if I'm in my own version of a video game. Arms and hands beat at the driver's window frantically. White, clammy hands have sickly blue veins running up the forearms. The fingertips smear blood on the window. A head pops into view with drooping eyes darkened with blood and maroon-stained teeth. As it smacks the window, I'm suddenly jerked forward, hitting the steering wheel. A loud metal clanking follows the crash. I'm vaguely aware of the deploying airbags. The impact causes my seat to slam forward and back again. I look up to see a zombie between Rhonda and a tree through a thick cloud of engine smoke. I try to keep my eyes open, but darkness sweeps me away. I'm floating on a boat. The wind picks up to catch my sail. The salt from the sea and the smell of leather brings me comfort. What an odd combination. The sun beats down on me. I let it warm my face. The wind fades as I float. Spots dance in front of my eyes, and I feel the sun again. I catch a noise at the other end of the boat and look toward it. Malachi reclines there, smiling his lazy cat smile. I gasp as my eyes feast on him. The sun makes his brown hair gleam shiny auburn. The love and acceptance he had always shown me radiates from him in waves. He's wearing the green shirt I like best on him and simple khaki shorts. I return his smile. Malachi, I miss you. I whisper as the wind blows through my locks, sending them flying around my body. That's when I notice they aren't locks, but my hair, light, free, and blowing in the wind. His eyes shine with pleasure. You'll be okay, Kansas. I love you, always. Tears spring to my eyes from hearing his voice laced with love. My stomach drops with hollowness as my anguish rises to the surface. I choke out a sob and reach for him. My dad? My mom? His face crinkles with worry as he shakes his head slightly, looking out into the sea and away from me. I think I stumble, but I'm fading into myself. No! I demand, and struggle to stay with him, knowing it's only a dream. Chapter 11. I'm aware of a burning sensation on my face and chest, making it hurt to breathe. As I start to move, the aches spring to life in my body. Ugh! I groan as the muscles in my chest, back, and arms squeeze together. Straightening my legs, my right knee cracks as thoughts of the wreck flood back to me. I'm laying down in a square metal van. Checking my surroundings, the only light comes from small windows on each side of the van, illuminating bins and benches along the walls. I'm on a small mattress that takes up most of the space, leaving a walkway. I meet the eyes of the bandana guy, his reading material forgotten as he stares at me, waiting for a reaction. My breathing picks up as a claustrophobic panic sets in. I shut my eyes to keep the walls from closing in on me. When I open them, I spot a door behind him. He's still frozen, as if waiting for me to say something. I glance at the bins containing various guns. I lick my dry lips at the sight of them. I hate guns, but will do what I have to do if I need to use one. He braces himself on the balls of his feet, guessing my plan. I spring up in one leap, ignoring my screaming body, grab a gun, and knock myself into him in one fluid motion. The doors must have been slightly open because we tumble out. As we hit damp earth and decomposed leaves, I land on top, but he grabs for my wrists, immediately flipping me over. His weight crushes me, but I manage to jerk my hands away. Grunting, he grabs a hold of my wrists and knocks the gun away. He's worried about the gun, underestimating my body. I struggle feebly, kicking up with my feet. My legs end up entangled in his as he fights to hold me still. He's strong and equally big. I ram my head forward to headbutt him. When our heads crack together, he releases my wrists and struggles to untangle his legs, blinking rapidly. As my own spots clear, I ball my fists and punch him in the gut. It's like punching a hard punching bag packed with sand. He lets out a deep grunt, more surprised than hurt. I take that second to roll away from him. A huge mistake because he pounces on top of my back, holding me down and knocking the wind out of me. Gasping for air, the moisture of earthly grime soaks my jeans. The decaying leaves are slimy against my skin. With my heartbeat thundering in my ears, I spit over my shoulder. Let me go! Beyond him, tall, mature trees completely block out the sky. He pushes my face into the ground. More than angry, I open my mouth to protest, and it fills with wet leaves and dirt. Dirt goes into my nose and eyes. I don't want to hurt you, he gasps, so close to my ear I can feel his breath, his deep voice reverberating through my body. He has a soothing, soft southern accent, as if his family had lived in the South for generations. He puts more pressure on my head, effectively diminishing the soothing part. I also hope that's a gun pressed against my thigh. For that, I'm not going to give him the satisfaction of backing down easily. Continuing to breathe dirt-infused oxygen, I go limp in his hold. He waits as his hot breath tickles my skin in heavy huffs of air. When he thinks I'm complacent, he relaxes his hold. I tense my arms and throw my elbow back as hard as I can and connect with his jaw. A shock shoots through my elbow and arm from hitting him with my funny bone. I scramble in the general direction of the gun. Blinking dirt out of my eyes and sucking in clean air, I locate and snatch it up, ignoring the electric waves in my arm. I fall back on my butt with a thump. Rubbing his jaw, his eyes wide, he spots the gun. Don't, you'll draw. He cuts off suddenly as I fumble with it. It's a big gun, too large for my hands. I know there's a safety somewhere, but I can't find it. Taking a quick peek, I find him watching me. A flash of disbelief runs across his face before he breaks into a cocky smile. The bandana has fallen off in the scuffle, and his brown hair frames his face. He crosses his arms, making them bulge. I find a little spring button on the gun and assume it's the safety. Triumph surges through me, but when I push it, the clip pops out of the handle. It apparently isn't the safety. He snorts, trying to hold back laughter while I stare at the traitorous gun. You could have at least pretended to know what you're doing. Amusement is clear in his tone. My eyes narrow as I palm the bullets and throw the gun at him. The gun barely misses his head. As I jump up to run, he calls out, "If you want to leave, you can. I told you, I'm not going to hurt you. Good luck staying alive without any weapons." I pause and try not to sway on my feet. He hadn't hit me. He was just preventing me from hitting him, and he moved me to safety from the wreckage and presumably battled zombies in the process. I swipe at my face with my arm, coming away with mud. "Anyone else with you?" "No," he says bitterly. "Not planning to roast me over a fire?" His eyes narrow, scrutinizing me up and down as a slight smile crosses his face. "Nah, you wouldn't feed me for long." My own eyes widen with rising panic, but he seems to figure out this isn't a joke, because his lips lose the smile as they screw up in exasperation. No, never crossed my mind. He sighs with weariness, but sounds sincere. I don't know why, but I believe him. Okay. My world goes black. I'm back on the mattress when I open my eyes. Bolting upright, I ask without thinking, "Where's Rhonda?" My voice is hoarse and raspy with pain. With a fuzzy head, I casually lay back down. "Rhonda? There wasn't anyone else," he tells me. I clear my dry throat. Rhonda is my vehicle. Running my hands over my face, I realize it's clean of dry mud, and so I glance at my clothes. They're caked with crud. My sports bra is worse for wear with a few blood spurts from shooting the zombie at close range. My stomach is as clean as my face. I don't know what to think about this guy cleaning mud and whatever else off me. His eyebrows rise, amused. "You named your car? You must be lonely." "I named it a long time ago," I mutter, shrugging it off and ignoring his comment. "Is it drivable?" I close my eyes, not really wanting to know the answer. "Totaled, I would say. Want to call your insurance representative?" he jokes. I flinch from the word totaled. The flinch causes a sharp pain through my head. The simper falters. "You're in pain. I have some ibuprofen. Couldn't give it to you passed out." He rummages through a leather duffel bag, and I can't believe how courteous he's being. I practically beat him up. Even though he shows no sign of it, guilt settles in the pit of my stomach. I ignore it as something more pressing invades my brain. I don't have my crossbow or any of my stuff. Feeling exposed and vulnerable without any weapons, I start to tremble slightly, wondering about his motivations. With big, rough hands, he passes me 3 pills and a jug of water. His knuckles are scarred and have a few healing scabs. The pills say Advil on them and are coated. They're not capsules. He watches me inspect them. Avoiding his gaze, I toss them into my mouth with a gulp of water. My throat aches, but the water feels good. "Thanks." I clear my throat. "Sorry about earlier." He's got a gun in a million pieces. I assume he's cleaning it. It may be the gun we quarreled over. He shrugs off my apology. "I would have done the same. Just glad you don't know how to use a gun. You could have drawn hundreds of them, or even worse, shot me." He thinks for a second. "Cannibals stay away from dead zones. Unlike you. Although I've only heard of cannibalism happening once. Pretty rare." I can tell he's curious about my comment before I passed out. Dead zone must mean we're in an area with a lot of them? So why is he here? I shake my head. I had a pretty bad go of it. I panicked without my things, and I've had the Honda since before the outbreak. I pause before going on reluctantly. I'm not accustomed to someone coming to my rescue. It feels strange explaining myself. "Yeah, okay." He nods with a furrowed brow pointing past my feet. "Your stuff is there." My eyes follow his finger to my pack and crossbow. Everything else I could find is in the front. "Thanks." I look at him in a daze. "I'm Kansas, by the way. Call me Can." "Kansas." I swallow, realizing it's the first time someone has called me that in a very long time. "I'm Rudy," he beams. The smile transforms his whole face. He has even white teeth and dimples set in a sun-kissed masculine face with a softly square chin. Sideburns stop short at the bottom of his ears, and stubble makes up the rest of his strong jaw. He's rugged, but judging from his stubble, he likes to be clean-shaven. The bandana is still missing, and his hair falls forward. It's thick and drops in soft brown waves above his shoulders. There's an indentation in the waves from the bandana. Looking to be in his late 20s, this guy probably hasn't ever had a problem getting what he wants. I'm envious that he hadn't missed the best years of adolescence to zombies. "You're named after a state?" He asks it so suddenly it shocks me, maybe because I'm staring. I wipe my hand down my face, assuring myself there's no drool. It must be some kind of hero worship. "Actually, the city. Kansas City Sunshine Moore is my complete name." He looks thoughtful, as if my name isn't anything out of the ordinary. I go on anyway. "I'm not kidding. It's on my birth certificate." I sigh, not knowing why I feel compelled to tell him something so personal. "I like it. I think it suits you," he mumbles before changing the subject. "I figured you headed this way. I'm glad I followed you. The famished that were after you would have eventually gotten to you. They were so deranged they didn't even notice me or that I was shooting them. There were about 15 of them. I had to break a window to get in." "Thanks for helping me," I offer warmly. "Same with earlier in the street," I add, although I had that under control. "Yeah, closer you get to Clarksville, the more famished you will come across. I've been observing just near the army base. The famished seem more organized there, he explains, putting the gun back together with practiced ease. That explains why he was in the right place at the right time. I heard that too and came to see for myself. Famished? I ask, scraping caked dirt off my jeans and brushing it onto the floor. He stares at me. The newly turned zombies. The old nasty ones people call putrids. I've heard them called by different names: forsaken, living dead, walking dead, undead, stragglers. Wouldn't they all be considered famished? Yeah, but the new ones aren't as slow and as decomposed. That explains it. The famished describes them, all right. I also heard they're keeping the living to eat somehow. I'm amazed and disgusted at the same time, and slightly impressed with his knowledge. Of course, he hasn't been holed up for 4 years. I bet Harley, Nadine, Bridget, and Kale also knew these things. They played off my ignorance. This makes me angry again. The house fire gives me little satisfaction of revenge. Yes, he says bluntly. It's a big army base. It was part of the coalition. I was there for 3 years before men who acted as soldiers came in to take over. They weren't soldiers. I had friends that were soldiers, friends they killed and threw out to the famished like sacks of Alpo. They killed anyone who wouldn't comply with their ways. That's why the famished flock to it. It's structured to save food. They use it to get the survivors to comply. This is quite a bit to take in. He made it to a quarantine. That in itself is amazing, especially after what I saw coming here. So you left? I ask, suddenly full of curiosity. He sighs. I didn't want to leave anyone there, but I had to, for help. I know a soldier, but he is really adamant that I stay out of it. I have a friend back at that base. She's like family. I'm sure she's waiting on me to get her. He gulps audibly, his Adam's apple bobs. What about the coalition in Birmingham? Surely there's help there. He shakes his head. Other quarantines have been infiltrated. More soldiers dead. My soldier friend won't tell me, but I believe they are using all of their resources to keep Birmingham from the same fate. Also, to keep an eye on all the little leftover pockets of... He cuts himself off abruptly and clears his throat. Anyway, I had to leave without her, but outside the base there are hundreds of famished. I barely escaped when everything was still in chaos. I don't even know if she's alive or not. From his tone, I can tell he lives with guilt. I look down and pick at my cuticles. I don't know how it would feel to not know if someone was dead or alive, but it is better to know than not. I know for a fact everyone I loved and cared about is dead, including my friends. I know because I had ventured out to look. I nearly went crazy being alone that first year. Sorry, I tell him wholeheartedly. I, too, have guilty feelings. I killed my mother when she was famished. She was attacking my dad. I put off killing him before he turned, but when he did, I killed him too. I blurred out, remembering their faces in my mind. I've told this man 2 personal things in less than 10 minutes. When I meet his eyes, I know we understand each other. I tear my eyes away, looking around, anywhere but at him. For the first time in 4 years, someone knows things about me. I don't really know how I feel about it. A strange thing, because being alone makes a person very self-aware. Noticing my surroundings, I see he has an arsenal. His big hunting bow leans against the locker bins. Hanging from a hook, a few tall holsters hold several arrows each. A few bins hold boxes of bullets for various guns. The guy is some kind of G.I. Joe. I smile, imagining him in full army gear. I peek back at him. He's watching me when he says, "Couldn't imagine having to do something like that. I did have to kill someone I was acquainted with at my apartment building." "Is that where you were when the outbreak hit?" He looks away. His jaw clenches a moment before speaking. "No, I was in jail." I open my mouth to ask him how he got out, but he already knows it's coming. Just so happens my arresting officer had the keys on his belt. He had been trying to get at me through the bars. Killed him with a cop pole. I don't ask him the details of his arrest. He's clearly uncomfortable talking about it. "Must have been gratifying," I smile, trying to make light of it. He smiles too, and it reaches his eyes, deepening those glorious dimples. Once I knew I wasn't hallucinating from dehydration, it kinda was. "Thanks," I tell him. Everyone has a story. I assume no one likes telling them. "I can drive you to Birmingham if you want," he says, changing the subject. He's piqued my curiosity and given me more information than he could possibly be aware of. I shake my head. I'm going to Clarksville. I need to rest first. I don't want to look in a mirror, but the airbag burns on my face and chest sting. I'll be out of your way soon. I wince as the ache throbs in my head. The ibuprofen's kicking in, thankfully. I grab my pack to get food before remembering the food is somewhere else. I'm going to get some food from the front. I start to get up, only to have him gently push me back. I have something back here. He starts ticking off his fingers. Spam? Ramen noodles? Tuna? I cut him off with my hand. You have ramen noodles? I ask, trying not to show my excitement. Yeah, I'll even cook them if you want, he laughs. The sound echoes through the van. I really have to stay focused. My 24-year-old hormones are getting the best of me and make me feel weird. No, not weird. Alive. I should just thank him and leave. I don't, because I'm curious as to how he's going to cook them. I'll help. Nah. He gets up to pick through a locker and goes to the front where a small electric camping stove sits in the corner. Dad had bought one, but it copped out on me a few years ago. This one plugs into an outlet running on the battery power from the van. The van is completely square, very dim, smells of metal and fumes. What kind of van are we in? One of those armored money trucks. He looks over his shoulder, grinning. I was very lucky. I found it with the keys and a tank full of gas. I nod, impressed. It isn't a bad idea. I bet it guzzles gasoline. Looking to the back, he has several 5-gallon barrels. I notice my gas cans sit next to his. There are different kinds of armored vehicles. This one was used to transport money from the look of the bins and gun ports. The vault and cab are separate, too. This one wasn't used by any of the major security companies. It's just plain black. He pauses, pouring water into the small pot. I like the armor, steel ram bumpers, and front grill guard. It's large enough to live in the back, even for a couple of people. It's perfect for our current situation. Runs over the famished with ease, anyway. It is a great find. To pay him back for helping me, he can have the gas he rescued from my SUV. It's not like I'll need it. I do have to find another car. I want to trust him, but a part of me is skeptical. Exteriors aren't what they seem, never have been. Chapter 12. Over noodles, he tells me we are in the middle of the woods, a spot he chooses frequently because he only gets an occasional roamer in this area. Fine by me, so I lie down and recognize my pillow from Rhonda the Honda. It was considerate of him to grab my things. I still don't know how much stuff he retrieved, but I'll find out tomorrow. I also managed to put on clean clothes, jeans, and a faded black t-shirt. Rudy has a small nightlight plugged in the outlet, and it glows softly as the sun sets. I turn to my back and close my eyes. A soft strumming begins on an acoustic guitar, surprising me. Rudy's playing low in a pattern I've never heard before. It flows gently across the vault, hypnotizing me. That's soothing, I sigh. He pauses only for a second and continues when he realizes I didn't mean to interrupt him. I eventually fall asleep, feeling safe for the first time in 4 years. I'm warm and cozy and don't want to wake up because I'm so warm. I stiffen, becoming aware of my limbs entangled in Rudy's. My head rests on his shoulder, my leg circles his thigh, and I'm keeping my hand warm on his chest. Under his t-shirt, his chest rises and falls in a slow rhythm, and a soft padding that can only be chest hair scrunches under my fingertips. I slowly untangle our legs. I don't want him waking up and finding me like this. His body tenses when I lift my head an inch. The next thing I know, I'm flat on my back as Rudy holds my wrists above my head. I must have startled him. He inhales close to my neck, causing my brain to fog. Good morning to you too, darlin'. His voice vibrates on my neck. My eyes close as warmth spreads through my body to my nether regions, reminding me just how long it's been since I've woken up next to someone. I need to rectify the situation. Quickly. He cuts me off when he raises his head. Thought I was someone else? He lets go of my wrists and sits up, kneeling. I definitely am not thinking of someone else. Not wanting him to know that, but not wanting to lie, I shove my palms into my eyes to rub them and say, sorry. You were quite cozy. The way he says it makes my cheeks flush. When I glance at him, he's grinning. Oh. He's messing with me, which is the dash of cold water I need. Didn't mean to get cozy with you, I mumble. He shrugs, not bothered by it. Kept me warm. Don't be ashamed. It's a small space with one rinky-dink mattress. It only makes sense, but if it makes you uncomfortable, then we'll figure something out, he says, trying to ease the situation. I nod and eye the shallow bench above the mattress, padded but short. With my body's obvious attraction, I don't think it's a good idea sleeping next to him, but the bench looks even more uncomfortable. I sigh, knowing it won't be a problem. I should probably go soon. I bite at my cuticles. Maybe he can take me somewhere I can get a vehicle. Not knowing his plans keeps me from asking. Also holding me back is the fact I have no idea what I'm going to do next. He rises to peek out the small windows. I want to show you something if you're up for a walk. That might be a good idea. Even though my body is sore, I am ready to get out of here, to stretch my legs and come up with a plan. We tread slowly through a wooded area. Rudy seems to know where he's going without any obvious path. It's a cool morning. The clouds droop in the sky, letting no sun through. I wear a black fleece jacket over my t-shirt, and Rudy has a dark green, hooded sweatshirt and bandana. The ginormous bow is strapped to his back. I recognize it for what it is, a reflex compound bow. The technology of it gives great accuracy and speed. The bow's anatomy is complicated with axles, risers, strings, and cables. The decoration is simple camouflage and a wood grip. I tried one in the old life, but it had been awkward. I love my pistol crossbow for its accuracy and simplicity. You just shoot it like a gun. I should give the compound bow another try. It's certainly the more advanced weapon, and my pistol crossbow has proved unreliable. Even with his bow, I'm sure he has a whole armory on him. I grip my crossbow and familiar machete, keeping a sharp eye on my surroundings. I won't be caught unawares again. My pack rests against my back and my hood's up with my locks loose, covering me like a shredded curtain down the front of my body. They swerve and bounce around my breasts, stomach, and waist as I stumble after him. When we get back, we will need to leave. I've found a back road into the heart of Clarksville. It's dangerous with the amount of famished around, but I want you to see what it'll be like now, at a safe distance, he whispers over his shoulder. I nod, surprised to learn we're so close to my destination. You can drop me anywhere I can get another vehicle. He stops, turning around to study me. I blink, keeping my face passive. He gives no affirmation, his face blank. We walk the rest of the way in silence. Mature, colorful oaks, maples, and pines give way to a scenic trump through the woods, bringing along a misty scent of damp forest. Trumping is hardly the word for it because he moves silently, stepping over things that would snap. He makes himself a part of these woods, dominating them like a predator stalking prey. The guy has a seriously large build, big-boned and muscular. I admit, he's better scenery than any of the trees surrounding us. It's surprising with his size to see he can move so furtively. He watches for any sign of movement. From time to time, he turns to look at me as if to make sure I'm not falling behind. Maybe I surprise him with my ninja stealth skills. At one point, I raise my eyebrow at him, and he never looks back after that. We clear the trees about an hour later. Before us, a broken-down warehouse stands tall. I imagine it was broken down before the outbreak. The red bricks and mortar are blackened and cracked in several places. Broken windows line the top to light the inside of the warehouse. Rudy automatically goes to a rusted door on the side of the building, alert. With the trail of worn-down brush, it's obvious he's been here before. Hurry, try not to make any... He catches himself, trailing off. Noise, I finish, a little too sarcastically. When we are in, Rudy shuts the door with a loud screech and bolts it shut. We both cringe at the sound. The warehouse has an open space broken up by several pillars. Boxes and paper litter the place as a musty smell catches my nose. The concrete flooring is dull and cracked, settling into the earth. Dock doors take up the right side. The farther I walk, the more it smells like foul urine and mold. Maybe homeless folk lived here before the outbreak. The opposite wall has a rusted, chromatic staircase leading to the first-floor landing with a door bent on its hinges. Even though it looks unstable and noisy, Rudy has no qualms using the staircase. The door leads into an old office. The smell of mold is stronger, almost unbearable. The broken windows visible from outside are cracked and boarded with a few boards missing. A couple of old metal desks sit between cloth-covered cubicle walls, and I know immediately it's the source of the mold. Broken windows, moisture, and fabric do not mix well. I resist the urge to put my shirt over my nose. Following Rudy to the window and looking out, what I see makes my heart sink. The outskirts of Clarksville are broken down. A strip mall across the street has broken windows with vines and weeds overgrown throughout. Motor vehicles of all sorts, the old rusted and the new shiny, sit randomly and closely on the street. Some block the sidewalks. There are trucks, luxury sedans, vans, SUVs, semi-tractors, and compact cars. Among these are groups of famished. There must be hundreds of them. They aren't acting like famished zombies. They walk together, grouped. Occasionally, a small fight breaks out between them. Every few minutes, they change direction. The moans and groans they make are in unison and unsettling. They have the jerky movements of the walking dead. Every type of ethnicity is present, each special in their own cadaverous way. The scene before me is ghastly. Splotches of blood scattered on them seem to be the only live color in the whole surreal picture. It's worse when the sun breaks through the clouds. They come alive with movement as if the sun energizes them. I know they can run and can run fast. Dawning horror sweeps up my spine. Puppets being pulled on strings, I whisper, not really meaning to be heard. Rudy whispers right back. What did you say? They look like they're being controlled, like robots. Why aren't they in a frenzy looking for food? You're right. I've never thought of it that way. There's nothing to be in a feeding frenzy about. The zombies at the army base are the same way. I look at him. The sun glints in his eyes. It's the first time I've seen them. When people say the eyes are the windows to the soul, I had never understood until now. They're hazel, like mine, but more green than gray. The bronze brown around his pupils is the color of his hair, and it fades into an evergreen color, then goes lighter to jade speckled with gray. Heavy with amusement and light, they move sideways and peer at me. I laugh. Sorry, your eyes are something else. I haven't really seen them until now. I shrug and grin. Your eyes are the same color, he muses with a slight raise of eyebrow. I really don't know what to say, so I look back at the unbelievable scene below us. I can see him watching me in my peripheral vision. I make a decision. I'm guessing there are more famished at the base, I ask, letting the previous subject go. He's still watching me when he speaks. Yeah, many more. At least there were when I escaped their clutches. He turns back to the window, gesturing outside. They mostly behave like that, though, unless they see or sense us. What's your friend's name? I ask, thinking it is going to be a difficult rescue. Julie. I open my mouth to say something, anything, but he does first. We grew up together, even though we're not the same age. She attended LSU and was living with me at my apartment. She's all I got. I think about how close they had to be if this is true. He helped me, and I feel like I owe him. I'll help you if you would like. After that, I'm on my own. I hold out my hand to him. He looks reluctant, but he shakes it. With that, I dig through my pack, pull out my laptop, and turn it on to boot up. I don't know why I keep trying for a signal. It's hopeless. I haven't been able to connect since power went down in my hometown. I know enough to know that if I ever came close to a survivor that could keep a connection, I would get some kind of signal for communication. It's not like I want to use Google, but knowing there are people still alive keeping a network of ISPs would be a comfort, even if they chose not to communicate with me. I would also do better if I had a working landline in an area with power. My power cords are in the bottom of my pack, just in case. No such luck. I knew I wouldn't get anything from wireless. At home, even connected to power and satellite, all I got was router failure and requested timeout on my screen. It was only because my family's satellite provider crashed. I just keep hoping that someone's out there to restore power. I know deep down all I have to do is find the right people in place. Civilization might have gone downhill, but technology is man-made. As long as there is someone out there who can do it, technology can survive an apocalypse. Rudy said there are people. I don't know how many, but it gives me extra hope that people all around the world are still alive. We don't have to go back 100 years. We have the resources to keep it going. I sigh and realize Rudy is watching me curiously. I shrug. Never know unless you try. I shut down and place the laptop in my pack. He raises his eyebrows at me. I explain my theory on modern civilization as I pack up the laptop. All you need are the right people who know what they're doing. Makes complete sense. If it makes you feel better, I'm sure someone is out there. He looks lost in thought. I clap my hands and change the subject. Time to figure out a way to get into the base. I turn to jog quietly down the steps, eager to be out of the smell. I barely hear him behind me. He grabs my shoulder just before reaching the door. With a finger on his lips, he puts his ear to the door and listens. He unbolts it and peers out, jerking his head to let me know all is good. The fresh air hits me like cool water down a dry throat. I breathe in huge gulps. We dash back into the tree line, only to find the famished kick up in sudden aggression when they see us. They are already headed for the cover of trees, away from the sun. We're roughly 75 yards ahead of them, but we'll wear out way before they will. Shrieks split the air. I grip my weapons at the ready. Rudy's eyes widen at the sight of hundreds of famished making their way toward us. "Fuck! Run!" he growls, urging me forward. I notice he has a gun out. Where did that come from? I run, but my body does not want to, feeling drained and hot. Now is not the time to be battling an army of zombies. Any signs of stealth leave us, and I feel some kind of pride that Rudy can run as fast as I can. He needs to be in front because I don't know the way. We run for less than half the time we walked to get to the warehouse. I thought it would take us longer to get back. My body's very familiar with running, but it's screaming for me to stop, and I can only assume it's from my injuries. My right knee keeps popping, achy joints are seizing, and my leg muscles cramp. I can see the truck through the trees, but my vision blurs, making me dizzy, and I stumble. I fall to my left knee, further injuring my right as it bends awkwardly. Picking myself back up, my chest heaves. My vision, I explain while Rudy's form blurs. Then Rudy does something amazing. He slows to help me. I spare a glance back over my shoulder and almost stumble again when I notice the famished have gained ground. Rudy grabs my arm, bringing it over his shoulder. "Jump and hold on." I do, but he does most of the work by picking me up, piggyback, gripping my thighs. "Where's the gun? We might need it." Rudy slings his bow around my arm for me to hold on my back, running like I'm nothing but a sack of potatoes. I hold on, dizzy and lightheaded. His hair blows in my face as he runs. Something snags my jacket from behind, followed by a snarl. Rudy jerks forward and out of the famished's grip. I turn with my left arm and slash at the zombie with my machete, catching 2 of them in one swipe. They fall, tripping other zombies in their wake and buying us precious seconds. We arrive at the truck with no more problems. His breath comes in heavy pants from running with me on his back, but he easily opens the passenger door. He tosses me in. It's amazing because I have my pack and his bow on my back while gripping my crossbow and machete. When I turn to look at him, he has the magic gun again and jumps in on top of me. Several bangs and screeches of frustration follow the slamming of the door. I scoot over, taking off the pack and bow. We both sit, breathing heavily while the truck rocks slightly. My vision swims as blood pounds in my head. I ask, "What are we doing?" A smile splits his face. "Taking on the dead, darlin'." "No, I mean, what are we going to do?" I clarified before returning his smile. "We better go before they cover us. They can't get in or do any damage, but I don't want us to be living needles in a zombie haystack." He climbs over me. I catch a whiff of leather and sweat. Starting the truck with a key from his pocket, we drive off. The truck being tall and having nothing to grab, the famished are easily knocked abroad. I'm relieved we got away, but ashamed he had to pick me up and carry me. I stare out of the window and have no idea where we're going. It's crowded in the cab with my boxes. I find a comfortable place for my legs as my body aches in waves. "You okay?" he asks, when his blood pressure presumably returns to normal. I shake my head, laying it against the seat. "I'm sorry." He pulls off his bandana to run a hand through his hair. "If we would have waited 5 minutes, I would have seen them headed into the woods from the windows." My head shifts on the seat to look at him. Then we would have been stuck in that warehouse for God only knows how long. Besides, I'd rather face hundreds of zombies than the stench of piss and mold. The corner of his mouth lifts, revealing a dimple. At some point, I fall asleep, and when I wake up, my body's worse. Dragging, now I know my original recovery time is extended. After Rudy inquires about food, I eat what he gives me without tasting it. We're in some kind of parking lot at an old gas station off the highway. I can't believe how bad I feel. Normally, I would feel the need to pinpoint our exact location. I take another short nap, this time in the vault. Rudy can tell I'm not feeling great and doesn't talk to me so I can rest. When I wake, the sky's darkening and the air's chilly. I don't think we should leave right now, I suggest as I open food, willing myself to be better. We don't really have a plan. Yeah, you might be right. About a plan. I've been thinking there might be a way I can get some people to help. He hands me some Advil and I take it gratefully. I can tell that you don't feel very well. I know that's why you faltered back there. You need to sleep some more and we can worry about the rest later. He's shaking his head at me. Yeah, sure. I smile and lift a can of beans for him. I don't know what to think about getting help, so I don't say anything. I really just want to feel better. My head's starting to hurt. Thanks for helping me. He shrugs. I'll just add it to your debt. He smiles, and I see a flash of something that evaporates quickly. He takes the beans and clears his throat. I don't know how we can pull this off. Hey, I'm resourceful when I need to be. I shrug as I eat my own beans, feeling suddenly dirty. Maybe it'll make me feel better to bathe. I sigh, knowing my days of hot baths are over. My thoughts turn to my bunker and wonder if it made it through the fire. I haven't been alone in 2 days, but I'm having much better luck than I first thought. I realize with a start that I never expected to survive this long and that my leisurely time at the creek was a way to procrastinate going to my death. Where are we? I ask him to make conversation. Maybe I can go and wash up somewhere. He finishes his beans and studies me. Outside of the dead zone, close to Nashville, not as many famished in the city as you would expect. Most people evacuated from there during the outbreak. I nod, eyeing the bench, thinking of sleeping arrangements. He laughs, guessing what I'm thinking. You're that uncomfortable sharing a bed? Yes, but I just shrug. I grab my pack and step outside for a little privacy. I quickly change into something cleaner, less stale from sweat, opting for a faded orange t-shirt. It's soft from being worn and washed for years. My thoughts travel back to before. Living on my own, I was able to wash clothes and change as many times as needed. The water pump will be missed. No wonder the lollipop gang tried to take over my place. They could easily use a neighbor's house and still have use of the pump. They could rebuild there if they really wanted. Maybe one day I'll get the chance to go back to the neighborhood. I pull on 2 pair of socks with my boots and my fleece jacket and hope it will keep me from getting cuddly. Feeling better in clean clothing, I climb back in the truck. Rudy's reclining on the bench with his legs stretched and crossed at the ankles, pulling the guitar from its case. I smile and crawl under the blankets on the mattress, too tired to care about sharing it. I turn on my side so I can watch him. He changed shirts, too, opting for a gray cotton crew neck. He begins playing the same song as last night, only something is different. I don't know much about guitars, but he changed something in it. It's better. Did you write this? He pauses with his eyes half closed. Yeah, you like it? It's great. I close my eyes as he continues to play, making me sleepy. He has a knack for it, because I don't remember falling asleep. Chapter 13. When I wake, the air is chilly because the doors are wide open. Rudy has a steel bar across the top of them doing pull-ups with the cloudy sky in the background. I hear my own breath catch at the sight of him. His back is to me as the muscles work hard, showing all grooves and contours. I roll my eyes. Why can't he wear a damn shirt? His breath comes out in short pants as he rises and falls effortlessly. Squeezing my eyes shut, I roll over until he stops. If he went on for much longer, I would have started counting for him. When it's safe, I sit up, feeling dizzy. Damn, what's wrong with me? I get up to find food as Rudy mercifully puts on a shirt. How long have you been watching the famished at the warehouse? I ask, digging out some canned pears with my fingers. They are the good kind, packed in juice, not syrup. He grabs his own can. Off and on for a little over 8 months, he says offhandedly, staring at the floor of the vault. It seems like a long time. If I were him, by now I would feel helpless and ready to give up. I grab his forgotten can and finish opening it. He smirks at me. You gonna eat my food? Maybe. What are you gonna do if I do? Push my face in the dirt? He looks sheepish for a split second before changing the subject. When I came across you running over those putreds, he smiles. I was making my way to Birmingham. I wish the coalition would help the people here. It's not just Julie. We knew people there, you know? The soldiers, the survivors, doctors. They're just gonna let them die. It's almost a lost cause. He's looking out the window as I hear the first drops of rain. He goes to the back and hops out. I peek out the window in time to see him shutting the cab door quietly. He puts out 4 buckets to catch the rain. Smart. When he climbs in, he says, If it rains enough, we can clean up if you want. He glances at me knowingly. I just shrug, the buckets giving me an idea. Maybe we can put our dirty clothes out there. We can, but there's nowhere to dry them. We would be stuck with a bunch of wet clothes, he says with a scrunched nose. Yeah, we'll figure something else out. At least waiting for the water gives me some more recovery time from the wreck. My face feels bruised, but he hasn't said anything about it, and I'm not going to look. There's a spot on my scalp that continues to hurt. It's probably one of the cuts I received from broken glass. When I feel the skin around the cut, it's warm under my fingertips. A throb starts pulsing at the pressure from my finger. It feels longer and bigger than I remember. Hey, Rudy, will you look at this cut on my scalp? It hurts, and it has heat coming from it. He looks up as his eyes narrow with a clenched jaw. Yeah, come here. He's sitting on the bench, so I kneel in front of him, tilt my head, and point to it with my finger. Moving my head gently toward the light coming from the open doors, he lets out a big breath. It's infected. My guess is the Advil is keeping the fever at bay for now. It should have had stitches. I thought I checked your cuts, and thought I got all the glass from your, He falters as I sit up to look at him. Hair. He flinches slightly, waiting for my reaction to his blunder. He doesn't want to offend me. I bite my lip to keep from laughing at the look on his face. I know my hair is nappy. Probably wouldn't have happened if I brushed it, I complain as he eyes my locks doubtfully, and I burst out with laughter. His face lights up with a smile, emphasizing his dimples as he realizes I'm teasing him. He's precious for a grown man. Let's dump some rubbing alcohol on it, slap on a bandage, and be done with it. I bend my head back for him to doctor, knowing an infection is bad news. Why did I think I was achy from the wreck, but nothing serious? He's probably right about the fever. Rudy smooths my locks away from the gash. I'm sorry. I should have checked better. It's not exactly scabbed, but it's crusted over. He pauses, and I finish for him. You're going to have to open it. We'll do that, but you're going to need antibiotics. The ibuprofen will only do so much. I ignore the antibiotic part. Let's do this. As he gets up, my cheek brushes the inside of his thigh. Putting my face between my knees, I listen to him rummage around. He sits next to me with his back to the bench. Here, lie down and put your head in my lap. This will probably hurt. I just look at him as he motions to his lap, and I'm surprised to see he has a little color on his neck. He blushes? Obviously, he's just as uncomfortable with this as me. I do as he says, and place my face toward his stomach, taking this time to breathe him in. He is hazardous to my health. His shirt's clean and smells of an earthy soap with undertones of leather, evergreen, and a hint of sweat. He goes about smoothing my locks again, and then ready? 1, 2, just do it, I interrupt quickly. So he does. The cut brings an unnatural sharp pain. Rudy applies pressure and begins poking and prodding the wound. I wince. Just as I thought, you have a small glass shard in there. It explains why it throbbed more when I touched it. An acute pain snaps my attention to what he's doing. It's sharp, painful, and brings tears to my eyes. Sorry, he mumbles. I bury my face in his stomach, balling my fists. I hardly register the burst of pleasure from feeling his stomach muscles tighten. More pressure as the sharp pain is replaced by a dull throb. I'm going to do the alcohol now, he warns me. I don't really care. even with the pain and infection. I'm in the best place I can possibly be. Until that cold trickle of fluid hits the long, open gash, and then it becomes a stinging rage. Ouch! I let out a muffled scream, and his stomach muscles tense as his arm tightens around my shoulder and head to keep me still. He wipes at the fluid, and cool air hits as he blows, attempting to cool it down. I relax as the next trickle comes, because it's not as bad. When he's finished putting ointment and a bandage on the wound, I breathe, glad it's over. I sit up, head swimming, and Rudy gives me more Advil. You'll have to take it more often. We better get going. Startled at his announcement, I ask, where are we going? It's continuing to rain and our buckets aren't full. He gives me a steady look. To find some antibiotics, darling. Chapter 14. Turns out Rudy grabbed everything I had in the SUV. After putting the bulk in the vault, we climb into the spacious cab. We decide it will be easier to loot when we get into Nashville. Rudy knows some people there who can help with my infection if needed. The same people he mentioned a few days ago when talking about our rescue plans. Rudy hands me a pillow so I can cushion my head. I'm not accustomed to attention, but I also managed not to hurt myself badly for 4 years. The cab's cozy and plain, reminding me of the inside of a U-Haul. It smells like old cotton and dust. The windshield's at a 45-degree angle with the hood. The bench sits high with an Incredible Hulk bobblehead on the dash. This truck deserves a name, like Bertha. I laugh out loud. Rudy glances at me with a furrowed brows. What's so funny? I'm thinking of naming your truck. I must be out of it. I prop my head on the pillow against the window. There's slight amusement across his features. What did you have in mind? I don't know. Something domineering and associated with a big ass. I motion with my hands. He surprises me by saying Agatha. I had a teacher in the 6th grade, and that was her first name. She liked her power over us weaklings, and she had a gigantic ass. He starts laughing and shaking his head as if to clear the thought. Yeah, that fits. Agatha, I say, trying it out. She was scary. I was glad when 6th grade was over. We both laugh. I can't picture him afraid of anything. It feels good to be laughing about something completely stupid. I can see he needed to laugh too. Hey, Rudy, do you believe in ghosts? I ask, deciding for a new topic. He thinks for a moment. It's entirely possible. We have zombies, don't we? I nod, but I don't clarify, and he doesn't ask. He glances at me. Who's the guy? I stare at him, trying not to look shocked. What guy? The guy in the photo. The one with the gingerbread apron and Santa hat? I study his face. He's genuinely curious, talking about the only photo I grabbed from my house. He must have seen it when rescuing the stuff from Rhonda the Honda. I swallow. My dad, when I was 16 at Christmas. We were dancing in our kitchen after he made cinnamon rolls. Rudy smiles, seemingly pleased that I shared. Thought so. Good picture of you. We stop at several pharmacies along the highway, but they are all looted clean. The one we're currently scavenging has food and drink, but all pharmaceuticals are gone. People must have had other priorities. We might need to go to a hospital, Rudy informs me. Yeah, well, at least I found some Coca-Cola, I say with a grin, and open the 2-liter to drink. Being old and flat, I probably shouldn't. I turn it up anyway, and the warm, syrupy liquid flows down my throat. I groan at the simple pleasure before holding it out for Rudy to take a drink. He absently takes it, and the bottle looks smaller in his large hands. You don't know what that gash looks like, Kansas. I put antibiotic ointment on it, and it's not enough, he says, eyeing my cheeks. I touch them to make sure they aren't flushed. I didn't know it was there. I was stiff and in pain. Besides, we were running from the famished. I'm getting annoyed. I didn't have a fever with the Advil keeping it at bay for the time being. We still have time. We'll find antibiotics, I say with reason, knowing that with my luck the cut is festering, already driven into my bloodstream. I'm just glad we didn't fight any of the zombies. That's the only thing that could have made this worse. Worry clouds his eyes with a pinched brow. Maybe he's worried for a different reason, something besides me. Glancing up, a rainbow arcs across the sky as rain sprinkles against the shining sun. I can go into Nashville to the teaching hospital right outside of downtown and get antibiotics on my own. Hopefully it hasn't been looted. Hey, I'll take one of these cars and get what I need. I'm not backing down on my word to help. We can meet later, possibly at the place to get more help. I don't want to bother you any longer. I can take care of my... I cut off at the scowl he gives me. My eyes widen at his unexpected hostility. You think you're bothering me? He slams the Coca-Cola bottle on the edge of the truck. Fluid shoots out the top. Invading my personal space, he glares down at me. A glare I return. You think your crossbow is going to do any good if you run into dozens of famished? He has a point, but I ignore it. Yeah, and I'm giving you a way out. I'm frustrated too. You think I want this infection? We're doing what we need to do, but I can't go around being angry about it. That won't change anything. It won't help if we're at each other's throat. Now, I can do this on my own. If you want to help, I'll gladly take it, but don't get mad. It'll only piss me off and make me overanalyze it. I let out a deep breath, feeling delirious. I wipe my forearm across my forehead, peering at him as he thinks. Kansas, you're not a burden, he breathes and steps back. I want to help. There are few of the living and even fewer sane living. It's just... He shrugs, letting it go. All right, that's good. We need to go. Feeling better that I don't have to set out on my own, I add. I feel bad and need to lay down. He nods in agreement. Good. Before we leave, he helps me clean the wound again. He doesn't say how it looks. I'm sure I already know because it hurts like hell. The slightest pressure on it brings blood rushing to my head. We ride in complete silence. After taking more Advil, I rest against the pillow. I like the concern Rudy has shown. I want to think it's for his own reasons, for me to help him. But if that's the case, why help me from the wreck? I sigh and a fog blooms across the window from my breath. My attraction to Rudy is a problem, a potentially dangerous one that needs shoving aside. It's late afternoon by the time we arrive in the city. Trying to sit up causes aches to flare in my joints. Rudy's rough hands seem to caress my forehead out of nowhere, and he spits words worthy of a sailor. I smile, wanting to make a joke, but not really having it in me from the fever. Where's the Advil? I ask quietly. It's not Advil you need, darling. His voice pours forth sympathy. Don't call me that. It's Kansas, or more preferably Can, I snap, trying to sound like a bitch, but it comes out helplessly. When I peek at him, his lips twitch to keep from smiling. I sigh. Sorry, I get grouchy when I'm sick. It's okay, darling. Looks like we'll be skipping the hospital. He doesn't elaborate as I close my eyes, pressing my forehead to the cool window and smiling before falling asleep. I wake up disoriented with Rudy carrying me. As he puts me on the mattress in the vault, he says, can you hear me? I'm going to lock you in the vault until I get back. You have a raging fever. You need the antibiotics. Serious things can happen if it's left untreated. I'll try to hurry. Delirious, I notice he looks badass in his gear and dark green bandana. I don't say anything and just wrap myself in the blankets, glad I don't have to move. I open my eyes and he's looking at me, maybe waiting for me to answer. I nod and close my eyes. I vaguely hear him shut the doors and stomp away. After a little while, I can't sleep because I'm cold, then hot, then cold again. My body aches and throbs to the tune of my heartbeat with shivers. My heartbeat slows down and panic sets in only to make it speed up again. Time passes, or maybe it doesn't. Sometime later, voices shake me from fever-induced delirium. The door to the vault opens, but I don't care. Please, just go ahead and eat me, even though I'm nasty with infection. I hope the famished don't mind the taste. This is the one. Pick her up. Be careful, she's sick. The boss would be mad if anything happened to her. Something's wrong, and I struggle to focus. The next thing I know, I'm hauled up over someone's shoulders. I wiggle weakly, but his grasp tightens on my legs. A stubbly, bald head brushes my arm as a smack strikes my ass for my struggles. No worries, sweetheart. We'll take care of you. The guy has a thick, unfamiliar accent. Hey, unless you want one of my arrows through your skull, you won't do that again. Rudy's rumbling voice trembles with suppressed violence, echoing through the night sky. I catch sight of him and try to say something. The guy holding me shakes with laughter as he starts walking. My vision swims from the movement as blood pounds a thumping beat in my head. "Wait," Rudy says. "Can, I know you don't know them, but they are going to help you. I'll be back for you soon. Just get better." I need answers, and it's a struggle to think, much less talk. Where is he going? Should I trust these people? Who the hell are they? They aren't from around here, judging from the accents, but I trust him, so I nod acceptance. His hand moves my locks out of my face, doing something with them as I close my eyes. Chapter 15. "Hey, chica! Chicky chica!" Someone practically yells, poking me relentlessly. Groggy and feeling drugged, my body only aches a little when I move. Otherwise, I feel better physically. My clothes stick to my skin from sweating out my fever, and my nostrils flare from the smell. A grimy film coats my teeth, and I'm sure my breath could clear the room. To sum it up, I'm foul. My eyes struggle to focus, my gaze wandering to a guy in front of me, and they widen as I take in his appearance. A wrinkled, indifferent face with a tanned complexion greets me. Dark curly hair and thick eyebrows shadow a receding hairline and light brown eyes. Several gold necklaces lay tangled in chest hair. A flamboyant button-up shirt with a bright paisley pattern and khaki pants are his outfit of choice for the day. He sits in a chair, holding a cane between his legs next to the mattress I currently occupy. My eyes narrow at the source of the poking. Various metals and gems decorate all his fingers, and they gleam with gold and silver. The dirtiest fingernails I have ever seen grow from the tips of his fingers, caked with God only knows what underneath. I imagine his fingernail grime could be the source of the zombie outbreak. He lifts a weathered hand, taking a long draw from a brown, rolled-up cigarette, blowing the smoke in my face. Who the hell is this appalling guy? I wave smoke from the air as he smiles with discolored teeth. All of a sudden, I don't feel so bad about my hygiene. "Well, I see you waking up. We have a talk, you and me." Again, the accent confuses me, most likely from a northern location. "Pretty boy came into the city, told me you was sick, so I lent them drugs to you. Painkillers, too. Got stitches now, you gotta be careful with that. I know the pretty boy from months past. Met him looking all like Juicehead Gorilla. He's off seeing to me a favor, but you got a few more days, needs them drugs for 2 weeks. I blink, trying not to laugh at his commentary and brief description of Rudy. I really don't know what to think about him. Even though his appearance throws me off, I shouldn't underestimate him. Having such an accent and never hearing anything like it before, I'm taken with it. There's an arrogant confidence about him. Thanks. For everything, I manage to say through my staring. He nods, scrutinizing me. I can't tell if he's amused by my reaction to him. The door bursts open. A guy pops his bald head in. He's considerably younger than the man sitting with me and much paler. "Yo, Guido, let me tell you, them broads is brawling out here, scratching each other's faces like tigers." Guido? Seriously? I peer at him. He sits calmly, looking at Buzzcut before turning back to me. "Let me see to this, chickie. Drink some water with those pills. You need to swallow them down." "Wait," I stop him. "How long have I been here?" 'Bout 2 days, Guido says. His cigarette roll hangs in his mouth as he gets up to leave the room. I can't remember being here that long. I remember dreaming about a turquoise ocean with blue skies and someone laughing. A bottle of water sits beside me on the floor. I drink the contents greedily, groaning as it wets my dry throat and coats my stomach. Taking stock of the small room, I'm on a full mattress on the floor, catty-corner from the door. The only other furniture in the room consists of 2 old wooden dining chairs, once a part of a whole set. Now they're dried and cracked from lack of polish. Dirty blinds shield a small window over the bed. Looking out between the dusty slats, other buildings scattered down a sunlit road. The room has a distinct office feel to it. The walls were once white, but are now a pale yellow over brick. The Berber carpet's worn completely down, showing the high traffic area, seemingly the primary source for the smell of sex and vomit. The sheets are clean and stiff cotton, and I'm impressed. The sheets are sterile and grateful for the help. My eyes settle on my pack at the end of the bed, my crossbow and holster perched next to it. Apparently, Guido doesn't feel threatened by me. I rummage through my pack and find several cans of food with my can opener. Rudy must have thrown them in. I pull out my jacket and put it on to block the chill, and then I realize my locks have been tied back. Pulling them over my shoulder, I discover a dark green bandana holding them together. The one Rudy was wearing when I first saw him. Realizing he tied them back, I wonder if he has another bandana. I can't imagine him without it. I eat my canned food without tasting it and swallow the pills Guido left. Feeling as though a train ran over me, I feel for the cut on my temple. A bandage covers it, but I can tell the heat is gone. I let out a big breath, relieved. The whole ordeal could have been much worse. I can't help but feel someone is watching over me. My body starts to relax in on itself with fuzzy lightness. I should have thought about only taking one pill before downing both. They're powerful little bastards. Lying down and staring at the ceiling, I think it's puzzling to see electricity. Several fluorescent lighting fixtures adorn the ceiling, but only one has a bulb. There must be a generator of some kind. Scratching my face and stomach because they're incredibly itchy is the last thing I remember. Then nothing. A soft strumming brings me into consciousness. I smile because if it isn't one of the best ways to fall asleep, it's the best way to wake up. When I open my eyes, Rudy's reclining on the small chair previously occupied by Guido, playing his guitar. Having slept well, I'm feeling better. With a foggy head, I smile in appreciation. He grins back. Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you. No, I like to hear you play. Blinking to clear the fog, I rub my eyes with my palms. You look much better. The bruises on your face look better, too. He looks better himself. He wears a navy blue bandana with a black sweatshirt, unknowingly answering my question about a backup bandana. I reach around to untie the one from my hair and play it through my fingers. I wanted to let you know we'll be staying here for a while. Give you some time to heal up. His gaze travels to the bandana in my hand. His pleasure is obvious when he grins at me. I waggle it in front of him. Thanks. He keeps smiling and blasts me with his charm and dimples. This Rudy's so much better than the worried, pissed-off Rudy. I don't want to be the focus of it again. What's a juice-head gorilla, I ask, changing the subject. Rich laughter escapes him. Guido likes to tease. It's as if I use steroids. I don't, and never have. Believe it or not, I'm just toned from working outdoors and keeping in shape. Being in construction before, it wasn't hard. I still like to spend most of my time outside. He shrugs. My mind flashes to him doing pull-ups on the bars in the vault. Toned? If that's not an understatement, I don't know what is. You do sort of resemble a gorilla. You think so? He asks, calling me on my teasing. No. Gorilla has not once come to mind. He opens his mouth, but I promptly say, Guido mentioned you doing a favor? He pauses long enough to run a hand over his bandana and remove it, letting his hair fall. There's a mixed culture here. The people use money. Most of them live a weird lifestyle I don't really care too much about. They have things people need, and that's what draws survivors into the community. The survivors living here are used for whatever skills they possess in return for having a secure place. They don't live by ordinary rules. It's best if I show you, but not now. As for the favor, I had to bring in a certain type of famished without killing them. A long silence follows as I take in the information. First things first. Why would they want a famished? Are they looking for a cure? He snorts. No, Can. It's amazing how you think as if you've been sheltered for the past 4 years. I feel the blood drain from my face, but he doesn't notice. You're like a breath of fresh air, but a cure is pure fantasy. The famished are used for more fun in their weird lifestyles. I really can't think of anything to say, and by the look on his face, he has no idea how close he is to figuring me out. As for the famished, it's shocking. I just thought everyone would go to government camps or hide out like me. What kind of fun? I try not to sound curious, but damned if I'm not. You'll see, I'm sure. I need to see some friends about getting help into the base and talk to Guido about it. I nod my agreement and think of something else. What do you mean by a certain type of famished? I can tell he doesn't want to answer by the way he flinches, but he does. As newly turned as possible. They last longer. I study him because he is clearly uncomfortable with the turn in conversation. Clean-shaven for famished hunting, I determine out loud. I'm jealous. I'm disgusting. This shirt is stiff from sweat and funk. I wiggle to show my discomfort. He laughs, visibly relieved with the change of subject. Showers. We'll see about getting you one later. There's a low water supply from an irrigation and filter system with a strict schedule for bathing. Unless you do something important for the community to earn showers, he informs. Most of the water runs the electricity. Interesting. How? Guido was some kind of engineer and built a hydropower source nearby. I suspect it was already there, he just got it up and running. He loves to lead and uses what he knows to keep it that way. Confirms my theory. If the right people survive, anything is possible. He nods as if this has already occurred to him. Wouldn't have known that about Guido just by looking at him, I joke, and we both laugh. His smooth laughter makes my heart swell with developing fondness and trust. I've forgotten how good friendship feels. We don't have to stay here. I'm well enough to travel, I suggest on a more serious note. We can't. He thinks about his next words. My debt isn't paid. I have to do a couple of rounds in their betting ring. It comes out quickly, and he looks unsure. What betting ring? I ask, even though I can guess. Anticipating my questions, he says, fighting. No, I don't want to fight. Yes, I've fought before out of necessity, just like I will now. It was why I wanted to find what we needed on our own, but we ran out of time. This explains his scarred knuckles. I glance at his hands, feeling my lips harden. Damn barbarians, we have to fight enough for our lives. Why make it a sport? I try to think of a way I can contribute to help repay the debt. Nothing comes to mind. I don't argue with him. I hope you know what you're doing, gorilla. I guess I'm glad zombies are easy to kill. I try to make light. His lips turn up in a half smile. I don't have to fight zombies. That would be too easy. I'm fighting other men. People bet on who they think will win. It earns Guido money by holding the markers. He makes good money off me. I've even thrown some fights for him, even though he doesn't need it. I think he's just being greedy and wants to let people know he's still in charge. Rudy stands up, leaning the guitar against the wall. I have to go, but I'll be back in a little while. Have you eaten? I nod. You're fighting now? I wonder if he's telling me everything or if there's more to the story. I'm more than interested in seeing it. He ties the bandana on his head. Yes, and I know what you're thinking. Please stay here. I don't want to worry about you. I shoot him an indignant glare. A smirk briefly touches his lips. You should rest anyway. I'm not looking forward to going back to bed. I've been here for days. Why did you fight before? I ask. He scratches his chin, leaning against the wall like a perfectly chiseled statue, even with his hooded sweatshirt. I needed some things that have made my life easier. Guns, the electric stove, but mostly gas. This makes sense since he escaped the base. I remember the arsenal in his armored truck. Where the hell would Guido get gasoline? Your compound bow? Had it before the outbreak. Side hobby. Came in handy. Really? Me too, I say casually. I don't clarify the fact that the crossbow was to prepare for the end of the world. His eyes widen as if I surprise him. Yeah, you sure packed a lot of stuff, he said, curiosity etched in his voice. I just look to the ground and swallow, not really knowing what he's getting at. If you are referring to the junk from the SUV, the stuff had been in there for a long time and I was in a hurry. He pierces me with his steady gaze. I was talking about your laptop, darling. Oh. We stare at each other for a moment. Anyway, that junk might be tradable for something you need, he points out, after he realizes I won't clarify about my laptop. You have a lot of stuff, too. You must have fought in the ring an awful lot for it, I counter quickly, diverting the subject. He had to have fought a lot. Otherwise, how did he get the cache of weapons? Kansas. Medical attention is worth a lot to me, he says sincerely. Like me, he purposely changes the subject. It finally hits me that he is fighting for me. I'll be back. He turns to the door. "Don't show or tell anyone about your laptop," he orders before shutting the door quietly behind him. I'm so curious I'm getting antsy. These people use the living dead for whatever they use them for. I guess that's why they stayed here instead of going farther south. Plentiful game. Rudy made it clear he wants me to stay here. He doesn't know me well. I've never been good at listening to authority. Not that he holds any power over me, but I really should take his guidance. He is paying for my medical attention, if you can call it that, but I'm curious. I've never seen anyone fight in this type of situation. Rudy's done it before, and they want him to do it again. He must be good. Even if he isn't fighting, the thought of people and how they are surviving together is more than enough to grab my interest. The more I think about it, the more I know I won't miss it for the world. I get out a plain blue shirt and slip it over my injured head. I brush my teeth with my toothpaste and the jug of water. My boots never left my feet, so I stand, tying my locks back with the bandana again. Feeling around my wound for the bandage, I find it loose on one side. The gash is scabbed over with itchy stitches. It's still sore, but no longer infected. Good. Taking the bandage off, I wipe a little rubbing alcohol on it. I'm ready to go, not sure what I'll find. Chapter 16. I open the door and peek out into the empty corridor. Doors line the hall, and each end seems to veer into other hallways. Fluorescent bulbs in every other lighting fixture shine bright, although one at the end blinks rapidly. I'm not sure which way to go. Looking for high-traffic areas in the old office building floor, I can tell the hall is frequented in each direction. It smells of cigarettes and piss and contains stains I don't care to contemplate. The walls, textured with aged wallpaper, are yellowed and peeling. Taking a wild guess, I go right but don't get very far. "Where do you think you goin', Cupcake?" I turn around to the rail-thin woman who greets me. Standing taller than me, at least 5'9", she's easily the most dressed-up person I've seen in 4 years. I close my mouth from the shock at finding people still dress up. Her bleached blonde hair's in a curly updo. A split in her lip, covered with glossy lipstick, shows through her pursed lips. A short, tight skirt emphasizes her hips sticking out in one direction, in a pose with tall black boots ending above her knees. Judging by the heels, her actual height is 5'6" or 5'7". Her billowy blouse shows the majority of her cleavage. Even pale and bruised, she looks good. Looking to be in her late 30s, early 40s, she's appraising me as I am her. "Going to the fight," I managed to say. She laughs at me, high and shrill. "So, you the one that Rudy's all in an uproar about, huh?" How'd she know Rudy? Her accent's one of mixed culture. A southern lilt, yet she's lived around Guido and his lackeys long enough to pick up their dialect, too. Rudy mentioned he had friends, but her apparel gives me an uneasy impression. I hate judging people, but there's no doubt that she's a hooker. "I guess, but I'm trying to find where he's fighting. Could you point me in the right direction?" I ask brightly. She smiles. "Sure, I can show you. That boy a maniac he is. What's you name, Sugar Dumplin'?" "Can," I say warily, trying not to jump to any assumptions about how she would know Rudy. It's not easy. She squeals and I flinch. "Ooh, like Candy? I love that name, but that other slut took it. Fits you better anyhow." She smiles, clapping her hands. "Let's go, we don't want to miss the fun." She puts her arm through mine and I smell her overpowering perfume. I don't want to think how she will spend her evening. We go right and take a left at the end of the corridor. It leads us to a metal door. Outside, in the dimness of early evening, she looks both ways, alert. We're surrounded by office buildings and warehouses standing in the middle of a paved road. A tall, chain-link fence with barbed wire attached to the top and outside stands to our left. Blood stains and scorch spots dot the road and fence. Evidence of famished. People mill about inside the gruesome fence. There's nothing but open road and more buildings to the right. She eyes my crossbow I grip in my hand tightly. "Don't get into the fight with you little Indian Gia, that would be bad, Candy. It's good to have anyhow, 'cause them deadums come scrimpin'," she says approvingly. "It's just Can, short for Kansas," I inform lightly. She cocks her brow at me, patting her hair. All right then, I'll stick with sugar. 'Cause these days ain't no place like home for sure. I laugh at her reference because I haven't heard that in a long time. I like her. She's sassy. I briefly think of the other Candy. Is Candy who you got in a fight with? I ask, hoping that she knows what I imply. As we cross the street, loud music and the chorus of a huge crowd permeates the crowd around the building we're headed to, as anticipation does the same for me. Yeah, but that bitch, don't worry about her. She already don't like you, no way. She got this thing for Rudy doll. You can take her. Great. What's your name, by the way? Glancing at me, she laughs and opens a door to a tall, well-maintained warehouse, and music blasts out. The metal paneling isn't rusted, but has that white, crackled texture, as if it will begin to rust any day. They call me Glinda. We both laugh at the coincidence. My anxiousness grows as the door slams shut behind us. This is the claptrap, we call it, 'cause it's crazy, you know, Glinda says as I feast my eyes on everything, looking everywhere at once. It's dark, except for the blinking Christmas lights mixed with various party lights. Strings of flamingos, pumpkins, hearts, and Chinese lanterns hang around as if they string together anything that lights up. Strobes and colorful spotlights are strategically placed throughout as well. The hollowed-out warehouse has support beams going into the rafters. It's as big as a football field, with graffiti spray-painted walls featuring X-rated cartoons in neon colors that glow in the black lights. This weird setting has an underground club feel to it. An office area takes up the right side with a hallway leading to the back. I guess there's another entrance, bathrooms, and stairs. Windows at the top of the office space look out over the claptrap. On the ground floor to my right sits a gigantic 3/4 square bar. Beyond that, a big dance floor with a high stand fills the entire right corner. A person's head pops over the short wall of the stand. 9-inch nails pumps out of the speakers located all around. I recognize it as a DJ stand. It reminds me of trips to the skating rink in junior high. But the setting isn't what shocks me. The people. Survivors. My eyes sting from a flash of nostalgia. People are everywhere. I'm frozen, watching them dance and laugh as if the world hasn't been overrun with zombies. There are so many people, I comment wistfully. Glinda scoffs, striking a prissy pose. Her pursed lips are so glossy they seem to be blinking with the lights. Wish some of 'em were deadums. I'd spend my hard-earned cash poking big ol' holes in 'em. She seems oblivious to my emotion. It is the most people I've seen together in 4 years. I take a deep breath, pushing away my uneasiness from her comment. I grab her with a sudden thought. Hey, Rudy can't see me here. She laughs knowingly as she walks to the makeshift bar. The closer I get to the bar, the more I can tell it's made from various bars and smells a little moldy, like old, dirty rags. I crinkle my nose. Get a bitch smacked around that will, she says, eyeing me. Didn't figure Rudy the type. My eyes widen at her assumption. Saddening me, I hope she doesn't take any abuse herself. No, it's not like that, I tell her firmly, continuing to look around. He wouldn't hit me, ever. In fact, he saved my life. 3 times since I'm keeping tabs. Looking her straight in the eyes. You shouldn't let anyone hit you either. She glances away. Don't worry, sugar. Guido and I got an arrangement. She doesn't clarify any more. People bob on the dance floor, their bodies a mass of waving synchrony. A flashing strobe light turns the scene into slow motion. But what catches my attention is the cage next to the DJ stand. It holds a woman zombie, and she's naked. One can't help but notice this zombie had an enhancement in her old life, a huge enhancement. Someone teases her with a fishing pole. A mouse squirms at the end. My heart jumps at the unexpected cruelty. The mouse jerks up, and so does the zombie, and her enormous breasts bounce. A hand reaches into the cage and gropes her. The zombie is oblivious to the assault, only wanting the mouse. The mouse yanks out of the cage, and she immediately sticks her arm through the bars, grabbing at people. An open bite wound oozes on the zombie's shoulder blade. Whatever zombie bit her took a big chunk with it. Fluid runs down her back in dark red rivulets. The strobe on her makes it disgustingly eerie as her assets bounce in slow motion. I tear my eyes away from the gruesome game. A song with a fast and easy beat starts playing. The rappers rap about dancing with dead chicks and implied necrophilia. Fitting. The dancers don't seem to notice the song except for the beat. Dancing and bumping into each other, the faces in the crowd turn up in pumping waves, their foreheads shiny from sweat. I try to take it all in, and it's almost too much. In the far corner stands what resembles a boxing ring. On a raised platform and brightly lit, the ring is unoccupied. On the other side of the ring, a wheel with a zombie strapped to it is spinning clockwise. People take turns throwing darts at it. The mouth chomps of its own accord. Darts hang out of the body in various ways. When someone hits it in the forehead, causing it to slump, a chorus of ahs and boos ring out as people exchange money. I blink in amazement, not quite believing what I'm seeing. "There's that bitch Candy, that fucking hooker," Glinda yells as if she wanted Candy to hear her. She points to the far end of the bar dramatically, where a little stage and a stripper pole sit for easy access. A voluptuous woman with curly red hair dances along the pole seductively. She turns around, jiggling her twins, and money lands on the stage. I catch a familiar figure from the corner of my eye. My mouth twists in a half-smile as he takes a shot of something while Guido talks in his ear. Hopefully the conversation is about our upcoming plans and not any more favors for Rudy. He already has enough on his plate. A big spray-painted sign hangs behind the stage and reads, "Mago and Pappers tomorrow night." Glinda giggles, and I turn to see she's flirting with the man next to her. Hunched over the bar, he's obliterated. The bartender obviously doesn't care. The man smiles up at Glinda and can't keep his dry eyes from blinking. She must be on the clock. "Yo, Bart!" She yells for the bartender, and he comes right to her. Bart's a middle-aged man with salt and pepper hair, bushy black eyebrows, and beady black eyes. He has a couple of days' worth of stubble. A big-boned, medium frame houses a classic beer belly, and his denim button-up shirt is rolled up at the sleeves, and like Popeye, anchor tattoos decorate his forearms. Bart wipes out a shot glass with a bar towel. "What now, Glyn?" he asks fondly. "This is my new friend Sugar. She's something, huh? Get her a drink." She peers at me in serious scrutiny. "Pick you poison." Though I don't really want anything because of my jumbled nerves, I go for it anyway. It might help the sick feeling. Tequila," I throw out as everyone laughs for reasons unknown to me. "Atta girl, you know what you want, huh?" Glinda giggles as she puts her arm around me. I shrug, not sure what she means. Bart's speedy and slides 2 shots our way. A fair-haired guy next to me perks up a little. "Who's the cutie, Glinda?" Picking up our shots with her perfectly manicured fingernails, painted the color of her lip gloss, she steers us away before I get a good look at him. "Fuck it, raunchy whore," the guy sneers. She flips him off and hands me the drink. I gulp it, welcoming the burn and hoping it helps me relax. "Be careful with that nasty. He sniffs cherry pies 2 miles away. He gave Precious them itches. Crabs, you knows." I grimace, not wanting to hear about someone's crab problem. What's a cherry pie? I honestly don't know. She laughs. "Depends on who's saying it. My case, I say you a virgin." Oh, why would she assume that? Glancing at her, she watches me carefully. She's fishing, so I just shrug it off. She booms with laughter, emphasizing the shots she's already taken. "Sorry, not my biz." Yeah, no shit, but I smile at her. "But you gotta notice not many chickies here you age." I glance around. She's right. There are men my age, older men, and a few I would call boys. I spot 1 or 2 females who might be under 30 and a few more dancing on the dance floor. That's strange. Why? She shrugs. "They come, they go. Some stay, some don't." Before I can comment further, a loudspeaker comes on from the DJ stand. "5 minutes to beat down, so place your bet now." Every person in the place echoes the DJ in excitement as cheers accompany the announcement. The DJ waves his arms in the air. Looking toward Rudy, he's still in the same spot, but has gained Candy. Massaging his shoulders, she talks so close to his ear she could be licking it for all I know. Her bright red lips glisten in the dim light. Scratches adorn her face the color of her lipstick. I almost smile with satisfaction seeing the damage Glinda inflicted. With narrow eyes, I tighten my lips. I don't know why, really. Rudy shakes his head at whatever Candy says. She grabs him by the arm, pulling him up. I try to stay out of sight, but it doesn't matter. He doesn't notice anything around him and stares at the ring. Rudy doesn't want to do it, but he has to because of me. The guilt following the thought makes me want to go back to the room where he asked me to stay. They walk through the crowd as people gather around the raised ring. Just like the woods, he dominates the space as the crowd parts for him. Candy struts the room, attempting to look like a naughty schoolgirl. Glinda notices too because she gags beside me. She wears a pleated skirt with platform Mary Janes and knee stockings. Her enormous breasts squeezed together tight, pushed up awkwardly. They look ready to pop out at any moment, and the mystery of them staying still this long baffles me. Her red hair flows down her back. I shake my head, taking a deep breath as Glinda leads me to a secluded spot. Smoke drifts like a hazy dream in the bright lights. I gasp, noticing the famish tied to the support beams around the warehouse for the first time. The crowd walks around them without paying much attention, despite the wiggling and groaning they're doing. Bonded in various ways and dressed in what I suppose should be a provocative manner, they look crude. The famished closest to me is tied around the waist and neck with leather belts, his hands raised above his head and bound at the wrist. Studded straps wrap around his body like clothing, but leave his abnormally large endowments on display against the top of his inner thigh. With his head whipping back and forth, his bloodshot eyes are wild with the grinding and snapping of teeth. Thick blood courses down his neck with each movement. I can't even begin to fathom why people want to look at the living dead in bondage gear. My stomach churns at the vulgar display. I gulp, moving my attention back to Rudy as he approaches the ring. Pulling the sweatshirt and undershirt off in one quick motion, female catcalls erupt as a small smile appears on his lips. I know how he looks, sure, but now I can really look at him. Following the lines of his stomach to the little patch of brown hair trailing down, I let my imagination go farther than his jeans will allow my traveling gaze. Fingers catch his belt as his thumbs slowly stroke his happy trail. Unbuckling the belt makes his abs and forearms flex temptingly. In one jerk, he pulls it out of the belt loops and his jeans slide dangerously low. The contoured V inside his hips is especially appealing. Finding it hard to catch my breath, I think my imagination has run off with me until more female whoops and screams follow, including Glinda's. I peer sideways at her and she shrugs with a cocked brow. He's easy on the eyes is all. No worries. She raises her hand, clasping money. I can't help but stare at the old, crumpled bill. It looks like something I wouldn't touch in fear of contracting the clap. A man appears out of nowhere. 20 on Rudy doll, she breathes. He takes her money, writing something on a small flip pad. He goes to another woman who has money up. The woman's hungry gaze never leaves Rudy as she speaks her bet. Peering around, I see other women are betting as well. I laugh, figuring Rudy uses sex appeal on purpose, and turn my attention back to him. Easy on the eyes. That's one way to describe it. He knows what he's doing. Shaking my head, I watch him subtly show off his features. Candy walks around to face him, blocking my view. Rubbing her hands all over him like a cougar, I wouldn't be surprised if her butt finds its way in front of his face like a bitch in heat. He doesn't want her attention because he shrugs her off. That's what he gets for being a tease. I chuckle to myself. Candy looks unmoved and steps away. The square ring is enclosed with steel rails. Grabbing the rail, Rudy hops over in one bound. Everyone cheers as another guy hops over the rail, bouncing on the balls of his feet, boxing the air. The man is scraggly, with long, nappy brown hair tied back in a low ponytail. I swallow because he's as big as Rudy, if not bigger, and looks like he lifts weight, a lot. Don't worry so much, Sugar. Rudy doll got this on Russell. I nod, still watching the ring. A scratchy voice comes on the loudspeaker. Yo! We ready to rumble, tumble, and see some blood? The crowd screams and jumps up and down, yelling at whomever they've placed their bets on. An odor of sweat, perfume, and BO drift to my nose. After the clank of a cowbell, Russell charges. Rudy stands and watches Russell's approach, looking bored. Rudy must have counted on Russell's charge because he feigns away as he sticks his foot out, tripping Russell. Russell isn't able to control his momentum and goes sprawling chin first into the rail. The crowd wails as I smile. He hasn't even touched him yet. Russell gets up with blood spouting from his chin. Rudy says something I can't make out over the crowd, baring his teeth in a menacing sneer as his mouth moves. I recognize this tactic. Rudy's trying to make him angry so Russell will lash out and make mistakes. Russell takes his time, feeling him out, absently wiping at his chin with his forearm. They dance in circles, and Russell takes a swing from his right. Rudy isn't fast enough at ducking, and instead of hitting his eye, temple, or nose, Russell's fist connects with the underside of Rudy's jaw. It's the same place I elbowed him mere days ago. He recovers quickly and bounces around Russell looking for an opening. He takes his first swing and hits Russell in the gut. Russell bends forward to catch his breath. Rudy shows no mercy and slams his elbow in Russell's face. The trace of a smile comes to Rudy's lips. This only pisses Russell off, and he makes a low dash, taking Rudy around the waist with his shoulder. The audience cheers and jeers loudly. They fall backward with Russell straddling Rudy, punching his face, first right, then left. I flinch. The sound they make going down isn't pleasant. I cringe as Russell's arms go back and forth with speed. I imagine spots are dancing in Rudy's vision. Rudy grabs Russell around the neck, squeezing. Russell's arms falter, and Rudy flings Russell to the side without letting go of his neck. I take a deep breath as Rudy gains a squatted stance over Russell and spits blood in his face. Russell breaks the chokehold as he hits Rudy in the ribs hard. Rudy visibly gasps, and most of the crowd jeers. Rudy backs away to catch his breath as Russell stands up straight. Being hit in the midsection changes Rudy's demeanor, and he drops to a defensive crouch. Russell smiles. It's a grisly sight, with blood and spit smearing his face. When he gets close enough, Rudy straightens, swinging his body and foot. The momentum of Rudy's foot lands a roundhouse kick, making Russell's head whip back with blood spraying the concrete and Rudy's boots. He falls to the ground as Rudy strides over to him. Russell gets to his knees, but Rudy kicks him and he falls to the concrete. Using his boot, Rudy rolls him over. To make sure he stays down, Rudy crushes his boot into Russell's throat. Rudy's lips move as he speaks to Russell as he struggles, clawing at Rudy's leg. Rudy is unsteady, striving to keep his balance through Russell's advances. After a few seconds, the bell clangs. The scratchy voice booms. Finished! Rudy still got it! Apparently, keeping your opponent down and on their backs is needed for a win. The crowd screams and cheers for Rudy. Blood runs from his nose and left eyebrow. His jaw is shiny red. His lip is cut and plump, but otherwise he looks fine. I turn to beam at Glinda, but come face to face with a pockmarked and skinny-framed guy. His chin is at my eye level, and his breath smells like alcohol, fish, and some other stinky foul substance that reminds me of a dumpster. A bumpy nose dominates his face. Dark, greasy, and limp hair clumps on his head. Let's dance. He grabs my arm and propels me forward with more force than I would have thought possible. We hit the dance floor with him still gripping my arm. I let him only because I don't want to draw attention. People start crowding around us to dance. Turning me around, he gropes my hips and grinds into me in time to the music. Bile stings my throat as I look around. Bodies mashed together, bumping and shoving. I finally locate Glinda as she searches for me. I nonchalantly switch the crossbow into my left hand. No longer caring about drawing attention, I ball my fist tight and hit him in the eye. He falls backward and tries to catch himself, but bumps people and the bodies part to allow him to fall. Triumph surges through me, even as I shake the pain from my hand. Stinky rubs his eye and sneers at me. I spot another guy with curly hair standing there looking from me to Stinky, who still sits on the floor. So much for not drawing attention. Curly wears a fitted, pristine white shirt which glows from a nearby blacklight. Green canvas pants tuck into polished black combat boots. A gun sticks out from the front of his pants. He taps Stinky with his shiny boot to get his attention. Get the hell out of here, he snaps, surprising me with his vehemence. Stinky jumps to his feet and scurries off into the crowd. The white of Curly's teeth flash as he smiles at me. Even being short for a man, he's very attractive with an athletic build. His smile is charming and contagious. When I return his smile, he disappears into the crowd. I stand on my tiptoes to call out to him when Glinda steps in front of me. "No time for fun, girl. We got to get you back," she says, as if I came out to dance and have a good time. She snakes her arm in mine and scowls in the direction Curly went. We walk hurriedly through the crowd to the door through which we first entered the claptrap. When it opens, she looks around. Her lips tighten, but she propels me forward. A chill seizes me from the night air. I follow her gaze to several putreds creeping along, starving and mashing their blackened teeth. I point my crossbow, getting ready to shoot. "Don't worry about it, sugar." They groan when they see us, and she quickens her pace, pulling me along to cross the street. Something inside me screams to kill them. Suddenly, shots erupt. I instinctively duck, looking toward the putreds as they hit the ground with soft thuds. I glance to where the shots are coming from, spotting several men on the rooftops. I look to other nearby buildings, noticing men along the edges. Lookouts guarding the community. Perfect. I soften my grip on the crossbow. When we get inside the other door, she slams and bolts it. "We ain't should use that dough. It's quick anyhow." I assume there are safer ways to travel through the community. Knowing I'm out of bounds when she eyes me, I take a chance with, "Hey, Glinda, can I get a shower?" "I got to get that money for Guido to pay rent." Okay, so maybe she doesn't have time. She worries her hands together, glancing down the hallway before she lets out a sigh. "I always got one I can go to. Big ol' fat fuck. Nasty. I'll do him real good for you. You do need a shower. You fucking stink anyway." She shrugs, unashamed. I gape, realization dawning on me. Not that I stink, but her way of referring to her lifestyle. "No, Glinda, you don't have to do that." I shudder. She purses her lips, which aren't as glossy as before. Her gaze turns hard. She sniffs before looking away. "Let's go. I'll show you the ropes." I almost apologize for mentioning it, but I can tell she doesn't want my pity. Going into the room, I find Rudy isn't back yet, and I'm worn out, but I want a shower badly. Hoping I can finish before he gets back, I grab my pack, and Glinda takes me down the corridor in the opposite direction of our earlier path. Traveling through a maze of hallways, passing doors, hearing voices, music, and muffled sounds of pleasure, I snort. A few days more, and nothing will surprise me. We walk through invisible walls of pot and cigarette smoke to a locker room, complete with lockers, toilets, mirrors, and a big shower with multiple shower heads. She leaves me to it, promising no one will bother me after I express my gratitude to her. She seems to have forgiven my lapse in hooker etiquette. The water can barely be considered warm, but as the first shower I've had in 4 years, it's heaven. I shave, wash, and brush my teeth, again, and rinse my hair of dried blood, then dry off quickly and dress in clean jeans. My green shirt sports a recycle symbol that says, "I support recycling." I wore it yesterday, something I wore on lazy weekends in my old life. Now it's soft with wear and has a few small holes. Still shivering, but feeling much better, I reluctantly look in a mirror. The only visible injury is a yellowish-purple spot along the right side of my face and neck. Bruises are a lot easier to endure than airbag rash. I would still have the bruise for another week at most. After dabbing and rubbing alcohol on my stitches and smoothing on a little ointment, I leave my locks loose so they'll dry. My body aches, needing rest, but my mind keeps turning over the events of the night. Events that include a diverse group of people living here. Glinda's flirtation with nasty guys. Rudy's fight. How sexy he is, and how I figured out that he is most certainly aware of it. The famished on display. The foul guy I punched and the attractive one who saw me do it. The guards patrolling the rooftops. Guido. The laughs, drunks, and cheers. I've always wondered what other people are doing to survive. Even though it's not at all what I expected, these people aren't just surviving. They are living. Chapter 17. Getting back to the room, I find Rudy lounging against the wall with his legs crossed at the ankles, playing the guitar. Eyeing me as I drop my pack and crossbow at the foot of the bed, I see he's cleaned himself up and thankfully put on a long-sleeved t-shirt. "You feel better?" he asks, taking in my cleanliness. I smile. "Lots, but my body hurts. I need rest." I pause. If I ask him how the fight went, that'd feel like a lie, so I settle with, "How are you feeling?" He shrugs, resting his guitar against his leg. "My ribs hurt. My friend Mac checked them out. No bruising so far. He was going to introduce himself, but you weren't here." He raises his eyebrows and crosses his arms. I'm about to ask him who Mac is, but he continues. "Get a little too jostled in the crowd?" I purse my lips, not liking that his implication is true. "The look on your face just told me what I need to know." He searches my expression, looking for something. He looks down at his guitar and says, "I don't care you went, but I just didn't want you to see that." He looks back up at me, digging in his pocket, and holds out his hand. "It'll help with the aches." 2 white pills sit in his palm. I swipe them gratefully. After downing them with water, I think about him telling me he was in jail when the outbreak happened. Now he's fighting and seems ashamed of it. "Thank you for everything." He nods, accepting my gratitude. "Besides, I don't think any differently of you, Rudy. Trust me," I smirk. "You were toying with Russell and the women." "Gotta give a show, but I wasn't really into it," he says with a small grin that turns into a sigh. "It gets old." I sway on my feet. "You should lie down." "Yeah," I mumble and plop onto the bed, laying my head on the pillow as he starts strumming again. This time he plays familiar sounds from The Old Life, a Led Zeppelin song. His fingers expertly glide along the neck, forearms bulging. Every now and then his half-closed eyes peek down at the guitar and then back up at me. It obviously relaxes him, and he plays as if it's second nature. "You're so humble about the fighting," I say. He stops playing to shrug. "Oh, stop. You know you're good. The crowd was cheering for you." "The way he was hitting you in the face, I can barely tell you just came from a fight," I argue lightly, even though my lids are heavy. Leaning the guitar against the wall, he ignores my comments and changes the subject. "Guido offered to ask some guys to come with us to the base." I take it in. The numbers will be good. "We would have to plan and see what they can do. Guido won't send his front people." "That's good. Better than just us, I suppose." "Yeah, it'll probably take a while to get everything organized and planned. You should learn to shoot," he says, slowly thinking it over. Not liking his suggestion, my stomach drops just thinking about it. I chew my lip. "I get to help?" I ask. "That'll be something at least." "You'll have to. I have to fight a couple times a week. It makes Guido money, so that's what he asks for in return. In addition, we'll both be able to shower." He glances at me. "I can't believe you're going to keep fighting. What if you get seriously injured and can't go back?" He shakes his head. "I'm not worried about that." I laugh. "Aha, not so humble now, are you?" He laughs with me. "Guess not, but you should sleep. We can go to the marketplace tomorrow." I'm curious about the marketplace, but can no longer hold my eyes open. I fall asleep as Rudy plays a Johnny Cash song. I wake up the next day feeling even better than before. After downing an antibiotic, I almost elbow Rudy to wake him until I see how he looks when sleeping. He sleeps on his back, and his big limbs easily take up the bed, the reason I sleep in a ball. His peaceful look makes me smile, lacking the animation his face normally shows, and his brown hair is tousled about. The stubble on his jaw grows thicker as days pass, and his mouth's partly open. Despite all the fighting, his nose is straight. Small scars from past fights etch his skin. A small, wide one dresses his lower lip. One, much longer, goes from his lower jaw to underneath the chin, his stubble efficiently covering it up. A chipped tooth adorns his bottom row of teeth. The scar on his right eyebrow no longer allows hair to grow, splitting the eyebrow in half. He might get another scar on his left eyebrow. The cut is scabbed over now, and it's wider than the scar on his other side. They're very small imperfections, not even noticeable unless you look closely. It doesn't take away from his handsome face. It enhances his masculinity as if he needs it. The small flaws have history and give him character. Flaws I want to know about and could grow quite fond of if I'm not careful. Jesus, this chivalrous barbarian is beautiful. What am I getting myself into? Not wanting to stare any longer, I pull my gaze away, coming to a stop on my notebook lying haphazardly in the floor. He has it? Why would he want that? I suddenly want to know what's written in there. Flipping through, there isn't much. Written logs of my zombie escapades. A few notes about Jim, my neighbor. A couple of drunken rants. I smile, remembering. One of the crinkled pages features, who is better, the Sex Pistols or the Ramones? This question really depends on the person answering. I make quite an argument on how the Ramones were the first punk band. The Sex Pistols didn't have as many songs, but they were still angry, rebellious punk gods, while the Ramones were just a fun party punk band, but also great. A list of my favorite books makes up a few pages. The last entry is about my discovery of the running zombies, the zombie that surprised me when drunk on tequila, and the one my arrow got stuck in, and I drove it in with the hatchet. I'm relieved that I didn't mention Cale, Harley, Bridget, or Nadine. On one page, I rant about how I want everything to be normal again, and how I wonder where the souls of the people who turn to zombies go. My rant says I think the souls turn to ghosts to haunt the living in their nightmares. A flush heats up my cheeks because reading this, he wouldn't know it's a drunken rant. I remember asking Rudy if he believed in ghosts, making the heat in my face spread, remembering his answer. Closing the notebook suddenly, I don't want to know how pathetic it is. Do the souls get stuck to watch and feel their bodies decompose, all the while having an uncontrolled, insatiable craving? I guess that's why I like killing them, just in case. No one deserves that fate. Rudy's first words suddenly come back to me. You are lonely, aren't you? This is not a good feeling I'm having right now. At least nothing else in there is personal. I had the good sense to keep it all locked up in my head. Why would he want to read this? There's not very much in here. It dawns on me the reason he helps me. He thinks I'm lonely. Maybe I am, but I don't like pity. I ignore his I'm Rudy and damn sexy sleep mode and elbow him. He grunts from the depths like a bear. I scoff. Rudy! I shake him a little as he stirs. He manages. Guilt shames me. This is probably the first deep sleep he's had in a while. Well, I hope you're awake. We should take Guido up on his offer, but we should start planning ASAP. I'll even fight in the betting ring if I have to. Slowly gaining awareness, he sits up, looking around. I hold the notebook up. When he spots it in my hand, his neck blazes. He blushes. Again. I smirk as I hand the notebook to him. Sorry, he starts, but I hold up my other hand. Don't be, but I don't know why you'd want to read it. It's dumb. And anyway, a man who was possibly a stripper in the old life, practically sex on feet, shouldn't be allowed to blush. I narrow my eyes at him as he takes the notebook. My mouth almost drops. You're not finished reading it? I ask. He pauses. No. He doesn't clarify anything, but rises to put it in his leather duffel. He turns to me with glorious bedhead, staring at me while inching closer. Whatever thoughts run through his head make his eyes brighten. You think I'm sex on feet? His voice deepens by the end of his question. He stops in front of me, toe to toe. He is huge. I have to look up at him. Well, everyone does. I swallow, and my gaze shifts around the room awkwardly because he stands so close. Were you a stripper? His gaze turns thoughtful. There was that one time in college. Trailing off at the look on my face, he bursts out in rich laughter, dimples deepening his face. I'm teasing. I don't know why I'm relieved, but I am. Why do you ask? Want me to give you a show? The way he asks me sounds like he wouldn't want anything else in the world. A private viewing would definitely make my day. Looking back up at him, it dawns on me he's still teasing me. Humor twirls in his earth-tone gaze. What's his game? I ignore his teasing, getting back to the subject at hand. I saw you working the crowd. You obviously know your, effect on people. I stop to breathe and get a handle on myself. It just surprises me you blush. I shrug as if it is no big deal, but I see an opportunity to tease him back. I make you blush, I say with a smirk, even though I don't believe this is the case. It works. I'm rewarded with a colorful neck and shifting of feet. He surprises me by saying, maybe so. I'm stunned and blink up at him. He steps back, bending to pick his bandana off the floor. As if it just occurs to him what I was saying before, he says, You don't have to fight. Guido wouldn't let you do it anyway. He'd want you to, he says, letting me come to my own conclusion. Remembering the way Glinda scrutinized me makes me think Rudy is telling the truth. Just to see what he'll say, I'll do whatever I have to help. What? No, you don't have to do that. Besides, I wouldn't let you. He stares at me hard from under his arms as he ties his bandana in place. I don't have anything else to offer. I decide to ignore his barbaric, I'll take you to my cave implication. He snorts. Sure you do. You don't know how to hotwire cars? I saw you pick a lock at the drugstore and no telling what else you can do. You have plenty in that brain of yours. If you need to, use your knowledge. He looks me straight in the eyes. I harden my lips. He figured that out when I was going to take a car. This guy doesn't miss a beat. Maybe he sees something in that notebook I don't. Shrugging him off, I don't want to affirm his assumptions. Let's get started. We go to Guido's place, which happens to be the top office overlooking the claptrap. Bigger than it looks from the floor downstairs, it opens up like a loft. The windows facing outside are boarded up and partially concealed with red drapes. The rest of the color scheme is black and off-white. Some red and gray accents dot the room to bring in color. Graffiti covers the walls like art, much like in the claptrap, with tags I can't make out, except for caricatures doing obscene things, some of them being cartoon zombies. Even though the colors are a little weird, that isn't what amazes me. Cigar smoke wafts around so thick I can see it sticking to things. Under the cigar smoke, the aromatic scent of pot and sex is evident. At least I don't have to smell Guido's breath. The king-sized four-post bed catches my eye. My guess is it's looted. A form on a bedpost writhes frantically. My stomach threatens to release itself as I take it in. It's a woman, a famished woman, naked, tied around her legs, waist, and neck to the post with a fine red cloth. The silky piece gives the appearance of blood. Her makeup is done in an exaggerated fashion, complete with small rhinestones in an intricate pattern from eyes to temple. She's gagged, opening her mouth wide as she tries to bite through the gag. Her darkened, bloody eyes widen when she sees us, and she struggles in her binds. Her breasts, 5 sizes too big for her body, slap together as if she's doing it on purpose. Her female parts on display are no longer pink, but graying with decay. Bile rises in my throat, making it burn. My eyes sting. I swallow uselessly. Guido chuckles, drawing my attention to him lounging in a bright red Speedo while a girl rubs his feet. From behind, she doesn't look any older than 16. The brunette wears a see-through robe with nothing underneath. When I glance at Rudy, he avoids my gaze. I'm starting to see why he only comes here when he needs something. Yo, Rudy, see you brought Chica. See how she admired the gift you brought me, Guido says as he kicks his feet and the girl stops. Get on out. He smacks her butt. When she gets up to turn around, I notice she's not 16, but pushing 30. She's already had a child, judging from her droopy boobs and C-section scar. I'm sad to think the child is more than likely not of this world anymore. She doesn't look at us as she leaves. Guido stands, strutting to the zombie woman and then cupping her lower parts. My stomach drops. Seriously wanting to get out of here, I don't glance back at Rudy. I know he did it for me. I guess you here to talk biz, yeah? Guido turns back to us, looking slyly at me. Nasty fingers pull at the hair at the zombie's crotch and then travel to squeeze her breast. Obviously wanting some kind of reaction to his disgusting behavior, I don't give it to him. The zombie struggles at his assault, more wanting to bite him than because of Guido's actions. Rudy's face takes on an annoyed look. Stop trying to shock us with your sick fetishes. And we want the help. We'd like to get started on the planning. Guido ignores Rudy's fetish comment. What to hurry? You go in, get you papes, Where'd him deadums go? Might go here if it cold outside. What you think about that, Rudy? Rudy peers at me sideways in a silent question. I shrug, because it doesn't make any difference to me. Rudy goes to run a hand through his hair and remembers his bandana, the green one. So you want us to wait until it gets cold? Rudy asks to clarify. Guido nods. You'll be done with the ring by then. Chicky want to help? She show me what she got, make her time here go fast. Young, make a lot of cash off her. I start to say something, but Rudy jumps to it. No. I didn't bring her here to get passed around. His fists clenched to balls, going white-knuckled. Guido checks me out with renewed interest. Yeah? Must be sweet if you don't want to share. I roll my eyes. What a joke. Rudy steps forward, but I stop him. Save it, Rudy. He's just baiting us for his own amusement. I warn him, looking at Guido. Rudy seethes violence, so he's not thinking clearly. Guido laughs at something I don't get, but he says, No worries. You fellas will be out in the morn, 'bout 20 of 'em. Got 'em round up, you see. They ready for you. Enjoy Mago and Papa's in the eve. He laughs as Rudy grabs my hand and propels me out of the room. When we're down the stairs, he whirls. If you don't want that, or anyone else picking at you like fresh meat, don't take any showers. Minimum only. Looking at him indignantly, I say, I'm not going to end up smelling like garbage. I can take care of myself. Besides, I don't think showers have anything to do with it. I don't think anyone will bother me. I remember Stinky, the guy I punched, and know it isn't true. He shakes his head. You don't know the half of it, Kansas. He stares at me for a minute. Are you going to ask me about the zombie? He means the female zombie in Guido's loft. No. I told you already. What you did, it was to help me. It's the same with the ring. I already feel terrible that you have to do it because of me. You are clearly uncomfortable with it. Why would I rub something like that in? I shudder. That's disturbing. What if it comes loose in the middle of the night? He doesn't, have sex with it, does he? I ask as I grab his arm to get going. Rudy peers sideways. I don't think so, but I don't let myself think about it. Yeah, I think I'm just going to let that stay a mystery. I'm unable to resist. You sure know how to pick them. Was that the certain type you had to get? Shaking his head, his mouth twists in disgust. Could have been a midget zombie for all he cares. He likes them as fresh as possible. Come on, let's visit the marketplace. Your junk might come in handy. You'll need something to trade if you see anything you want. He grins. What the hell would I want from there? This genuinely spikes my curiosity. I have an idea, but I want to show you first. Chapter 18. As suspected, there's a side entrance in and out of the claptrap. The door looks worn out from use and hangs open, not closing properly. Rudy stops and jiggles the handle, bending down to inspect the mechanism keeping it closed. His fist hits the outside and the mechanism pops back out. Drunks, he mumbles as the door closes and stays shut behind us. I hide a grin at Mr. Fix-It. Rudy takes me to an entirely different building next door from the claptrap. We're inside the huge fence surrounding the community made for traveling building to building in safety, instead of the way Glinda took me on the outside. What she said about not using that door makes sense now. Rudy and I walk through a courtyard filled with people doing what they do every day. I say courtyard, but it's an old street. Grass and weeds grow up through the cracks and potholes. It's sunny and warm as an aroma drifts to my nose. I spot the source of smoke from a rusted smoker where someone cooks meat. The chef stops us and offers some. The first thing Rudy asks is, what kind of meat? The guy purses his lips. Let's just say dark meat. The cook's short with a balding head and his overly large teeth stick out unattractively. Most people would call it bucktooth. Aw, come on, your lady looks hungry. You gonna let her starve? Amused, Rudy says, Does Kansas look like she's starving? The guy scans me like he's undressing me with his eyes, and a slow, lazy smile creeps across his face. Feeling a blush, I elbow Rudy, and he grunts like it hurt. He laughs, grabbing my arm, and steers me away before the guy can come up with a response. I can't wait for another chance to tease a blush out of him. I don't eat meat, I mutter, but he already knows this tidbit, and by the look of the meat, I'm suddenly glad I don't. We come to a huge loading dock with large doors. Walking up some steps, we go through the one that sits propped open. It's an old distribution warehouse, just like the Claptrap, with lots of space and huge rafters. This building lacks any office space, but what it does have utterly fascinates me. Many booths line up in rows, much like a flea market. Everyone has something they want to sell. Different music comes from all directions, giving the place a more diverse feeling. A small, frail woman sells what looks like handmade clothing. Her own clothes stream around her like tangled snakes. The fabric flutters with lightness, with an assortment of color and patterns. Bangles tinkle up to her elbow. Walking past her, she drapes a pink scarf around my neck. I chuckle as she says, "A scarf for you! Look at that! It brings out your lovely eyes." I know she's trying to sell it to me, but I like her bullshit sales tactics. "Maybe later," I say. I've heard this question dozens of times right here in Nashville. It was a nice way of saying thanks, but no thanks in the old life. A pang comes to my heart as I recall that life, but there's nothing I can do. I'm a different person now. I feel Rudy's glance, but don't look at him. Many of the booths sell weapons. Passing guns, ammo, bats, knives, and even a sword or two, Rudy stops by a booth loaded down with arrows. "Hey, Rudy, how are the ribs?" The guy at the booth asks when he spots Rudy. Rudy just shrugs, picking up an arrow to study. I automatically recognized him, the curly-haired guy who saw me punch grope fingers last night. "Just made that one this week," the guy says to Rudy, but looks at me. I perk with interest. "You made these?" I ask, fascinated. Excluding the different bows, he has hundreds of arrows, all different and unique in their own way with various fletching styles and shaft sizes. They all sport dangerous-looking arrowheads that even I couldn't dream up. The shafts are made of different types of wood and steel. All the fletchings are of various colors and sizes. Rudy peeks down at me with a gleam in his eye. It takes skill to make a perfect arrow shaft, a reason I've never tried to make my own. I notice they are lined up in an obsessive-type way. Impressed, I grin at the guy. "Sweet." He notices my own crossbow. "I don't have any for your pistol crossbow, but I could make some, or you could just start using a bow." Well, I don't have a steady hand for a bow. The crossbow almost does the work for me, I explain. Practice makes perfect, as they say. I'm Mac. He reaches his hand out to shake mine, and I oblige as it hits me that this is Rudy's friend. "Can," I say by way of introduction. "You're the one that checked out his ribs." I point my thumb to Rudy. He nods. "I know who you are." I study him a little better. "Everyone knows everyone here," he says quickly. A few inches taller than me, short for a man, he looks to be in his mid to late 20s. Sandy blonde, curly hair sticks out all over and falls into his forehead in an adorable way. The stubble lining his jaw matches his hair, and his eyes, the blue of cloudless skies, are almost turquoise, similar to a clear ocean. He wears another pristine white t-shirt that hugs him nicely, and his build suggests body resistance training and running. "I was going to come to your rescue last night, but you handled it." I flinch. Why did he have to mention last night? He smiles as though he enjoyed watching it. Rudy peers at me sharply. Mac explains. "Dumb fuck with happy hands." He looks back to me. She knocked him a good one. I fidget as he flashes another smile like the night before. I just shrug it off. I can take care of myself. Glancing at me, Rudy lays the arrow down. Mac immediately picks it up and straightens it out to line up with the others. I hold back a snort, realizing he does that out of habit. No wonder everything's so organized, so neat and tidy. Mac doesn't notice my amusement. "I guess I'll be helping you two in your suicide mission." The harsh tone implies a dumb idea. Rudy smirks. "Your opinion has been noted." Repeatedly. He picks up another arrow to scrutinize. "What made you change your mind?" Curiosity mingles with surprise in his voice. I'm assuming he's asked for Mac's help before. They exchange a glance, and Rudy startles, even more surprised. Well, now you have a whole group of people willing to die for Julie, Max snaps. I glare at him for being rude. It was my idea, I snap back. Mac looks down, straightening the already aligned arrows. His curls obscure the view of his face. I know, he says in a softer tone. I look at Rudy questioningly. I told him everything last night, he explains. I nod my affirmation. Rudy places the arrow back in its exact spot this time. Mac looks back to Rudy, then to the arrow he replaced. You gonna buy one? Rudy scoffs. You're gearing up with us. I probably don't need to. Mac nods. You're still my best customer, his lips twitch, fighting a smile. I'm your only customer. Rudy laughs, their earlier camaraderie returning with ease. We'll see you tonight? Rudy asks him. Mac beams. Wouldn't miss Mago. He's good people. I wave bye to Mac and flash him a smile before turning to Rudy. What's this Mago all about? I ask in a low voice. Rudy clenches his jaw. Well, have you ever been to the circus? Yeah, I forget what I'm going to say when I spot a booth with, I swear, fruit and vegetables. Rudy follows my line of sight and laughs. I knew it, he beams with pleasure. I roll my eyes at him and make toward it. The booth has a tabletop stair-like display. The bins hold strawberries, peaches, pumpkins, corn, green onions, bell peppers, and apples. I feel as if I've been transferred in a DeLorean straight to a produce section at a grocery store in the old life. How? I finally stammer. Rudy keeps laughing at my bemused expression, but my mouth waters. Linny has a greenhouse. First thing she did when she got here, so I'm told, he informs me. She has trees in her greenhouse? Yep. I've seen 'em with my own eyes. I helped her replace some glass panels that shattered from a strong storm, Rudy tells me with pride. Well, isn't he just a regular handyman? My gaze lands on a bucket full of weed. What the hell? She grows marijuana too? I glance at him as he nods. Wouldn't you? Not answering, I reach out to pick up a strawberry. A big hand closes tightly around my wrist. Following the arm up to a huge, ugly man with a crooked nose, I swallow past the pain of his grip and drop the strawberry. Dark eyes glare at me through black hair so greasy it could be used to cook French fries. You pay? His deep voice from the depths of his massive chest scares me. Rudy swats his hand away. She didn't know. He stands up taller, crossing his arms, deciding on an intense stare-down with the man. Bruno! Sit down and quit intimidating the customers. A little old lady pops out of nowhere. I assume this is Linny, her voice hoarse from years of smoking. A pointy nose takes up most of her face. Missing teeth make her S's sound like th. Big, gray, but yellowed eyes peer out from thick glasses. Sunspots cover her tanned face and arms. The sleeveless blouse she wears is worn to bare threads. A scarf wraps around her head like a cancer patient might wear. She smiles a greeting to Rudy before looking at me. Don't touch the fruit unless you pay. She wags a small, crooked finger at me. You want strawberries? They up the libido, if you know what I mean. She chuckles. I swallow. Being around Rudy shows me my libido isn't a problem. They look great, especially for this season. She scoffs and puts her fist on her hip. In my greenhouse, it's all season. She waves her other arm in the air and the skin flaps like she's getting ready to take flight. I look at Rudy. It's time to bargain. I've never experienced this, so I don't know what to expect. He clears his throat. How much for the strawberries? $6, she says without hesitation. What? $6? That's barely a pint. How about a trade? Kansas, what do you have? He asks. This is where I'm probably going to fail. I didn't bring anything I could trade, just things to survive. I'm not giving up anything I need for a pint of strawberries. The only reason I have DVDs are because Rhonda the Honda had a player. I also have my iPod, but that seems a little overboard. No way she gets the laptop, but I'm going to mention that. Turns out, when I dump it on the table, she doesn't want any of it. "I don't want this shite. How am I going to use that?" Linny fusses. I can't blame her. I wouldn't take it either. It doesn't make me any less mad. I stuff it all back in my pack. I don't need any damn strawberries. She can shove them up her ass. Maybe up her sex drive and give Bruno some. He looks in need of it. I turn to go, and Rudy stops me, looking concerned. "I'll get the strawberries," he says. I shake my head. "I don't need them. I have food, Rudy. It's something I can live without. I have for 4 years. You don't have to do anything stupid to get money, and I don't either." I shrug it off, but then come up with another idea. I turn to Linny. "I'll work for them. Do you need help in your greenhouse?" She eyes me, contemplating. "Day after tomorrow. Come work and get strawberries." She dismisses me with a wave of her flappy arms. I glance at Rudy, and he smiles at me. We walk around looking, not saying much else. Booths of looted material people might need are scattered around the place. Batteries, toiletries, cookware, tents, sleeping bags, and other stuff people can sell and trade hang everywhere. There's even a booth of handmade and looted toys for children. Even though I haven't seen any children, I smile. When I ask Rudy about it, he says they put the people with kids in a different building, and they mostly keep to themselves. They will probably be out to see Mago, though. I take it in and remember our earlier conversation. Another booth with jars full of clear liquid catches my attention, and my question is forgotten. As we pass, an elderly man smiles at me. "You want some moonshine, pretty lady? Get you lick it up just right." Another guy walks off with 2 jars of it, beaming. I laugh. "No thanks. I've never tried it, and now would not be a good time." I keep the jars in my mind. We might need them. He looks to Rudy in question. Rudy shakes his head. "Not right now." A booth beside a dock door has a guy blowing glass. He carefully winds what looks like something the consistency of caramel on some kind of pipe. It seems he blows all sorts of different things. Many cups, plates, bowls, vases, and sculptures sit on display. Different types of paraphernalia that I don't want to look at too closely lay across a small tabletop. Everything explodes with color and sets a cheery mood. The guy is talented, as everyone here is, and using what he knows to make money. The woman tending the cash box smiles and waves. We stand and watch him blow into a tube, gather more liquid glass, and do it again. Fantastic. I beam at him. Another booth has a couple of jars of something white, and when I get a better look, I see it's milk. Eggs are layered in a milk crate on the floor. My mouth waters yet again. Fried eggs with milk, something I never imagined myself having again. Rudy catches me looking and gives me a knowing look. I shrug as my stomach growls. The man tending the booth waves Rudy over. "I'm requesting your help if you have time again soon." "Hey," he explains. I have no idea what he speaks of, but judging from the eggs and milk, he takes care of livestock. Rudy smiles and answers, "No problem, Stanley." Rudy seems to be thinking. "The day after tomorrow?" he asks. I realize this will be my time in the greenhouse with Linny and possibly scary-ass Bruno. An average guy, Stanley looks to be a few years older than Rudy. His dark hair hangs ear-length and is pushed back from his head to part in the middle. A farmer's tan stripes his forehead as if he wears a hat in the sun. The rest of his skin shows an evenly bronzed color from the sun. "I have enough for a week, so day after tomorrow is perfect," Stanley says. "Thanks. When you help, it always goes faster." "This is Can," Rudy says. I shake Stanley's rough hand. "Good to meet you." "Likewise." I smile, trying not to look longingly in the direction of milk and eggs. Rudy waves as we keep on walking. Out in the courtyard, I open up to Rudy. This reminds me of when I sold my paintings on the street downtown. I like to paint landscapes, buildings, and things like that. Rudy's face lights up, beaming teeth and dimples. "Really?" "Yeah, the best-selling ones were perspective paintings. The corner of 2nd Avenue and Broadway, painted differently each time. You could see up 2nd with all the trees and parked cars, but you could also see up Broadway with all the lighted signs and open sky. Daytime, nighttime, spring, winter, summer, and fall. They sold the best. I even had a couple people buy all the season ones to make a collage. They really were great. I painted snow and slush with people walking bundled up in their winter gear. For spring, I'd add birds with touches of green to the trees and flowers. One time, I even painted it raining. Summer had people walking around in shorts with ice cream cones while the sun burned down, and the trees would be in full bloom green. For fall, the trees turned different colors to match the fall fashions of people strolling the crowds. I only wished I had some to show him now. I peek at him, and he's lost in thought. I don't think he's listening until he says, "I bet they were exceptional. I would have bought them." "I thought you didn't have a steady hand," he asks slyly. Well, it's all about the technique, really. My favorite to paint was old barns. Tennessee is littered with them. I would see one, take a picture, draw it, and then paint it. I had an album of them. I think about Cale looking through it back at my bunker. It's one of the things I left behind, probably nothing but ash now. Rudy seems to enjoy my reminiscing. "Yeah, I could see you doing that. You must miss it. Wish I could have seen them." I do miss it. If I thought I could make money here doing that, that's what I would do. I sigh, letting it go. That was my old life. I look around the courtyard. The community is made up of 5 buildings total inside the fence. Rudy points them out. Of course, there's the claptrap with the marketplace next door, and the building next door to the marketplace houses all the families with children and a few single women. Across the street from the marketplace and family building stands another 1-story brick building housing bachelors. It's next door to where we're staying, which is where the working girls live. The community structure resembles a circle. Rudy tells me the greenhouse is behind the family building, but not fenced in. Another warehouse close by holds the few livestock with a small patch of land for grazing. It has its own fence and security completely separate from the community. He helps Stanley load hay bales from surrounding areas to feed the livestock. Stanley cuts it and turns it into hay bales for the cows, but the hardest part is loading and unloading it. A parking lot on the other side of the bachelor building has an entry gate. On another patch of land near the greenhouse, Rudy told me Mac has set up archery targets, but the targets aren't visible from the courtyard. The whole layout is simple, organized, and fits with the lifestyle of these people. It works, and I'm happy about the life structure they make in a world with famished. Rudy thinks Guido chose this location for its proximity to hydropower, patches of land, and the useful living space, even though it's in the middle of an industrial park. Back at the room, we eat some canned fruit, and it reminds me we need to get the rest of the stuff from the truck. I have jars of oats, flour, cornmeal, and a few spices. When I mention this, Rudy says, "Makes sense. We'll be here a while. I want to get the blankets, too. And clean up in here. It stinks." I scrunch my nose for emphasis. The blankets will be good. Being fairly warm in here, it still doesn't have heat, even with electricity. Rudy says they save it for the coldest days of winter. These people are strange, but they've built a life here with what they've got. It's brilliant. Some people have electric heaters, but they're hard to get. He drinks the syrup out of a can of fruit. The outbreak happened at the end of summer, not exactly a time when department stores would stock up on heaters. I saw some at the marketplace. I can only imagine how much they cost. Probably 5 times of what it cost in the old life. The whole thing irritates me. My dad, being a heavy researcher, told me that if there were any kind of organized civilization after a major epidemic, then the things you need would be expensive. He told me to keep all metals that ceased to be mined. They would be invaluable. I thought about all the gold Guido had around his neck. Linny would have taken an old silver or gold necklace, no problem. Of course, I didn't grab anything from my mother's jewelry box, even though it stores all the precious metals from my neighbors' houses. I put them in there with the metals we already had, and, like a dumbass, I set it all on fire. Anger courses through me. How could I be so stupid? Rudy misreads me. "Don't worry. I'll keep you warm." He smirks mischievously, catching me off guard. My face heats up. He grins wide. "Or I can just say things that make you uncomfortable and you can heat yourself up." I roll my eyes, throwing a pillow at him. He lets it smack his head and the bandana slips off, messing up his hair. Blinking at the sight, I really need to keep myself busy and worn down. You ready to get that stuff? I ask as he ties the bandana back on. I try not to watch. Ready when you are, darlin'. I sigh. The afternoon goes by quickly for us, spending time joking around, carrying things from the truck and cleaning the room. When it's time to go back to the claptrap, I don't even realize it. I'm curious about tonight and ask Rudy, glad I finally get out the entire question. It's like a circus trick with a zombie. This guy Mago trained his pet zombie, Pappers, to do tricks. It's really very troubling, his brow furrows. I freeze in mid-motion, braiding my locks. What? How? This captivates me, and I want to see it. Geez, maybe I found where I belong after all. If you ask me, I think he keeps it on one of those magic leashes, the kind people used on their dogs, and just like dogs, he gives Pappers treats. I try to keep my face blank, hoping I don't have to watch someone feed mice to a zombie. Rudy obviously isn't okay with the idea. Curiosity gets the better of me because I've been living in a hole for 4 years. This place has certainly made me feel stupid for it. I have a feeling upon seeing this, I won't be okay with it either. I shake my head and all of a sudden want to take a shower, but I took one only yesterday. I don't want to be greedy. I clean the area around my stitches. They itch from healing, and it's hard not to scratch them. Rudy looks them over. You'll have a scar. My locks will cover it up. It's not like people can see it. Guess you're right, but it looks good. Although I can tell you've been scratching it. I agree with wide eyes, because it itches like hell. I'm glad it's healing. I'll repay you, you know? He gets up to stretch. You already have, darlin'. He grins that wide grin, but before I can ask how I did it, he says, Come on, let's get to the trap. Chapter 19. When we arrive, the claptrap starts to crowd with people. Once again, I'm completely amazed by how many people live here. After living alone for 4 years, people are something to get used to. Somewhere deep inside, I miss home so much my heart breaks. The faces of my past come back, my dad, my mom, my friends, and Malachi. Since arriving, all those things I did to survive seem a million miles away. I feel good, like I'm healing, slowly getting over my grief and guilt. Loud music pumps a rave beat. Everyone cheers when they spot Rudy, top moneymaker, and tell him they can't wait for tomorrow night for him to fight again. I hate it because he doesn't like doing it, so I feel responsible. It's for Julie, too, but looking at it from a different perspective doesn't make me feel any better. The people of the trap are a mixed sort and entertaining to watch. People are dancing to the beat when I hear, Hey, Rudy baby, you want company tonight? You knows I got time just for you. I stiffen. I know who it is without looking. I can smell Candy's cheap perfume. I don't look her way, just a way to escape. I mumble to Rudy before heading for the bar, only to realize I don't have any money to pay for a drink. Frustration assails me. This situation needs to be turned around, quickly. Sitting on a vacant stool, a tap on my shoulder alerts me to a visitor. It's Mac, wearing yet another white t-shirt. What's up, Can? You ready to see Mago? He sits on the stool next to mine, placing his hands on the bar. It's sticky, and from the look on Mac's face, it doesn't sit too well with him. Yeah, I'm curious about it. Rudy says he trained a zombie as a pet, I say, watching as he wipes his hands on his pants. You could say that. It was more interesting when Pappers was famished. This showdown will probably make me a little queasy. Mac continues. Pappers is getting a little old for a zombie. He leans in to whisper. I hear he's going to use a woman zombie next. That seems to be popular, I comment, thinking of the famished tied up in Guido's loft. Then I glance toward the cage. Yep, naked zombie chick. I sigh and shake my head. Mac notices me looking in that direction. He laughs. You want a drink? I glance at him. Only if you're having one. Mac acts as though he's offended. Of course, but I must be careful. I report for duty at 1200 hours, he jokes. I stare at him curiously. Military? He nods. Army. I grew up in East Tennessee, on holiday during the outbreak. Lucky, since most of the front men were the first to go. I grew out my hair just in case someone recognizes me and tells me to report. We both laugh as he flags Bart. What it be? Bart asks in a rush because it's a busy night. Mac looks to me in question. I shrug. What's the standard? Bart and Mac say moonshine. First time for everything, so I nonchalantly agree. Mac holds up 2 fingers, throws some money on the bar, and peers behind us. I follow his stare to Candy and Rudy standing close to the bar. A herd of people horde around him, laughing and talking. Looks like Rudy will be occupied for a while, Mac decides from the swell of people near Rudy, or maybe he means Candy will hold his attention. He's got plenty of fans. Yeah, I guess he does. I turn back to wait for my drink. What do you think of his stalker? He laughs, still watching Rudy. I don't think much of her, but I keep it to myself and say, it's not my business. I didn't know she's a stalker, though. Yeah. That's part of the reason he doesn't like being here. To tell you the truth, I wish I could leave. He says the last offhandedly, not really putting much thought into it. I don't know what that meant, so I don't say anything. Guilt now washes over me for leaving Rudy alone, but he's never mentioned her. I never asked, either. Bart slides our drinks to us in mismatched glasses. I hold it up for a toast. Mac obliges, and we down them. I feel the burn in the back of my nose all the way to my stomach, and my eyes water as I try not to choke. My face scrunches up. You could use this shit for gasoline. Mac chuckles. Yep, it burns. Clears the pipes. It takes a few minutes for my nose to clear, but my stomach's already warm. Yeah, this would make the best Molotov cocktails, I blurt. Mac raises his eyebrows in surprise before grinning. You are something. I could tell that when I stitched your head. You stitched my head? He also checked Rudy's ribs. He nods. Well, thank you. I wondered who did, but I didn't really want to know if it was Guido. We burst into laughter, feeling the alcohol already. Doesn't surprise me you don't remember. You were drugged. It was nasty. You were a mess, caked with dried blood. Your hair had soaked it up like a sponge. Probably why you didn't know the injury was there. I smile my appreciation, secretly hoping I didn't make an ass of myself under the influence of prescription drugs. Remembering the river of pink when I washed my hair, I say, figured as much. My mop came clean in the shower. This conversation brings the stiff sheets to mind, his OCD with the arrows and wiping the bar gunk on his pants. Good qualities for someone who treats infected wounds. Thanks for sterilizing the sheets, too, I tell him, appreciating the OCD. His eyes widen. Well, you had an infection. Couldn't let you lay on that nasty mattress. Oh, yeah, you might want to think about getting another one for the duration of your stay. He scrunches his nose, peering sideways at me, aqua eyes dancing with unspoken humor. No problem, he says, in recognition of my gratitude, before flashing his charming smile. The strings of ornamental and Christmas lights shut off, leaving the stage lit. A curtain of dark orange material hides the stage. Showtime, Max says enthusiastically. He gets up from his stool. Are you coming? I better rescue Rudy. Cool. I'll see you tomorrow. Don't drink too much. He slaps the bar before walking away. When I turn to find Rudy, he's watching me. His eyes penetrate me even through the darkness. Candy's still there, very close to him, marking her territory. I hope he burns the brown t-shirt he wears and his dark-washed jeans. He seems uncomfortable, yet he talks to another guy and tries to brush her off at the same time. Running my arm through his, I say, let's go watch this. He grins so wide at me, and Candy glares. A piece of her red hair falls into her face and sticks to her glossed lips. I keep my face blank as Rudy kisses the top of my head. I look up at him and smell the harsh scent of moonshine. He smiles, all dimples and teeth, as I try to figure out if he's teasing again. He steers me away as the noise level softens, leaning down close. I can feel his breath in my ear. Thank you. No problem, I say as I take my arm from his. She looked like she was in heat, I laugh. His lips tighten slightly for a tense smile. She must always be in heat. You should just tell her to leave you alone. It must be your good looks, I say, teasing him again. He beams at me through the darkness, seemingly at ease. I could also say the same thing about your good looks, darling. I stare at him open-mouthed. Why do you always throw it back to me? Stop acting humble. You know you got it. Sex on feet, remember? I emphasize, checking him out, giving him a look that I hope smolders. Several emotions flick across his face, but I can barely see through the darkness. The spotlight on the stage blinks on, reflecting out a glow from the orange curtain, illuminating faces. He sighs, shaking his head. It's not me that's unaware of my effect on people, he says, fixing me with his stare. Ooh, there she is! I turn to see Glinda strutting her way toward me. Yo, sugar, I've been looking for you. Not long. All I had to do was follow the do-rag. She smiles at Rudy's green bandana. He smiles back, clearly amused at the do-rag comment. Glinda blinks in astonishment as he blasts her with his allure. What's up, Glinda? I ask by way of greeting. Dressed as if going out on the town, complete with burgundy lipstick, she looks poured into her jeans. Her spaghetti-strap top sparkles with rhinestones. Black patent pumps so high complement her fabulous leggy nature. I got you a drink. She hands me a shot and hands one to Rudy with nails painted a matte burgundy. Cheap tequila drifts to my nose. Wish I had us a lime. We could lick it, slam it, and suck it. We'll just settle for slammin', though. We all laugh. I don't know about mixing this with moonshine, but it's not like I've much of a choice. I slam it, but it tastes like water compared to moonshine. Rudy watches me, flashing me a grin. The audience faces a stage that's bigger and on risers than the small stage with the pole. The curtain still obstructs the view. A noise from behind the curtain draws everyone's attention, a keening sound that makes the hair on my arms rise. I grip my crossbow, still not feeling safe. I had it slung over my shoulder before leaving the room. I look to the stage in time to see the curtain open and two famished run full speed toward us. Quickly, almost instantly, I lift the crossbow to take aim as Rudy's arm gently swipes it back down. He grins and shakes his head. The two famished clothesline themselves and fall to their butts. They're attached to the chains around their necks. The sound of a weird remix begins to beat through the trap. The bass pulsates under my feet. Letting out a relieved breath, I realize it's part of the show and they're not going to attack everyone. The famished get to their feet again and, unable to outreach the limits of the chain, they fall again. They snarl spittle, clawing and snapping at the air with stained black teeth. The decaying smell wafts outward into the crowd, more powerful than the thick cigarette smoke. Both zombies gleam with a clammy sheen to their skin. Something's thrown on the stage, and the two jump for it, running into each other like defensive linebackers. I pull Rudy down to me. What are they fighting over? Earthworms, he says, grimacing. Right. Everyone in the audience remains transfixed watching them fight over earthworms. Appalling. The chains jerk back and tighten to a shorter leash. A very tall, skinny man seems to float on stage as the music dies down. He's rather imposing with long, coarse black hair and a dark goatee, grown to a point at the bottom, giving the appearance of a pointed chin. His skin is so dark, the two gold hoops in one ear's the only color on his person. Around his waist perches a small bucket. As he claps his hands, the crowd cheers. Walking across the stage is a very bloated and well-fed zombie. Yuck. He'd pop something nasty if someone shoots him. Mac's right. Pappers isn't famished and not quite putrid yet. Some of his movements are jerky, indicating he's coming close. Never seeing such a well-taken-care-of zombie, I don't know what to think about him. He looks clean and wears cut-off shorts. Mago moves his hand and Pappers squats on his heels. Mago's hand feeds him from the bucket. Another hand motion and Pappers hops around the stage like a frog, unaware of the audience engrossed in this twisted idea of entertainment. Glancing at the famished, still chained behind the spotlighted pair, they've stopped raging, remaining compliant as if they, too, watch the show. Their eyes move as Mago moves, watching. They must be training as Papper's replacements. The crowd cheers as Papper's performs a series of tricks, including jumping through a flamed hoop and swinging like a child on a jungle gym from 2 rings attached from the rafters. All the while, he progresses through the tricks like an arthritic monkey with Parkinson's. After the flamed hoop, a stench floats in the air that I can taste in the back of my throat. Several people head to the bar to buy liquor to cover up any taste left in their mouths. Mago does another bit where he sticks his fist in Papper's mouth. I gasp. 1 bite would be all it would take to become famished himself. Papper's seriously gives me the heebie-jeebies. There's a vacant look on his face, seemingly soulless. What if he's not? What if he's stuck inside as his body rots, controlled by insatiable hunger? Someone should kill him. Someone should kill them all. Now for the grand finale, Mago announces in a booming voice that makes me shiver deep within my bones, even though I'm flushed from alcohol. Mago gestures and Papper starts tumbling like a toddler around the stage. It's extra creepy because of all his spasmodic movements. He stands up and bends over a little unsteady and flips his feet in the air. Mago catches them and holds them up, leaving Papper's to stand on his hands. The crowd goes haywire. Money gets tossed onto the stage. Body odor invades my nose from the crowd as they raise their arms in unison. The 2 famished, still tied, resume their out-of-control flesh and meat lust. When the curtains close, I don't move. I just stand there staring at the curtain. Rudy touches my shoulder. Are you okay? He asks dubiously. That's the most ghastly thing I've ever seen, and that includes Guido's art, I manage. It's a little hair-raisin, Glinda chimes in. He got to get a new dead-un. She thinks I'm talking about his decomposition. I shake my head. I think I need some rest, I tell them as we watch the crowd disperse toward the bar and dance floor. The music's loud and pumping, but it's not working any magic on me because I don't want to be here anymore. Oh, just 1 more drink and a dance. The night is young. I'll buy, 'cause I know you broke. I look at Rudy and shrug. He laughs, leaning in to whisper, If you want to go, you can. I just shake my head and we follow Glinda to the bar. By the time the drinks come, Mac's back and joking with Rudy. I can tell Rudy genuinely likes him. I take the shot, thinking about tomorrow. Rudy seems fine, but Mac's a little slurry. Being an army guy, I'm sure Mac can drink and get up at the crack of dawn the next day. The music's thunderous. I'm about to leave when Mac grabs my hand. Let's dance, he says excitedly, the moonshine making him brave. Passing Rudy, we both shrug at the same time, and Mac takes me to the dance floor. It's been a long time since I last danced with a partner, and it feels good to swing my hips in time with the music. Mac's a great dancer and a good lead. His hands slide to my hips and he pulls me closer than I'm comfortable with. Redirecting his hands to my waist, I immediately feel like a prude, so when his hands move around to the small of my back, I let him. Dancing with him is intimate. Since he's only 3 or so inches taller than me, we're face to face. Curly hair falls into his watchful eyes as his fingers dip under my shirt and skim the sensitive skin on my back. I close my eyes at the feel of it. No one's touched me there in a while, and it brings goosebumps to my skin. Being this close to him, I can smell soap and moonshine. His clothing fits him perfectly, his build evidence of his military status. I guessed right about the body resistance training. I have to admit, he's just as good looking as Rudy in his own way. He steps back, twirling me around jokingly, and I laugh. The rest of the dance, he does things to amuse me, and I'm pleased to be having fun. We're laughing as we come back to the bar. So, you want me to help you with a bow? He asks with a puppy face, referring to me upgrading to a bigger bow. He smiles as I elbow him. Sure, I've shot one before, I say, looking around for Rudy to tell him I'm leaving. I spot his do-rag on the dance floor, and he's having an equally good time dancing with Glinda, but I spot a small flaw. Being big and imposing in his space on the floor, he dances awkwardly. I admire how he's able to make the best of it and sticks with the beat. I imagine he's only able to do so because of his natural musical abilities. Other dancing females shoot Glinda envious looks, and I know that his dancing doesn't take away any sex appeal. He's letting Glinda do most of the work, and I'm glad I'm not the one with him. My body thoroughly enjoyed dancing with Mac, something I didn't ever think I'd feel again, but I don't intend to get an itch I can't scratch. "Can you tell Rudy I went to my room?" I ask Mac as he hands me another shot of gasoline. I take it, and this time it's not as bad going down, but my eyes still water. "You bet," he says. I give him a hug and tell him thanks for the good time. He just smirks and goes about his way. I walk unsteadily down the corridor to the room. It's been a long day, but a day I won't ever forget. Chapter 20. Serious dry mouth like sandpaper and a headache is not how I want to start the day. Sitting up in bed, I take some Advil and drink water from a jug, spilling some down my chin. Searching for signs Rudy came back last night, I come up with nada. That doesn't mean he wasn't here. Digging around in the box for something appetizing, a bump bangs at the door. I stand alert, crossbow in hand. The door swings open to reveal Rudy with his hands full. His eyes widen, and I drop the aim of the bow as quickly as possible. "Sorry," I say sheepishly. "I almost get shot bearing gifts." The box he holds goes to the floor, and I peek in, finding the best things I've ever seen. The box contains 4 eggs, a jar of fresh milk, and strawberries. I stare at him. "Good thing I have moonshine. Arrows are painful," he remarks, taking out 2 jars from his black hoodie pocket. "Moonshine?" I ask, confused. Plugging in the electric stove, he says, "They're for the fights. Dulls the pain, darlin'." I hate thinking about him in pain. I pull out a small pot from one of the boxes we brought in from Rudy's truck. "I don't know what to say, Rudy. I hope you didn't tack on more fights for this food, because if you did, I'm not eating it." He laughs. "No, I have money. I'm sure you noticed that people throw money at the performers. It's a tip." I vaguely remember someone hitting Candy in her tit with a coin when she was dancing that first night. Right. Tips. "I know you said you didn't want me getting the strawberries yesterday, but—" "Thanks." I touch his arm, and he looks down at my hand. Apparently he doesn't want it there, so I pull it back. He glances up at me, his tricolored eyes mesmerizing me for a minute before I look away. "I want to do this. How do you like your eggs?" he asks, changing the subject. Fried on both sides and runny." My mouth waters. He laughs. "Good choice." He cooks them while I change my shirt to a plain white one behind his back. I'm running out of clean clothes. I'll have to figure out a way to wash them. I put my black fleece jacket on over the white t-shirt. When he slips the eggs onto the one and only plate, I practically drool. I swirl the egg through the yolk before taking the first bite. Savoring it, I glance at Rudy. He does the same. We both grin around our eggs. "Wow, I never thought I'd eat another egg," I tell him. "Yeah, they're good. I'm happy to share." "Good," I say as he watches me closely. I don't know what's going through his mind. Sometimes I can get an easy read. Other times he's a complete mystery. I liked trying to figure him out. "You have a good time last night?" He nods, his eyes never leaving me. "Except the puddle of drool I slept in." "What? The community has dogs, too?" I laugh, knowing he means my drool. A chuckle comes from the depths of his belly. Picking up a bright red strawberry, I bite into it as the juice bursts out. It's sweet, not bitter, with a firm and fresh texture. Are you trying to win my heart?" I joke. "Yes, if strawberries make you happy, then it'll be easy." He laughs again. I can't tell if he's being serious or just playing our unspoken "let me see if I can get you to blush" game. Knowing he's teasing, heat blooms in my cheeks anyway. Damn. Point for Rudy. I don't look at the smug grin I know he's directing my way. "You and Mac are good friends?" He doesn't say anything, so I risk a glance at him. He's still beaming triumph for making me blush, all teeth and dimples. "Did Mac tell you anything about our friendship?" What's this? A question so he'll know how much to tell me? I shake my head. I'm on my second strawberry. Finally, he answers my question, getting serious. "Yes, I'm glad he's coming with us. One less person I have to worry about. His jaw clenches as his eyes become unfocused. He's a good guy, he says after a long moment. Yeah, he is. I like him. I do like Mac. He's fun. Rudy lounges back against the wall eating strawberries. I take a sip of milk. It's warm, but fresh. Does Stanley make butter and cheese? Sometimes, but the eggs and milk are the easiest. It takes a lot of work just to keep that going. He's a single parent since the outbreak. Helping his kids with their studies is a main priority for him. That's why I don't mind helping him when he asks for it. I smile, liking that Rudy takes time to get to know Stanley and helps whenever he can. It seems Rudy's done that with everyone, putting everything into perspective. Everyone's got a story, and everyone moves on the best they can. Helping each other keeps it going more often than not. I can move on by helping those people in the base. It's time to stop messing around and do it. Rudy finishes his milk in one gulp and stands up. You ready to go meet the guys? I give a look pretending to think, trying not to show my enthusiasm. I look forward to forming a plan. Yep. I jump up, grabbing my pack. I have no idea what I'm in for. We meet in the courtyard by the gate to the parking lot. Rudy and I figure we can take them downtown to see how they deal with zombies. Most of these guys can handle it. They've survived this long. They're not Guido's right-hand men because they don't want to be. They find other ways of helping instead. Rudy mentions Max usually a loner, and that he danced with me is something not to take lightly. When Max sees me, the term loner doesn't jump to mind. Displaying easy confidence and cheerfulness, he calls out, Hey, we bow practicing? Checking out all the guys, Rudy says, No, we're going downtown. Because it's cold, we'll have zombie action. If we're lucky, we might run into famished, I chime in, excited by the prospect. Mac's eyes widen with interest, my excitement triggering his own. Well, well, this might be intriguing, he rumbles. We discuss how to go about our suicide mission, as Mac still likes to call it. I don't blame him. Judging from all the zombies I saw, it is a suicide mission. Sticking with smaller groups rather than a big one, we plan to break into groups of 5 and 6. With Rudy and me leading 6, Mac and another will lead 5. When we tell the group this, an automatic argument about me leading anyone breaks out. I shake my head. We really don't have time for this. If you don't like it, hit the road. I won't work with anyone who won't have my back when I'll be on the front lines. I really hope they don't make me shove arrows up their asses. I don't have time to lick male egos. I look all of them in the eyes. Mac and the others look at each other. Rudy's eyes sparkle with amusement, standing with his bow strapped to his back. Maybe I should stick an arrow up his ass, but before I can say anything, he speaks up. Does anyone have any field experience? Hunting, fighting, karate, military, anything of that sort we can use. We need one more person to lead a group. A big, burly, white-haired man bobs through our small crowd. I strain my neck to look up at him as he steps out. He wears overalls, looking bulky in places to hide the fact that he's armed and dangerous. I'm John. Before the end, I was 2 years a retired axeman. I gape at him. This axeman can pick up a tree. A mental picture of him tossing a putrid into a group of famished, like bowling pins in a crash of exploding, molten purulence, flashes through my mind. I laugh out loud at the mental picture, and everyone stares. I clear my throat. Sorry. Even Rudy has to look up at him, but he nods his head respectfully. That's perfect. Yeah, perfect. He should be in my group. Knowing my luck, I'll get the 2 cracking jokes in the back. Mac promptly fixes the problem. Would you 2 shut your pie holes? He scowls his annoyance at them. I send a grin their way. What are your names? I ask them, and they look stricken to be called out. The Asian American eyes me and says, Samaru, Sam. He's easily the shortest of the group, yet still muscular, like an English bulldog. A gray zippered hoodie stretches over his huge chest and arms, and his baggy jeans cover shoes with the tongues and laces hanging out. I like him already because his black, glossy faux hawk is cemented in such a way I'm sure he could stake zombies with it. A rifle of some sort is strapped to his back. He catches me eyeing it and holds it up. AK-47. Easy to find and keep stocked. He sniffs, emphasizing the small gauge ring in his septum that seems to block his nostrils. The assault rifle he carries was mass-produced and easy to maintain. I know this from being a well-read individual and a history paper Malachi helped me on in the old life. I'm surprised I didn't recognize it. Looking around, I noticed many of the guys have the same rifle, including his buddy, a bouncy African-American with clothes 5 times too big for his body. Charcoal black skin matches his sparse stubble and the small dreads sticking out from his head. He notices me watching him and says, "What's up? I'm Ty." Dancing to a beat in his head, he raises his fingers in a mock salute. I do the same. "Good to meet you." He grins, and his mouth gleams back at me with gold. "Okay, they're with you," Rudy says automatically. I sigh in resignation. It's obvious he wants someone to teach me to shoot a gun. "Fine. I get Bunyan on my team," I tell him, pointing to John. I make sure my voice leaves no room for argument. Rudy shakes with held-in laughter as everyone else stares, confused. "Bunyan? Really? As in Paul Bunyan?" Rudy laughs, but John seems offended. "Don't worry, John," Rudy says, looking at me. "It's a compliment." John grins. "I'm not offended. Took me a minute to get you meant me." Rudy turns back to me. "Really, Can, we need him to lead." I shrug, glancing up at Bunyan. "I don't think I'm brave enough to call you Jolly G." He booms this deep laughter at the reference to the Jolly Green Giant. The laughter spreads through the group, taking off an edge I didn't realize was there. "Let's finish setting up groups and head to the city. Sam and Ty are with me," I say, looking at them. "Mac and Bunyan will be leading a group." After the teams are decided, I study my team of misfits, not disappointed, but appreciating my diverse group, and accept them for who they are. Well, except maybe one. Thomas is one of the guys that protested being led by me. I can practically smell the anger coming from him. He stands there looking defiant with his gray-streaked brown hair cut in a short style, wearing relaxed-fit jeans and tennis shoes. Being average height and soft from comfortable living, I wonder what he thinks he brings to the table. I might be biased from his pig-headedness, so taking a deep breath, I let his anger roll off me. Since he stands here, not dead, he can do something. At the very least, he can take care of himself. I shouldn't judge. The only reason I'm alive is because I hid. Then there's Reese. I haven't seen him before, but when arranging in groups, Mac asked him about a trip. Mac informs me Reese owns a tattoo booth in the marketplace. Being covered in tattoos, including his bald head, I don't doubt that. A long, dark goatee, speckled gray and braided with beads woven into it, hangs from his chin. Looking 40-ish, he's shirtless except for a black leather vest covered in blood-stained patches, showing chest hair and a hard, round stomach. The weather is too cold for shirtless, but he shows no signs of it bothering him. A shoulder holster carrying 2 really big handguns pokes out of his vest. Shaking his firm hand, I say, "Great to meet you, Reese." He nods as dark, bushy eyebrows move over his sunglasses. Being the one who volunteered to be on my team, coupled with his exterior toughness, makes me like him. Felix Fuller, that's how he introduces himself, seems to take this very seriously. He should, but I don't want people to be over the top. We have to work together, and we will trust each other more if we can joke around, too. Felix does not seem like the joking type. He stands ramrod straight. Being softer than Thomas from comfortable living before the outbreak, his belly protrudes outward in the bouncy fashion of someone who eats too much sugar. His hand shakes sure and strong as I take in his thin, straight blonde hair. Felix holds his chin high, as if I dare ask him what he's doing here, gripping his AK tightly like I'll turn into a zombie any minute and he'll have to shoot me. That was us. Ty, Sam, Reese, Thomas, Felix, and Kansas City Sunshine. I want to laugh. Talk about a motley crew. Looking to the other groups, both Rudy and Mac talk animatedly to their teams. To gain attention, I clap my hands and say loudly, "Okay, we will be going downtown. I wouldn't call it training since you guys wouldn't be here if you haven't dealt with zombies. We just want to see how we all handle the situation. The zombies at the base are different. The ones I've seen move in unison like puppets. There are many of them. Many, I emphasize. When we go to the base, we are going to try to find out what exactly they are doing and how. By the look of their faces, no one seems surprised at this information. Guido must have given them the rundown. I continue. Possibly save the living there. Those people need our help. They're sitting chickens waiting for slaughter and who knows what else. Rudy comes over to our group and says, "We're leaving. Guido lent us cars, and of course, we'll take Agatha." He beams at me. "Who is Agatha?" Ty asks, stretching out the vowels and turning the consonants into a mumble-jumble. Good thing I speak mumble. That would be Rudy's armored truck. He nods, as if liking the name. Chapter 21. We go to the open parking lot behind the safety of the courtyard fence, and Rudy informs me we have use of 3 cars. We'll need more than that for the trip. All of us plus survivors, I say. Rudy gets serious, stopping me with his arm. I figure we can pick up a couple RVs and vans. It would require your useful skills. I know what he's getting at. What skills? Thomas sneers. I ignore him, having so many other things to do than hotwire cars. Like what? My mind whispers traitorously. Rudy speaks up. Can knows how to hotwire. Hotwiring is easy, Ty chimes in with a mumble. Oh yeah? Can you hotwire anything made after 1995? Rudy counters. How did he know what I can hotwire and what I can't? Maybe my notebook? I shouldn't have given the notebook back to him. Ty looks put out, shuffling from foot to foot. Maybe she can teach us. It'd be a useful skill, Bunyan says, ignoring their banter. Rudy looks at me seriously as I think it over. Walking over to climb into Agatha, I come to a decision. Sure, but I charge. They all accept this with ease, and I ignore Rudy's triumphant grin. How do you like your team? Rudy asks as we pull out of the parking lot. I spot the Nashville skyline. We aren't far, maybe 4 miles on the east side. I like them. I search my pack for my sharpening stone. Finding it, I start on my machete in long, sure strokes. Rudy glances over, his eyes following the stone. Good. I can tell he's deliberating something. Man, I bet you're a beast, he says. When I peek at him, his whole neck blazes with color as he realizes how that sounds. I marvel at the way he's so easily embarrassed by innuendos. He never colors at Candy's advances, even though she did make him extremely uncomfortable. Or at any female attention for that matter. He's accustomed to it. Another point for me without even trying. I keep a straight face. Only one way to find out. He keeps his eyes on the road. The color goes from his neck to his ears. I meant I've never seen you in action. Every time you see a famished here, you go into sudden alert mode, ready to kill immediately. He laughs, shaking his head at himself. He glances at me because I shake with suppressed laughter. I finally let it out. You brought that on yourself. Triple points for me. Not acknowledging me, he continues. I won't ever forget the first time I saw you. You were running over those putreds with a grin on your face. I remember, but it's news to me that it was his first glimpse. Well, it's not because I like it. Well, maybe a little. I grimace, not knowing it's that obvious. He interrupts before I can say anything else. I know, you think the people can still be in there. You're showing them mercy. I understand. That damn notebook again. I'll burn it with the next zombie corpse. Of course, you asked me if I believe in ghosts. A chuckle erupts through the cab. I'm glad he's tickled pink. I don't say anything, just sharpen my machete. The blessed silence doesn't last long. You should learn to shoot a gun. You voiced that opinion before, and it was taken into consideration. I clip and give the machete one last hard slash with the stone. I didn't clarify, he mutters, lost in thought. Have you shot any famished with your crossbow? Of course, I say, way too fast, as he raises his eyebrows at me. I sigh, defeated. It's fine at close range, but any farther than 10 to 20 feet, it only slows them down, except for putreds. The first zombie I saw run fast, the arrow sort of stuck, and I had to drive it in with a hatchet. It worked for you for a while, I understand. If you really like the arrows, Matt can give you some pointers. But a gun would be useful when there is more than one, and you don't have to worry about drawing more. I'm not comfortable using guns, and never recovered from the first and only time I ever shot one. I briefly wonder what he was going to say before he said Mac would help me. We drive the rest of the way in silence. Driving through downtown makes my heart ache for the past. There were many great things in Nashville. It wasn't a huge city like, say, New York or Chicago or Houston, but still a metropolitan area. Even though it was Music City, it wasn't all about country music. Sadness fills me as I take in the sights, reminding me of better times, reminding me of Malachi. We would go to Predators games with season tickets Malachi's parents purchased every year on his birthday. I thought about the times we went to see the Nashville fireworks display as the Nashville Symphony synced music to it. Malachi would surprise me with the Frist Museum exhibit openings. I remembered our late nights in Printer's Alley, the highlight of Nashville nightlife, and a back alley with a Bourbon Street feel for our enjoyment, only permissible with fake IDs. I recalled the annual guitar drop on New Year's Eve and our midnight kisses. I put a plug on my thoughts. It's sad to think of the history that would no longer be kept alive here and everywhere else in the world. Driving down 2nd Avenue, perpendicular to Broadway, the streets once famous for tourism with restaurants, street performers, bars, and clubs are deserted. I watch the skyline, each building as we pass. My favorite was always the AT&T building, towering with 2 points in the sky, known locally as the Batman building. Being cold and overcast, we can expect any kind of zombie. Scorch spots dot the road with burned-out cars. Trash litters the streets, blowing in the wind. Broken glass glitters, even without the sun. I can almost see the people walking the sidewalks. Something bad happened here during the outbreak. We roll to a stop near an old parking garage. Where are all the zombies? I wonder out loud. Probably in hiding. Rudy turns off the truck and Reese's motorcycle rumbles to a stop. We look around and nothing. I don't know what to expect, really, thinking we'd be ambushed or something like it. Maybe we should split up and hit the garages, I contemplate, since zombies hoard in dark and cool places during the day. Yeah, let's see what everyone else thinks. I jumped down from Agatha just in time to see about a dozen famished hauling ass toward Reese. We easily outnumbered them, but it's still a sight to see. Zombies stampeding, snarling, and hissing ferociously like a pack of rabid dogs, drooling in their craving for flesh. Reese stands by his bike calmly. I know my crossbow won't do any good. All of the famished are fresh, with no incriminating wounds on any of them. How did they turn? And where do they keep coming from? These famished all have the same look about them, dressed alike, almost like a group living together, getting attacked and then turning. Usually, a multiple famished attack would result in ghastly injuries from being eaten alive. I shake my head from trying to figure out why when it's irrelevant. No time to think about that now. Famished! I yell the obvious, opting for my machete and hatchet. Running over to help Reese, he cocks a sawed-off shotgun and shoots a famished in the head that makes an explosion of blood and icky fragments. The headless corpse slumps to the ground. Whoa! I squall in awe, having no idea where he pulled that from. Reese is my choice for showing me how to use new toys. Mac laughs at my outburst before returning focus to the famished. The famished change course, seeing more people pile out of vehicles. An arrow whizzes by, piercing a zombie skull, putting Rudy somewhere behind me with his bow. He has good aim, considering these famished are moving with speed. Sam catches my eye standing on top of a car as he watches the famished spread out with grim determination. I can make out Ty's tiny dreads in the passenger seat underneath Sam. The moment a famished gets within 10 feet of the car, Sam throws his body toward it in a fluid motion, pulling a kung fu move so fast I wouldn't have thought it possible for his physique. My mouth drops when the zombie's head dangles from its shoulders from a broken neck. The bobbling head only slows the zombie down. Its mouth grinds even as its own blood slobbers out. Ty removes himself from the car, silver glinting from both hands as he flips his wrists in an intricate motion, making the silver dazzle in a dance. He nods at Sam, who turns to another zombie. I recognize the butterfly knives as Ty lunges forward, stabbing the zombie with a broken neck in its temple, twisting his wrist and jerking the knife out. bringing with it blood spatter and brain matter. Gore gushes onto the concrete as the zombie falls to the ground. Ty turns to help Sam with the other zombie. A zombie a little taller than me rushes toward me. I snap my mouth closed and brace myself, seeing the blue, famished lips snarl and gnaw as if it already has flesh in it. It launches toward me the rest of the way. I move left while I arch the machete with my right hand, covering my face as dead plasma spurts all over me. It's sticky, bringing a stench of coppery, rotten meat. The famished goes down, choking on clods of blood while snapping at me. I swallow a lump that forms in my throat. Its hands grab at me as I hack at his head that finally comes off and rolls gingerly down the sidewalk, leaving a thick blood trail like a slug. I look up in time to see Bunyan kick a short famished in the chest. The famished zombie falls backward, taking another one with it. It's almost comical how Bunyan lives up to my first impression. Several bullets shower the fallen famished, effectively cutting off their heads in the process. My ears ring from the echoes the shots bounce off the buildings. I search around before realizing the shots came from the top of the parking garage. A man on Bunyan's team struggles with a chain around a famished throat. The zombie was sprawled out on its stomach with its arms and legs wildly thrashing, trying to get its captor. Several shots hit concrete next to the guy, spraying up dust. The guy freezes in shock, glancing around him. That's all it takes for the zombie to gain some momentum. "Watch out!" I scream, but it only distracts him further as the zombie's mouth bites down on his forearm, taking a chunk of skin and muscle. The guy shrieks out a manly cry of pain. More shots are fired, hitting the zombie and the man. I watch in horror as blood pools out from his forearm and the hole in his head. "You're surrounded. Put your weapons down or we'll shoot." A booming voice from the sky yells. It's deadly quiet as we all take in our unexpected situation that's only about to get worse. I search the top of the building for the source. Glancing at Rudy, I find he's covered in zombie gore. With narrowed eyes, he wipes a big hunting blade on his jeans. "Who are you? Show yourself," Rudy calls back, remaining calm. "People will shoot you if you don't put your weapons down." An angry voice screams down at us, echoing through the buildings. I can't tell how many there are, and worse, what they want with us. Rudy scans the surrounding buildings. Mac doesn't look happy. In fact, he looks downright murderous. Movement catches my eye in the parking garage, the same garage the zombies came from. I keep my eye in that direction, expecting more famished to come running out. "What do you want?" Rudy yells to no one in particular. A long moment passes with nothing said. The silence is deafening. "Leave the girl. Get in your vehicles and leave," is the response that comes back. I'm sure color drains from my face, probably turning a ghastly shade of green while my stomach plummets. Why me? Movement catches my eye again. A man in black hides in the shadows, watching with curiosity from the darkness of the garage. Mac's attention moves toward the alley in front of him. A man steps out holding a gun to him. "All of you, get down on your knees." No one moves. The man bites his lower lip in a high-pitched whistle. A shot rings out, and another one of our men dropped to the ground. "Do it!" The man stares at me, and holding up my hands in a peace gesture, I start to lower slowly. Taking the opportunity, Mac hits him with his hand in a chop motion directly in the man's throat. The man gags and goes to swing. Mac easily avoids it, chopping him in the gut before cradling the man's head and twisting it violently. All hell breaks loose before that man hits the sidewalk. Gunfire going in all directions, I turn to run, but someone comes from nowhere and lands on top of me. Falling to the pavement, I catch myself on my hands. Gravel digs into my palms and oil from the street is thick in my nose. My knee hits the curb of the sidewalk with a crack and my machete clatters away as the person yells out. "Get off! We need to get out of here!" I manage while looking over my shoulder. "Mac." "There was another guy on the street aiming for you and just shot me, so you're welcome," he snaps, obviously in pain. "What?" I screech. "Was it the guy in black?" At this point, our men hide behind the cars, and I spot the targets now that the sun decided to make an appearance. They keep shooting, and we're both out in the open. I wiggle, and Mac gets up groaning, but he does it quickly while covering me. A bullet whizzes by his head, causing his eyes to widen as he ducks. The bullet pings off Agatha, the truck. We both do a panic duck at the ricochet coming around the truck. Rudy and a couple of his team squat behind it, taking cover. He visibly relaxes when he sees us. "We need to go," Rudy, Captain Obvious, states. "Mac is shot," I tell Rudy, looking Mac over. He breathes heavily and sweat starts to bead his upper lip. "Where are you hurt?" Mac swallows. "Nothing major. Let's go." Rudy whistles and gestures for everyone to follow. Throwing open the driver's door, I leap in, turning to help Mac up. I yelp when Mac tumbles into my lap from Rudy's boost. He shoots Rudy an indignant look as Rudy hops in, slamming the door. He starts the engine, gasses it, and speeds off. I wiggle over to the passenger side. Mac still looks irritated from Rudy pushing him into the truck and on top of me. Glancing in the side mirror, the vault doors swing wildly. Shots expel out from the back, the team still in counterattack mode. As we turn the corner, Reese's hog sits, being left behind. The guy in black steps out into the street to watch us retreat. Was anyone else hurt or killed? I need to know. Rudy shakes his head. I don't think so. I let out a breath, relieved for the moment. I turn to Mac. You idiot, you should have just ran. I want to say something about that man, but I know it's pointless. He did what he had to do. No way. I saw him. And nothing went through my mind, just action, he grunts, bleeding on the seat, looking rather Casper-like. Blood stains my jeans from his brief stint in my lap. Where were you hit? I asked reluctantly. It looks like he could have been hit in a large artery with all that blood. Checking my palms over, they're scratched, but nothing I will even call minor. Rudy coughs back a laugh. He bites his lips together to keep from doing it. What the hell is so fucking funny, Rudy? I demand as he glances at Mac. Nothing is funny about this situation. People died. Mac's injured. And so many questions start popping into my head, I don't know where to start. They both burst into laughter at the look on my face. Mac's laugh is more of a wheeze, but he smiles at me. His ocean blue eyes gleaming, he says, I was shot in the ass. Will you kiss it and make it better? They both choke out more laughter. They think this is hilarious. I glare at them, trying to keep a straight face, which is hard to do with both of them laughing contagiously. If you don't remember what happened to my wound, I'll just tell you, infection doesn't feel good. I'm upset Mac is bleeding, but I won't be able to keep from laughing if they keep making jokes. Something jumped up and bit me, Mac jokes in a perfect imitation of Forrest Gump. Okay, so that's funny. I can't hold it any longer. I laugh with them and realize they might be laughing just to relieve the stress of our earlier predicament. It helps. When we all calm down, Rudy shakes his head, still grinning. We'll clean it. Help out the medic. If Can helps, I can dig out the bullet for you, he says in a more serious tone. Mac's head flops back on the seat, making his curls bounce. Gee, thanks, he mutters, making me feel horrible. Another person trying to rescue me when I usually deal with things on my own. Curiosity burning, I ask, Mac, was the guy that shot you wearing black? He stiffens. I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a brown shirt. Mac looks like he's getting ready to say something. Rudy chimes in. Black canvas? I think about it. Could have been. The pants had a lot of pockets. Watching him, he stares at the road intently. Have you seen him before? Rudy blinks, eyes never leaving the road. His grip on the wheel tightens, the tendons white. The people that took over the Clarksville base wore black canvas, the same ones that killed living people who didn't deserve it. I remember the story he told me about the men who went in guns blazing and how he had barely escaped the famished. Reliving it, he remembers what he doesn't want to remember. He glances at Mac. Mac shrugs and doesn't say anything. His tongue runs along the inside of his bottom lip, lost in thought. A war seems to be raging on behind his blue eyes. They sparkle, looking out the front windshield, seeing without seeing. I put my hand on Mac's arm. Thanks for covering me, I say quietly, trying to change the dark subject. He looks at me for a second without really seeing me. His eyes like windows. Hopelessness, dismay, and maybe acceptance of it all cross his features. I can't even begin to imagine what those eyes have seen before. His pupils focus on me, and he smiles slightly. I look back out the window, knowing we're going into something way over our heads. Mac does not want to be carried. Rudy lets us out on the other side of the community, using the door Glinda took me through on my first day to the claptrap outside the fence. I don't want Mac to have to walk far. We decide to take him into our room to remove the bullet and stop the bleeding. I help him to our room, and he tells me where I can get some medical supplies. He also tells me to get a jar of moonshine from his room. He doesn't want to waste the pain medications on an ass wound. I almost argue with him, but his stubborn look tells me I would not win. Walking to Mac's room, I think back to the events, having a weird feeling about the man in black I spotted in the garage. Something's not quite right. The base needs further investigation. Mac stayed silent, not giving his opinion at all. He knows more, but isn't telling. From what I know about Mac so far, it's highly out of character for him to keep his opinion to himself. The bachelor building he stays in is the only one-story brick structure in the community. It's very thoughtful splitting it up like that, families, working girls, and single women, and the bachelors. Putting people with almost the same lifestyle together makes it hard to disturb anyone. When I get to his room, it's perfect and orderly. His bed covers stretch with military tightness. There's no dust on the furniture, and the small window sparkles clean. My lips pull into a smile. Walking over, I untuck the bed covers. The bag of medical supplies and moonshine sit right where he said they would be. His room even smells clean with a hint of aftershave. I feel bad for taking him to our dump of a room, even though we did our best to clean it. The smell is faint, but still there. Hopefully the moonshine will take care of it. When I return to our room, Rudy has Mac lying on his stomach. Mac gives Rudy instructions on how to take care of the wound. I shut the door and hand the bag to Rudy. He says, "Mac, I'm going to cut your pants." Rudy cleaned up some and took off his sweatshirt. He pulls a pair of small scissors from Mac's bag. Mac's face burrows in my pillow and snorts a laugh. No shit. It comes out muffled, so his sarcasm comes out with less heat. He begins to wiggle, trying to get his pants over the wound. Rudy's caught between helping him and going ahead and using the scissors. I can tell he'd rather cut them. "Mac, let me help." I walk over and grab each side of his pants and ease them over the wound, trying not to bite my lip. My gaze follows his perfect butt muscles shaped down into thigh muscle. He turns his face toward me and catches me looking, then grins. "Oh, stop." I laugh. "Please, hand me the moonshine," he mocks in a painful voice. I roll my eyes as Rudy sets about cleaning the area of the wound still bleeding. Mac takes big gulps of moonshine and grimaces as it makes its way down. "I took a bullet for you. The least you could do is nurse me back to health." He seems serious, so I shrug. "Sure, I'll do whatever you need." A mischievous smile splits his face, probably thinking something that has nothing to do with nursing. "A nurse's uniform," he hisses through clenched teeth. I glance at what Rudy's doing. He's got tweezers digging around in the wound. "Fuck, man, will you give me 15 minutes to get drunk?" "If I wait that long, you'll be bleeding all over the place." Rudy's jaw clenches and keeps focus on the wound. "Got it." He pulls out the bullet, and Mac groans. A fresh gush of blood flows out behind it. I can't believe I'm watching this. It's making me squirm. Zombie guts, no problem, but I'm seeing a bullet being pulled out of a wound. Ouch. Rudy holds up the bullet with the tweezers to study it before he throws the bullet in the trash. He gets out gauze to pack the wound. The bullet was from a small caliber gun. It didn't hit bone or cause any major tissue damage. "Mac, you were lucky." "It was only meant to wound," Rudy says, looking at me. Mac answers by gulping the moonshine. "That bullet was meant for me in hopes of me being injured and the team leaving me behind." The acknowledgement registers on Rudy's face. "I have some sweatpants you can put on, but you should lay on your stomach for a while." Rudy walks away in search of pants. Mac lies with his eyes closed. "I'll help you put them on," Rudy says after he retrieves the sweats. "If Mike wasn't persistent on catching a famished, we could have left before anyone got shot. He was worried about making money, I'm sure, but it killed him. I guess Mike was the guy that got bit and immediately shot." I think it's still sinking in. He was there 1 second, gone the next, I tell Rudy as he pulls Mac's bloody bullet hole pants off. "Oh yeah, you know how I like it, Rudy baby." Max slurs, southern roots coming to the surface in a strong accent. I laugh. Rudy ignores the drunken comment. I should have realized sooner it wasn't one of us shooting the famished. We were taking them down easy enough. We outnumbered them. I nod. What do you think they wanted with me? I ask curiously as his eyes darken. Probably short on women, darlin'. It's best not to think about it. As I watch his jaw clench with a thought trying to form in my mind, I remember Glinda telling me there aren't many girls my age at the community. She's right. Seeing very few, I can probably count on both hands how many between the ages of 15 and 35 live here. Although, she said the reason is people decide not to stay at the community. Do you think that has something to do with the lack of women around my age? Mac interrupts. I wouldn't have let 'em take her. He raises his head to look at us. How did he get drunk so fast? Looking to his jar, I see it's half empty. Mac, you're going to kill yourself. I put the jar out of his reach, handing him some water. I wipe his forehead with a clean rag. Just get some rest. I turn to Rudy. He looks paler. Earlier he looked like a ghost. Now he just looks transparent. We should have put pressure on the wound in the truck. It would have gushed blood while digging out the bullet. Now it's packed with the best chance for the bleeding to stop. Feeling a little distressed, I'm getting a headache myself. Digging through my pack for some ibuprofen, I say, I think I'm going to shower now. I'll be thinking on other places to go for zombies. No, we don't need to do that now. We should focus on target practicing and planning where we're going to get materials. I think we did great, even though there will be lots more. He sighs wearily. We don't know what is really going on over there. Mac's right about it being a suicide mission. He searches my face in contemplation. I stay strong for him, ignoring his last comment. We will help those people. We'll help Julie, I say with conviction, and put my hand on his arm for comfort. There really is no way to prepare for how it will be. You're right that we don't know. I keep hearing the voice from the roof downtown. The whole trip was a waste of time. I swallow. Mac got shot for nothing. Rudy shakes his head. You're not shot, so I wouldn't say it was for nothing. If you're referring to how stupid it was to go in the first place, it wasn't. I know how everyone will be, and they can take care of themselves. I think about it. It seems like we're keeping each other strong. Point taken. I salute. I'll be back soon. I grab my pack and my last change of clothing. I walk through the corridor in a daze, thinking about my car accident, the infection, and Mac getting shot. I feel like my luck will run out soon. Chapter 22. The shower's cold, but it's heaven in its own right. Shampoo makes my stitches itch, so I carefully scratch them. Ah, yes. Mac stitched me up when I got here. That alone reels me. Now he's taken a bullet for me, too. Since I need to make some money for supplies, I'll ask Mac to put a sign-up sheet at his booth when he goes back to work. Although I hope he won't be occupying his booth for a while now, not until he gets to feeling better. After I dress and braid my locks, I go to check on Mac and bring along a bucket of water and soap to clean the blood off. He's still passed out when I open the door, and Rudy plays a Sublime song on his guitar, giving me an idea for later. I smile. Thanks for helping me get out that bullet. I feel terrible he got shot because of me, I say. He stops playing. That was Mac's choice. It's like second nature for him. I would have done the same. He'll heal, just like you. He changes the subject. By the way, how is your cut? The stitches itch like crazy. I hesitate, unsure. Will you take them out? Yeah, but you should eat first. He points to some fresh peaches in a basket on the floor. Thanks. I pick up a peach from the top. I have a fight tonight. Will you check on Mac at some point? We should make sure he doesn't overdo the moonshine. I bite into the peach and speak with my mouth full. I was going to anyway. A piece of peach goes flying onto his denim-clad knee. Rudy's face lights up in amusement as he flicks it away. Nice. I could have killed a zombie with that one. We both laugh. I eat in a hurry and then sit on the bed to check on Mac. With no fever but flushed from the alcohol, he's not snoring or drooling. No fair. I'm sure I'd be crusty with drool by now. Rudy cuts the stitches with a box cutter, relieving a deep itch. All done, he says, rubbing to relieve some of the tickle. Thanks. The itching is better. Just a scab now. I'm gonna head to the trap. See you around? He asks, sounding hopeful. Yeah, you know I can't miss your badass in action. He squeezes my hand before standing up. I'm lucky you found me, you know, I blurt. Me too. He smiles and winks as he walks out. I can't figure him out, and this makes it hard to pinpoint how I feel about him. Sure, we flirt and make each other blush for fun, and I'm fond of him for saving my life. But something about him seems closed off. I need to stay focused on the tasks in front of me. Right now, that means cleaning Mac, but no way am I going to call it a sponge bath. He's not too bloody. We got most of it while taking care of his wound. I begin to carefully clean blood spatters on his neck. He flinches. Holy shit, it's cold! With a voice thick from drunken sleep, he wakes. The vibrant aqua blue of his irises are glassed over, but it makes them twinkle with light. His long lashes blink heavily as he takes in his surroundings. A slow grin spreads across his face. A sponge bath. Do you need to undress me? He apparently slept off some of the moonshine, though not enough to stop his bravery. What if I say yes? His eyebrows rise, but his lids remain half closed. You know how to pique interest. I'd say have at it, he says, grinning the entire time. I shake my head. Just cleaning blood off. I start on his arms, and he doesn't resist. The blood under his fingernails he'll need to clean in the shower. Don't scratch your butt, you have blood under your nails. He shrugs. All this blood is probably my own. I didn't increase my zombie count today. There weren't that many of them, and those hostiles shot most of them. I was too busy watching you. No, you were too busy twisting necks. He doesn't look put out with my scorn. Anyway, I upped my zombie count. Hacking at necks can get messy. I took a shower myself. I know. You smell all flowery. I smile. Wildflower soap, and Rudy took the stitches out. They were bothering me. Let me see. I bend my head so he can see them. He smooths my hair with his hand. Looks good. Yeah, I bet they were itching like crazy. He did the same as Rudy and rubbed it to scratch. Thanks for sewing it up. I don't remember. I was, well, you know. Yeah, I know. Guido woke me up in the middle of the night to stitch you. There you were, knocked out and drooling. He laughs at the memory. You woke up briefly muttering crazy things at me. What did I say? I'm sure that was endearing. It kind of was. All tough-looking with dreadlocks and that big bruise on your face. His eyes blink slowly. Like a cave woman, I reply. Sorry, I'm keeping you from sleeping. Would you like me to help you to your room? His eyes snap open, piercing me with a glassy gaze. Am I in the way? I mean, I'd rather not move right now. No, you're not in the way. I might sleep in your room tonight. Not much room in here. I bite my lip, not knowing what he'll think about that. That's okay with me. Or Rudy can sleep in there. He grins innocently, but he's dead serious. No, I will. Just rest so you can heal quickly. We need you to help us get Julie. Yeah, Julie. I bet Rudy is confused about that whole ordeal, he says, looking over my shoulder, lost in thought. What do you mean? Wouldn't you be? Not knowing if someone is dead or alive? He searches my face. I imagine it would be hard, I say, sounding unsure. His brows draw together. You know you can talk to me, right? I'm here. Why would he say something like that? Although no one has said something like that to me in a long time. Something shifts inside me as I watch the sincerity on his face, confusing me. I smile and get up on wobbly legs. I'm going to the claptrap for a little bit. He nods, his eyes already drifting closed. I hold my hands together, walking out quickly to keep them from shaking. Shutting the door, I lean against the wall in the corridor, now officially confused and not in control of my emotions. I don't like it, but only because I really do. Today has only proven I might not have much time. Hey, Sugar, you missing you boy in the ring. I look up to see Glinda strutting down the hall with a customer in tow. He's winning, of course, but beat the hell up. I sigh. Great. I'm sure Mac isn't in any condition to check him out. All right, I'll go check on him. An idea comes to me. Hey, I need a favor. It's a big favor. for Mac. I lean in and whisper. She laughs. You just full of surprises, ain't you, sugar? I'll trade for a lesson in hot wiring. Word got round you making lessons for money? She smirks, and her lips shine rose pink. Her blonde hair curls around her shoulders, blending into her cleavage and cream-colored satin top. Yeah, well, gotta make a living. I'll make the trade. She claps her hands, and I follow her to her room. I make my way toward the claptrap. Out in the cold, several kids throw rocks at putreds on the other side of the fence. A woman comes out to scold them, and they scurry in her direction. Inside, people crowd near the ring. I get close enough just in time to see Rudy round a kick to a guy bigger than him in every way. Big guy falls backward, and Rudy takes the opportunity to punch him in the eye. The crowd flinches at the meaty smack. Rudy stands over him, his chest heaving, and wipes his arm across his face, smearing blood. Rudy's hair obstructs his face. The guy with a bloody mess of a face does not move from his position on the floor. The crowd cheers Rudy on as the DJ says, "Rudy takes it again." Rudy bends down, scooping up his bandana with bloody knuckles. The party immediately starts hopping. Music blasts as the DJ starts spinning a remix of a familiar song. Bodies gyrate on the dance floor along with the famished bound here and there, writhing in their bonds. Someone smacks a female zombie as they walk by, apparently taking the song's advice to smack his bitch up as they laugh obscenely. Her face jerks back around, quickly snapping her teeth. She squirms as her small, droopy breasts move from the motion. He pinches a nipple while walking away, drawing out her boob like a cone. As always, the strobe lights make them look like an unnatural, macabre work of art. Just when I think he will rip the nipple off, he lets go. It droops lower than the other one now. I guess dead skin loses its elasticity. I shudder from the scene. Some people are sick. It figures they would be the ones who would survive an apocalypse. I spot Reese and Bunyan walking up to Rudy, who's already found a spot at the bar. The closer I get, the more prominent Rudy's injuries appear. His right eye is almost swollen completely shut. I wince as he takes shots of moonshine from people congratulating him. Blood crusts his nose and split bottom lip. Hair brushes the top of his shoulders as he ties his dark green bandana on his head. Sporting only jeans and boots, his shirtless chest gleams with sweat, emphasizing his patch of chest hair. You should put ice on that, I tell him in his ear. He turns with a smile, lighting up the room. Hey, darling, he slurs. I snort out a laugh. Not feeling any pain, are you? He keeps grinning. Nope. Gesturing to Reese, he says, Reese wants to give some gun 101. I glance at Reese, and he holds up his drink in a salute and tosses it down his throat. A table full of people catches my attention. The table hadn't been there before, and it seems out of place. The people play a card game, and though I'm not close enough to see what game, I can tell they play for money. It gives me another idea. We'll start tomorrow if you want. Reese catches my attention again. I nod, remembering his ability to hide a sawed-off shotgun on his person. I perk up. You'll have to let me start with the sawed-off shotgun. Reese and Bunyan laugh at my excitement. Only when you can use chopsticks, grasshopper. Reese chuckles, shaking his head, and the beads on his goatee clack together. It's got a kick, little lady. You'll have to ease into that one. I deflate. It'll be a gun for sure. I need to keep unpleasant things in the past. Can't wait. I have some things to do in the morning, but I'll meet you at the marketplace, Reese says. Well, I better get back. I wave, but Rudy grabs my wrist. Want to dance? His one eye swirls with color and light. I swallow and my hands get clammy. I'm about to answer when several people begin screaming. Looking toward the source, the screams sound from outside the door Glinda and I had first used. Famished! Someone shouts as the door shakes off the hinges. I go to grab my crossbow and realize I left it in the room. My new circumstances have made me way too comfortable. Several of Guido's guys head in separate directions. The men moving toward the door attempt to calm everyone. The zombies haven't gotten in yet. The music cuts, making the shots outside even louder. The DJ speaks on the loudspeaker. Famished season is here, folks, the DJ says in an exaggerated southern accent as he spins an easy jingle and starts to sing. Do what you gotta do, but don't boo-hoo. You know they after you. For food they gotta chew. We'll get 'em before they get through. The crowd sings with the DJ's insane jingle. Practically screaming, he sings, "No hiding under the bed. They easy to kill 'cause they already dead." I glance about looking for Rudy, but he's no longer here. Running down the hall toward the door, I escape inside the courtyard. Once outside, I spot gunmen lined up along the fence, the same fence where the children played moments before, shooting. Reese and Bunyan are both part of the action, but no sign of Rudy. No less than 50 famished scuffle outside the fence. Their faces snarl and mash with crusty, bloodied chins. Dead fingers grasp at the fence, ripping at it even after their hands are wet, bloody stumps. It's all taken care of quickly. A man yells at everyone, telling them not to panic. Famish season's here. I shiver. Yes, it's cold out. This is a community, and therefore a big target. I miss my bunker more than ever. I want to leave, but shake it off with a promise to keep. But I'm not going anywhere unarmed again. Checking back at the room, Rudy's not here either. Mac's still sleeping, his moonshine jar is by the bed, having gotten it himself. I pick it up and take a gulp of the harsh stuff. "Hey, sunshine!" His voice cuts through the silence, causing me to jump and slosh moonshine out of the jar. Tension fills my body as I look at him. "Sunshine?" My voice cracks as I ask. How does he know that? Turns out he doesn't. "Yeah, you light up a room," he gestures with his arm. Ignoring the weird feeling, because I had the same thought about Rudy moments ago, I smile back. "I haven't heard that in a while," I add. His eyebrows furrow together. Sunshine is my middle name. Sticking out my hand, I say, "Kansas City Sunshine Moore. Nice to meet you." He shakes it, trying to hold back a smile. "You can laugh, I don't care." "Nah, I like it. It's different." I don't bother telling him that only my dad called me Sunshine. I like hearing it again. "Well, I did bring you something to light up the room," I say, and toss him my rolled-up trade from Glinda. Catching it, he says, "Surprise, surprise. Pain management for the hole in your ass and all." After I toss him a lighter, he turns onto his side and fires away. "A bunch of famished attacked a few minutes ago. I heard the shots. I figured it would start happening soon. It's normal in the cold. It makes me want to leave, though." He passes me the joint. "Why? They keep it under control." I puff and hesitate. I lived by myself for 4 years, so I wouldn't attract zombies. It worked, except for a loner every now and then. He stares at me. "By yourself?" I want to be truthful with him and feel ready to confide in someone. Yeah. My dad was paranoid. We prepared for all types of disaster emergencies. He started an underground bunker underneath our house. I finished it and lived there for 4 years. I came across some people in the woods one day not long ago and helped them. I was happy to have company, but they turned out to be fallacious. I forced a laugh. But they did pique my interest in what was happening in the outside world. They liked my place, so they tried kicking me out of it, held me at gunpoint, and implied they would eat me. So I set my family home on fire and left. I take a big hit and pass it back to him. Mac is quiet and studies me. I don't know if he wants me to keep talking or what, but the silence stretches out. "But you're sane," he finally says. "What?" "If you were by yourself for that long, wouldn't that have a major effect on a person's mental capabilities?" I shrug, not knowing. He makes a good point. "That explains why you look at everything as if it were brand new. Hermit." He tries to make light, elbowing me before running his tongue on the inside of his bottom lip in thought. "They wanted you to leave because of low count of zombies?" It takes a minute to process that he means Harley, Nadine, Bridget, and Kale. I make a mental note to lay off all substances from now on. I tell him my story. Not all of it, not Malachi. Just about my mom and dad, not in great detail. But Mac prompts me to talk about those days. It makes me respect him more. It also makes me want to tell him more. I talk about my neighbor Jim, and about our secluded neighborhood, my routines, and how I had lived. It all comes tumbling out of my mouth. How Harley, Nadine, Bridget, and Cale were ultimately a bad mistake, but one I don't regret. Expressing my lack of knowledge of the zombies adapting so well makes me flinch. I tell him everything that had happened with Cale, and how he made me realize that I didn't want to hide anymore. I tell him that Cale told me about the zombies hoarding food, and how I wanted to find answers, and about Rudy saving my life more than once. It feels good. After it all comes out, I sit there and let out a big breath. By this time the joint has run out and I'm super stoned. I look at him and giggle. I don't know what to say. I interrupt. You don't have to say anything. I know how fucked up it is, but it feels good to get it out. I shrug, and I'm glad I'm stoned because I know I would be feeling grief and guilt right now otherwise. You're incredible. You've never told anyone this? I smile at the compliment and shake my head. I told Rudy about my parents. At the time, I was still coming to terms with not being by myself and trying to trust him. I didn't share anything else. Not that it's come up, but he's never asked. When I first got here, seeing all these people, I was shocked by what was going on and how they acted and interacted with zombies. I tell him seriously. He stares at me in a completely different way. I didn't want you to think differently of me. He shakes his head. No way. A person would have to be really strong-willed to do what you did, even at your age. How old were you? I was 20 when the outbreak happened. I owe it all to my dad. I was the only one that listened to him, really. At first, I was just humoring him. Then I came to the conclusion that the stuff he was trying to teach me might come in handy. I was just hiding away from it all, really. Nah, it was smart. Some nasty stuff went down for a while. He swallows, remembering something I can't see. Snapping out of it, he turns his flirty grin my way. You're sure you've been by yourself? Why would I lie about that? I lightly punch him in the shoulder. He flinches. I feel stiff. I raise my eyebrows at him. He thinks about it for a minute. I mean my shoulders, probably because I've been lying around. Which one is it? Turn on your belly and I'll try to work it out. He smiles. Both. Turning onto his stomach, I straddle his lower back, careful of his wound. I massage his neck and gradually work out to his shoulders. I haven't done this in a while, so tell me if it hurts. He shakes his head and moans at the same time. Good shoulder and back muscles, from using his own body in resistance training, tense as my hands move over them. I laugh as he continues his grunts of pleasure. The curls on his head look really soft. My fingers flow through his hair as I massage his scalp and weave through the curls, separating and fluffing them, straightening them to the ends, and when I let go, they spring back. You're gonna make my hair look like an afro. His protest is muffled by his face in the pillow. I laugh and continue massaging his shoulders, reluctantly abandoning his soft curls. What about you, Mac? What's your story? My voice is a whisper, but it carries through the room. Stiffening for a moment, he relaxes and says, Nothing like your story, but same as everyone else. I woke up one day with someone trying to eat me for breakfast. Being vague, it's either the truth or he's not ready to talk about it. I just laugh like he wants me to. At this moment, Rudy decides it would be a good time to make an appearance. He looks good, even beat up. The bow peeks over the top of his head. I can tell he's sobered a bit, and when my eyes meet his, guilt swells in my chest. I've got nothing to feel guilty about as he studies our situation. Unable to read his facial expression, I climb off Mac. Where did you go, Rudy? Famished were attacking, and I looked around and you were gone, I say, addressing Rudy's solemn look. I went to the roofs with a couple of guys to help keep the famished at bay. Rudy's looking at Mac now, so I glance at him too. Back on his side, his hair has 10 times the body it had before, and it does look like an afro. Rudy doesn't say anything about seeing us like that, but Mac has no such reservations. Sweet timing, bro. He's smiling, but his tone screams sarcasm. Rudy just snorts a humorless laugh at him. You do have your own room, you know. He crosses the floor to get a jar of moonshine from his duffel. Mac shrugs. How bad were they? Not that bad yet. Rudy swallows some of the moonshine. You didn't miss much. You were having a better time than I was. Okay, time to go. Hey guys, Rudy looks in pain as much as Mac does. For tonight, I'll sleep in Mac's room so we don't have to move him. I'll come check on both of you in the morning. I glance at Mac. You owe me a massage. He cocks his brow in a way that says he'd be more than happy to oblige. My stomach lightens in a nervous jumble. I look at Rudy. You okay? Do you need anything? He smiles tightly. I think I'm just going to get drunk with Mac and pass out. Picking up my pack, I walk out on the two guys that I'll be indebted to for life. Chapter 23. Mac's room looks really lonely. The working girls come to mind, and I quickly let go of the thought. I don't want to know, not my business. I put all my essentials next to the untucked bed. The bedside table and chair, the only furniture in the room, sit neatly next to the bed. An electric heater sits next to the table, and on the table lay components of a radio he may have been trying to fix. Along one wall, about 20 or so quivers hold arrows. Quivers are a traditional arrow holster, but they don't hold many. The reason I don't use one myself. Rudy doesn't use one either, most likely for the same reason. My holster's made from an old tin used for gifting a big bottle of wine in the old life. It fits 25 of my small arrows, no problem. I think Mac only used archery as a hobby. I've not seen him shoot an arrow yet, and he always carries a gun. Mac also stores a couple of longbows that look handmade. Longbows are the old-style bows that were used for centuries. He definitely has skill, and an obvious love for the art of archery weaponry shows through. This little community has its ways of horrifying me. It has also helped me in so many ways. I don't criticize them for how they live here, making a life, and I can't help but think of my next move after the base. It's probably not something to plan, because who really knows what will happen? All of my common sense tells me it's stupid to try to push my luck, not to plan that far ahead. The next morning, I wake up ready to take on the day. First, I want to check on the guys. Eggs to cook would be a nice surprise, but my lack of money stops me. This situation needs to turn around fast. Mac and Rudy still sleep when I peek in the door. Rudy lies on top of a sleeping bag on the floor. I don't want to wake them, so I go to the marketplace. It's hustle and bustle this morning, as if everyone tries to keep busy and not think about the attacks last night. I don't blame them. Mac's spot's empty, and I think about asking him if he wants me to sit there a few hours a day for him. I go to Linny's booth to see about helping her in the greenhouse. Turns out whatever she wants me to do will be ready to be done tomorrow. I guess she wants me to harvest something, but she doesn't say. Reese occupies his booth, drawing on his arm with a tattoo gun. This guy is a dedicated tattoo artist. He looks at any kind of flesh as a canvas. I admire it for what it is, art. He spots me. Hey, little lady, what's happening? I shake my head, watching him shade in a tribal flame shooting up his arm. That's good, I say, pointing to his arm. What is the story you're trying to tell? He blinks at me with world-weary eyes, a blue-gray color. It's my journey of the past 4 years. I saved this arm for something special. Why not the living dead apocalypse? Looking at his arm, grass and dirt start around his wrist, with zombies crawling out of graves beneath tombstones like George Romero zombies. The pictures seep and fade into where the zombies chew and mash on bloody meat and bones. A blonde woman grips a 2-barrel handgun smoking from use. Skulls and bones sport licking flames of fire. In between the pictures and fire, a single tire tread indicates a motorcycle on a lone journey. The blonde must have been important to him. The pictures blend in a tale. Awesome, I say, while reading the patches on his biker vest. One says, ass, gas, or grass, nobody rides for free. The one I like says, flip yourself off, I'm busy. A series of patches that look out of place catch my eye. St. Castle's Home for Boys Run, Detroit, Michigan. He's got one for every year leading up to the outbreak. This might be a clue into his old life. You ready to get started? He asks, breaking me out of my study. He means gun knowledge and target practicing. Yeah, but I'm wondering if I could leave a sign-up sheet for the hot wiring thing here at your booth. I've already had people asking me about it. You're more than welcome, he says, bobbing his head. The beads on his goatee click together. He finishes up his work by dabbing blood, rubbing ointment on his arm, and getting out some gauze. I've also been thinking. I'll tell you gun knowledge, but as for target practicing, maybe we can help with the famished. That way we won't waste too many bullets. Just try not to miss a whole lot. He chuckles, smiling at me. The first time I've seen a real smile from Reese. I smile back, watching him bandage up his fresh tattoo. Hey, no problem. That's a good idea. I'll be doing something constructive. He starts unloading his arsenal from a duffel bag. Apparently, we're starting right away. First things first, have you ever shot a gun? He asks. I swallow the lump in my throat and just shake my head. He eyes me and sighs, probably knowing I'm lying. All right, gun knowledge 101. I let out the breath. We stand for a couple of hours trying to figure out which gun fits me well. Being mainly about the grip and how easily I slide and fire, it comes down to a Smith & Wesson M&P pistol, Browning Pro 9, or a Bersa Thunder 9. I easily handle them all, as they're all easy to grip and slide. In the old life, I would have probably picked the Browning because it has a rail to attach a laser sight. In the end, I go with the Bersa Thunder 9 ultra-compact 9mm. Reese says Bersa Thunder's one of the most underrated guns in the gun world. The ultra-compact one I pick is lightweight, reliable, and carries 13 rounds plus one in the chamber. Also, he has 2 of the guns. I might want a revolver as a backup, he tells me. Reese isn't as big a fan of Smith & Wesson, but for my lady wrists I choose the S&M Centennial 642 revolver, being light, compact, and stainless steel. What I really like? It's hammerless, nothing to snag on. Downside, it only carries 5 rounds. Reese says its size deceives because it packs a sharp kick when firing. It's powerful and gets the job done. I practice removing magazines and click them back in place. Reese shows me how to maintain them. It's easier than I first thought. I can't wait to fire one. Seeing my excitement, he laughs at me. What other skills do you have besides hot wiring cars? His thick eyebrows rise. I fidget as I consider the question. He probably wants to know for payment reasons. I know something's up with you. What do you know? Since I'm seriously thinking about it to begin with, I decide he would be the first person to trust. Fine, but you tell no one. My dad, before the outbreak, was a little batty. He made certain we could take care of and defend ourselves by whatever means necessary. We researched things that probably put us on some kind of FBI watch list. He bought books for reference. His face is skeptical. Anarchist's cookbook? I snort. That thing is over 40 years old. It's outdated and overrated. He nods approvingly. I thought about that, but never had the need for explosives yet. It might be good to know. I also haven't used the skills myself. There are huge risks of it backfiring on you. I still think about Harley and his merry band of cowards. I wish I still had those books. I left them behind, but I have the basic knowledge. You think we can get some at a bookstore somewhere? Maybe. We might not be able to find the same ones I had, but there are hundreds of other resources too. He holds out his hand. Done. I shake it by way of agreement. We'll patrol tonight with Guido's men. You need to learn how to shoot those guns. We'll meet back here tomorrow and I'll go over the others. He waves around at his arsenal. It could come in handy if you ever get stuck in a situation where that's all you have to use. Makes sense. I'll see you tonight. I tuck the revolver in my boot and the pistols in my pants. Safety on. I need a holster of some kind, but it's not a priority at the moment. I throw the extra magazines in my pack. I feel like a gun locker. Reese nods and I'm dismissed. My whole outlook on guns seems silly now, but the true test will be when I shoot one. I walk back to check on Rudy and Mac. Being afternoon, they should be awake by now. Having goals and some sort of schedule feels good. I do well with a routine. Standing in front of the door, I take a Bersa out of my pants and slip the magazine out so I won't shoot by accident. I hold it in a traditional police officer stance and kick the door open. Freeze! I yell in a deep voice. Rudy and Mac jump about 2 feet in the air even though they're sitting down. I laugh walking into the room. I've always wanted to do that. Mac chuckles a little nervously. Rudy says, "Ha, hilarious." What? I ask as I wag the gun around. It's not loaded. I click the clip back into place and stick it back into my jeans, taking a good look at them. Rudy, obviously showered and shaved. His eye is swollen and bruised. Mac just looks tired. I didn't think you could get any sexier, then you come storming in with a semi-automatic pistol, Mac says, as if it truly surprises him. I'm learning the good stuff tomorrow, I beam. How's your ass feeling? I just changed the bandages and it hurts. He chases the comment with moonshine. No wonder he looks tired. But never being shot in my glutes, I wouldn't know how much it hurt. Rudy waxes his bowstring without a shirt, and it's quite distracting. His hair hangs forward in a wavy fashion. Refusing to meet my eye, he's really quiet. Well, more than usual, and I get the feeling I was a topic of conversation. Glancing at both of them, I ask, "What's going on?" Mac glares at Rudy. I cross my arms. Rudy clears his throat. Mac wants to help with the famished later. He's getting restless. His eyes follow his bowstring as his neck colors a little. He needs to wait at least a week. I look at Mac, who still glares at Rudy, referring to something unsaid. Fine. You don't have to say anything. I don't need you to. His face softens as he looks at me. I think I can get to my own room now. Rudy glares back at Mac, and his neck flames so red that his ears start to turn. You're the one to talk, he growls from the depths of his belly at Mac. What the hell is going on? The testosterone's so thick I might choke from it. Mac shrugs, and Rudy doesn't look at me. Fucking fine, I utter. Mac, I can help you back to your place, but I want to eat first. Walking over to my box, I dig around, already losing my appetite. Rudy gets up and hands me an orange. When I glance at him, he smiles apologetically at me. Thanks. I want to talk to him alone, but it will have to wait. It's slow going to Mac's room. When we finally arrive, I check his bandage to make sure he's not bleeding. Mac, are you okay? He sees his messed up bed I hadn't bothered to make back up. I almost snort a laugh at the annoyance in his eyes. It fades when he realizes he'll be using it. His brow furrows and he tilts his head to the side. You mean other than the hole in my arse? I nod. I'm fine. Just glad to be back in my room. He puts his face into the pillow. Smells like you. I laugh. Well, I'm glad I showered yesterday. He shrugs as if that didn't matter, but I know better. I put his moonshine and water next to his bed. He's not gulping it, a good sign. I wipe a rag across his forehead and he grabs my wrist. Stunned by the sudden gesture, my eyes go wide as I peer into his. They're searching, and turn with a mischievous glint. He leans forward, testing. Needing to see where this might go, I don't pull back. When the rag falls from my hand, I wrap my fingers in his glorious curls and pull him to me. I close my eyes, letting the sensation of our lips meeting for the first time take over, soft and caressing, and my nerves ignite some electrical vibes from my lips to my lower region as our kiss deepens. Smelling like his own heady cedar scent, he reminds me of campouts in the woods with yummy, gooey marshmallows. I taste oranges and moonshine. The man knows how to use his full lips to his advantage, but then again, I do too. I reluctantly pull away for air, breathing a little ragged. He is too, still pulling off a half-cocky smirk and a look of amazement. He stares at me. My stomach flip-flops. I need to go before I do something like jump on him like an animal and hurt him more. I have to go meet Reese soon. He grumbles. Wish I could go with you. I don't want you to get shot again, I joke. No, I know you'll be great. Just hold it steady and it'll be fine. It seems our little moment's gone for now. I block out other dirty thoughts. It's been a long time. Too long. Sitting up next to the bed, I practice removing the clip with speed and do a couple rounds of loading it, stopping before my fingers get too sore. I turn to look at Mac and he watches me. Will you still help me with the bow? He snorts. I think I'm proud to say you don't need it. My lips twitch. Didn't think you would turn down a chance to spend time with me. No, sunshine. He picks up a lock of hair and plays with it. It's a compliment. I know. I take a deep breath. I know you're getting restless. Maybe you can go out to the Targets tomorrow with me. We can bring a blanket and you can lie down. He nods as I stand up. Will you come back here tonight? He asks as he grabs my hand. I pause. He notices my reluctance and looks elsewhere. Peering back up at me, he gestures with his hand. You should probably talk to Rudy. I'll see you tomorrow. I smile, relieved, and lean down to kiss him again. Bye, I whisper on his lips. Chapter 24. An hour later, Reese and I sit on a roof watching the sunset. The wind brings a chilly breeze as leaves float down the streets. Sticky tar coats the rooftop. I imagine it being pungent and tacky in the heat of the summer. Reese snacks on old and stale Cheetos, crunching after every crinkle of the bag. I laugh. His eyebrows furrow over his original KD sunglasses specifically made for wearing with a helmet. What? He asks. Nothing. It's just that somehow you balance eating and smoking a joint at the same time. True to my conviction, I abstain this time. He blows out a cloud of the pungent smoke and crunches another Cheeto between his teeth at the same time. Like a real man, Reese says proudly. We both laugh. Can you eat, smoke, and kill zombies at the same time? I challenge. Like a real man, we both say at the same time and laugh. You'll see, he promises. Goosebumps cover Reese's skin, probably because he's wearing only a vest and jeans with holes in the knees. I worry about Famished not showing up, but Reese says it won't be a problem. They always show up. In the summertime, it's easier to deal with and catch them. Since the base has been infiltrated, there are less Famished than normal around the area. He guesses they hoard close to the base. Who knows how many of the living are there now. Getting the hang of the mag clips, I can hold both bursas and release the clips at the same time. It's not a real big trick, but I think it's cool. Figuring out where to put the other mag clips so they can easily slip in and click is the hard part. By the time the Famished show up, I can put the butt of the guns in my back pockets and release the mag clips, letting my pockets catch and hold them while bringing the guns to my front pockets, slipping fresh clips in, and clicking them on my thighs. Reese looks impressed and informs me that I can get a shoulder holster that will hold my spare magazines, too. The Famished, on the other hand, wail about, and we're a couple of buildings away from the community, so we get first dibs. Reese nods at me. Taking a stance, I cock the slide back with ease and point toward the rapidly moving targets. A wave of grief passes over me before my first shot brings a rush of adrenaline, quickly dissipating the grief. Unfortunately, the bullet strikes the ground in a spray of concrete. Hold it steady and pretend the gun is the end of your finger. Make like you're pointing at the Famished and shoot, Reese coaches, his goatee swaying in the wind. I breathe deep and do as he says, shooting a Famished in the chest, slowing it down. Pulling the trigger a few more times, it finally flops to the ground. I turn to beam at Reese, only to catch a surprised look on his face. I raise my brows with a smirk before turning back to target practice. Yee-haw! Finally, Reese joins me, and we both enjoy a good time shooting the undead. Several times I miss, but keep on. I'll get better with practice. Get out the Smith & Wesson, Reese tells me, looking down as several Famished try to climb the wall to get to us. But a few go in the direction of the courtyard. Shots sound out in the distance, Guido's men at work. Taking a revolver, I open the barrel, knowing it's loaded, just to make sure. I spin the barrel back in place. When I fire this one, it jumps in my hands. Whoa, you were right about the kick. Missing the zombie, I take aim again. After several shots and a couple reloads, I get a handle on the kick, finally shooting a zombie on the right side of its head, but at least it thumps to the ground. Took me long enough. Several rounds of ammunition later, the group of Famished are dead forever. A smack echoes our celebratory high five. Rolling my shoulders in relieved tension, I let out, "Phew! Wow." Reese laughs, seeming to know the feeling. Gun therapy, he says. I nod in agreement and look at myself. The usual gore accompanying a triumph is absent. It's an excellent advantage. Our work here's done. Unless you want to wait for more, he asks politely. I want to, just to get in practice, but there's plenty of time for that. I have to be up early to work at the greenhouse before taking a group of car-stealing enthusiasts to a car lot. I gotta make some money to start stocking up. I mock pout. But I didn't get to see you eat, smoke, and kill. Next time, Grasshopper. After a couple of shots of tequila per Reese, I go to the room and find the lingering scent of pot. Lying in bed with an arm over his eyes, Rudy doesn't move as I close the door. Are you okay, Rudy? My ribs are bruised. Again. My muscles are sore from helping Stanley, but I'll be fine, he says, peeking out from under his arm. How was practice? I squat beside the bed and smile. I guess I'm an okay shot. Which side? After he gestures toward his left side, I gently run my fingers down his ribs, feeling for cracks or broken bones. Yeah, I figured you would be. I heard you yee-hawing all the way in the courtyard. He laughs but stops, wincing in discomfort. He's right, they are just bruised, but it makes me feel better to feel for myself. I've been thinking. I hope it wasn't too difficult, I joke, uneasiness settling in my stomach. He runs a hand through his hair, but stops at his crown, grabbing fists full before letting go. We might be here a little while longer. I was just thinking, you might want your own room to give you more privacy. We can arrange it. I've already talked. Abruptly I stand, cutting him off. I've already come up with something. Not really, but he doesn't have to know or do anything stupid for more than one room, which is what he'll end up doing. Rudy obviously needs some space, or he wouldn't suggest it. After watching that man, Mike, get bit while trying to capture a zombie, some part of me would die if that happens to Rudy. Looking surprised, he says, Really? What exactly might that be? Turning, I gather a few of my scattered possessions. Mac offered to let me stay in his room. I hadn't planned to tell him that any more than I planned to get bit by a zombie. There are many ways he can interpret that one stupid sentence. That's not what I meant, he says quickly, sounding angry. You won't get any more privacy than... His words cut off just as quick. Silence and tension thicken the air in the room. The only other time I've heard this tone directed at me, my face was buried in dirt. Picking up my pack, I peek at him. Staring at the floor, his gaze moves to me. My mouth opens to apologize and tell the truth, but relief shows clear on his face, completely contradicting his heated words. Blinking rapidly at the turn of events, I grab my crossbow and holster and smile like everything is okay. See you tomorrow? His arm reaches out to the neck of his guitar, and he brings it to his lap. Wouldn't miss it, he says, plucking a tune, enticing me to stay. A smile blooms on his face as if he can read my last thought. See you tomorrow. I return the smile before walking out the door. Standing there a few moments, I listen to the tune he's been perfecting over the past week. It stops, and I make out hurried, muffled movement through the door and quickly take my leave. It's going to be a long, lonely, cold night in the vault of the truck. The next day, as it turns out, Linny doesn't want me harvesting anything. I pack preserve jars full of fruit and vegetables before they can spoil, the smart thing to do so nothing goes to waste. Good thing I have experience from preserving my own produce. Even though the work is tedious, I leave with a basket full of fresh food. I find myself riding with a group of people, most of them from our team, and Glinda eating my very own self-earned peach and feeling good about it. Mac even wants to come along for the ride, not that I blame him. The vault seems crowded with Rudy driving and Bunyan keeping him company. I'm not charging Rudy, Mac, and Reese any fees for today's lesson, figuring I more than owe it to them, Rudy especially, because now I'm camping out in his truck. Of course, Glinda and I made a trade. I sigh. This isn't unlike my old life after all. Why can't we just go get keys out of the office? A guy named Doug asks, his lanky hair falling into his face as the truck jolts as Rudy hits a pothole. It happens from time to time. You can, since they're probably available, but this is to show you how. You know, in case you ever need a car on the go. He nods like this makes sense to him. I don't bother to tell him it's a dumb question. Mac doesn't have tact sometimes and has no such qualms. Stupid question, he states in his smart-ass tone, laced with irritation. I look at him. This might be a long day. The car lot is full of used cars. Brush grows in strength between each car. Everyone stands in its tall length, paying rapt attention to me sitting in a car. Newer cars are harder because of the hidden components. Try to look for older cars and gas guzzlers. They're the easiest. There's also a risk of electrocuting yourself. I'll show you what to look out for in a minute. Also, beware of kill switches. I don't know which cars have these, but if it's engaged, the car won't be able to get started even with the key. I believe it makes a buzzing noise. Buzz noise equals kill switch equals find another car. This car was made before the mid-90s, so we might be able to start it with a screwdriver. Always try it anyway. You never know which ones will start. If you can avoid messing with the wires, do it. Pulling one out of my pack, I jam it into the ignition and twist. The car sputters but starts. Everyone nods their heads accordingly, paying extra attention for services rendered. If it doesn't turn over, then you can do what I'm about to show you. We move to a newer vehicle, and after trying the screwdriver technique to show it won't start, I pull a big chunk of plastic from the steering column and locate the wires to hold up for them to see. Okay, you see these 2 red wires? We have to strip them. After explaining how to tell a starter wire from a battery wire, I strip the battery wires with my teeth and twist them together. Sometimes there's 1 starter wire, sometimes there are 2. This car, as you can see, has 2. Everyone leans over me, trying to see. I wait patiently for them to get a look. These are live wires, so you don't want to touch them with your fingers. At all. I carefully strip them with my teeth, avoiding an encounter with the live wire. Now, all you have to do is touch the wires together. I touch a couple of times until its sputter starts. If you only had 1 wire, you would touch it to the battery wires. Still holding the wires, I say. The bad thing is you have to drive avoiding the brown wires. It would be good to have tape so you can tape them up to avoid it. To turn off the car, just pull the red wires apart. I demonstrate. Now, find a car and try it yourself. There's also a way to start it under the hood if anyone would like me to show you. A few consider, but walk away to find a car of their own. Mac hobbles to the nearest one. I have to give him credit. He's trying, but I'm afraid he'll start bleeding. Hey, Mac, I whisper, coming close. Let me see down your pants. A gleam appears in his eye. Right now? We can get in the back of the car, he whispers back, looking into the back seat. I elbow him lightly. Not that. I want to make sure you're not bleeding. Thanks for getting my hopes up, sunshine. With his back to me, he unbuckles his pants. Looking at his bandage, I'm relieved to see there's no blood spot. I told you I make no poopy, Mommy, he says in a mock toddler voice. You're good, I say, laughing. A car starts. At least someone gets it. Hey, Sugar! I look over to see that Glinda has a car started. A surge of pride forms for my newest gal pal. Her arms are waving at me, blonde curls bouncing around on her shoulders. But when I approach her, she looks distressed. Confusion heavy on her features, she slaps the steering wheel. This wheel is stuck! Her lip plops out in a glossy pink pout. Oh yeah, we can fix that. Over here, everyone! I shout across the lot. Once they all stand in place, Mac waddles up and I immediately feel bad. I could show him at a different time. Glinda ran into a problem easily fixed. It's another security thing you might come across. I show them how to break the locking pin in the steering column. After my demonstration, the wheel moves freely. Glinda whoops. Thomas crosses his arms with a scowl. If I didn't know any better, I'd say his face is permanently stuck that way. Any other security problems? He asks with sarcastic emphasis. No. All cars are different and can be tricky to hotwire. Newer cars have different colored wires, but most of the time you can look in a service manual to see which wires are where and what color. Newer cars also put them in different places, which is why knowing how to start it under the hood would come in handy. Sometimes it takes special tools like drills to do it. That's why I said to stick with old cars and gas guzzlers. I'm not showing you how to do this so you can take a joyride in a Lamborghini. I glare at him. I apologize for not clarifying. A snort causes me to glance around, coming to Rudy as he squeezes his lips together. I purse my own. For some reason, my anger amuses him. His hair falls loose today, a rare event, and the black eye isn't as swollen. Will you show us how to start it from under the hood? He asks, eyebrows raising in mock innocence. After much discussion of coil wires and solenoids, I start the car in a thick cloud of smoke. Fumes permeate the air with burnt oil as I finish up my instructional directions. I glance at everyone and clap my hands. Let's see what you got. Glinda, you can try under the hood if you want. Everyone disperses. Rudy winks as he goes back to his car. I walk around for a while, helping where needed. Joking with Ty, who starts the car a few over from me, and laughing at how his gold teeth could be an extra conduit for electricity, I briefly glance at Glinda stretched out under a hood, before tripping over something on the ground. I land with a yelp in the thick brush. It's so tall it's over my head. The strands of grass swipe my face as I push it to the ground. A small, dry groan cuts through the small space between cars, and a chill sweeps up my spine. I freeze, looking back to the putrid on the ground with no lower body, only one arm and a stringy hair or two. Its yellow, rotten mouth bites down on my ankle. Shit! I automatically grab for its head, but my hand goes through like thick, soggy mud. The skull crumples in like hard potato chips. The smell turns my stomach, and my throat burns from stomach acid. From the impact of my hand, the thing stops moving. Kicking and crawling, violent tremors rack my body by the time I make it around the car. Rudy's boots come into my line of vision as I puke out everything in my stomach, plus some. A gooey substance covers my hand, and an inspection of it brings me back over, spewing again. A strong hand grabs my chin, making me look at him. Rudy's calm but alert when he asks, "What happened?" My harsh breathing causes my voice to be unsteady. Putrid, between the cars, bit me. His own breathing stops before coming out, making his chest rise and fall quickly as his eyes rapidly scan my body, finally landing on my ankle. Glancing down at my pants leg, it has putrid goo all over it. My shaking hands try to lift my jeans to peer at it, but my vision swims. I gasp for breath as my heart booms in my chest. My new reality dawns on me. I'm going to die. Maybe I should ask someone to go ahead and shoot me, to make it quick. No way I want to be a zombie, trapped in my decomposing body with an uncontrollable urge to eat people. Maybe I should save them all the grief and shoot myself. I can finally be with Malachi again. This thought makes me start dry heaving. A cacophony of voices drift to me as I pick out someone saying, "Panic attack." With my heartbeat pulsing in my ears, I try to take a deep breath. Lying flat, I will myself to focus on a blade of grass. It's green, one of the colors in Rudy's eyes. Being long and going straight up to a point, it's a blade of grass that's good for making whistling sounds when placed between the hands. "Can, are you okay?" It sounds far away. Turning to see who it is, I realize people watch me in horror. My boots are jerked off, and then my pants go with them. My pants? Looking down, Rudy studies my bare legs. My stomach churns as I put my back in the grass, willing myself to calm down. Clammy hands touch my face as Mac comes into view. His lips move. Can you hear me?" He looks worried, and I take a deep breath. I can breathe through the passing anxiety. "Yeah, I panicked," I manage, but my voice still sounds distant. "Can, there's no bite, darlin'," Rudy says, rubbing my ankles. I sit up, looking my ankles over myself. Nothing. "What the hell? It bit me, I know it did. I saw it," I exclaim as Mac hobbles between the cars and bends over to lift the corpse head. The scalp slides off, making the head plunk down, and Mac jumps away from it, throwing the rotten scalp away. A mirthless laugh escapes him before he peers closely at the putrid's face. Mac shakes his head and walks back to us. Letting out a breath, he says, "Can, there aren't any teeth." He squats next to me and takes my face in both hands. "You're okay, I promise. No coming back from the dead for you." His eyes show relief, and he kisses me on the mouth quickly. The public display surprises me, but I give him a small smile anyway. After I feel well enough to stand, I put my boots back on. I leave my jeans. I don't want them anymore. Seeing the zombie bite my leg sets many things into perspective for me. Everyone seems relieved the episode is over, no one more so than me, though. A hand falls on my shoulder. Reese smiles. "I'm glad I don't have to shoot you." I take his statement for the compliment it is, which says he likes me as a person enough not to let me turn. Glinda frets over me needlessly and helps me back to the truck after warning everyone else to be careful. I find one of Rudy's hoodies in the vault after sitting on the bench with no pants on for an hour. It's larger than mine and covers my tush. By this time, everyone gets ready to leave. We ride back in silence. Mac doesn't say much to me. It turns out the activity wasn't good for him because his wounded bum is bleeding. Rudy gets us back to the community quickly. Stomping through the courtyard in only the hoodie, panties, and boots, I get a few catcalls from the rooftops, as if I'm walking the walk of shame. I display both of my naughty fingers the whole way. This only seems to make it worse, and I can't help laughing, more for joyous relief than in jest. I'm alive. The first thing I do after helping Mac with his wound is take a long shower. A shower that consists of crying, laughing, and having several revelations. Laughing, as I get to live my life at least until the next day. Crying, because anything can happen at any time. Crying some more because I've gotten careless. If I wasn't joking around, it wouldn't have happened. Laughing and reveling because I don't regret it and I wouldn't change it even if that fucking zombie had bitten me. Rudy waits in the corridor for me. Feeling better now that I'm clean and have on fairly clean clothes. I still haven't found time to wash any. He stands up from his crouching position on the wall to meet me. "You had a panic attack?" he asks simply. I nod. First one in a while. I didn't even realize I was having one. I bite my lip and start walking past him. He grabs my wrist. "That really scared me. I've seen it plenty, everyone has, but thinking you were bit. It's okay, Rudy. I feel the same about you." I meet his gaze. "I know. You and Mac," he prompts. I just shrug because I don't know. He pulls me in for a brief hug. He smells good, like worn leather with a fresh citrusy scent and motor oil. After he steps away, he smiles, giving me a rare glimpse of those dimples. "Mac is a good guy, Can." I know. No more getting bit by zombies, with or without teeth. I glance up at him and his eyes laugh at me. My small laugh echoes through the hallway. "I'll try. See you around." I walk down the corridor, hating how our easy friendship is no longer simple. That happens when you hold things back. Rudy's easy acceptance of it boils my blood, knowing I'll always have a soft spot for him. After everything he's done for me, at least I know he'll always have a soft spot for me, too. I'm almost out of the building when I spot Glinda in a doorway fighting with Candy. Big surprise. "What you looking at, bitch?" Candy asks me. Wait a minute. I've never spoken 2 words to this woman. "You just shut the fuck up," Glinda snarls, shoving Candy in the door. Candy falls backward because of the shoes she wears, and Glinda slams the door shut. "Don't worry about that, sugar. Fucking slut," she yells toward the door so Candy can hear. She puts her hands on my shoulders and looks into my face. "Just be happy, sugar. Today should make you see. Even though Mac's an asshole." Her lips purse together. I get that impression by the way he interacts with other people. He's not to me. She looks back to where Rudy and I have just been, and I guess she had overheard our conversation. "But he's got jawhead, jerk-face fuck written all over him." She looks down. "I know he ain't to you, so like I said, be happy and live, sugar," she says in a softer tone, and leaves me in the corridor. I open the door to the corridor, realizing I don't have anywhere to go. Fuck me sideways. Chapter 25. The next few weeks pass in a blur, teaching people to hotwire, helping Mac with his booth, playing Texas Hold'em for extra cash, side looting jobs with Reese, and long nights in the vault cocooned in blankets to keep myself warm. Mac helped me with techniques to maim someone with my bare hands. I secretly hope I don't have to use them, not confident enough in my skills. We help Guido with the famished, which are plentiful in the growing cold. Mac moves around better and practices bow shooting with me whenever he gets the chance. He's learned about my love of running, so we do that too, having to make adjustments to accommodate his slower pace. Sometimes Rudy and Glinda join us. Glinda obsesses over taking care of her body and enjoys having workout partners. I also found out about the workout room in an office just under Guido's loft where Sam spends most of his time, hence his huge upper body. The teams start getting restless and want action, but Reese insists on waiting until we're able to make a successful bomb. I don't mind since I use the time to practice. The situation could get dangerous if we told the team about the bombs without knowing how they'll turn out. The team thinks we're waiting, per Guido's request, for the weather to get colder. If it's cold and we break up thousands of zombies at the base, then they would possibly migrate here in search of food, exactly what Guido wants. Reese and I keep our looting very quiet because we don't want Guido to know, or we'd have to do his bidding. We pick up everything from ammunition to clothing. We stock up on all kinds of chemicals for amateur explosives and search through several old bookstores, only finding a few reference books. Nothing coming close to what my dad had. I've gotten better with my guns, and even have my own shoulder holster. I'm not a pro, but getting good. Reese says it has something to do with me shooting a crossbow. I doubt it, but I never argue. While obtaining this really cool belt I can stick just about anything in, mostly my magazines and some knives, I find a new pair of boots, so I break them in. They are soft, tan leather with a rounded toe, thick soles, and they go up mid-calf with soft scrunches. These boots are zombie-bashing, kick-ass, chic boots. Best part is they don't feel like boots, being made for comfort. Besides the boots, clothing is a priority too. I've had the same stuff for over 4 years, so I'm loading up on jeans, t-shirts, and hoodies. Although I have been doing my laundry hand-wash style, it's nice to have new things after such a long time. Reese teaches me to ride a motorcycle, just in case I ever need to drive one. He also talks me into a tattoo, saying he loves a virgin canvas. I end up with an arrow with a bird feather fletching on my hip bone. Mac's been getting suspicious of me being gone for hours at a time, so here I am telling him what we're up to. I'm surprised it took him this long to figure it out. He keeps secrets too. I've just been too busy to contemplate it. What? He asks slowly in disbelief. It's comical how dumbfounded he looks, his eyes all wide. You can make bombs? I fidget under his appraisal. No. I'm not an expert, and I've been relying mostly on faint memory. It's the agreement Reese and I made. So you've been out on the town shopping for clothes and weird chemicals, he asks, getting his facts straight. Pretty much, yeah. I needed clothes, and I didn't want to buy any. You have more than enough money to buy some. Why endanger yourself? I need the money to stock up on moonshine and fresh food. Besides, I got you a few things. I toss him some fresh white t-shirts. They're his forte, and he makes them look really good. I don't bother to tell him about the famished we run into on our trips. He grins and comes to delve through my stash. Was wondering where you got the boots. I laugh. You know they're sexy. He peers sideways at me. You have no idea. Picking up a white bandana, he arches a brow at me. I clear my throat and try not to jerk it out of his hand. It's for Rudy. I figure he might want a new one. He gives me a strange look, and when I catch his eye, he looks everywhere but at me. It's not like that, you know. We're good friends, I assure him with a smile and a squeeze of his hand, suddenly glad I put the guitar picks in my pack. He sighs. It's not that. Throwing the pack of white t-shirts on his bed, he says, If you're friends, he won't mind you staying in here. Mac isn't in the loop of me sleeping in Rudy's truck. No one is but me. He already thinks I'm sleeping in here, Mac. In contemplation, he stares at me. Then where are you sleeping? Sharing a room with Glinda, I say quickly. If he knows I'm sleeping in the vault, outside the fence, in the cold, he'll put up a fight. Sitting on his bed, he smiles wide. Rudy thinks you're sleeping in here, huh? I nod. Why would he think that? His face darkens slightly. Did he come on to you? What? No. Rudy's never touched me in an out-of-the-line way. Only his gaze has ever gone astray. I glare at the way he looks relieved. Besides, even if he did, it wouldn't be your business. What? He jumps to his defense. It should be my business. Crossing my arms and feeling smug, I ask, So it should be my business about you, right? Blue eyes glance around the room before he shrugs. Yeah. You wouldn't have any problem admitting to sleeping with any of the working girls here. His face automatically screws up in disgust. No, I can't believe you think that. A thought dawns across his face in some kind of understanding. Oh, that's why you're being so standoffish. Mighty presumptuous of you. Maybe so, but you were too. Okay, that's fair. Now that we're all cleared up. He stands, coming to look down at me, although looking down is a bit of a stretch since I'm eye level with his mouth. I laugh. You're short. Unfazed, a smile spreads across his face. Doesn't affect performance. We'll see about that. His smile grows wider, brightening his eyes, but he turns serious. Next time, just ask. Anything. I'll tell you, okay? Once I nod, He changes the subject. We go into the tables, he asks, his voice hopeful. He's been playing poker with me lately. At first, he thought it was a waste, my playing, until he found out about my poker face. Now, he plays for fun. I've run off a couple of other regulars after winning their money. I'm not on the rounds for famished watch. I need some fun, I reply, a little excited to put my mind off things. Especially since tomorrow night, Guido's throwing a monster bash. Mac told me they have one every so often. A couple of days ago, a woman named Lucy was bitten by a chained famished. She got too close by accident. They asked her what she wanted to do, giving her a choice between becoming famished or not. She decided for it, so they locked her in a cage to complete her change. Now they're throwing a monster bash in her honor. It's atrocious. I tried to talk her out of it. She wanted to give back, she told me, quite stubbornly. She would make her debut as one of Guido's arts, while everyone else gets smashed. Usually it takes very little time to change, and it depends on how a person is bitten. If a big chunk of the arm is eaten, then it would only take a few hours, sometimes minutes. A bite can take a few days. It also depends on the person. I've seen someone change within an hour while sitting, stupidly, in the hospital with Malachi. It could explain why there are different kinds of zombies. Makes sense, but I need to know for sure. Lucy's the topic of talk, but I don't want to talk about Lucy or go to the monster bash. It's just an excuse for everyone to party. It doesn't matter that they do it every night. After the poker game, Reese tells me about his success with an explosive, practicing on famished miles away from the community. He motions for a drink at the bar and grins from ear to ear wearing a black thermal shirt under his vest. Blue-gray eyes twinkling with mischief, he looks like a kid on Christmas morning. Sometimes he reminds me of myself. He thinks the same of me, telling me once he's surprised we're not related in some way. That's awesome, I say with actual envy. I wish I was there to see it. Me too, Mac pipes in. Reese looks at me like he didn't mean for him to overhear. Giving Reese a knowing look, I say, he knows. He was asking too many questions and I didn't want to lie. He seems relieved he wasn't the one who let it spill. Reese continues in his excitement. Yeah, you both should have seen it. It was like Disneyland fireworks. I laugh. Well, I'm glad you didn't blow yourself. Sugar! Glinda interrupts, rushing over. You got to let me help you dress up tomorrow. She has hopeful eyes, but I shake my head. She holds my arm with both hands, wearing her blonde hair straight tonight. Without the curls, it's exceptionally long and shiny, resting on her breasts, which are covered up for a change. Her red, glossy lips bring out the blue in her eyes. No way. I'm not even going. It's stupid Lucy wants to be that way. Oh, you know that ain't about her. She waves my comment away. I peek at Mac, and he takes a sip of moonshine, but not before I see his delight at this turn in conversation. I shrug at Glinda, and she squeals like a pig. I'll see you tomorrow, sugar. We got lots of work to do. She struts off. I glance at Reese and Mac. I'll take her parting comment as a compliment. It probably will be lots of work to make me look like a hooker. They both laugh in agreement. I'm probably going to regret it a lot. Mac still tries to cover the gleam in his eyes. Using the side door outside the fence, I have to shoot a few famished. The community treats them like pesky flies. It still amazes me how nonchalant they are about them. Zombies are very dangerous. All it would take is a large enough number on the right day, bam, community gone. I head into the working girls' building where still Rudy stays. He had a fight last night, so he's laying low. I'm on a mission to get him out because Reese wants to meet with everyone for last-minute announcements to leave for the base in a few days. I knock before walking into the room where he lounges on the bed in sweatpants, a white long-sleeve t-shirt, and his boots. I thought he'd be playing his guitar, but he's reading my notebook. His hair hangs loose around his face. Why do you read that stupid thing? I ask, genuinely curious. I like how you think. His black eye has yellowed, but has since got a bruise on the left side of his face from being whacked repeatedly in the same spot. You can have it back to write some more in it if you want. The corner of his lips tugs into a small smile. I brought you something. I pull out the bandana and give it to him. He runs it through his hands, smiling wider, the smile finally reaching his eyes. This won't stay white, you know. Well, I'll know you use it when it starts to get dirty. He thinks about it, then narrows his eyes. What have you and Reese been up to? There isn't any reason to keep it from him, since I was sent here to retrieve him for a meeting. We've been looting. I've been helping him make bathtub explosives. It was our agreement. He stares at me with a blank face. That really doesn't surprise me. You have lots of things up your sleeve. Not really. I look around. Do you need anything? I have some painkillers. Reese and I hit a big department store with a pharmacy. Everything had been cleaned out except the bones of a body on the floor behind the glass. I happened to see a bottle of pills underneath it. Guess whoever it was didn't want to get eaten alive and swallowed most of them. You can have them. Huh. Trying to give me pills that have been under a rotting corpse for years? He folds the bandana in half, tying it around his head. My mouth drops. They were in the bottle. They'll still work, I think. Nah, I'm not in any pain. Keep them. You might need them someday. We better get going. We're having a meeting at the marketplace. I want to get it over with. I'm tired. I also think Glinda wants to dress me up like a prostitute tomorrow. His eyebrows rise as the corner of his mouth twitches. I roll my eyes. Let's go then, he says, not bothering to hide his amusement. Still laughing at me, I have to grab his arm to pull him off the bed. Oh, I almost forgot. I pull the little plastic box out of my pocket and hand the guitar picks to him. He tries to smile at me, but looks a little sad. Thank you. No problem. You're always looking for one. Now you have a whole box. Nighttime means the marketplace is empty, except for our 20 people. Our voices seem small as they resonate throughout the warehouse. The chatting ceases as Reese pulls a blanket from the mound on his booth. The blanket hid a huge stack of homemade bombs in plastic pipes with fuses running out of them. Gasps and exclamations erupt as everyone figures out what's going on. This is how we'll enter the zombie base, Reese states, waving his arms in a dramatic fashion. I bite my lips to keep from laughing at his enthusiasm. Rudy picks up a bomb and examines it before glancing at me. Well, I can't think of anything better. I announce, I think it's time for our mission. How do we know those will work? This comes from Felix Fuller. I'm sure he didn't mean for it to come out grudgingly. The guy seriously needs to take it easy. Reese just grins. I don't know. You volunteering to test them? I'll give you one and light the fuse. If it was possible for Felix to get any fatter, he did right then, taking in a breath and puffing up like a blowfish. Rudy speaks up. This is great. Try to be optimistic. We didn't know he was doing this. I don't trust it when I'm going to be handling thousands of famished, Felix squeaks in a full-effect flare, waving his hand in the air. Momentarily forgetting, he tries to tone it down. Everyone knows, but no one tells him that they don't give a rat's ass how he spends his time in the bedroom, hence the chip. I've tried talking to him, but he's stubborn and acts like he doesn't know what I'm talking about. You can't help someone who doesn't want it. Rudy stays calm, but the look in his eye is one he gets in the betting ring. Then stay here, Felix Fuller. He stares into the man's beady eyes. Sam and Ty crack up about something. I crack a smile their way. I trust Can knows what she's doing. Obviously, Reese does too. He's the one that's been blowing things up with them. I cringe. Shit. Can built these? Thomas complains in outrage. I didn't want anyone to know I planted the seed and helped Reese. We are all gonna die. Suicide mission. For what? Your lady love, Rudy? Thomas glares. Rudy glances at me, then looks away, neck blazing along with his face. Before anyone knows it, he has Thomas by the throat. He speaks through clenched teeth. You already know this is going to be bad. Now you're slamming Can for giving us better odds? Watch your mouth. I'm sick of hearing it. Thomas wheezes. I think it was meant to be a laugh. Can. He says it like I'm something nasty on the bottom of his shoe. Almost got killed by a putrid that couldn't even move, he sneers. Rudy's grip tightens. Thomas gargles, turning a pleasing shade of red. I stuff down my momentary pleasure. Stop! Rudy, stop! I hurry over and smack his arm, hoping he removes himself from Thomas. It's like hitting a hard wall, and finally, he lets go. Thomas gags, but stands up straight. Does she know about, Thomas starts, but Mac's arm flashes and punches Thomas in the face, preventing him from saying what he was going to say. Thomas slumps to the ground unconscious. Damn, Mac can pack a punch. Rudy stares at Mac for a long second. Mac glares at Rudy. I didn't do it for you. I'm bewildered, tired, and decide to ignore them both for the time being. I'll ask Mac about it later. Clearing my throat, I get back to the business at hand. Reese and I have one more looting trip tomorrow morning. The party's tomorrow night, and that gives us all the next day to get our things in order. We leave the day after that, I say, glancing at Rudy. He thinks about it before nodding. Sounds good. I smile wide at him, watching as he returns it. You'll get to see Julie soon. His smile flinches, but he holds it in place, not seeming thrilled. What's wrong with him? Maybe he's afraid of what he will find there. I would be too. It's better to know than not to. He swallows, remembering one of our first conversations. You're right. Max scoffs. Right. I go to Mac's room before heading to the vault. He said I could ask him anything, so I will. Why'd you hit Thomas? Well, he deserved it. I just want to know what he was about to say. Max sits down beside me on the bed and meets my gaze. No, Sunshine, you don't want to know. Rudy should be the one to tell you, not anyone else, including me. He kisses my forehead and his curls graze my cheek as I shake my head. Why does it matter? I clip through my teeth. He smiles at that, sitting up straight. I think it would matter to you. Trust me. He runs his tongue on the inside of his bottom lip, worrying. I don't know what to say. He's not going to give, so I let it go. Chapter 26. Mac talks me into letting him go with us to loot. We meet Reese in the parking lot of the community before the sun rises, taking a minivan for the space. Mac coming is a good idea because he can help carry stuff. The wind brings a chill, turning our noses red. I get to wear the tan leather jacket that matches my boots, feeling guilty about having them. I got a little carried away, but who wouldn't? About 45 minutes into the drive, the sun barely lights up the sky, and I realize we're rolling into my hometown and gasp. Reese glances my way. What's wrong? This is my hometown, where I grew up. I also spent the last 4 years here. Really? Mac looks around with renewed interest. Reese says, good. Where are the all-you-can-get department stores? I laugh. There's a Walmart and a Target right off the interstate. The sun shines brightly, which means there are no signs of famished as the van pulls in the Walmart Supercenter parking lot, empty of cars. Not a single one. Old scorch marks adorn the lot from body disposal. Litter blows all over like leaves in the fall. Reese, Mac, and I glance at each other. Usually, places like this show more signs of outbreak panic. I'm surprised at this because I've always avoided where there could be many zombies in one place. Reese drives by the entrances. Both doors are wide open with no visible movement inside the store. He backs the van into an entrance as far as he can go. Being parked inside of a Walmart has potential for some comic relief. My mouth opens to crack a joke until Reese says, Mac, you take medical supplies. Can, you go look for any camping gear you can find. I'll take household items and hardware. His voice is all business and commanding now that we're here. Sunlight bounces off Reese's tattooed, bald head and causes a double glare in his sunglasses. His leather vest squeaks as he opens his door. Keep alert. Mac and I nod, getting out. Since the air is warmer in here than outside, Mac pulls his red hoodie off, throwing it in the back. I almost leave my jacket in the van, but slide on my battered army pack, taking stock of myself. My machete hangs from its normal spot on the right side of the pack. The bursas and a hunting knife adorn my belt. I take a deep breath through my nostrils, making out a faint trace of decay from the living dead with a strange, bitter stench. We stand in a row, listening for any sounds of lurking zombies. Smell it? I whisper, glancing to Mac. His brows draw together, and his bottom lip sticks out as his tongue runs across the inside of it rapidly. I can see him perfectly in the light of the open glass doors. Sandy blonde curls puff up on one side as if he had run a hand through it. His white T-shirt seems extra bright. Blue eyes search around intently before stopping at me, burning bright as he flashes me a smile and tugs on one of my long dreads. Nothing to worry about. It's not strong and it's warm in here. Not an ideal place for the undead, he reassures me. I return the smile before letting my gaze seek movement. Light coming in through the doors illuminates enough to make out aisles. The darkened shadows seem to drift outward as I watch. Reese walks a few feet away, searching down the closer aisles. A croaked moan cuts through my awareness, seeming to bounce from walls to rafters. I freeze at the sound as the hair on my arms stand on end. A thick slithering comes from between the cash registers. Clearly in no immediate danger, I walk toward the sound without another thought. I can't see what it is from the darkened area. "Sunshine," Max says quietly, close to my ear as he moves to stand in front of me, protectively, before clicking on a small flashlight. I pull my gun as I catch sight of what lays in the flashlight beam. I slide back the rail with ease, silently chambering a bullet. "Don't waste your ammo," he says as the light flashes the length of the zombie on the smooth, tiled floor. It looks up at us with eyes filmed over a milky color, but darkened black with settled blood. It's well on its way to becoming a putrid. With all of its hair still intact, skin sags around its eyes and jaw. One arm reaches out toward us, clawing the air. A few of his cracked fingernails have already fallen off. The bottom half is nothing but gnawed bones with hanging nerves. Thickened blood smears the floor beneath him, leaving a trail from where he had been dragging himself. With the other arm completely missing, the flailing one has a huge bag strapped around the shoulder with a few ripped strips of a faded black shirt sleeve. "Holy shit," Reese breathes, approaching from behind. "Damn thing is ugly. Might be the source of the smell." I doubt it. It's not old enough for the decayed smell in the air. Judging from how rapidly he can move his arm, if he had legs, he would be able to run. Mac hands me the flashlight. "He was hanging on to that bag for dear life," he observes, bending over with a knife. The famished hand grabs at him. Mac automatically steps on it as if it's a pesky cockroach. Holding the arm down with his combat boot, Mac slits the bag open. I shine the light on its contents. Liters of rubbing alcohol and dozens of boxes of cold medicine spill out. Mac scoffs in unison with Reese. I say, "Someone must have been sick." Reese holds back a snort of amusement. I glance at him sharply. "What the hell is so funny?" He only raises his bushy eyebrows. I must be missing the obvious. "No one was sick, Sunshine. This dude was going to cook meth. Explains the weird smell. Might be why he's so hyped for an older zombie," Mac explains as he straightens, stomping his boot to the famished's head. Fucking redneck. Disgust oozes from his tone as the zombie wiggles. He stomps again, this time a crunch sound, splattering fresh gore. Specks of it hit my jeans. I cock an eyebrow at Mac, crossing my arms. "And you aren't?" I joke. He smirks. "Okay, backwoods redneck." I nod as though I approve. Reese sighs warily, not trusting this location. "Let's finish in here." Sticking the gun in the front of my jeans, I make my way to the back where the sporting goods section is located. The place has been looted. People looted for anything they could carry. I doubt I'll find ammunition here. Getting closer to the back, the rank smell thickens. It's also gotten darker, but I still have Mac's small flashlight in my back pocket. My eyes widen as I realize there are aisle racks moved around, arranged to make up separate rooms. Judging by all the garbage and sleeping bags, someone lived here, and by the way it stinks, for some time. I notice more empty bottles and cold medicine packaging. Mac was right. The pre-zombie had been cooking meth. Everything that I came for has been used at some point. I decide against taking anything, believing we have enough of this stuff anyway. The only question that remains is where are the other occupants? I assume they escaped an attack. A shuffle sounds in the next aisle. I freeze as a groan floats down my own aisle, sending goosebumps up the back of my neck. I turn to see a putrid turning down my aisle at the very end. Excitement surges, and I start walking closer to it when several more turn into the aisle. I stop to watch as they walk, jerkily slow. The first one's head cocks to one side as if curious about me. It reminds me of a dog waiting on a treat. This one had been a woman, the hair a gangly mess of missing chunks. Her skin, still bluish in color, would soon turn green and textured. These putrids aren't that old, but older than the meth-addled zombie. This might be a good time to try a Molotov. I pull a jar out of my pack, stabbing a slit in the top with the hunting knife before resheathing it in my belt, then dip the cloth to thread it through the slit. A few twists of the cap, and I light the rag with a lighter. Tossing it to the floor in front of the putrid, the glass busts, making moonshine splatter and catch fire instantly. The flame spreads on the floor and up the putrid's body in a licking wave as it follows fumes, spills, and splatters. I quickly figure out why this is not a good idea. It only makes the zombies come at you while on fire. Blinking at my own stupidity, I note it slows them considerably. Time to get out of here before the burning smell hits me. A snarl erupts from behind me before I am slammed in the back, falling forward to the floor. A frustrated grunt escapes me when I catch myself on my knee as pain splinters through it. My huge pack smacks me in the head but keeps the famished from getting a lock on me. Holding myself up with my arm, I kick out, scrambling away from the zombie. When I get myself turned around, the famished is on top of me again. We fall, with me on my back, awkwardly because of my pack, and as I hold the famished away from me by its neck, and the machete clangs on the floor. The zombie's hand entangles in my dreadlocks. My scalp feels like it's ripping from my skull. I yelp, feeling its clammy skin almost to the point of slimy. Trying not to cringe away from it as thick drool drips down my neck from its mouth, I use all my strength trying to keep its mouth away from me. There's another inhuman snarl, and I know at least one more comes for me. The fire from the flaming putrid gives me enough light as the second zombie tumbles into me from the side. Throwing my elbow at it, I knock it away from me. The first zombie's mouth snaps way too close to my face as I grapple with my bursa in my left hand. Pulling the trigger, I get a clean shot to the head, turning my head before the gore shower sprays me. The shot still resonates in my ear as the stench of burning putrid becomes thick in my throat, tasting of foul death. Gunshots echo from the other direction. Reese and Mac. The zombie wastes no time in jumping on top of me, but not before I put my feet in the air, bending at my knees. Aches spring in my joints with the weight of it. Its breath smells like rotten meat and soured blood, which turns my stomach as I swallow the extra saliva, threatening to help release its contents. Stained black teeth bite the air in front of me as I push up with both legs with all my strength. Having the desired effect, the zombie disappears sideways as I kick it, able to aim my gun at it, immediately squeezing the trigger. The putrid torch reaches me, a keening sound coming from its throat. I kick myself away from the already dead famished, easily surfing backwards from the slick zombie blood. One shot to the putrid's head, and it slumps on top of the dead zombie, still on fire. Standing up, smoke fills my lungs, and I put my hands on my knees, trying not to hack. When I'm able to gulp air, relief washes through me in strong tide, bringing exhaustion with it. But I still have an aisle of slow zombies coming at me. Their scuffling sounds 10 times louder now that my famished brawl is over. An explosion drowns out the putrid parade, then another right after. The double sounds boom inside my ears, causing instant pain, and shake the building violently. They are going to bring the Walmart tumbling down on top of us, all the while making us deaf. I cover my head and ears as debris flies all over me. Some of the putrids have fallen over from the explosions, making it smell like burnt cheese mixed in a used restroom toilet. I don't have time to worry about Mac and Reese. I just have to get to them. I turn to run in the other direction, slipping on blood, and my boot squeaks on the slick floor. I catch myself on a rack, my right arm windmilling. The rack tilts slightly, causing items on it to tumble down onto me and crash to the floor. Luckily, nothing hurts. It's either that or my adrenaline keeps me from feeling it. Regaining my balance, I let go of the rack in order to keep running. The rack smashes down behind me. Coming around a corner, I smack into a body and strong hands grab my arms. Can! It's Mac. His stark white shirt glows from the fire, and it reflects in his wide eyes. Shit! Famished and putrids all over. We need to leave! I shout the obvious, my hearing still filled with static. He pushes me out of the way. Yeah, I know, he shouts back, pulling his gun to fire rounds into the aisle I just emerged from. His shots make my ears ring all the more. I think he just wants to shoot something. You're wasting bullets. Will you give my ears a rest? They're going to start bleeding, I shout some more.
"What?" he yells, mocking me by cupping a hand around his ear. Smiling at his joke, he grabs my arm. "Let's go," he says urgently. We look around every aisle while hurrying to the van. Mac shoots more putreds on the way out. I ignore them as long as they aren't in our way. Reese has already started the van and waits on us. We jump in, and before we can even get the door closed, he peels out of Walmart. "Can, are you all right?" Mac asks first thing, looking me over. Neither one of them look as appalling as I do, covered in zombie crud and guts. It's already starting to dry on my skin. There were probably 100 putreds. They came out of nowhere. Must have been hiding out of the sun. Reese lit the bombs so we could get to you. He's breathing heavily. Hell, all three of us are strung out on zombie battle adrenaline. Reese chimes in merrily. "Those bombs work perfect." I'm trying to calm myself, just glad he didn't blow us up from the old meth lab. My ears are still muted, but I can hear faintly. "Yeah, I heard them. I thought the building was going to collapse, or worse, explode with us in it," I say, and Mac flinches back from my loud talk. I can tell he wants to make another joke, but I go on with a lower voice. "People had been living there. I found used sleeping bags and empty cold medicine packaging." Mac looks at me sharply. "I'm guessing they were the famished I ran into. We should have pulled to Tallahassee and played a banjo," I joke as my hearing returns, thankfully. "Maybe we can go to Bill Murray's house," Mac sniggers. "Yeah, and smoke out of his hookah," Reese says, as if it's the greatest idea ever. We all laugh, trying to shake away the close call. I don't want to think about how close. We are all too familiar with the consequences of such trips like these. There are always risks. Looking at my jacket, zombie muck congeals on it. I sigh. That's karma for you. I strip it off with my t-shirt. Reese hands me a towel and I wipe my face and scrub at the gore. Mac takes off his white t-shirt and gives it to me before pulling on the red hoodie from the back of the van. Thanks. I smile in appreciation as I slip on his shirt. Slowly, because he's watching and not bothering to hide it either. He shrugs, looking a little disappointed. "I'd rather you be without it." I grin at him. Dick for brains. My jacket goes over the t-shirt. I'm not letting it go. I'll scrub it when we get back to the community, stained or not. Those people were living out in the open. Without any protection, they drew in putreds. I wonder why they didn't get eaten alive, I reason out loud. "One of them could have been bit, didn't say anything to the others, and things escalated," Reese points out. Mac looks out the window as we pull onto the road, heading for another destination. "Maybe. My guess would be they were living in Walmart, using and cooking with..." Maybe. My guess would be they were living in a Walmart, using and cooking methamphetamine. Got taken by surprise, trying to escape with any supplies they could grab, hence the zombie with the bag. It also could explain why the doors were open and no vehicles in the parking lot. Maybe someone managed to escape. I shake my head. "Lovely," I say dryly. They nod their agreement. Breathing normal again, my adrenaline high is dissipating quickly. I really shouldn't voice this, but I do anyway. That was fun. Mac shoots me a grin because for once, I'm not being sarcastic. The Target department store is much easier. This time, we do a little banging around. There are no putreds to deal with, but Target has been looted of most of the food and electronics. The things people take to priority when the shit hits the fan never ceases to amaze me. I'm able to get a few more sleeping bags, baseball bats, and white t-shirts. I get enough for the whole team, in case they need them. Mac also picks up some jeans and socks for everyone. Upon looting a home improvement store, Reese demands our attention because he finds several wooden pallets in the back of PVC pipes. It's the most we've ever come across. We pile the van full, having to keep the hatch open and tie them down securely. Reese looks at all the leftover pipe we have to leave behind, not to mention another few skids of chlorine and hydrochloric acid. He rubs his stubbly tattooed head in mounting frustration. "I don't want to leave these." "We don't have anywhere to store it at the community. Not to mention the gas it would take going back and forth per load," I reason. This is true. Reese does not have any more space in his room or at his booth. Last time I walked through his room, it was packed to the ceiling. We had a hard enough time finding a secret place to make them. I have to admit, barely having a hand in it. Reese is determined to master this skill, always having his head in a book or trying a new recipe. His interest is astounding, and he's come a long way from our first little cherry bomb that wouldn't blow up in my own hand if we tried. He's only grown more attached, as if he's addicted. I can understand his frustration, since we've had a hard time finding exactly the right things in the right amounts. Looking at this find, it's a complete gold mine to him. I sigh, tapping my foot and picking at my cuticle. Reese, stay here. Mac and I are going to drive up the road a ways. Reese and Mac both peer at me in question. I try not to smile at the hope in Reese's eyes. Why? I'm not making any promises, but we need to find a semi with an empty trailer and gas. Mac speaks up. You know how to get one started? I've never tried, but I'm up to the challenge. 3.5 hours, a handbook, 3 battery exchanges, 4 different trucks, and an endless string of curses later, I pull the van back into the home improvement store delivery docks. Catching sight of Reese leaning against a brick wall, I grin from ear to ear, but it slips when I realize he's a mess, watching a pile of burning bodies. The semi rumbles behind me as the amateur driver comes to a stop. Jumping out of the van, I ask, "What happened to you?" Reese points to the trees behind me. Famished? He tries cleaning himself up a bit, but he looks spooked. He grins, letting me know he's okay, and gestures to the semi. Took you long enough. Looking back, Mac stands behind me studying the burning corpses. He's not in a good mood. From the look on his face, Reese's comment burns like a lit fuse in his brain. Mac finally turns a glare on Reese. The fuse must have ended. She got you that semi so you can continue your pyro tendencies. Who gives a fuck how long it took? If it was up to me, we'd be back at the community by now. Reese straightens as tall as he can, hackles rising. Mac points to me and I flinch. She was almost electrocuted. I was not almost electrocuted. I knew it was a live wire. I jump to my defense. Mostly because he's right. I continue on quickly. Besides, we were all almost killed today. I gesture to the burning bodies as Mac moves to stand in front of me. We need to load the semi and get out of here before any more famished show up. He stares at me for a long moment before looking back to Reese. You're driving the damn thing. After everything is loaded in the truck, I ride with Reese in the semi while Mac drives the van. On our way back to the interstate, the reference texts I have at my former house pop into my mind. We're close to my old house. We should see about those books while we're here. He immediately wants directions. Your boyfriend won't be happy, but I don't care. Don't get your hopes up, Reese. I set fire to the house. The books were in the bunker. I have no way of knowing if they survived. If they didn't get it put out, then the house could have collapsed. I don't relish seeing it for myself. Even though Mac already knew what happened, I tell Reese about Harley, Nadine, Bridget, and Cale. Reese nods. They shouldn't be a problem. I have a pipester for a distraction. I grin at his made-up name for the bombs, even though I wouldn't call them pipe bombs. I have him park where I parked Rhonda the Honda the night I set the fire. Mac pulls up beside us, getting out. He does a good job of keeping his mouth shut, his way of making up for his uncalled-for outburst. Reese goes about 300 yards the other way to detonate the bomb. I'll be able to see if the Lollipop Gang goes toward the sound. It will take them more time to try to figure out what happened. 10 minutes after Reese throws the bomb, he comes back. Maybe they moved on? Which was what I'd wanted them to do by way of the fire. Finally, Harley, Nadine, and Bridget scurry toward it. I guess they had to figure out what to do about the sound. I almost laugh if they decide to go together. I sprint forward with Mac and Reese following. We make it into the neighborhood and dart between fences. When I see my house, I stop. It's burned, but still standing. Scorch marks crawl up the bricks like ghosts of the flames. The windows are boarded up. I'm guessing this is it? Mac asks with excitement. I shoot him a look. You're excited? He nods. Yeah, another piece of the Kansas puzzle. I laugh despite myself. Of course he would see it that way. I lead them up the walk, through the gate, and peer around. They are living here. Clothes dangle from my old clothing lines. A pain pierces my chest. I want to leave. Reese, keep watch, I say. I need to get something out of the house. Going up the patio steps, Mac follows. Burnt wood and old things drift to my nose as I go inside. Peering around, my heart lurches at the sight of my family home from the old life. Everything's destroyed. I can see straight to the front of the house from where the walls have collapsed. A hole takes up the kitchen floor. I remember the tequila spilling onto the floor and catching fire. I swallow, hoping what I came for made it. Mac squeezes my hand. I look at him, glad for his reassuring presence. Checking the floor, I walk toward the master bedroom. The model jewelry box lies on its side on the floor, scorched, but being on the floor kept the fire from ruining it. When I open it, I find the precious metals have been melted somewhat, but they're still valuable. Smart, Mac comments. I sigh. If I was smart, I would have gotten them before setting the house on fire. He just smiles at me and helps me shove gold, silver, and diamonds into our pockets. I grab a string of pearls that had been in my mother's family for generations. My dad, being a traditional man, gave my mother gemstones on the proper wedding anniversaries. For their 5th year, he gave her a charm bracelet with a dangling sapphire. A new charm was added every year after that. For their 15th, he gave her ruby earrings. A platinum ring with an emerald was for their 20th. An imperial topaz charm for the bracelet was for their 23rd year of marriage, their last. "Looks like your mom was a lucky woman," he whispers, as I realize I was explaining all of them out loud. A flash of her passed out with a bottle between her legs goes through my mind. Yeah, lucky. I don't know if I would trade these, but I take everything, the majority looted from neighboring houses. Reese waits outside and gives us curious looks as I open the bunker door. It has been cleaned out of the debris I made to escape. The calico brick and blocks are no longer the soothing presence they once were. The ceiling, the floor of the house, is darkened brown. Obviously it came close to catching fire and collapsing. How did they put it out? When I left, I thought the fire was big enough to destroy the place. I sigh. "You built this?" Mac asks, looking around in amazement. "Yeah, but my dad did the stairs." I smirk at his look, but quickly go to the bookshelf and start pulling out volumes. I point to a box. "Will you hand me that?" He dumps the crap out of it and hands it to me. I start throwing books in it. Mac flips through my album of barn photographs and drawings before sticking it in the box. I squat to reach the lower shelf. Mac bends over and picks up a picture that fell from a book. I wince, knowing exactly what it is. It was one of those booth photos where pictures are taken consecutively and the machine prints them out. Malachi and I were waiting to see the newest horror movie, happy and carefree. 2 of the pictures are of us kissing. "Is this the guy at the base?" Mac asks, looking down at me. "What?" My voice cracks. "This is Malachi?" he asks curiously. "What? How did he know about Malachi? I've never uttered his name to anyone. I'm completely bewildered. I don't ask him how he knows. My jaw clenches. "Malachi has been dead for 4 years, I say solemnly, looking him in the eyes. "I know this because I shot him. With a gun. In the head." His eyes widen as my tone turns to cold steel with each word. I'm interrupted from asking him questions when Reese says they're coming. Grabbing the picture, I throw it and several more books in the box with shaking hands. Cocking guns and grappling from the outside makes me hurry. "Well, well, I'll bet the princess is in there," Harley laughs. "I knew she'd come back for those books. Come on out, Can, or I'll shoot your friend." "He doesn't know I have guns, or you," I whisper to Mac. "Don't worry, I'm a good shot. You focus on the ladies," he winks, trying to lighten my mood. I stare at him callously. Try not to kill him. When I clear the top of the stairs, Mac's right behind me. His hand holding a gun comes into my peripheral vision, and he shoots Harley right between the eyes. Brain matter splatters Nadine. Reese rolls out of the way, grabbing his gun. I'm going to be sick. Nadine screams, "You asshole!" It sounds like more of a sob, but she keeps it under control. Not wiping Harley's brains and blood off her face, she gives Mac a deadly stare, looking like Carrie at the prom, about to start throwing things with her mind. She's so focused on Mac that she doesn't see my gun train on Bridget. I don't like how she's looking at him. I keep calm even though Mac just killed a man. Again, I'll get to him later. "Nadine, back away. Mac, will you get the box?" Mac goes under to retrieve it. Reese disarms them, throwing the shotgun a few feet away. "He didn't have to kill him. He wasn't going to hurt your friend. Nadine's voice shakes with barely suppressed rage, looking down to Harley and his lack of a forehead. Now she knows how I felt. Well, now you have dinner. She looks up at me and glares. That's 2 I owe you, bitch, Bridget speaks up with her limited vocabulary. Cale is still gone, and I know he went with you. Sorry, I don't know a Cale, Max states as he leaves the bunker with the box. She just scoffs at him. Looks like you found another one, she snarls as she looks Mac up and down. You know I can shoot you, right? I ask sarcastically. This conversation's just weird. Now, both of you in the bunker. I steer them under and close the bunker door. Reese and Mac help me load leftover cinder blocks onto it. They'll get out eventually, but we'll be long gone. That was interesting, Max states as we bound down the highway, seeming subdued. He talked me into driving the van to give me something to focus on, I guess. How would I feel if I found a picture of him kissing another girl? Not to mention, I snapped at him about Malachi. I didn't mean to, it was just a shock. You killed him after I told you to try not to, I emphasize. He rolls his eyes at me from the passenger seat. He was killing and eating people. He almost did that to you. He might as well be a zombie. Harley didn't eat me, though, and he was going to let me go. I don't say anything because Mac could have killed Nadine and Bridget, too, but he didn't. Mac moves a dreadlock out of my face, but I don't turn to him. He gets out the album of Barnes to look at. You have a knack for capturing Tennessee, he says. How do you know I drew them? I ask accusingly. How does he know anything? I'd ask him, but I don't want to get into it. A little part of me is scared of the answer. Maybe because your name is in the bottom right-hand corners? He grins, trying to cheer me up. I love Barnes. I painted them, I confess. You're really something. I don't think so. The picture of Malachi floats through my head. We drive in silence the rest of the way. Chapter 27. When we get back, it's around noon. I'm exhausted and want to take a nap before Glinda gets a hold on me. I don't get to because Glinda's waiting on us, pouncing when she spots her prey, me. I quickly find out she wants to comb out my dreads and color the bottom half of my hair blue. The coloring doesn't scare me. It's the combing out my locks that terrifies me. You can't comb them out. I'll be bald, I argue, sitting on her bed, piled with an assortment of clothing. Don't be stupid, Sugar. You didn't tease 'em. And anyway, you've been washing 'em with shampoo. You ain't supposed to wash dreads with shampoo. That leaves residue that grow mold and other funky shit. Yours hadn't. They not real dreads. Slightly offended, I don't bother to tell her I don't wash them all the time. I reluctantly agree when she says I can sleep while she does it. After a shower to get rid of zombie crud, I lather my locks with a thick, oily conditioner. She told me not to rinse it, so I don't. I lay on her bed before she sets about her tedious task. After a few minutes, I realize they are long enough to where I don't feel the pull, just a lulling sound of combing. Least you didn't tease these. You'd have to shave your head to get 'em out, she says. I shrug. I just stopped brushing it and it matted and wove together into locks. I never had to tease them. They were au naturel. Her lips purse like it is the dumbest thing a girl can do. It takes hours of combing, and when she wakes me, it's early evening. She finishes toward my scalp. We wash it, condition it, and comb it again with products I didn't know existed before the outbreak, let alone after it. All the loose hair that comes out of them can make several wigs. My hair seems 6 inches longer, too. She trims my hair even at the middle of my back before she parts my hair horizontal, then bleaches and colors the hair on the bottom half of my scalp. She keeps it down, but puts soft waves in it. Running my hair between my fingers feels foreign. I automatically grieve and wonder if she'll tease them back in, but she scoffs at my request, shoving me toward a mirror. My eyes widen, not recognizing myself, but I do. A wave of melancholy overtakes me as my pretty face frowns back at me. I don't look like me, but who I was in the old life. Turning my head, peaks of blue poke out, bringing out natural highlights. My light hazel eyes pop, looking bigger. Glinda enhances my eyes even more when she uses eyeliner and mascara. Painting my face with soft brushes, the makeup feels caked on. When I peer into the mirror, everything dusted on highlights my natural beauty. Several clothing changes later, Glinda is finally satisfied with a frayed denim miniskirt and a brown and turquoise print top with splashes of purple. The top hugs my curves and is almost as long as the skirt, giving the appearance of a tight dress with denim fringes. Although it's different from my normal t-shirt and jeans, and feeling my bare legs in open air, I like it. Glinda says my boots will look great with it, and I'm excited she lets me wear them. I don't look like a hooker, I say, still gazing at myself in the mirror, having strange memories of vanity and fashion. I don't tell Glinda this. She'd only scorn me for giving it up. I have taste, you know. She rolls her eyes. I've been wanting to do this since I saw you. I was a hairdresser before, you know. I know fashion. That's how you know so much about dreadlocks. You're really good at it. I smile at her through the mirror, and her eyes glint. Thank you. Can I ask you something? I nod to her. What you think about Reese? You two seem close. She shrugs nonchalantly. Reese? He's a good guy. We've become good friends and partners in crime. She smiles. Good for her. I think I might dance with that man. We laugh. Now that she has said something, she doesn't look like she normally does either. Well, she hasn't really in the last few days. I noticed, but I didn't think she had a romantic interest in anyone, let alone Reese. It makes sense. They've both been hanging out with me, talking and getting to know each other. Blonde curls drape her covered cleavage, leaving something to the imagination. The dark blue blouse fits her perfect, enhancing her blonde hair and blue eyes. Her slim black skirt stops 5 inches above the knees with black suede boots that end just below the kneecap. She usually wears skirts no more than 5 inches below her ass cheeks. Her makeup is soft and natural looking. You look amazing, Glinda. Reese will be proud to dance with you. She lets out a relieved breath. Good, sugar. I'm hoping so. I nod, feeling funny to be talking this way after so long. Opening my mouth for more girl talk, she grabs my arm. Sugar, let's go party till the sun comes up. We make it to the claptrap. It's hopping with walking monsters and an assortment of other costumes roaming around like Halloween. I glance at Glinda, confused, and she laughs her tinkering laugh. For the costume contest, sugar. Kansas. I turn toward my name, and Rudy stands, staring at me. Feeling silly as his eyes roam my body, I ask, Hey, what's up, Rudy? He rubs his freshly shaved chin, and all signs of fighting are missing from his face. Nothing much? He pauses. I almost didn't recognize you. Good thing I'd know you anywhere. I smile. I'm having mixed feelings about it. If it makes you feel better, you don't look like a prostitute. The white bandana holds back his hair and his eyes sparkle. Reaching out to me, he twirls a streak of my blue hair around his finger. I think he just wants to touch it to see if it's real. I watch the ends span out and his gaze travels the length of it. You look great. Enjoy it. You don't ever get to do this, and with us leaving soon... He drops the strand of hair. On impulse, I grab his hand and put his fingers into my hair. His neck colors, pleasing me, and he runs his fingers through it before dropping his hand back down to the side. Thanks, Rudy. I stand on tiptoe, and he leans down for me to kiss him on the cheek. His face gets serious, but then he smiles, making my day. Save me a dance later? I nod as he turns toward the bar. For some reason, Malachi's face flashes through my mind, and a wave of fresh grief sits heavily. I haven't felt this sad in a while. Maybe Rudy triggered it? Maybe being at my old home did. It makes me think of what Max said about Malachi. Right then, I know I'll get drunk. When I make my way to the bar, Glinda's laughing with Sam. Goofy Sam, with a bobbing faux hawk and individual spikes with a spiked dog collar, animatedly talks to her. She's huddled next to Reese, who talks to Rudy. Reese seems happy to have Glinda there with him. I laugh at Reese's t-shirt, a tuxedo print, but the funny part is he wears his leather vest. I imagine he would wear it over a real tux given the chance. Everyone gushes over the job Glinda did with my hair. She eats up the drama of combing out my locks, exaggerating. Well, not really. It was hard work, and she deserves the credit. I order a drink and realize it's an open bar night. Guido goes all out. Speaking of Guido, he's here in all of his Guido pimpin' glory, complete with sparkly top hat, fur cape, and cane. I shake my head as the DJ spins his own remix of Monster Mash, and everyone goes crazy on the dance floor. Lucy, the new famished, writhes in a cage. Someone dressed her in a shimmering evening gown with her boobs propped up with a push-up bra. I don't envy the person who dressed her. Dark hair flows down her back. People feed her live meat, probably mice. It's disgusting as she tears into it, blood dripping down her chest and gown. My eyes narrow at the sight, and I slam my shot of tequila. "Is that you, Sunshine?" I turn and smile at Mac. He's shaved and wears a pristine white t-shirt that emphasizes his upper body nicely, and I'm surprised to see jeans instead of green or camouflage canvas pants. Curls, still damp from the shower but drying softly, hang loose on his forehead. I meet the wicked gleam in his eyes. "Like what you see?" he asks. "Do you?" I retort. "Love it. Always." Kissing me, his arm wraps around my waist and leads me to the dance floor. Dancing with Mac is always a dangerous thing and a thrill I enjoy immensely. Music beats from the speakers, vibrating the floor below our feet. Moving against my hips and pulling me closer, he smells like fresh soap. The room swirls color and people as he spins me around, putting my back to his chest. He holds me in place with a hand on my lower abdomen. My insides clench. The small touch sends goosebumps up my spine and down my arms. Burying his face in my hair, his breath on my neck becomes almost unbearable. His lips pull into a smile on my skin, and I look back at him. The look in his eye tells me he knows what he's doing. Two can play at that game. My arms slide behind our heads, and my fingers in his curls hold him in place. I sway my hips to the pumping beat with my body so close we become one. Our breathing comes faster, and my hands follow his arms to his hands. I guide them down, letting him feel my thighs, and bring them up, tracing my waist and the curves of my breasts. His breath hitches. "If you don't stop, we won't make it back to the room." The huskiness of his voice makes me want to just get it on, right here on the dance floor. Spinning me back around, his mouth caresses mine before I can look at his face. Enticing me with his tongue and lips, his fingers play in my hair as his other hand slides inside my top to the skin on my lower back. I'm ready to take him up on his offer when we get jostled by another couple. Not unusual, but our heads crack together, breaking the spell. Once the static clears from my eyes, I look over in time to see Mac's arm flash out, knocking the drunk guy to the floor. "Watch where the fuck you're going," he snaps at the couple. I know Mac hasn't had anything to drink because it wouldn't bother him otherwise. Mac can be a dick, but I want to push the guy down myself. We watch as the woman tries to pick up the drunk man, keeping a grip on his arm as he fails to get up from laughing and having a good time, unfazed by the punch. Mac flashes me an apologetic smile, grabbing my hand. "Come on, I need a drink." After several shots of different liquor, I get advances for dancing. Who wouldn't want to dance with me after seeing me use Mac as a stripper pole? I begin to flow into that tunnel of drunkenness, where everything narrows to what only I'm doing and the few people around me. I don't blink an eye when Guido asks me to dance. I ignore a comment he makes about me reminding him of whipped cream and manage to keep it PG. Glinda and I teach Rudy and Reese the Thriller dance as the DJ spins his very own remix. Rudy's more suited to this type of choreographed dancing. After, Ty shows me how to shake my booty so I don't dance like a white girl. He dances with a certain girl most of the night, one around our age with mocha-colored skin. Rudy informs me her name is Felicia, and she is indeed Ty's girlfriend. After several more drinks, laughs, and dances, Rudy links his finger through mine to pull me deep on the dance floor. All the bodies press together in a mass wave of gyration, giving him the perfect excuse to hold me close. We move together as the music sets the pace. His hand across my back slides down, splaying his fingers on the first outward curve of my butt. The moves set my blood on fire, but I don't think he does it on purpose. "Darlin'? A small laugh slips from him. "Your gun's in the way." "So is yours." Ignoring my complaint, He removes my gun from the small of my back and tucks it behind him. Bringing his hand back around, his fingers slide up my top to replace the gun, clinging to my naked skin, pressing me against him. Sticking his face into my hair, he whispers in my ear, "That's not my gun." I tense at his meaning. I'm not sure if he's just teasing a blush out of me. A part of me doesn't want to know. Twining my arms around his neck, we dance. I don't notice any of his usual awkwardness at all. Being drunk and not thinking clearly, it seems he gives me his full attention, while his other hand runs through my hair, tipping my head back, and then maneuvers around my waist and hips. A caress smooths against the back of my thigh, and my skin breaks into goosebumps. I'm so stunned and turned on that I can smell his worn leather smell, and it's all I can do not to bury my face in him. I dance for all I'm worth, focusing on the music because maybe he's not teasing me after all. When the song is over, he dips me low. His arm tightens around my waist as he stares down at me. A rough fingertip grazes across my bottom lip, so light I might be imagining it, and I suck in a short gasp. A smile breaks out across his face, beaming dimples before he kisses my forehead. Lifting me up, I'm unsteady on my feet, and he keeps a tight grip on my waist. I glance up at him. "You're not as bad a dancer as I thought you were." His eyes move to my lips. "It's all you, darlin'." Lifting the back of my top slowly, the steel of the bursa gets tucked into my skirt, already warm from his body. I don't know how long we stand there, but he reluctantly lets me go, accepting another dance from someone else. I watch him for a minute, noticing his awkward dancing. My brain, fuzzy from alcohol, I'm imagining things. I take another shot before walking to Lucy's cage. Getting jostled and jerked around, I manage to watch Lucy as music booms at me from all directions. The vibrations seem to cause my vision to thump with it. Lucy's hands grab at me frantically. The later it gets, the drunker people get. They pay her no mind. I pull my bursa from the small of my back and squeeze the trigger, shooting her in the head. Bloody, sticky bits splatter the DJ stand. The music stops abruptly and I turn around. Everyone stares at me like I'm insane. Guido's glare catches my eye. A flash of something crosses his face, but I ignore it, lifting my chin. Really? I'm the crazy one? I head toward the door when the music cuts back on and the party resumes. Mac catches my arm, grinning. "Way to show your opinion." I smile. Of course, he already knows how I feel about Lucy giving back to the community. I clear my throat. Damn straight. I go to bed in Mac's room after washing muck and makeup off my face. Mac stays behind to talk to Reese and Sam. I lay down on the bed, feeling the alcohol course through me. My strange night catches up to me. On the way out of the claptrap, Magod blocked my passage. I didn't even know he was there, but he stood staring down at me with unreadable dark eyes. My neck cramped from looking up at him. All black covered his whole being like a shadow of death ready to bring my inevitable doom. "How do you do that?" I asked him in a slur of words. Knowing I asked about Pappers, he smiled, showing white teeth that brought much-needed color to his dark face. Waving a hand at the chaos going on behind us, he replied, "Oh, you know, just like having a pet." The words came out slow and not without sarcasm, a fluent language for me. "Why did you shoot it?" This wasn't said as slow, making me believe this was the reason he kept me from leaving. He didn't seem mad, just curious, but strange he said it. Usually the people here refer to them by gender, or like tonight, by name. I mocked him, waving my arm. "Oh, you know, just like having a pet. With rabies. Gotta put it down." His eyes narrowed, knowing I didn't give him the whole truth, just the same as he didn't give me the whole truth. With his scrutiny getting to me, I fled down the hall and out the door. A very strange night indeed, and one I don't want to think about too deeply. Feelings that I haven't felt in a long time resurfaced today, turning my thoughts to the day Malachi and I left the carnival. I remember running to the car behind Malachi as he gripped my hand tightly, narrowly avoiding more insane people. Blood dripped from his shoulder, leaving a trail in our wake. I drove, as Malachi pressed an old shirt to his bite wound. I brought up the possibility of zombies. Malachi kept thinking it was something different, refusing to see at first. We argued more than we had ever argued. I was crying, and by the time we got to the hospital, we weren't speaking. Tension thick between us, I never once let my mind float to the possibility of Malachi changing. The hospital, in complete chaos, seemed like it held the whole city that day. Men and women waited impatiently with severe injuries while their children screamed and cried from the confusion. My phone showed 24 missed calls from my dad, but I ignored it. I ignored everything as I tried going to a place in my mind to be numb. By that time, seeing the extent of the pandemonium, my tears flowed freely as Malachi squeezed my hand, trying to get me to look at him, whispering reassurances I knew were a lie. We sat still, watching the scene in front of us. Now, I only recall it being the stupidest thing I had ever done. It's amazing I'm still alive. The crazed people being subdued, biting the orderlies trying to calm them down, taking chunks out right before our eyes. Shrieks and screams came from the back. A thick, coppery smell mixed with antiseptic wafted through the ER waiting room. A doctor came through the double doors with blood running down his lab coat. It smeared his mouth and hands, and he seemed to see nothing as the glass doors slid open, letting him into the outside world. We sat next to a sleeping man. I remember thinking, how the hell could he be sleeping at a time like this? I found out soon enough when he woke up, trying to bite me with vacant eyes, glazed and bloodshot. Drool ran down his mouth. Malachi jumped at him, keeping him away from me. He yelled at me to get the gun. The gun was tucked into the man's pants, so I grabbed it. Malachi kicked the man backward, grabbed my hand, and we raced out. We went to the parking lot, vacant of people, save for the massive amount of cars parked and lined up. An ambulance crashed into the hospital, the sirens still blaring, the first red flag upon going to the ER, unnoticed. Malachi began talking to me calmly. I remember being dazed as the conversation flickers vaguely through my mind. You were right. Those people. I can't, never want to hurt you. My shoulder, pain. Then the one thing that snapped me out of it. You have to shoot me. I don't know what I said, but the tremors I remember. Trying to control them was impossible. My voice cracked as I spoke. One thing I wasn't, though, was in denial. A selfish part of me didn't want to see him like that, ever. He held my shaking hands, still holding the gun, kissed my knuckles as tears rolled down my face. The love, forgiveness, guilt, and regret coming from him I will never forget. You're going to live, he said, as his pupils dilated, focusing on every part of my face, trying to be strong for me. Malachi never knew just how brave he was, and I never got to tell him. The emotions that flashed across his face that day bombard me now. I knew if I lived, I wouldn't ever be the same. It took me a few years to realize he tried to convince himself as much as he was assuring me. Maybe it was because he knew he was taking the easy way out. I don't blame him. Pride for him flows through my swelling heart. Tears run down my face, and I wipe at them, hating to relive it after so many weeks of bliss. Malachi would have never accepted the time I've spent grieving over him. He would want me to move on. It's hard, but I stop thinking about it before I start hearing him beg for me to shoot him. Sometime very early in the morning, Mac comes into the room. I still have alcohol buzzing through me. Turning on a small lamp, he smiles. Are you okay? I'm surprised he's not slurring, especially after staying out so late. Yeah, I suppose. You can create quite a spectacle when you want to, you know. I sigh. It didn't set well with me is all. You have to admit, that was fucked up. I sit up on my elbows. She was in a goddamn ball gown, for crying out loud. His smile flashes at me. You don't have to explain it to me. He cocks his eyebrow. I'm proud of you. I might never be able to sleep again to keep people from killing you in the night, but Guido's mad, huh? Royally pissed, I'll say. He'll get over it. I've done the same thing, he shrugs. I smile at this, believing him. The way he shrugs off his own homicidal tendencies should put me off, but it doesn't. Deep down, I wanted Harley dead. The other man may have easily shot one of us. Mac took it upon himself to protect us and got shot in the process, a bullet meant for me. Maybe I'm feeling vulnerable. Maybe it's just been one of those days, but anything can happen. I'm tired of waiting out the inevitable. I want to live. Mac looks tired, but I can wake him up. His eyelashes cast shadows on his cheeks. They lift, showing me his clear blue eyes. Closing the distance, I kiss him, pulling at his full lips with mine. My hands slide around his neck as my fingers splay through his downy soft curls. Trailing to my neck, his lips move down my collarbone. The sexual tension that's been building between us pulls as tight as it will go, the delicate threads popping one at a time. Heat flares through my body with a vengeance, and I'm not turning back. It's been too long. The electric feeling hums through me, spreading intensely. I push him to a sitting position, returning our mouths to each other. When I straddle him, he doesn't need any other prompting. Breaking the kiss, he lifts my shirt off and begins kissing me again, making me groan at the feel of his tongue massaging mine, then tracing my lips. Soft lips trail down my jaw, then to my neck, and nibbles at my collarbone. I pull his shirt off, curls bouncing into place, and run my hands through them. Returning his mouth to mine tightens my lower nether regions in anticipation before turning into a dull ache. My hips begin rocking of their own accord. The floodgates open wide, and I push him down onto the bed, exploring the contours of his body with my lips. His breath catches as my tongue swirls around his belly button as his sandy blonde happy trail tickles my chin. My hands trace his stomach to feel his breathing. He sits up, bringing me with him, undoing my skirt and sending it flying over my head. My bra goes next. The way he looks at me can make me feel powerful in a way only a man who desires you can make you feel. You're potentially deadly. His eyes hold heat, promises, and a vulnerability I've never seen in him. The next thing I know, he rips my panties. We wiggle, laughing as he kicks off his jeans and boxers, showing me he is more than ready. I'm right there with him, though. He teases my nipples as I tremble with anticipation, trying to go slow. I don't want slow. My dull ache has turned into a burning, throbbing need. Shooting me a knowing grin, he guides me onto him. It feels like diving into a cool spring after crawling through a desert. We both watch as we connect in the most intimate way for the first time, gasping from the feel of it. Mac navigates my hips with his hands, using a thumb to rub at my core, eventually making me throw my head back as waves of powerful passion come so easily after so long. He lies back to get a full view, watching me with half-lidded eyes. Removing his hands from my hips, he lets me take control as he traces my body, returning to tease me in a tantalizing way. Breathing heavily with the escalating build-up, I come in intense waves, sending shocks through my body from the inside out. Flipping over, I gasp at the intimacy at having a lover around the same height. We look at each other with ease, kissing while we connect with steady thrust. His soft curls are beneath my fingers as my desire builds again. This time, the release is stronger, causing me to cry out as I ride out its intensity, and he moves erratically, putting his forehead to mine. I watch him lose control as he gives himself to me. I've never thought him more beautiful. He stops moving, both of us breathing heavily and satisfied. He smiles. I don't think I'll wake up from a dream this time, sunshine. I grin and pant. No, I don't think you will. The early morning sun shines in through the small window. After more fleshy indulgence, I'm on the brink of sleep in a lazy haze with aftershocks that I've never experienced before. Glancing at Mac, he has the same look I'm feeling. He notices me gazing at him and tightens his arms around me. We should get some sleep, I say, blinking heavily. No way, and miss your trembling body? No thanks, sunshine. We have all day to sleep. His smile is charming. Opening my eyes all the way, I don't want to waste time either. Who knows what will happen when we make it to the base? I take that back. Sleep is overrated. I lean up to kiss him, straddling him as I had the first round. What? He asks softly and slowly with a grin. I didn't wear you out, did I? I whisper in his ear, making sure my breath hits gently. Suddenly, he flips me over. I'll take that as a challenge. I laugh, lifting my head as he begins to tease my neck and collarbone. His body tenses. But I think I should tell you something. The tone doesn't sound good. I groan as his aqua eyes peer into mine. No, don't ruin this, please. I run my fingertips down the side of his face. The feeling coursing through me makes me feel alive with hope. Hope to get past the next several days so I can live some more. No, you need to know. I told Rudy to tell you, but he obviously hasn't. Uneasiness squirms into my brain. Now that I'm thinking clearly, his dance was definitely a tease. I probably seemed like a drunken fool panting over him. I wave my hand in a go-on gesture. Julie is his fiancée, he blurts it out fast, letting out a gush of relieved air. My heart picks up speed as everything clicks into place. Why would he lie to me about that? He said they were like family. Mac looks at me like I'm missing the obvious, but something else comes to mind I can lash out at. This is what you've been fighting about? And why would you think I'd care? He looks down. I realize that I do care and stuff it down before he can see it. I'm not stupid, Kansas. I know you feel something for him. I was afraid if I told you, I would never know if I were second choice. I did want him to tell you, but we both knew it would hurt you in some way. It's not like that, Mac. We're just good friends. How many times have I said this? I sigh, throwing it out there, wanting to clear the air. Yeah, Rudy is attractive. I may have thought about what it'd be like to take a tumble in the sack with him. What female that has ever been lucky enough to be in his presence wouldn't? I have never made any steps for our relationship to go further than platonic. I turn over with my back to him. He sighs, kissing my shoulder before falling back to the bed. I didn't intend to upset you. I shake my head and sigh. You didn't, Mac. Just be honest with me. Was I being honest with myself? Now that I know the truth, I'm right in assuming Rudy and I innocently flirt. I understand why you didn't tell me. It's no reason for you and Rudy to be mad at each other when friends are hard to come by these days. Something else niggles at my brain, but it'll come to me in time. This new revelation takes up prime residence in my mind. I should at least admit to myself that part of me wants to be the only one who can make Rudy blush. Later in the morning, around midday, Mac wakes me up in a way that I haven't been woken up in a long time, already making this day a good one. We lay panting and laughing when he asks, "Any morning after regrets?" "Yes," I state. He looks worried for a second, but I say, "I regret waiting so long." A bright smile comes across his features, liking my answer. Feeling elated with floating, happy, shiny thoughts, I kiss him. We finally make it out of bed. Mac eats some beef jerky he found at Target yesterday. I don't see how he is eating it as the jerky crunches between his teeth. I stick with an apple and drink some flat Mountain Dew we looted. I borrow his comb to comb my hair, knowing I'll have to get a brush. Already tired of brushing it, I tie it into a ponytail. He smirks, watching me slip on his white t-shirt. He's going to the marketplace to pack up his booth. I decide to target practice with the compound bow, and he will meet me at the targets soon. After a kiss that has us both wanting to stay in bed to explore a new stage in our relationship, we part for a while. The sun shines, lifting my mood higher. Mac and I have great chemistry, which I already knew. A burden has lifted from my shoulders. The archery range is beyond the fence, beside the greenhouse, a little too secluded, but I don't worry about famished because of the sun. My bow shots get better after the first few. It's a relaxing and stress-relieving art. My mood slips a little when I see Rudy come around the corner of the family dorms. He glances at my flying arrows. "Hey, Rudy, what's up?" I smile at him, feeling awkward about our dance and my all-night activities. I don't know what to say to him about his lie, so I don't say anything. Well, not a lie, but an omission. He studies me as I hit the target. "It finally happened," he says quietly, looking into the distance. I lower the bow, disengaging an arrow. "What happened?" I ask, caution toning my voice. "You and Mac." He shrugs, still looking away. I narrow my eyes and can't believe he is bringing it up. I feel hurt, Stung because my friend is making me feel guilty about something I'm completely happy with. Mac probably didn't make it a secret, but I will talk to him later. It pisses me off. Not that it's your business, but I've been fucking Mac for a while now. I've been sleeping in his room, remember? He finally looks at me, his face impassive. You haven't been sleeping with Mac. You've been sleeping in the vault for weeks. I know because I check on you every night. He shrugs. You weren't there last night after you and Mac left the party. Why would you tell me you've been sleeping in Mac's room? Awe sweeps through me at his thoughtfulness to check on me, but I'm still mad. What else was I supposed to do? You wanted space, right? So I gave you space. He shakes his head. You jumped to assumptions. It was only a suggestion. I want to say something to make him angry, most likely because I feel foolish. Why don't you go pay for Candy's services? It doesn't work. He gives me a mirthless smirk. Why buy the cow when you can get the milk for free, he taunts. A cockiness overtakes his demeanor. I only now realize I sound jealous and he's using it. What the hell did he want me to say? My mouth hangs open, but I use new enlightenment. I know that you wouldn't do that, though. Wouldn't want to cheat on your fiancé. I try to keep my voice calm, but I'm glaring at him, so I'm sure it lessens the effect of any indifference. Anger flashes in his eyes and his jaw clenches. Finally. He's mad too. Now we can really duke it out. He finally told you, huh? Is that why you slept with him? He spits it out in complete chagrin. His fists clench and unclench at his sides, just like a guy to turn it right back around. Outraged, I retaliate. No, I was horny and attacked him like a wild beast. I deliberately use his description of me that once made him blush. I don't know why I said it, maybe to get a reaction. He knows what I refer to and narrows his eyes. What about the guy at the base? Then he spits at me in disgust. His question stuns me, but it clicks. My laugh is humorless. That's why he asked about Malachi. You told Mac I have someone at the base. Perfect. How did you even know about Malachi? I've never told you. For clarification, I had to kill Malachi 4 years ago. I yell at him, tears stinging my eyes. My face is hot and probably blazing red. I know, for a fact, I never mentioned Malachi in my notebook either. His eyes widen, staring at me like he's never seen me before. The silence is awkward. I can see the fight going out of him. His intense gaze flashes pain before looking away from my face. He doesn't answer my question, but asks one instead. Then why are you so determined to get into that base, Kansas? Rudy looks as confused and frustrated as I feel. I stare at him open-mouthed. I was helping you. I look to the ground. You helped me. Still do. But you were going there anyway, he says, making a good point. I can see why he jumped to conclusions. I was going to see if I could find out anything useful. Gain knowledge and, help people. I'm so sorry, Kansas. He runs a hand through his hair. When he looks back at me, his face is wiped of any emotion. You're right. It's not my business. I'll see you later. I let out a breath as he stalks toward the fenced-in courtyard. Why did he care? I decide on the uncomplicated conclusion. He thought I had someone at the base and wanted me to keep my morals intact. I wipe at my eyes, refusing to cry. I shoot another arrow hard, and it goes completely off target. My great mood is officially out the window. Damn, I forgot to ask him how he knew about Malachi. At this moment, though, it's not important. His actions shock me. I've never taken him for a confrontation kind of guy. I take a few more arrow shots that go down away from the bullseye. Taking a deep breath, I need to focus. The target isn't even moving, and I'm having trouble hitting it. Hiya! A voice startles me, making my heart go into double time. I turn to see a man behind me. I don't recognize him, but that doesn't mean he isn't from the community. He sounds cheerful, but in a Pennywise the Dancing Clown kind of way, with a smile that creeps me out, making me take a step back. I expect him to give me a balloon and say, "We all float down here." He's rounded in the cheeks and belly with gray hair cut crudely. Brown trousers and a cream-colored shirt under a brown vest makes him look to be from a different time. When I look him in the eye, his eyes go two different directions. Lazy eyes, but I know he's studying me closely. I know he can't help it, but I wonder if he can keep a watch on different things at the same time. That would be kind of spiffy, except for the whole outward appearance of it. An eye wanders at the targets. They move back and forth in an eerie way. I really shouldn't judge his disability, but it's disturbing to watch. "Good shot," he says, trying for neutral conversation. I don't see how he can say that, since only one arrow stabs the bullseye. I try not to look repulsed. It's not just his eyes, but the vibe coming from him is threatening. "Thanks. I better be going," I say, backing up some more, and bend to pick up my arrow holster. His feet move toward me. "I don't think so," he says, just as cheery. When I look up, he pistol whips me on the head, and darkness invades. Chapter 28. Breathing in Mac through my nostrils, I smile and snuggle closer to him, but realize he's not beside me. Peeking an eye open, I take in the unfamiliar setting. An apartment bedroom. Awareness and memory burn through my consciousness, remembering the pistol whip as a throb forms in my head. I'm stupid for not keeping an eye on that man. An unofficial, unspoken rule. Never turn your back on an enemy. "Stay lying down. I'm sure your head must hurt," a female voice cautions. A homely woman in her early 30s sits beside me with straw-brown hair parted down the middle, going into a bun at the nape of her neck. Shutting the book in her lap, she pushes up her glasses that magnify a black eye. It didn't cover up her dark eyes or long nose, too pointy for her round facial structure and body. Her lips harden as she smooths a long cloth gown. "He wasn't supposed to hit you." "Where am I? Who are you?" I ask her. "I'm Isabel, and where you are is really better left unsaid," she says, leaning back with an eye roll as if she had better things to do than babysit me. Deep voices argue in another room somewhere. A bright light bears down on us, indicating electricity. The walls are burgundy, probably painted in the old life. A sliding mirror door, most likely a closet, is across from me on the double bed. I'm happy to see my pack leaning against the wall next to a vanity and stool, lacking the machete and hatchet. I left those in Mac's room, but his bow is next to my pack. Boards block the only window. Time to go. I throw the itchy wool blanket off and say, "That's okay. I can find my own way out." I start to get up, and she points a gun at me. I freeze, looking down the barrel. A Glock 22. Reese would be impressed. It looks a little big for her hands, but she doesn't know that. She probably hasn't even shot it before. The slide sits in place, not cocked back. "Listen, you little wench. You are going to sit here and shut up. I really hoped we could be friends." Her lips pull into a tight smile as her eyes crinkle behind her glasses. "Honor and obey, you will." She jerks the gun forward, emphasizing it as I pull back. Maybe when Mac realizes I've been kidnapped, he'll come and find me. People will look for me. She leans forward, lips curled into a sneer. "Not if they think you left of your own free will." I jump to startle her and elbow her in the face. She falls, dropping the gun, and I dive for it, but Pennywise steps into my sight, picking it up to hand it back to Isabel. "They do think that, you know," the man says as he kicks the side of my face with a fat leg, packing a mad kick. Pain erupts as I fall, catching myself with my hands. Black spots dance in my vision, and I feel worse than I did a few minutes ago. He points at my pack. "I heard your little argument with your friend. You're a sinner and need to be cleansed of that filth. My name is Jeremiah, and I will wed you to your new husband when we can figure out who that will be. They're fighting over you." He smiles as if I should be honored. One of his eyes moves to Isabel and the other strays the other way. "You remove her boots?" Isabel nods. Did they really think I won't run without my boots? I'd give it some serious thought, but most likely I will. You will have splendid children. What is your name? He asks with a smile. I say the first thing that comes to mind. Mary. Ah, a name of the Lord. How delightful, he cheers, sending a cold chill through my nerves. 4 boys, yes, boys, come rushing in, toppling over each other on the wooden floor. When they get through the door, they stand straight up side by side. Looking between the ages of 14 and 19, they have the same look about them. They all have dark, almost black, crudely cut hair, black trousers, and white shirts with suspenders. One of the older ones has thick Coke bottle glasses sitting crookedly on his face. I feel bad for him, knowing prescription glasses in this new world are hard to come by. Jeremiah shakes his head in shame, his eyes wandering with a mind of their own, his face pinched in scorn. I've decided the 2 eldest will let the Lord choose. I choke. How would they know that? The boys nod, looking grim. Jeremiah walks over to my pack and takes out my Smith & Wesson revolver. My mouth goes dry as my stomach sinks. Joshua and Joseph, come here. Jeremiah drops all the bullets, one by one, on the floor, my stomach dropping lower with the clunk of each bullet. One gleams between his thumb and forefinger as he holds it up. This bullet will send one of you to our Lord, and you will have the honor of Miss Mary cleaning your remains. My eyes widen in shock at this twisted game of Russian roulette. It takes more than a few moments for it to sink in. I tremble in rage. No! No fucking way! I gesture to Joshua and Joseph. They both gaze at me with soft eyes. One of them doesn't deserve to lose his life, I scream. One of them gives me a small smile before casting his eyes downward. I move, but Isabel cocks the slide back on the gun. Jeremiah ignores me, they all do, as the boys lift their chins in determination. Isabel smirks as if to say, how do you like it? Jeremiah spins the barrel and slaps it shut. Joshua and Joseph sit Indian style facing each other. He holds the gun out, butt first. Joseph, you will go first. Joseph, the one with the glasses, takes the gun, but instead of pointing it at himself, he points it at Joshua. Joshua breathes rapidly with his eyes closed. The gun clicks, and he lets out a breath. Joseph gives him the gun, and Joshua doesn't waste any time making it click. Joshua turns red, getting frustrated. Joseph smirks, taking the gun again and pointing it at Joshua. I love you, brother, he says, squeezing the trigger at a slow, maddening pace, and the gun clicks. Joshua grabs the gun. The odds are bad with it being a 5-round revolver. If it doesn't shoot now, Joshua will know he's dead. Maybe this is just a sick game of Jeremiah's and he didn't put a bullet in it. No, I love you, brother. I'll think of you when I'm wed to Mary. Dizziness overtakes my sight as time slows when Joshua squeezes the trigger. A shot echoes through the room as blood and brains spray the wall. Joseph falls back onto the floor, legs still crossed, his glasses askew and sprinkled with blood. At an angle, blood runs from the bullet hole into his hair, spreading into a puddle on the floor. The witnesses congratulate Joshua and proceed to pray. Tremors take over my body as I stare at Joseph with blurry sight. May the Lord give him peace, Jeremiah says. They were brothers. He shot his brother. A surge of anger erupts from my depths for allowing it to happen, for being weak when I was needed the most. I would rather Isabel shot me than to have this haunt me for the rest of my life. They leave the room, taking my pack with them. I curse under my breath as Joshua stands staring at me. Walking over to caress my face, I flinch back from him. Sorry my father hit you. I will take good care of you, Mary. He thinks I flinched because of my aching head. A youthful, joyous smile crosses his features, and I feel sorry for him. His dark eyes are compassionate. Sorry about Joseph, I offer. A good spirit you are. He is with the Lord now. It could have been you. I state the obvious for the second time in a few days. Rudy is rubbing off on me. My eyes sting at the thought of Rudy and the way we left things. I guess I'm not the Lord's favorite, but I have you. We will be wed tomorrow. I will see you then, sweet Mary. He pauses. Joseph would have rather I shot him than become forsaken. After he shuts the door behind him, I bend over the bed to puke, turning over afterwards so I don't have to look at Joseph's dead body. Isn't there enough going on in the world? Why do people have to be so stupid? I peer at Mac's shirt still covering my body. Tears slide down my face as I smell him on my skin and taste him in my memory. I have to bide my time before I run. Earn a little trust first. That would take time, but I don't want to sleep with a kid looking to bust a nut. Maybe he could be manipulated? I didn't really want to do that since it has already been done. Isabel strolls in with a bucket of water. 2 unfamiliar men pick up Joseph's body and carry him out, leaving a trail of blood. Get this cleaned up in memory of Joseph. You would have been honored to have him as a husband, Isabel huffs, pushing her glasses up and blinking. Anger surges through me, and what I do next makes no sense, having to lash out at something. Jumping up, I kick the bucket over and watch as it spreads through the blood and bits and swirl into a pink river. The bed bounces from me jumping back in it before getting my socks wet with Joseph's watery blood. A couple of hours later, Jeremiah walks through the door and immediately slaps me. The sting resonates over the entire left side of my face as I glare at him. The cold steel of the gun touches my temple. You will clean the floor. If not, I will shoot your kneecaps and then make you clean it while you bleed from your bloody stumps. I've never felt such humiliation and belittling in my life. Managing to hold my tongue and churning stomach, I wipe at the remaining bloody water. I want to kill him, but Jeremiah's a husky, robust man and will probably either break or shoot me first. Deciding to save my strength to run when the time comes, I take the abuse. He stands over me, and when I'm not fast enough, he kicks my rear and I fall face first to the floor in a nasty puddle. Getting back to my knees as watery blood drips from my face, I weep silent tears and daydream of one of my arrows through his head. By the time it's over, I start feeling detached, almost as if I'm having an out-of-body experience. I can't sleep that night. My thoughts are full of Mac and our last moments. We thought we would see each other again in an hour or so. I don't know if I love him, but he makes me happy in every way a man should make a woman happy. Did he believe I left on my own? Surely not. I didn't say goodbye to my friends or even a good night. I had friends for the first time in 4 years and took it for granted, and I desperately want it back. Will they go on with their plans? I hope so. The flashes of Rudy's pain cuts me, knowing it goes deeper than he lets on. Before I know it, several women of varying ages flock in the room to strip me naked, and I let them. I don't care about them or want to talk to them. They chat happily about how I'm going to marry a prominent bachelor, how I'm lucky. Joshua's good at killing the Forsaken and getting food. He will take care of me and spoil me. I don't say anything, just let them scrub me in a tub. They pray cleansing prayers because, of course, I'm not pure. Anger sparks but fizzles out as my female parts are washed and checked over, and they reprimand me for sinning. Humiliation doesn't begin to describe it. I am being violated. Washing the blue out of my hair, the tinted blue water runs down my body, coloring the tub water light blue. Glinda. I wonder how she fares with Reese. Tears spring to my eyes. I will see them again. I'm biding my time to strike in a detached way. I'm left without shoes after they dress me. Guns train on me throughout the whole ordeal. They fuss with my hair as it's pulled back into a bun. I'm starting to sense a theme. After they leave, I sit and stare at the wall, sipping a glass of juice, unfocused as the burgundy walls seem to wobble. How did this happen? Why am I sitting here like a duck? I can't remember, and that's bad. Struggling to remember the events of the day overtakes everything else in my drug-addled brain. Pistol-whipped and kidnapped,
Joshua. Joseph's blood. A sleepless night. Yes, that's it. Isabel came in with a drink during my tossing and turning. I haven't been clear-headed since then. Focusing on the juice, I tip it over with my finger. It spills across the vanity, dripping into a puddle onto the floor and spreading to my feet. They drugged me, and I've been foolishly drinking everything they give me. Anger seeps into my fuzzy brain, but I can't bring myself to care or do anything about it. Eating and drinking is out, if I can help it. No wonder everything seems so hazy and unreal. No wonder I can't keep my thoughts focused. Jeremiah stalks in with a few others, and they pray while flicking water in my face. I flinch when it gets into my eyes. I'm escorted out, and they grip my arms to get me down a stairwell. People and children amble all around with purpose. The room shifts around me as I attempt to assess my situation. Everything is hazy, like a dream around me. I can't get a grip on my situation or what's happening. What did they give me? Men with guns stand all around me, and I flinch back. I find women wanting to make eye contact to see if they are in the same state. Something important wiggles my brain. I need to do something. Father, give her space. Mary is good. Joshua's voice resonates through the room, standing beside Jeremiah. My stomach rumbles as I take in the basic wedding setup. I can't take in any more details than that. It could be a wedding for Frankenstein's monster and his bride, for all I know. I just don't have it in me to keep striving to focus. Jeremiah makes a gesture for the men to back off, but stay in my line of sight. I try to ignore them, but I want to run. That's what I need to do, run. I make it to the altar without tripping over the white cotton dress. It's too long and it itches. Strong hands release my arms. The purpose and conditions of this marriage are what follows. You will bear a child within a year. If not, this marriage will be annulled, and you will be married to the next in line. Jeremiah flatly states, his face a blur. My eyebrows shoot to my forehead, even though my eyes are heavy. All this doesn't mean anything to me. I don't plan on being here the next 24 hours, let alone a year. Everyone stares at me. I'm supposed to say something, but I don't know what, so I just shrug. Jeremiah glares at me, but goes on anyway. Do you, Joshua, take this woman Mary to be your wedded, even though her soul is not pure? Will you make her obedient as you will be her husband? Jeremiah asks Joshua as he comes to hold my hand. It's sweaty and disgusting as the scent of mothballs drifts to my nose. Joshua nods. I do, Father. He looks at Jeremiah, and this is all wrong, and not just the words being spoken. I'm not a person to them, but something to be passed around. Sorrow for these women and children gets the best of me. Jeremiah turns to me. Do you, Mary, take Joshua to be your wedded? Will you be faithful as your soul has proven not to be? Will you honor and obey? I notice that he did not ask Joshua these questions, but it doesn't surprise me. I shrug, and Jeremiah's face blazes red. Guns cock, one points directly in my face. Joshua's eyes plead at me. Please do not tempt him, Mary, he whispers to me, trying to show an intimacy that isn't deserved from him. He lifts my hand to kiss it, but his cold lips do not move me. My face goes slack as I try to keep it blank. Speak, girl! Jeremiah literally stomps his foot, and I'm aware of the flash of triumph going through me for getting a rise out of him. I focus on him, wanting to come up with some smart-ass retort before remembering I need to play along and be trusted, especially by my new spouse. I smile wide at Joshua and look him in the eye. I do. It comes out slow and slurry, not sounding like me. The detached, out-of-body experience again. A pleased expression crosses Joshua's face, and he turns to grin at his father. Jeremiah's crazy eyes narrow. I think he's looking at me, but his eyes seem to be taking in the room. I guess you can't manipulate a manipulator. Jeremiah picks up our clasped hands and puts a band on my finger. He doesn't put one on Joshua's. He says a prayer that feels odd. Something flickers in the back of my mind. I don't get goosebumps like I normally do when praying or feeling the accepting presence of God.
Usually I don't talk to God through prayer, but more like I'm speaking to a friend on the phone. I have faith, but it isn't an overwhelming, take-over-my-life kind of faith. In truth, I haven't had the nerve to talk to God in a while, but that's God's business and mine. These people wouldn't know his presence if he came out and bit them on the ass. Husband and wife! Cheers erupt all around, and Joshua kisses me. I stand stock still as his teeth press hard against my lips and his tongue swirls around, jackrabbiting in my mouth. A kiss where, even if I'm into it, would be terrible anyway. My body heaves from a gag reflex, but I think I hide it well. Maybe? All I know is I'm going to have nightmares for life and try not to dwell on the coming night. A shudder ripples through me. Joshua smiles at me, and then a small reception with cake follows. Wanting to eat some of it, I claim an upset stomach from the drugs they gave me. Finally being able to sit at a table, I do drink some wine freshly opened from a large jug, drinking several glasses, but Joshua tells me not to drink any more. I almost slug him in the face. Alcohol is the only thing available, but I do need to keep my wits about me, suddenly realizing I can think a little more clearly. You look so miserable, Miss Mary. I look up to see who dares speak to me. A guy about my age, smirking. I glance around. No one is watching. I must say I'm jealous of Joshua. You think you could hold out a year? I glare at him. He laughs. I'm kidding. Interest perks as I take him in. His tall form bends down to me, searching my eyes. They are as dark as his pupils, dark as his hair. Someone who didn't know what they were doing cut it for him, just like the other men here. You're a tough one. You can take him. I don't think I'll have to worry about you. He wears the same homemade clothing as everyone else. Thin, dark, expressive eyebrows furrow at me. This man has sharp cheekbones and a strong jawline that's covered in dark stubble and full lips. Even with the crude haircut and weird clothing, he's exceptionally attractive. Handsome. Who are you? I ask, and he put a finger in front of his lips. Someone drunkenly fills their cup up with wine, and I want some myself and pour some. When the drunk leaves, the guy bends down. I'm Michael, but my real name is Dalton. I'm here to keep surveillance. Taken back a little, I ask, surveillance? By whom? The government. Coalition. I'm a soldier in the National Guard. A thought forms in my mind. Really? I don't believe you. He shrugs. It's a way of keeping track until we can get things back under control. Why tell me if you're undercover? There are a few women here who know. It looks like you need a little hope. I don't agree with this lifestyle and want to be stationed elsewhere. Haven't got a choice. They're fucked up, you know. I nod. Most of these women were kidnapped, just like you. I can't leave them. I can't really do anything about it yet either without killing someone anyway. This new information astounds me. Do you know Mac? I blurt. Tension visibly assails his body, and he looks at me with wide eyes. A grin spreads across his face. The arrow. Is that why you have an arrow tattooed on you? I guess he knows Mac, but how would he know about my tattoo? He must see the question on my face because he laughs. It's the scandal around here. Your tattoo, blue hair. He trails off, looking embarrassed to mention it. No. It's something that Mac and I have in common, though. Archery. I look down at my hands, wishing for the billionth time I would have waited on him to go target shooting. You must be something special. Mac deserves to be loved. You love him? I look up at him, blinking back tears. I don't know what to say to that except, in my own way, I suppose. A hand covers mine. I'll try to help you. I can see about contacting him. Tears spill down my cheeks as I gasp for air. What are you saying to my wife? Joshua bellows in outrage as he comes to stand behind me. He doesn't look like a little boy at the moment, but a reflection of Jeremiah. Dalton keeps his cool. I was congratulating her. She is a pretty one. You're very lucky, Joshua, he emphasizes, before turning in retreat. I hear his words beneath the words. Mac is lucky. One thing was left unspoken.
Mac lives at the community to keep an eye on things. Maybe Dalton already thinks I know, but it doesn't matter. Mac could have told me, been honest with me. It explains some things, his secretiveness for one. I remember asking him about the men in black canvas and him not answering me, but changing the subject instead. I just assumed he wasn't in the army anymore, just as he led me to believe. Did Rudy know? Of course he does. It all makes sense except for the reason they kept it from me. I'm shocked that this doesn't really upset me. After everything I've been through, it seems nothing Mac could do would make me mad for long except die. Or cheat. Which I doubt he would do, like I might have to do tonight. I swallow as fresh tears course their way down my cheeks and throat. I wipe at them with the back of my hand. We spend a long time at the reception, dancing. Well, I don't really dance, just go through the motions. Joshua brags about me to people the whole time, wanting our children to look like me because of my beautiful eyes, flowing hair, supple lips, and perfect facial structure. I pretend as if I'm still heavily drugged, not looking around too much to give myself away. Walking around gives me the information I need for future reference. We're in some kind of conference room. I vaguely remember walking down flights of stairs. Not to mention, the room I was held in making way to the rest of the apartment. The clues point to an apartment complex. Not seeing Dalton the rest of the time, I have hope that he went to the community and Mac will come bursting in at any moment. After being taken to a bedroom in the apartment with a full-size bed, I want to vomit. The girls say a prayer of fertility, and I say my own of infertility. I know my cycle, and I'm not worried about it. Mac and I discussed this way before we slept together. I have to say, the boy knows his stuff. It sure as hell doesn't make him uncomfortable to talk about ovulation. I almost smile when I recall him telling me he has a thermometer to check if I'm worried about it, of course. Not pushy, but he likes to be prepared. I know why. It's part of his personality anyway, but most of it stems from military training being ingrained. I remember asking him how he knew so much about it. He told me he picked it up to help the women at the community, so they would know exactly when they couldn't get pregnant. I realize now it's probably in the job description, looking over people at the community. I suddenly wonder if his cantankerousness is all an act. I can't believe I don't know his rank, or how he even knows all the medical information he stores in his genius. I hope I get the chance to know. A thin nightgown slips over me. They have me lay on the bed before leaving. While I lay there, I wonder if the team left for the famished camps. A dawning horror washes over me. Mac might already be gone to the base with the team. Joshua comes in and strides right for the bed, only wearing pajama bottoms. I'm glad no one follows with a gun. Being very young, he doesn't have chest hair or even a trail leading down. Ribs poke out of his abdomen just as his pajama bottoms point to a tent in the front, more than ready to commence his wedding night. I squeeze my eyes closed. A cup is thrust into my hand. Drink this, darling. His voice is smooth, happy, but the endearment stabs my heart. Don't call me that. You haven't earned the right, I snap as his face hardens. He jerks the nightgown off of me. It seems I underestimate him. A chill sweeps over my body, having nothing to do with the cold. He stands above me, staring at my body in fascination, like he's never seen a naked woman before. I cross my hands over my chest and pull my knees up. Not liking this, he demands, "You will not cover yourself." Jerking my knees apart, he looks at my most private parts as if he were looking through a microscope. My fists ball up. Not yet. I force myself to relax. Bending over, he groans and makes a face I never want to see again. He falls to the bed, gasping for air. I move backward against the headboard, feeling satisfaction of his premature ejaculation, along with disgust. Usually, a girl will comfort a guy in this situation. He doesn't deserve it, and I don't pity him. "Hang on a minute, Mary. I think something is wrong," he says, with a little bewilderment in his eyes. Joshua has no idea what happened to him? How can that be possible? Has he ever jacked off? I laugh, not helping matters. "Oh, please, nothing is wrong with you. You got overexcited when you looked at my pink parts in the face.
It happens with the inexperienced, or in your case, brainwashed. I don't know what comes over me. Thoughts of Mac, maybe? I really don't want this kid to have his way with me. A slap stings my face. You should be grateful to me. I could hand you over to someone else. No, you'll screw me first at least. I want to shoot him. I've never wanted to outright kill anyone before. Now I have 2 on my hit list in less than 24 hours. You killed your brother for nothing, it seems. This pisses him off, but his fist stops in midair at screams through the walls. Joshua looks toward the door, startled. My heart soars. Mac? Right now. I draw my fist back. When Joshua turns back around to me, I punch him in the temple and he falls unconscious. Pain slithers through my hand, making it throb. I shake it out. How does Rudy do that all the time? The man must be made of steel. I throw the wedding band at the twerp as I jump up and run for the door. The ring still bounces as I quickly shut the door behind me. A nondescript hallway in a nondescript apartment in a nondescript apartment building confuses me. Everything's plain beige. The carpet in this hall, burgundy, a color I've seen Glinda use on her nails. The screaming comes from the opposite direction, but I make my way for the room I stayed in earlier, smiling when I get there. My pack leans against the wall, still here. When I look in it, so are my jeans, along with Mac's t-shirt. I throw them on without underwear, searching around for my boots. What do you know? Isabel hid them under the bed. I shake my head at her stupidity. I don't have any bullets, but my guns are still there. Mac's compound bow leans against the wall. No arrows. He probably thinks I took it. My crossbow resides in his room at the community. I dash down the stairs in the midst of complete chaos. Zombies. Not Mac. My heart breaks, but I spring into action, kicking a couple out of my way down the stairs. I freeze at the sight of them carrying unconscious humans, but not eating them. Puzzling at this scene, a man steps into my view. He wears black canvas pants, boots, and a black canvas jacket with little pockets. Exactly like the man in the parking garage. What an unexpected turn of events. I'm not going to hurt you. His hands are up in a soothing gesture. He reaches out and pricks me with something. I stare at the pinpoint of blood on my arm. This cannot be happening to me. I blink as my vision blurs and my body lightens. The world spins, closing itself off from me. Chapter 29. Cold air seizes my body along with a harsh smell of antiseptic. My eyes don't want to open and I can barely move. A breeze floats where no breeze should be. A beep of a monitor makes me peek my eyes open to look. I move my head and see my knees in the air. My feet are cold from harsh stirrups, slowly warming with my body heat. It's cold where it's usually warm because I'm wide open. A doctor writes in a clipboard. No, not a clipboard. A smart pad. I figure he's a doctor from the white coat. Maybe I have just been in a 4-year coma, possibly having had a massive car wreck, hallucinating zombies, and having a massive freakout requiring me to be placed in the loony bin. I'm betting he's a doctor and I didn't dream up the last 4 years. I struggle and let out a moan, meaning to say, what the fuck? It doesn't come out the way I want it to. The monitor beeps rapidly with the tune of my heartbeat. The doctor turns to look at me, gesturing with his hand. Before I can really look at him, a nurse with green scrubs comes into view. She does something I can't see. I remember nothing after that. My body is stiff, like I've been asleep for an unusual amount of time. My memories stream back to me all at once. I know where I am and don't want to face that reality. Without moving or making a sound, I open my eyes and take in my surroundings. Lying on a twin bed, a bunk bed to be exact, I'm in some kind of dorm room made of painted white cinder blocks. Several bunk beds take up the walls. It smells of harsh cleaning chemicals and floral fragrances. She's awake, a bored voice announces. Get Donna so she can do her thing. A girl with dark curly brown hair to her shoulders comes into view. She's clean, and when she smiles her teeth are stark white against her coffee brown skin,
The bright green V-neck shirt contrasts with it. "Hello, Sleepy. You've had quite a time, huh?" She doesn't sound like someone held captive against her will and awaiting slaughter. I blink sleep out of my eyes and rub out the crust. A door opens and a woman clears her throat. "You know the drill, ladies. You can get to know Kansas later. Out." She points to the door with her thumb. Creamy Coffee just shrugs at me and leaves, along with a couple other girls who look to be around my age. I'm strangely curious about this and want to know more about them. I haven't seen many girls my age for a long time. "Hello, Kansas." I turn my attention back to the plain Jane woman with frizzy, dishwater blonde hair tied in a ponytail. Her light brown eyes scrutinize me. A purple sweater and jeans with white sneakers give off a disheveled look that reminds me of myself. I'm Donna. I help coordinate the single female housing. She lets that sink in for a minute before continuing. "You'll be able to shower and change in a little while. I'm sure you're tired of that hospital gown." I hold up a hand. "How long have I been here?" She rubs her chin like she has a beard and sighs, as if my question isn't unexpected, just tiring. "A couple of days." Everything seems to be in order. The team hasn't showed up yet. Usually happens with the people we have to sedate. Her eye twitches. "If you cause trouble, we won't hesitate to do it again. If you give it a chance, you can be happy here. We have rules, of course. I'll start with the basics. You're encouraged to find a partner." She eyes me as dread settles in my stomach. I'm not in immediate danger, and she doesn't hold a gun on me, but I have to ask. "Why?" She sighs again. "I suppose you have questions, but I'm not at liberty to answer. Dr. Finnegan will be here in a couple of days. He's the one that answers those. He's brilliant, and it may take a while to get used to his views, but everything makes sense, I promise. You have been cleared as a healthy, fertile female. You will be treated with much respect. You could say it's almost like being royalty. You will be royalty if you bear children. You have a chance to pick your own partner. You can live with him, marry him, or just have babies. Some women opt for that and live on their own, so they give back to the world the same as women who find a companion. Who would want to bring an innocent baby into this world? What if I opt out? I'm getting angry. This is the second time in a week that I'm wanted for my uterus. One of the reasons I was kidnapped to begin with. Kidnapped. Twice. I know now why young women are scarce at the community. They don't just come and go. They are taken against their will. She looks at me blankly. You will be forced, but we want you to be happy, so you're encouraged to do so, on your own. The children here are really happy children with no worries that would apply to children outside of here. They live and are raised by their parents. They attend school, get exercise, play, and have friends that they will know their entire lives. She lifts her chin, studying my reaction. I have someone that will take you around the compound and let you see with your own eyes. She's recently married and pregnant with her first child. She devotes her time to talking to women like you who come from the outside unwillingly. She was here before I came, and I have been honored with watching her grow and accept. I shake my head. I don't care. What if I decide I want to leave? She looks at me with pity. We won't force you to stay here, but if you walk out of those doors, you are no longer safe from the infected. What? Infected? So it is a disease. How? I blurt these all out. She holds up a hand. I don't believe her about letting me walk out if I want to leave. Her tone tells me as much. Dr. Finnegan will explain. Her arm lifts toward the door. Let's get you a shower and something to eat. Then you will have time in the singles hall. They're not wasting any time. I have to be serious. I was coming here for this exact reason. Now I'm going to talk to someone who knows the things I want to know. Hoping the team will hold off a while longer, I will have time to get knowledge, look for Julie, and set a plan into motion. Not for the first time this week. I wish I could make a phone call. We go next door to the shower room, complete with lockers, benches, and a big group shower. She shows me clothes in the locker and shoes. Everything I will need. A big makeshift vanity with girl crap all over takes up an entire wall. A girl with auburn hair spots us and scrambles out after applying lip gloss. Where are my clothes and boots? I want Mac's shirt back and my boots. The jeans I don't really care about, just the shirt.
Your clothes were probably cut off of you. My eyes sting with the tears. Stupid, really, but it's all I had. She takes in my reaction and quickly mumbles, I can look for your boots if you would like. I nod, and she quickly leaves. They really do want me happy and compliant, but I have no doubt they won't have any trouble tossing me to the famished, like Rudy first said they did. I can't really grasp the reality and organization that was put into this. I believe her when she said people are happy here, people jumping at the chance for safety and normal living. I still can't see bringing a child in the world. It's cruel and selfish. They don't know what I do, though. A cavalry will come with a whole lot of explosives soon, and their world will be torn apart. It'll be too late to think about their hasty decision to join a New Age plan. Pure happiness overtakes me when I get into the hot, steamy shower. Standing there for a good 10 minutes as it ripples over me puts me in a daze. I don't completely understand my situation yet, it being so frustrating and unbelievable. After I take my time washing my hair and body, I get out, feeling relaxed and ready to take on anything. My boots perch on a bench on top of something white, much to my relief. Mac's shirt. When I pick it up, it falls apart in tatters, but I'm grateful to Donna. I figured it was like that. I spin, and Donna leans against the wall. You know, more people came with you. Maybe he is already here? I shake my head. I was kidnapped before, by crazy religious people. She nods. You might recognize some of them then. You never know whom you will see. They bring in people all the time. I hope Mac is not here. Rudy either. Anyone I know for that matter. I can't worry about them now. They can take care of themselves. I know they thought the same of me. No point going down that road. I'm sure the opportunity to be pissed at myself will arise again through my unwilling frolicsomeness. I dress in a white long-sleeve t-shirt and low-rise jeans, so low that my shirt doesn't cover my hip bones as they protrude, indicating I've lost some weight. My tattoo sinks in. I need food pronto. A baby pink, zippered, hooded sweatshirt covers up my skinniness. Slipping on my boots is a comfort to me. The colored part of my hair is light blue, so I brush it and leave it down, pulling the hood up. It seems we stick to the same building with several wings. She explains one wing is dedicated to the singles area, but the bachelors live in a separate dorm. The cafeteria is right off the front lobby, which is all white-painted brick and cream-colored tile floors. The cafeteria is empty when we get there, reminding me of a school cafeteria. Rows of tables with the attached stools and a long buffet line sit in front of the kitchen. Inspirational posters hang throughout the building. I notice one now featuring a cottage-type house with a family playing in the yard. The caption says, "Home sweet home. This is the place to find happiness. If one doesn't find it here, one won't find it anywhere." Give me a fucking break. The menu is varied with pizza, burgers, and fries, and I eat, not realizing how hungry I am. Food that will keep people happy. I opt for a portobello mushroom burger, fries, and a hearty vegetable soup. God loves me. I have homemade double chocolate brownies. Donna watches me eat curiously. I think she wants to laugh. "What?" I say with a mouthful of food as a piece of mushroom goes flying. She smiles. This is my favorite part. Watching people eat the foods they haven't been able to eat. I nod. I lost weight while drugged. I don't think I've ever been this skinny. It's gross. I don't remember eating anything at Jeremiah's either. I frown. She raises her brow. Most girls like being ultra skinny. It's disgusting. Even though some girls can't help being that skinny. Most girls starve themselves, and all I want to do is give them some cookies. I don't think it's attractive not to eat. I shrug. She nods approvingly as I dig into my brownie. "Can I take some of these to go?" I ask jokingly, and tell her so. I feel a lot better now with the shower and food. I did eat too much, but I need it. I'll probably eat a lot today and not be hungry tomorrow. "So how did you know my name? It's not like I have ID on me or anything." She rubs her chin again. It's a wonder it's not raw. Fingerprints. I grow cold, turning to stone. "It seems yours were in the database. Quite the troublemaker," she scolds. "We know all about you, Kansas City Sunshine Moore." I stare at her. Not everyone can be found that way. Not everyone has to be brought in being carried. Most of these people came here willingly. A tight smile forms on her lips. I don't believe her. Otherwise, how would they know I would make trouble before taking my fingerprints? They wouldn't, leaving me to believe everyone is drugged and carried here. Yeah, they thought it was a government camp, you know? The people that run the country? My voice isn't exuding with sarcasm. Much. She ignores my tone. Battle of wills now. I start to ask, but of course she holds up her hand. All in good time, Kansas. Does everyone know about me? She shakes her head. No. Just your name and your tattoo. She smiles. Can't really keep secrets like that around here. Damn Reese and his virgin canvas speech. But no one knows about your previous record with the police. She eyes me and purses her lips. We had to confiscate your bag and the laptop. Your previous actions from the former world let us know that would be the smart thing to do. The guns, it's against the rules for civilians, and the guards know to look out for anyone who has had them. I nod, not caring for those things. I can get more. This new information tells me my laptop would have been useful here. I file that away for future reference. About my past, I'm not proud of it. Therefore, I don't want anyone to know about it. I was young and dumb, constantly testing my parents' limits. It slowed down when Malachi became attached to my hip. I think that's why they loved him so much. I loved him for that, too. That's also why his parents couldn't care less about me and tormented him about it. It didn't help that I was no less than frigid with them. They treated him poorly. I can see now they just wanted what was best for him, but I never held back from it. I can see now they just wanted what was best for him, but I never held him back from anything. I still got into trouble, though. I'm surprised this base knows about the felony charge that had been thrown out. I sigh, letting those thoughts go. They never get me anywhere I want to be. Where are the people that came with me? I ask reluctantly. Most have already adjusted, but none had records such as yours either. We took precautions with you. Are you ready to meet everyone? Might as well get it over with. She peers sideways at me as we leave the cafeteria. It's not so bad. Do you know a Julie? I ask, not knowing her last name. She glances at me again, this time with shock. She rubs her jaw. Her chin must be sore. All her face touching explains the little pimples lining her jaw. Yes, she says. She's the one giving you the tour tomorrow. I freeze. Wait, didn't you say she was married and in a fix? Her look tells me she's confused, not catching my meaning. You know, pregnant? She nods, watching my reaction. This just got a lot more complicated. I hadn't even met the tramp yet. I scoff at myself. Who am I to judge?
Chapter 30. The singles hall is just that, located adjacent from the cafeteria. It reminds me of a nursing home recreation room with an adjoining courtyard. Big TVs with comfy seating make up most of the room. A huge bookshelf on a wall supports board games, DVDs, books, music, and video games. I can really see myself getting into the mood here. Right. Pool tables and card tables take up a huge space in the middle. People talk in friendly groups. At first glance, I'm relieved not to recognize anyone. The courtyard is out that way. Donna points toward the double glass doors parallel from us. The indoor pool is right across from the bathrooms, down that hall. Her finger directs to an open hallway on the far right. The workout room is also down there. Workout room? Interesting. It will give me something to do if I get bored. Not likely. Right now, though, I feel odd and want to sneak back to bed. Actually, I'd rather take my chances running into the thousands of zombies outside the base. Not everyone is here yet, still on their work detail, but will be here shortly. You will be assigned to do something, but can wait a few days while you get adjusted. I'll see you soon. Dinner is at 7. She gestures to a clock, and it reads 3:17 p.m. You'll get used to the schedule, and everyone else's. I have something I need to see to, so I'll leave you to it. She turns, leaving before I have a chance to say anything. A couple of guys smile at me. I snort to myself, and, ignoring them, I walk out the double doors into the courtyard. The whole thing takes up half an acre of Bermuda grass. Of course it's brown now and freezing out here.
with several benches. Little patio tables, a grill, some chaise lounges, and a volleyball net complete the scene. A fountain is the centerpiece of the courtyard. I imagine they plant flowers in the spring. Sitting next to the wall, I put my head on my knees, willing the time to pass. I don't know how much time has passed when I hear my name as a question. Can? Afraid to look, I do it anyway, and my stomach drops. Dalton? He nods, but he doesn't look happy to see me here either. He runs a hand down his face as tension permeates his handsome features. You were the one they kept sedated, he states as he shakes his head. I hoped you escaped while all that was going down. I thought you weren't there, that you went to find Mac. My voice shakes. I'm unable to contain it. I did. I stare at him with hope. Sitting down beside me, he slumps and stares at nothing. The guy I saw told me Mac wasn't there. He got into a massive fight with another guy and left the community. My face goes flat as my stomach sinks even lower and threatens to come up in the form of vomit. A fight? Who was the other guy? I don't really want to know. I don't know. I was just upset that he left. He peers at me. I did tell the guy that I knew where you were, that you were kidnapped. If Mac goes back, he'll know where you were and figure out what happened. I'm sorry, Can. Who was the guy you talked to? Did he know me? Yeah, they thought you'd ran off by yourself. I don't know why they would think that. I do. I just found out the truth about Julie. With Mac thinking I had a more than friend's feelings for Rudy, well, I'm not surprised he left. I still can't help thinking about the morning we shared. Did Mac really think I would leave? He assumed, though, and that kills me. The guy was Bart, the bartender dude. I nod. Good. Mac will know if he goes back, but that's a big if. I couldn't stay to find out more. When I did get back to my post, not 10 minutes later, I got stuck with a needle. They know I'm from the Coalition and are keeping an eye on me. I need to get out, though. Me too, but I'm going to find out some things first. Dalton takes on a serious look. No, Can, you can't listen to them. You can't trust these people. This pissed me off. You mean you haven't even bothered to figure out what's going on here? What the fuck is wrong with you? I don't trust them, but something big is happening. I can't believe you and that damn Coalition aren't doing anything about it, I snap. We are. No one is in danger yet. Things take patience and time. Bullshit. I've been kidnapped twice because of my age. There is something wrong with that, and I have been harmed. Violated, drugged, forced into a psycho marriage, this close to having sex against my will with a minor. I hold up my forefinger and thumb to indicate how close. And the same fucking thing is going to happen here. I seethe, practically feeling steam coming from my orifices. I decide to tell him about my team. I have people coming here to help. Just be ready to haul ass and help when you hear boom sounds. His eyes widen on the last in sudden alarm. What? Did Mac know about this? Yeah, he was part of... A hand cuts me off. What? He isn't supposed to get caught up in civilian issues. Only report them. He says this quickly. From the way he glances at me, I don't think he wanted to tell me that. At least that explains why he left. He went to report it, he adds, coming up with his own explanation. Great. I don't need that complication if it's true, and a sad thing that I really don't know what's going on with Mac. I can't be seen with you. They won't talk to me if they do. Getting up and walking away, I fume at the confirmation Mac knows about the guys in black canvas. A movie plays on the TV screen, and I think it might be some romantic comedy. To my utter delight, it isn't, and I settle on a blue sofa just as Will Ferrell the Tank streaks down the road in Old School. You like this movie? I cut my glance sideways to a guy sitting beside me, locking his hands behind his buzzed black head of hair. My gaze shoots to his button-up bowling shirt, looking very Charlie Sheen-ish. The guy's got to be at least 5 to 10 years older than me. He laughs. Such suspicion. Don't worry, I'm not hitting on you. Yes, I love this movie, I state and go back to watching. His mouth opens to say something else, but I hold up my hand.
Fuck off. Saccharine laces through my tone. His brows lower and ripple together. Face twisting, he says, "What, you think you're too good for anyone here?" A smirk crosses his thin lips as his dark brown gaze roams over me. Attractive, but I don't want anything to do with him. That never crossed my mind. I get up and start walking toward the open hall door. "Can?" The voice is thick with excitement. Knowing the voice right off the bat, I bite the inside of my lips so I won't explode on the dumbass. I do, anyway. "What the hell are you doing here, Cale?" He looks around, swallowing. "I thought I told you to go south." He looks better than he did before, with hair covering his ears, wearing a long-sleeved t-shirt with some kind of logo on it, and jeans with a pre-made hole in the knee. I've seen Sam wear that logo before, but don't know what it means. Some kind of skater gear, I assume. I followed you here." "Speaking of which, where have you been?" he asks with genuine curiosity. "Around." I remember how pleasantly relieved I was getting rid of him the first time. He grabs my arm. "Let's go talk for a minute." Jerking my arm away, I say, "No." I stare him down, and he visibly shrinks back, pissing me off that he doesn't have the balls to stand up for himself. Although, him flinching from me makes me feel bad. "Later, okay? You have no idea what I've been through." He nods, smiling his smile that had once kind of charmed me. "Besides, I'm pissed. You should have gone to Birmingham." Everyone stares at us. A few of the girls glare daggers at me. Apparently, he's been turning on the charm. Turning back to Cale, I say, "You're already causing me to get glares from other people." I think for a second. "You know Bridget thought you left with me? I had to knock her out." "You went back?" I nod, slipping a quick grin. "To set my house on fire, then again to get my books." I pause before going on. "Harley is dead." Ice blue eyes blink at me. Cale probably assumes I killed him. "You're different." He studies me, mostly my hair. "No, I think I just found myself." He shakes his head, throwing hair out of his intense gaze. "Maybe, but you're talking." He's right. I hardly communicated with them when they were guests in my bunker. Now I'm chatting it up like he's my long-lost friend. He wants me to elaborate, but I'm ready to get out of here. "You should have gone to Birmingham, Cale." With that, I turn to go back to the dorm. A few hours later, I'm under the covers sleeping with Mac's shirt when someone shakes me awake. I look out to see a young woman standing beside my bunk. Her fair, curly blonde hair is pulled back in a ponytail, but cute little curls escape in ringlets around her face. A belly sticks out, looking way too large for her petite body. A black and white printed maternity blouse hangs stylishly off one shoulder, and a red beaded necklace with a huge red heart pendant rests between her breasts. I know who this is, and I glare at her. "Hi," she says, as awkwardness hangs in the air between us. I keep glaring, better than telling her she's stupid. She swallows. "I'm Julie. Donna said you asked for me? I've never seen you, though. Did one of your dorm mates request me?" "Mistake." I turn back over. "I know you don't want to be here, but if you give it a chance, you could have a family and be happy." An awkward silence follows, and her feet shift as fabric smooths together as if she's fidgeting. Good. Let her squirm. She thinks my glaring is for being held captive. That would make her half right. A dip moves the bunk as she sits. "I hope we can be friends. I guess I'll take you on the tour tomorrow as planned." This piques my interest. "No, take me now." She's shorter than me, even with her red patent pumps. Who wears pumps while pregnant? Keeping my arms crossed, I don't look at her as she tells me about the different buildings. I notice she skips over several, and when asked about them, I get the Dr. Finnegan usually does the tours, and she doesn't know much about them. What is with everyone and their lies? We go to a small setting with little brick houses lining the way. Several mature trees line up behind them. She tells me this is the independent family housing. Each house has been landscaped to fit the personality of the owner. She takes me to her little house, landscaped with holly bushes, and she planted buttercup bulbs for the spring, like I care. She introduces me to her husband, Jonathan, who's nice, good-looking, and tall, with light buzzed hair and matching light brown eyes. A nurse at the medical ward, he's happy to see Julie through her pregnancy, which explains the green scrubs he wears. Being excessively friendly and uplifting, he gazes at Julie with adoration. For how nice they are, they must get some kind of incentive. A bonus if my attitude turns around to become ultra-happy. She offers me little chocolate chip cookies. The chocolate chips arranged into a smiley face on each cookie. The house is neat, clean, and normal. Normal for the late 70s, that is. The walls are wood-paneled and brown shag carpets cover the floor. An avocado green refrigerator sits on top of vinyl flooring, and an old oak table with matching chairs make up the small kitchen. The living room and its furniture cast a variety of warm colors, yellow, orange, and red with splashes of green to accent. Not a kitten knick-knack out of place. Julie's knitting basket is full of little pink baby crap. I snap as they talk to me. I haven't said anything the whole time, and Jonathan begins to fidget, feeling uncomfortable with me. That makes two of us. Julie gets me out of there as fast as she can. We go to a playground where kids play and parents push their children on swings. Laughter heightens as the merry-go-round spins faster. These poor kids don't know what's happening, being sheltered and caged like animals, livestock. Tell me this, Julie. What does it take to be fed to a zombie? Her eyes widen as she looks at me, studying me for a time before nodding, coming to a conclusion. When someone is terminally ill, too old, they need help to live, or as punishment for something severe, like killing a person. Otherwise, they feed them domestic bovine. Her tone changes as she says bovine. So if your baby, I softly pat her belly, comes down with leukemia at age 5, you'll willingly hand it over? She pauses, obviously not thinking of this on her own. There are risks, of course. I'm willing to chance it. We get the best prenatal care. You are under prenatal care, too. Like good prenatal care prevents cancer? That's what you want for your child? To grow old and to be fed to zombies like a cow? Maybe in the meantime watching a terminally ill child of their own get thrown to the wolves? She gets flustered, her face turning pink. Good. She will give me information that way. If you step back and look at things, you will see that it's the only negative thing out of it. Do you want someone to change your shit diapers when you're old? No? Who does? Before the infection, old people cost money. It's the same with criminals and terminally ill people, all the housing, food, medical care, and research they needed to stay alive. Her chin juts out. My jaw hangs open and I snap it closed. I can't believe this is the crap they sell. It's true, but still. Everyone deserves to live, no matter how they chose to live their life. It's not up to us to play God. She goes on, obviously knowing I'm not buying. Not to mention the 6 billion people population destroying the earth and the war coming. Something had to be done. You should consider yourself lucky you weren't killed in the process and be thankful you still have a life. You should try to live it as much as you possibly can. Chills break out across my skin. What do you mean something had to be done? How do you know zombies won't infiltrate this place? I blurt all at once. My brain is going into information biohazard alert zone. Her eyes narrow as I try to straighten out my thoughts. I think the details you want would be better coming from Dr. Finnegan. Besides, this compound has excellent security. We stare each other down. By the way her chin is set, I know she isn't going to say anything else. I'm angry about more than what she just told me. I really can't help myself for what I say next. Looks like you have moved on nicely since the outbreak. I gesture toward her belly and purse my lips as this sinks into her thick skull. Congrats on your marriage. How are you going to break the news to your other engagement? I ask with a voice that could possibly freeze water. She steps back as her hand flies to her mouth in shock. Rudy? I can't hold it back. How could you do this to him? He's been running around figuring out ways to get to you and you couldn't wait. You have no idea what he's been through. You don't deserve him. She shakes her head. You don't She freezes and stands up straight, giving me a new kind of scrutiny, baby blue eyes narrowing to slits. You love him. I blink as if in slow motion as my heart picks up speed. Of course, he's become a great friend to me. She shakes her head. That's not what I mean. That's why you've been so cold to me. You're in love with him. She sounds as if this is amusing. I've seen it so many times before. I ignore her, getting angry. My fists turn to hard balls. No. He helped me, so now I'm helping him. He's coming to get you, and you better be ready. I say so close to her face I can see her pores. I release my clenched fists, not willing to hit a prego. She looks panicked. He can't come here. How? I lift a shoulder and pick at my cuticles. We've been planning it for a while with the team. They won't stop because I'm not there. He can't! She all but screams at me. Her peachy pale face turns pink high in her cheeks. I wipe her spittle from my face. I want to reply, but she turns and runs the other way. Definitely not my brightest moment. Julie's information makes me sit and stew. She made it sound like they're repopulating to make the world a better place. Bullshit. How does anyone know what goes on with the rest of the world? Something else she said niggles in my brain, giving me alarming chills. She said the Earth was being destroyed. No shit about that, but she also said something had to be done? What does that mean? I still can't figure out how the zombies are controlled like puppets. I saw them pick up the living without bringing them to their mouths. Julie hasn't seen them, so she wouldn't know. Maybe she does, but I doubt it. I find my own way back to the dorm. The girls hustle about getting ready for dinner. I don't want to talk to any of them as they sound happy and worry-free. Don't they care? Well, I do. I don't care how safe you are or how safe it seems to be. Something is wrong with feeding living people, sick, old, criminal or not, to zombies. It makes me sick to think of the world that way. Even though much was wrong with how things were and how people thought, it balanced itself out. Still, people are born to live their lives how they see fit. Someone decided to take advantage of zombies and use the situation to their selfish benefit. At least that's what I got out of it. Why should just the healthy get to live? I need to talk to this doctor. At dinner, I get a bowl of tomato and basil soup, even though I'm not hungry from lunch. My spoon stirs around swirling the basil specks. Several guys make advances I quickly shut down. Dalton and Kale stay clear of me, even though I can tell Kale wants to sit and talk. But he opts to charm a handful of girls instead. I want to get out of here badly. The smell of this cafeteria will stick with me for the rest of my life. I can't believe the government hasn't taken this place down. It makes me think of other zombie camps, a scary thought. How many of these places are there? What is more important? What can I do about it? What would I do with the correct information if I get it? Someone snaps me out of my thoughts. Here you go. A blonde nurse in green scrubs hands me a little cup with a pill in it. What is it? I'm sure skepticism is written all over my face. She smiles, not bothered. A prenatal vitamin. Julie was right about good prenatal care. It won't hurt me, so I take it. Thank you, Kansas, she says before going to the next person. Several of the guys in black canvas come in and look around. They have buzz-cut hair and are about the same height. Where did they find these guys? They spot me and make a beeline. Great. What now? I notice Dalton look this way. Kansas Moore? I nod with a raised brow. Please come with us. I stand as everyone stares, making me feel like I'm back in high school. I would flip them off if I was 6 years younger, but I've grown up a bit and stuffed the urge back down. What's this about? I ask in a bored tone as we walk at a rapid pace down the hall. Dr. Finnegan has requested to speak with you. I perk up a bit. Oh, yeah? I feel special having to be escorted by 4 guards, I quip. The guy that spoke peers at me with interest. Great. Going across the grounds, we head to a building resembling all the other buildings. Go figure, but one Julie avoided telling me about. It perks me up a little bit more. We walk through a front waiting room with dark green Berber carpet and wood-paneled walls lined with metal folding chairs. I'm starting to think the decor isn't their choice, but it was original when this place was built, or maybe redecorated. A wooden door leads us into a white painted brick hallway. All the doors are closed, and I can't make out anything more. I'm taken to an interrogation room. It doesn't have a two-way mirror, though. Bummer. I've always wanted to do the two-way mirror test. Of course I did in dressing rooms, though I never caught any perverts. The mirrors are always legit if they show a space between your finger and your mirror image finger. A two-way glass wouldn't have that space. Supposedly, anyway. The door being the only way out, I sit facing it. Stoneboy positions himself next to the door, standing as still as Atlas holding the world on his shoulders. He's no Greek god with buzzed hair and eyes like black orbs staring at me. I lean back, putting my feet on the table as a man enters the room. Average height, with a decent haircut, he wears khaki pants and a long-sleeved white dress shirt. He's younger than I pictured him, putting him in his 40s. Very plain. A person that doesn't stick out and is easily forgotten. His point, maybe? Kansas. I put out my hand to shake his, but he doesn't take it. I mentally added rude to my mental list of things I do not like about Dr. Finnegan. Dr. Finnegan, he introduces, seeing my look. Ah, Southerners. I'm not trying to be rude. I don't shake anyone's hand. I'll get right to it. We have an informant telling us you know plans of an onslaught? His choice of words alarms me, and I inwardly curse. Why would I know anything about that? His eyes narrow. You understand it's not safe for the walls to be destroyed. What I don't understand is how the zombies are being controlled. I get right to my point. His face shows nothing. Yeah, I've seen them. They picked up humans, carried them around like flour sacks. In fact, I was probably carried by them. You have it wrong, he shakes his head. They aren't being controlled, just satisfied. My bullshit meter starts going off. Just tell us what you know. I'll get more information if I give him a bone. I don't really think they're coming. They would have been here days ago. I was kidnapped before plans were fully to a point. How did they plan to get in? Guns, trucks, explosives I helped make. Omitting this information becomes top priority. Finnegan leans back. Gray, put out an alert just in case. He looks back at me. If you didn't think they were coming, why did you tell Julie that? I never said anything about a full-out attack, but she's engaged to someone else. He wants her back. I suppose I was mad at her for marrying some other guy. Simple as that. I shrug. Rudolph Hawthorne? I cough to hold back a giggle. Rudolph? Poor Rudy. No wonder he accepted my name without a blink of an eye. He's named after a reindeer with a glowing red nose. If you're talking about Rudy, then yeah, I say, still trying to hold back laughter. Glad he's not here to see my effort. Maybe he's just named after a great uncle. My humor dies at the thought of never being able to tease him or make him blush again. Oh no, I'm in trouble. Gray comes back in and stands in the same place. Why would you care who she married and didn't? Her choice, Finnegan asks, never taking his eyes off me. I don't. Rudy saved me from a pickle, and I told him I'd help him get Julie back. In the meantime, we became good friends. So it's only natural when I find out Julie moved on, while Rudy risks his life every day for me to get angry, I say matter-of-factly. You do know he is the one who left. Yeah, I did. I shrug at him, picking at my sore cuticles. Gray, take her back now. Finnegan goes to stand. Wait, what about the zombies? Kansas, the zombies won't last forever. They will die out. Even if they turn the rest of the people on Earth, they will still die out. It could be 25 years down the road, longer or shorter than that. He hesitates. The virus was made that way. Until then, the vaccine keeps everyone safe. You will get it when you prove your loyalty. Virus sounds like a foreign concept coming from his mouth. He omits something important. Did I seriously think I would get anything more than he's already told me? I let my mouth hang open and snap it closed as it dawns on me. This man has something to do with the outbreak. What the hell kind of doctor are you? And what's this about a vaccine? I try to sound curious instead of overeager or worse, angry. Gray, Finnegan gestures to me.
Wait! I scream as Gray grabs my arm. The virus was made? An electric outrage flows through my body like a lit fuse. If he's going to give me answers, I'll fight for them. Dr. Finnegan shoots me a mock smile. Of course. My dad, my mom, and Malachi flicker across my mind. The fuse ends, and I explode, throwing myself at him and driving my palm up toward his nose. Bone crunches, but the table slides, keeping my arm momentum to a minimum. He jumps away quickly, still alive. Damn. Blood sprays before Gray tackles me to the ground. I try not to show my disappointment when I look up. Finnegan wipes his nose with his sleeve. I'm going to ignore that. Killing me won't make anything different, Miss Moore. Gray, if she causes any more problems, give her an injection. Injection? Dr. Cuckoo leaves the room holding his nose up. Hold on, girl, Gray whispers harshly as I elbow him in the gut. Listen, he grunts, holding me down as I struggle to get him off. You have to calm down. There's already a red flag on you. I will myself to calm down. He's helping me? There. I know it seems crazy, and it is, but he's at least partly responsible for a planet of people dying, you asshole. I elbow him in the jaw as my dad's face flashes through my mind, opening the wound fresh. Malachi's did nothing but put salt on it. Calming down, I say, please let me go. Listen, he whispers. Don't panic. We don't need that. If people are really coming here, then you need to tell me the truth. Dalton also said something along those lines, and you told him. He's making out like he's with the coalition. Possibly the whole good cop, bad cop mumbo-jumbo. Either way, I don't believe him. You know Jack? My voice is quiet with the closest thing I can think of to Mac. Yes, he says too quickly. Are they coming? I don't think so. They would have been here by now. Please tell Jack I miss him. Gray nods. Come on. I'm sure they're going to be holding you in a cell. I spend a whole day and night in an isolated cell before they let me out. What about this injection? They must want to keep me sedated if I get out of hand. From here on, I need to keep my wits about me, no more outbursts. Needing more information, I have to be patient. Patience isn't really in my top list of quality characteristics. I know Rudy won't leave Julie. He will come, I hope. If they aren't here by the end of the week, I'm making a new plan. Now they won't hesitate to feed me to the famished. This new revelation has my head spinning. The doctor created this virus to better the planet of the old, sick, and criminals, all the while knocking out terrorists and the big hole in the ozone at the same time? Give me a break. I might be scatterbrained, but I'm not stupid. Thinking of Donna's Battle of Wills comment, I know this is all some big power play. I just don't know the details. I'm pacing my dorm room. Creamy coffee Shia sits on her bed wearing a light blue sweater. I take the plunge. Hey Shia, you have the vaccination yet? She smiles. No, you don't get one until you're pregnant or get someone pregnant. I'm surprised you know about them. It takes them a while to feel someone out. You must be deserving. They told me yesterday. Dr. Finnegan is amazing, I gush. Apparently no one knows about my little homicidal fluke. Wait until you meet the priest. I wish he was single. Priest? Yeah, he knows his stuff. I think I live to hear him talk. Religious, huh? I'm not interested in their religion. I've had enough religion talk to last me a lifetime plus some. She looks at me with brows drawn. Mago, the voodoo priest. A cold chill sweeps down my back, stopping me dead. Voodoo? Mago? The guy who controls the zombies? I throw out with a sudden dry mouth. It's not a bust. She beams. Yeah. She figures if I know that, then it's okay to talk to me about it. He is amazing. How many priests are there? Several. Even priestesses. They're better because they're female. They travel to other places to speak to people in our situation. We're safe as long as we have them. That's how they control the famished, with voodoo. The mechanics of it frightens me. I wouldn't have believed it if I didn't see it for myself. I remember Mago's dark eyes scrutinizing me after I shot Lucy. Yeah, I was in a drunken haze, but you don't forget something like that.
Was he there when I was taken from the cult? Shia watches me, so I nod and smile. She can tell something's wrong. I'll introduce you this week. He holds a bi-weekly service for our convenience. I smile again and slide into my covers. Grabbing Mac's shirt under the pillow, I hold it tight, feeling a great sense of hopelessness thinking about him. I think about the team. I think about Rudy and his now complicated situation. I have my answer. Do I believe it? I'm a serious wreck the next day, not knowing what to think about anything. The hopelessness still invades me. Donna tells me I'm to start working in a greenhouse immediately. They apparently think I need something to keep me busy. At breakfast, I stare at the oatmeal in front of me with no appetite. I glance around for Dalton. When I can't find him, alarm bells ring through my head. They obviously questioned him, and probably anyone I've talked to since being here. Kale talks to a group of girls, and I leave my oatmeal. I tap him on the shoulder. Hey, Kale. He turns, sees it's me, and smiles wide. What's up, Can? I need to talk to you. I glance at the glaring ladies. Alone. Kale gestures for me to lead, and I go back to my empty, lonely table. Not making a very good impression on everyone, he comments, but he's smiling like he expects no less. I shrug and look around. Yeah. There are some weird things going on. I should say so. He gets serious. The guards were asking questions about you. They wanted to know if I was involved in some terrorist plot to the compound. My eyes go wide and I laugh. Terrorist plot? Kale, do you believe what they tell you? His face turns to stone. We shouldn't be having this conversation, but no, there's nothing I can do about it. He looks 10 years older right then. I don't know if I can trust him. He's not exactly on my top 10 trustworthy list. Oh, I guess you like it here, living normal and all that. Furthermore, girls are falling all over themselves for you. His eyes narrow. No, I hate it here, he snaps. And none of these people deserve this. Like I said, what can I do? Not a damn thing. If you had an opportunity to leave, would you? Looking sad, he nods, probably thinking there's no chance of that. You know anything about the priest? I ask him. The guy that does the services? Just that he comes to preach and leaves. I want to tell him everything I've learned, but chicken out, not knowing what the crazies will do if they know I'm plotting, or how much longer I can wait for the team. What I truly need is knowledge about voodoo. Usually I know a little bit about everything, but this is beyond me. The only things I know about voodoo are the little dolls you could buy in New Orleans in the old life. I'm guessing Disney's version of voodoo is a little low on the totem pole. Feeling eyes on me, I bring up my hand and sweep Kale's hair out of his eyes in a flirtatious manner. He usually does this on his own, but it's the only thing I can think of to do. His eyes widen in surprise. I forgot how innocently cute he can be, so I grin. He laughs nervously, making me think he does feel something for me, in turn causing me to feel guilty for using him. I can't help his naivete. The person turned, and I peer to see Donna leaving the cafeteria. Kale notices, and his face crumples. I'd apologize for my fallacious behavior, but he did it to me once upon a time. Kale, I want to trust you. Can I? He stares at me for a long time before nodding. A bell rings like we're all in high school. I need to tell you something. Okay. I draw out the word. Kale always comes out with things I don't like hearing. He swallows and shakes the hair out of his eyes. Remember when you helped us with those zombies? It takes me a minute, but he means when him, Harley, Nadine, and Bridget were getting attacked. I don't want to hear this because they had weapons I didn't know about until they turned them on me. I nod slowly. He sees my reluctance and looks down. They knew you were there. We faked that attack so you would think we were helpless. I wait for this to bother me. It doesn't, seeming like years ago. It also explains the older zombies I had to kill the night before they showed up. My ventilation system leak was just a coincidence. They drew zombies to my bunker. On purpose. I think about asking him why. I will later if I get the chance. I do want to know something else now. Cale, did they ever eat anyone? He looks me in the eye. Once there was no food. We had another person with us, but he was sick. His gaze turns distant. Not zombie sick, just ill with the flu or something. Did you? He jumps up. What? No way. I didn't agree with anything they did. Honest. I put my hand over his. It's okay. I believe you. He looks relieved to get this off his shoulders and onto mine. Glancing around, everyone makes way to their work duties. I'll talk to you later. I got greenhouse duty. My face pinches. He laughs. Good luck with that. They work you to the bone in there. Great. Yes, Cale's very good at saying things I don't want to hear. He is right. They work me hard. The greenhouse is 5 times the size of Linny's. That's saying something since Linny's greenhouse has trees, although this one does too. Linny would be proud to know the vegetation in here doesn't look as good as hers. The only weeds growing are the kind you can't smoke. I dig holes, pull weeds, water, and pick fresh vegetables and fruits. They also put me on starting a new section I till. Manually. I curse, I sweat, I ache. Fortunately, the day goes by fast with no incidents. Julie never comes to give me the rest of the tour, and I never once see Dalton. I take a long, hot, steaming shower, knowing I'll be sore in the morning before going to the greenhouse again. Seeing it as a good thing, my body will harden up from where it's softened from not tending my own garden and cranking the generator. Needing the comfort of a weapon, I steal a trough at the end of the day. Mac and Rudy are both just as good as me about having them. For some reason, this adds to both of their sex appeals. Real men carry various weapons in weird places. A smile stretches across my lips, thinking of them. Making it back into the room, I'm exhausted. I need to go talk to Cale, but that can wait till tomorrow. Climbing into my bunk, I realize they want me exhausted, but I don't really care at the moment. Now would be a nice time for Rudy to play his guitar, the song he changed various times. He never told me the name. Yawning deep is the last thing I remember. Light taps on my face wake me. When I peek through heavy lids, Julie puts a finger in front of her lips and motions to the door. Groggy, I get up, noticing everyone's asleep already. It must be the middle of the night, sleeping through playtime and dinner. How about that? To avoid the discomfort of the cold floor, I pull on my boots. When we enter the hallway, she rushes me outside. What the hell? I grumble. She spins on me. You have to leave and tell Rudy not to come. Chapter 31. This might be another gray trick, but I doubt it. Dressed all in black, Julie's eyes are wide and dart around as if she doesn't want to be caught. And how am I supposed to do that, Martha Stewart? Thousands of famished roam outside the base. They will eat me alive. The look on her face confirms she knows something. She squashes it. I know where a motorbike is, and they have this ultraviolet spotlight that clears a path because the infected don't like it. I'll turn it on for you. Seriously considering this, it might be my only chance to leave, but I need to do something first. She holds out her hand, offering me something. I can't tell what it is right away. I want you to tell Rudy that I found someone else, that I'm married, she tells me just as the diamond flashes in the moonlight. Ah! I jump away. No fucking way! The ring, signifying Rudy and Julie's engagement, falls from my hand as if it burns me. Shit! She exclaims, bending over to look for it. After picking it up, she holds it up, like maybe I didn't see it before. That was uncalled for. I stare at it without seeing it, not wanting to see it. I have an idea so suddenly Julie can probably see a light bulb go over my head. Plus, I don't want to argue about Rudy. You're going to show me where the medical building is and get me in. I grab her arm. Show me where the bike is first. Weapons, too. Guns, preferably. She struggles in my hands, then looks at me, considering. You'll leave? And tell Rudy I'm happy? Her eyes plead with me. Before the outbreak, I was going to end it with him anyway, she blurts, like it will make a difference. Tears sting my eyes. Damn her. I blink them back. I can't believe she's only thinking about herself and can look cute doing it. I let go of her and say, "One thing at a time. Take me to the bike." She turns, and I follow her in my skimpy nightshirt and little cute shorts, the most decent thing I found to wear to bed. They're serious about people doing the nasty. I need to find something to tie my hair back. It drapes down my back in a tangle. I'll deal, getting to leave and telling the team everything takes precedence. Julie doesn't know it, but she's coming with me. The deal Rudy and I made comes to mind. Help Rudy get Julie, and then I'm on my own. Now I know what I need to do. The darkened building we enter rumbles with male laughter. Somehow this strikes me as the guard storms, smelling like a smoky bar. The white brick walls are yellowing from it. We make our way to the end of a big hall. She opens a door, and motor oil immediately fills my nostrils. We stand in a garage. I stop her and whisper, "They should have a room with weapons. Where is it?" She picks up something leaning against the wall and hands it to me. A freaking baseball bat. I blink at her through the darkness. Moonlight streams in through some windows, making her hair stand out like a halo. "You do know these famished are under some kind of voodoo spell. What the hell is a bat supposed to do?" Her shoulders lift, but she clearly doesn't care. "The bike is right here." I've already seen it. It's a crotch rocket Ducati, though I wouldn't call it a motorbike. When I open the door and flip the switch, just drive straight until you hit the main road. She tosses me a set of keys I don't need, but am happy to have. She just wants me out. Gone. Taking in my surroundings further, I spot several vehicles and an open closet. "Where's the medical building?" She sighs, frustrated. "It's the only white brick building. Right behind this one. We passed it on the way here." I nod, remembering. "You don't have the time. You need to go now," she says with authority. Like hell. She doesn't know I don't like authority. "Tell me what you know about Mago." She doesn't want to answer, so I cross my arms to wait, my lips hardening as she realizes I'm not going anywhere without all my questions answered. I don't know how he does it, but I do know that he travels around, probably to other bases. He goes to New Orleans a lot." I study her, with no reason not to believe it. "Good. Thanks." I grab her around the waist. Her round stomach is hard as a rock. What the hell does she feed this thing? Quickcrete? She screeches, and that's when a distant sound catches my attention. Still holding her, I shush. We're both frozen, listening. The men in the building spring into action, making a lot of noise. Another explosion booms, clear as day, as are the small vibrations under my feet. A thrill shoots through my limbs and up my spine. My lips spread into a wide, open-mouthed smile. "Too late," I croon. "What have you done?" she squeals loudly as she struggles against me. "I have to get to Jonathan. He'll be worried I'm not there. He went to bed thinking I was knitting." My smile slips as something inside takes over. "You aren't going anywhere, Julie. You are coming with me." I tighten my hold on her. I haven't gone through what I've been through just for the adventure. I'm pissed, yelling at and manhandling a pregnant woman. I shouldn't even care, but wanting to strangle her won't do. Then I say through clenched teeth, "You want to come back? Fine, but you're coming with me while I take care of some business." No way I'm playing messenger. I'm shaking her with no abandon. Does this count as shaking an infant? I don't know, so I stop. A look of surprise crosses her face before I shove her in the closet. It's not easy with her screaming and clawing my arms. I finally have her in and barricade it with a metal locker. A set of running footsteps come closer. I grab the bat, popping a squat beside the door. The light flicks on as the door swings to the wall. I hit whoever it is in the stomach. My arms scream from the labor I've done in the greenhouse. Gray pitches forward. Raising the bat, I hit him in the upper back, and he goes sprawling to the floor face first. I take this time to get ready to leave in a hurry. I look around for that switch, which was right beside the garage door. I'm climbing on the Ducati when a hand clamps down on my shoulder, spinning me around as a blow lands on my face. Spots dance as I try to blink them away. "Lion, bitch!" Gray smacks me the other way, and I fall. Julie screams, beating on the closet door. Multiple kicks to the ribs send pain shooting through me. Trying to get up, I open my eyes in time to see a fist punch me in my left eye, and I fall back onto the concrete. Static ensues behind my eyelid, and a throb immediately starts in my skull. I lie there, saving my strength. My ribs might be broken and pierce my lungs. Taking a deep breath, air goes in smoothly, so I know I'm not internally injured, yet. My only comfort. The booms have stopped and rapid gunfire seems close. They got in. I smile even as I breathe heavily. A vehicle door opens. "What's going on?" Julie cries, banging on the door. "Let me out!" Gray ignores her as he jerks me up and throws me into the back seat. A rip shocks me and I look down, feeling open air. My shirt is gone and his large hands grope me. I scream my rage and kick. Gray releases my breast and smacks me harder. Feeling like I might lose consciousness any minute, blood and bile flood my mouth. No longer able to breathe through my nose, fluid drips out. It's bleeding. He socks my gut for good measure and I wheeze. My insides shift, spreading agony. It comes out through my throat in a groan. Grabbing a fistful of my hair, he jerks my head up and backhands me, efficiently splitting my lip. Warm blood spurts out. Gray lets go of me, his attention on something else. Looking up at him, he struggles with Mr. One-Eyed Willie. "Bastard!" I spit blood in his face, my voice hoarse and unrecognizable. Grabbing me by my throat, he cuts off my air supply. I struggle against his hands as my shorts are jerked away. My nails dig into his skin and scratch down his hands. How I wish I could pull a Mike Tyson and bite his ear off. My legs fly into the air as he grabs them with his free hand. He prods me unsuccessfully. My lungs command air, scream for air. He's going to rape me and kill me at the same time. I can't take this, can't let him rape me. I'll make him kill me first. Rage surges through me, giving me a huge dose of adrenaline. I use all of my strength and buckle my body just at the moment he thrusts into me, bone dry. A deep pain adds to the misery of my abused body. Grunting as he falters, he pulls out to get a better grip, but I get a leg free. Wasting no time, I kick him in the face with my boot. He releases my throat. Air burns as I suck it in, but I keep momentum and punch him in the temple. Taking a split second to recover, he prepares to hit me again when I kick him in his Adam's apple. He gargles as he goes backward. Stumbling out of the car, I grab the bat from the floor. His manhood is no longer happy, hanging limp out of his pants. Relief engulfs me that it's tiny, with no blood on it. I weakly swing the bat to hit him. He catches it, jerking it out of my hands, and tosses it away. Shooting commences the hallway. Gray glances toward the hall with panic in his eyes. I go for the bat, but Gray stops me, pushing me backward. Air rushes from my lungs as my head bounces on the floor. Spots sparkle in my vision. Pain splices through my head. Blinking away the lingering spots, my adrenaline returns when Rudy grabs Gray by the throat, swinging his arm hard, punching him in the face. I struggle to the bat, barely able to stand. My whole body shakes from shame and embarrassment. Rudy ruthlessly beats Gray in the face with continuous wet thuds, making it look like hamburger. I swing the bat, hitting Gray in the back. Rudy drops him as I continue beating him with the bat. Finally, Gray stops moving. Arms come around me, and Rudy firmly takes the bat out of my hands, dropping it with a metal clang. I slump into his body, shaking, not looking at him. Reese stands in the doorway, shooting into the hall. Explosives wrap around his beer belly like a suicide bomber. Cale stands beside Reese, staring at me in horror. Reese finally stops and looks to me. "Sweet little lady, what the fuck happened to you?" He rushes toward me. I tremble, sitting down to cover myself up. Rudy follows, squatting in front of me, maybe to help me cover up. My face blazes at the knowledge of them seeing me this way. I probably have the shame beaten all over my body, clearly visible. "Can, are you all right?" Rudy tilts my face by the chin. I didn't look him in the eye, but I can feel his barely controlled fury as he takes in my face. My eye must be swollen shut. It feels puffy. Hard to blink. Do I fucking look all right? My throat burns from talking. Rudy audibly swallows. Reese whistles, bringing my attention to him as he checks out Gray. "Where is everyone?" I ask them before Reese can comment on Gray. Reese gestures with his hands. "Scoring the grounds. Bunch of famished running around, though. We gotta be careful." He jerks his head in Cale's direction, making his beads clack together. "He helped us figure out where you were." I nod, looking to Cale with gratitude in my eyes. I can't muster a smile right now. "Reese, may I have a weapon, please?" He nods, but Rudy hands me a pistol and an extra clip. It's way too small for his hands, but he probably has it as a backup. He slips his hoodie off and gives it to me. I put it on without looking at my beaten body. Rudy breathes hard, and I can feel him staring down at me. Bangs sound from within the closet. Julie is in the closet, I inform them. Rudy jumps up from his squat. What? Alarmed and worried, he goes to push the locker over. Julie comes tumbling out. Rudy's eyes widened at the sight of her belly. You're crazy, she screams at me. Her face is beet red, and she looks to Rudy. She almost stumbles over herself to hug him. In a daze, he looks at me, possibly wondering what could have made me put her in the closet. I can't be sure, though. Jules, he says quietly, wrapping his arms around her. What happened to you? A pang at his endearment stabs me, but I ignore it. By his tone, he thinks she's unwillingly pregnant. She ignores him and keeps glaring hatred at me from over his arm, looking tiny compared to him. I hold out my hands in peace. Julie, please help Rudy find Dalton. Reese, I need your help. Kale, go with them. I feel better already just bossing people around, helping me feel in control. Rudy's instantly alert. I'll help you. I shake my head. Please, find Dalton, and you need to get Julie out of here. We'll meet you later. I don't want to look at him right now, not knowing how to act, having a strong reaction at seeing him with Julie. Disgrace and mortification burns through me like a raw wound. I focus on the gunfire outside. I know where he is, Julie says as she takes his hand and leads him away. Kale follows, looking back at me. I wave him on. After giving Reese the rundown of the vaccine and Mago, I tell him my plans. He just nods before going behind a jeep. My pajama shorts on the ground are useless and ripped. I consider grabbing Gray's pants, but I don't want anything to do with them. I'd rather go as I am. Rudy's hoodie goes to mid-thigh, covering enough, but I want clothes. Pronto. After washing my face with cold water in a deep sink covered in grease funk, my nose has stopped bleeding and I can sniff through one nostril. When I turn around, Reese hands me a pair of boxers. I smile, realizing they have biker Santas all over them. Going commando? I ask, slipping them on. They're too big, but anything helps. I'd rather wear Reese's dirty underwear than Gray's pants. He smiles, relieved I'm making a joke. Nothing I haven't done before. I'm grateful. Thanks, I say genuinely, hoping he knows I mean for more than him lending me his boxers. He nods and looks to Gray's form on the floor. Reese dumps cold water on Gray. He sputters and coughs. I bend down, knees closed. My body hates me right now, but I need it for a few more hours. Where's Dr. Finnegan? He glares. Fuck you. His voice cracks, hoarse. Reese looks more than happy to give his face a stomp, then the tips of his fingers. Gray grunts out profanities looking up at him. Tell her or I'll start shooting them off. Gray shakes his head and scowls. He left after he talked to you. He goes around. He's getting ready to go overseas soon. He grins a bloody, horrific smile. You're not even asking the right questions. His smile doesn't last long before he sputters some more blood onto the concrete. I gesture to Reese and he says to Gray, You're lucky I don't kill you. He stomps his head to the floor with his motorcycle boot. We grimace at the cracking sound. Shit. Yeah, ditto, I say, feeling for a pulse which was non-existent. He's dead. I shake my head at Reese, but he doesn't look put out. He deserved it. Think of who else he's raped. I flinch. He sees it and his face softens. Sorry, he says with some strain in his voice. I shake my head, knowing he has a point. Looks like our only lead is Mago, and Julie said he goes to New Orleans a lot, I say, weighing our options. Yeah, let's go get that vaccine, he pauses, and I know I won't like what he'll say next. Or I can tell you where we set up camp. I'll get the vaccine. He switches tactics. Glinda's there. She's been worried about you. The thought of seeing Glinda makes my heart sore, but I'll see her soon anyway. No. Do whatever you need to do, he sighs as he hands me my machete. It gleams with extra sharpness. He smiles and shrugs. I borrowed it. I smirk as best as my swollen face will let me. Uh-huh. Right. My body wants to collapse as we head outside, going on nothing more than sheer will. It's dark, except for the occasional explosion lighting up the sky. The stark white of the medical building rises in the distance. Shouts and screams interrupt the night as smells of gunpowder and decay float through the air, thick and strong. Famished run around, and a snarling group spots us. My left hand grips the machete, the pistol in my right. The sky lights up with another explosion vibrating beneath my feet. More explosions burst and flash, illuminating a zombie right in front of me. I jump back, startled at its sudden appearance as it groans. Gore spurts as I slash my machete. Squeezing the trigger, I put a bullet in its head. Gunfire rings in my ears. I haven't taken down Famished in what seems like a lifetime, but it's just like riding a bike. A guard comes out of nowhere. I assume he's unarmed for lack of shooting. I shoot him in the leg. I don't want to kill him, just get him out of the way. Reese battles his own small group with one coming up from behind. I swing the machete around to slow the two about to attack me and shoot the Famished that grabs Reese by the shoulders. Immediately I turn to shoot the two in front of me as one grabs my arm. The sounds coming from them make the hair on my arms stand. Teeth snap at me as I shoot one, and a sprinkle of Famished blood rains down. Wiping my face with Rudy's hoodie sleeve, it occurs to me they're trying to eat us, not subdue us. I don't really expect anything else, but once you see zombies touch the living without biting, well, it sticks with you. One rushes out of the darkness, smacking into Reese. They go tumbling as Reese holds it by the neck, and by luck the sawed-off shotgun flies from them. I smile to myself, pick it up, and cock it. Reese kicks the Famished off him, and before he grabs a backup, I fire the shotgun. After a hard blow to my lower shoulder and in my armpit, I fly backwards, barely feeling it. Maybe from shock? The headless Famished goes down instantly. Well, half a head. I know why Reese wanted to wait before I shot his precious. I'm on my butt, blinking at Reese. He shakes his head, grinning at me. More snarls erupt, and we quickly go back into action, though I'm slower than I was a few minutes before. Famished come from all directions. "Just get to the building," he shouts. We shoot the closest ones and make a mad dash to the white building, barely visible in the distance. Reese turns to half-run backwards. "Heads up," he shouts as he slings a lit bomb toward the Famished. He grabs me, throwing me to the ground for cover. An explosion sounds in my ears and they pop. Heat radiates over my body in a massive wave. The air sharpens with the stench of a crematory. When the air cools, we stand and run. I don't see anyone but mad Famished and the few guards they attack. We told the team weeks ago to stick to the shadows and stay low. The white building is exactly where Julie said it would be. Shooting the door open, we make our way inside. Darkness surrounds us, and I don't want to turn on a light and draw attention either. Reese clicks on a small flashlight, careful to keep away from windows. We search for what seems like hours, breaking in every door, before finally finding a room with heavy security. The door is solid steel and needs a key card to open. I don't want to shoot at it. There could be oxygen tanks nearby, I say. We avoided any shooting except the main door until now. Looking at the key card box, I have no idea what to do with it. "Maybe we can get a guard with a key card," Reese suggests, but our luck changes as the box beeps, the little light turning green. The world seems at a standstill as the door opens and someone with a biohazard mask stands there. My eyes automatically zero in on the smart pad in his hand. A smile rises to my face. Until now, the base did a good job of keeping me away from any kind of computer technology. The man looks at both of us. "What the—" He's cut off by an arrow piercing his head, slumping to the ground as the smart pad slides from his grip. Peeking behind me, Rudy's form is a silhouette in the dark. Reese chuckles. Good timing. I swallow. No shit. I bend and pick up the smart pad to look at it. Reese illuminates it with a flashlight. The smart pad's one you would see at a doctor's office in the old life. Slowly, doctors were turning to this technology instead of handwriting in medical charts. My doctor once wrote a prescription on one, sending it straight to my pharmacy. I don't recognize the brand, but I can figure it out. Reese and Rudy eye me curiously. Another explosion sounds outside. "Hurry," Rudy says. "I have your backs." He throws some empty canvas bags to us. I don't really know what's in the room, but if the guy had on a mask, it can't be safe. We enter a sterilization room with a biohazard closet full of suits where one should change before going into the next room. "That can't be good," Reese says. The guy was in a hurry. He only had on a mask. I'm sure we can go in without the regular precautions. Reese looks doubtful. I glance around, noticing all the medicine cabinets. They're glass and completely stocked. I'll take one for the team. You get those, I say, pointing to the cabinets. Going into the closet and shutting the door. I know I can't really do this without a suit, and putting on one now seems strange. There's a certain way one should be put on, but I don't know the routine. Putting one on as best I can, I go to open the door to the next room but realize it's all for nothing. The door sits ajar. I kick my frustration at it, slamming it open. The room seems like a lab with steel tables, microscopes, and glass refrigerators. Heading straight for the fridge, I find it's cold but warming up quickly. Shit. Reese! I pull off the mask for all the good it's doing me. Bursting in with no hesitation and no suit, he looks into the fridge full of unmarked vials. Reese glances at me. What did you expect? Did you want them to label it zombie vaccine? Something similar to VX-12 antidote might have been helpful, I smirk. I know what that man was doing. He cut power and grabbed the only thing useful, the smart pad. It'll have something on it. I'm just guessing here, but I think the vaccine won't work if it's not cold. He grunts. It's not like we're going to shoot ourselves up with it. True. We'll take what we can get, I say, grabbing the canvas bag, shoving in vials. I stop when it's full. I don't want to mix the vaccine with useful medicine. Opening Reese's bag feels like a kid coming across a wrecked ice cream truck. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Pain pills. Swallowing one without water, it makes its way down my throat. We've been in here a while. It's quiet, Reese informs as we walk out to meet Rudy. I discard the rest of the suit. Where do we meet everyone? Rudy lowers his bow, glancing at me through the darkness. We have a spot a few towns over. Everyone's supposed to leave when either their cars are full or they need a quick getaway. There's tons of famished out there, Can. Yeah, I've seen it myself. He's talking about on the outside. Without the bombs, they wouldn't have gotten in. Did you bring your hog? I ask Reese. No, it's a town over. I just drove an old car, he answers. I look to Rudy and he answers before I question. The vehicle I had, Jules, Dalton, and Cale drove away following Bunyan. I nod, having a quick plan. All right, if we can get back to the garage, there is a light that drives away the famished. UV, Julie said. She was trying to get me to leave until we heard bombs. Then I shoved her into the closet. I look away from Rudy's silhouette. We should be able to get away easily. I only have 2 pipesters left. Better use them wisely, Reese thinks out loud. We make it back to the door. Fires blaze with forms running around in the light and shadows. Reese, you go first. Have them ready. Can? Yes? He steps up, looking down at me, strapping his bow to his back. I'm right behind you. I have both canvas bags on my shoulders as Reese makes a run for it, tossing a bomb toward a group of famished, mainly for a distraction. The famished aren't as bad this time. Most seem to be feeding. Reese's distraction works for a few minutes, but we're still pursued. Rudy's gunshots echo through my head. My body screams for me to stop, but I keep running, holding onto the bags for dear life and praying none of the vials bust. Luckily, I'm able to keep steady, and Rudy doesn't have to pick me up this time. He does push me through the door as we make it back to the guard's dormitory. I catch my balance and turn to scowl at him before seeing the door slam. Famished fingers catch, but Rudy pulls hard, jamming in the door with them. Bones shatter and blood spills in the cracks. Seeing it, I'm relieved we made it. Another close call. No wonder he pushed me through the door. Rudy turns to see me watching. Come on, not much further, then you can sleep. I take account of myself. Breathing heavily, sweating, and hardly able to use my legs. I think the pill kicks in because the pain's not as prominent. No sound in the building. All the guards are either busy or being eaten. With the lights still on in the garage, Reese immediately goes to the Ducati. I roll my eyes at his smile, tossing him the keys that made it to the floor during my scuffle. Rudy takes in Gray's dead body. His head's flattened to match the floor, lying in a pool of his own blood. Rudy looks at Reese. Refraining from sighing, I look away, but not before the exchange of Rudy silently thanking Reese. Taking another pain pill, I swallow with water from the greasy sink this time, drinking until I can't drink anymore. Rudy heads to the driver's side of the vehicle that I can now see as a Range Rover. No, I say, not that one. Rudy looks at me, then Reese does too. They simultaneously notice the open back door. Going to the next vehicle, a Jeep Wrangler with a vinyl top, I can't stand their silent assessments. The passenger seat feels comfortable as I lay the vials at my feet. UV switch is right there, I show Reese, pointing next to the closed garage door. He flips it and opens the garage door in one go. As the door opens, a bright light spills in, but we hardly have to worry about the famished. The ones near scatter away from it, but most zombies are probably busy running around the base. Rudy puts his bow in the back, and I watch as he uses his new skills to start the Jeep. He even has electrical tape. He smiles at me when it starts, dimples and all. I can't help smiling back. Chapter 32. The ride is hazy as the drug works through my system. I keep going in and out. Rudy finally speaks up. Dalton said, "Don't." My voice sounds far away. I want to sleep and not think. I don't want to talk about that. Ever. The past 2 weeks never happened. The Jeep slows to a stop. I peek over at him. The tendons of his knuckles stand out from squeezing the wheel. He's not looking at me as he tries to suppress his emotions, and I recognize this because I'm doing the same. The drug makes it easier for me, however. "I'm glad you're alive, darlin'," he finally gets out. Nice choice of words. He doesn't say, "I'm glad you're okay," because he knows this isn't true, and there's nothing he can do about it. Right now, I can't say I agree with you. For the first time ever, he looks helpless. Endearing, and I would think about it more if I wasn't high. I'll manage. A thought flickers. Rudy never speaks unless it's important. When he does ramble, sometimes it comes out wrong, and he gets embarrassed. Rudy knows how he affects people, sometimes using that to his advantage, but he's uncomfortable with it. His awkwardness on the dance floor and the distress when Candy is around demonstrate this. Except for our incident at the archery targets, he avoids confrontation. The reason he never told me about Julie, most likely. Rudy is socially inept. It makes me really curious about him and how he spent his childhood. I want to know everything about him. And the reason I haven't realized it before now is because he's been comfortable with me from day one. Why? Right now, though, I just start laughing. It hurts my throat and pain slices through my midsection, but I can't help it. His eyes widen, but his expression turns to a frown. What's funny? Suspicion is heavy in his voice. I giggle some more. Nothing. You can tell me anything, he whispers. He must think I'm going crazy. Oh, I just realized that you're socially awkward. You aren't with me, I mean. Damn drugs. I smile. But I can still make you blush. He cracks a smile, knowing I'm not wrong. You're loopy. I shrug. Maybe, but it's true. He fixes his gaze on the road. My eyelids droop. It's adorable and charming, I breathe, knowing I shouldn't keep talking, should just shut my mouth. I choose middle ground. You can tell me anything too, you know? The way he stares at me now makes me feel like he sees straight through me, to me. I'm vaguely aware of more talking, but I fall asleep. He wakes me when we get to the town. They set up a camp of tents away from the withered road behind a full, mature tree line. The team rescued plenty of survivors. Looking around, most seem relieved. Some are wary. I guess it'll take time to adjust. Reese meets us along the way to the tents. Neither one says anything, but they lead me to a tent, and Glinda's there. Oh, sugar! She hugs me tight, and I ache. She must feel me stiffen. Sorry, just been worried about your ass. She takes in my face and doesn't even try to hide her astonishment. Her red lips, glossy with a perfect pale face, screw up in anger. A braid trails down her back, and it's my first time catching her in sweatpants and a sweatshirt. Oh my God! They said you got the shit kicked out of you, but what the fuck? Glyn, I should speak with you, Reese interrupts from outside the tent. Can, get some rest, little lady. We'll talk soon. Glinda ducks out of the tent. I didn't know I fell asleep until I wake up during the day. A pillow rests under my head as I lay across an air mattress. Sitting up, every cell in my body hurts. I swallow a pill with a jug of water sitting by the air mattress, wanting to take more, but I can't afford the luxury right now. Voices grab my attention on the outside as I unzip the tent. My body creaks from movement, but I ignore it. The pill will kick in soon to relieve the worst of the pain. I pull the hood on the hoodie up. My hair hangs down the sides of my neck. Dalton talks to Rudy, Reese, Thomas, and Bunyan. Feeling a pang in my chest, I already knew Mac wasn't here, or he would have shot Gray in the head first thing. It still hurts, nonetheless. "Good morning," Reese greets me. I smile as he gives me a hug. He wears a thermal under his vest, clean of zombie gore. I grab his KD sunglasses from the top of his head and put them on. Bunyan hugs me lightly with a concerned face. "I'm fine," I state, my tone saying I don't want to get into it. Thomas just scoffs at me. When I eye him, he smiles. His way of a warm welcome. "Good to have you back. Dalton tells us you're married now," Thomas jests. They all laugh, trying to lighten the mood. Except Rudy, and I avoid his gaze, looking to the ground. His steel-toed leather boots poke out of his frayed and stringy jeans. Apparently, Dalton didn't enlighten everyone about the events at the cult. They didn't know I was drugged and almost raped there. If they did, they wouldn't joke about it, I'm sure. "Ha," I say sarcastically as I shudder at the memory, but find myself not wanting to talk about that either. I can still see Joseph's body and the bleeding bullet hole in his head. "Did Reese tell you all about the vaccine?" "Dalton and I updated everyone. Don't worry about anything right now," Reese says in a stern voice. Everyone nods their agreement. "Guess we're all taking a road trip to Birmingham," Bunyan says. Dalton nods like this is a good idea. "Can? Are you okay?" Dalton eyes me up and down. I do look horrible, with blood, bruises, and a hoodie with Santa Claus boxers. My bare legs, chilled to the bone, are covered in goosebumps. "Yeah, damn Skippy. I need clothes," I state and look around for Glinda. Maybe she's got something I can throw on. Rudy speaks up. "I brought some of your things." He wears the white bandana. "Okay, thanks." I follow him to another tent, but don't go inside as he digs around. Ducking out, he's got his leather duffel over his shoulder and goes about dumping water on a clean rag. "I don't know where your pack is." He studies me as he hands me the rag. I smile faintly and spread the rag on my face, gripping the glasses in my fist. "Oh, I lost my pack. A bummer it was confiscated, but I can find another one." I wince and shiver as the pain from my face starts throbbing fresh. It reminds me of the smart pad. I wanted to take a look at it. "We can get you another one." I peek at him suspiciously for reading my mind, but he stares at my feet. "But I see you held onto the boots." I put the sunglasses back on. Seeing him in the daylight, he has bags under his eyes and hasn't shaved in a while. "You sleep okay?" he asks, sounding concerned. I don't know how to act around him. I had been too honest with him last night. I don't even remember some of the things I said. "Yeah, I took a pain pill." I emphasized just taking one. The corner of his mouth lifts into a smirk. "And after I eat, I'm going to take another one so I can sleep before thinking about what to do. Maybe head out on my own for a while, let the team handle the vaccine." I sigh. I can look for Mago. Just being in the team's company is painful. I can't stand looks of pity and need to go back to my tent before I start crying. Being beaten and violated can really affect a person. "You look lost and sad," he says. I peer back up at him and shrug lightly. He glances away, not knowing what to say to a broken person. I'm sure in the daylight the full effect isn't pretty. "Go back to bed. I'll get Glinda to bring you some broth. Your neck looks like it hurts." My hands fly up to cover it with my hair, my face heating from embarrassment. It does hurt. There's so much I want to say, but I can't. Not now. Maybe not ever. Not wanting to feel his scrutiny, I turn and walk back to the tent to change. I pause, my back to him. "Thanks, Rudy, for coming." I know it was for Julie, but thanks anyway, I say with stern conviction. He shifts slightly, but I keep walking. Changing clothes helps me stay warm, and I'm fuzzy from narcotics as I drift toward consciousness, but I'm not alone. Breathing in a familiar leather and pine smell, my heart starts beating faster when I ease my eyes open to see Rudy watching me huddle comfortably next to him. "Hi," I croak out. He smiles so wide my heart skips a beat. "Well, good morning to you too, darlin'," he says, his dimples making me snort out a laugh. "I didn't want you to be alone, and when I laid down, you snuggled right in." "Thanks." I slowly sit up. A finger grazes my swollen eye, and I flinch away, pulling up my hood. Leaning over him, I grab the sunglasses and push them over my ears. His face hardens. "I really can't imagine what you've been through." He looks away from me. "If you wouldn't have started hitting him with that bat, I would have beaten him to death." I look at him with a straight face. "I don't want you to imagine it. You saw that Reese finished the job. Gray was on the brink of death anyway." We don't say anything for a few moments. He runs his hand through his hair, looking like he hadn't slept well. I don't want to bring this up, but I need to. "Where is Mac?" I say it in a tone that suggests Mac is in deep shit with me. He looks at me. "I don't know." Taking my right hand, he absently rubs my scarred knuckles, split from hitting Gray. "He thought you left because of what he told you about Julie." I already figured this, but it doesn't make it hurt any less. I pull my hand from his. "Why didn't you tell me about Julie?" Sighing, he runs his hands through his hair again. I've never seen him this fidgety. "If I remember correctly, you weren't very forthcoming either." I had my reasons. It doesn't escape my notice he manages to avoid my question. "I still would have helped you. I just don't see what the big deal is." Exactly, it wasn't a big deal. Still isn't. It hadn't felt like an engagement for a long time before the outbreak. I told you the truth. She's like family. His shoulders lift with a set jaw, indicating he'd rather not talk about it. I'll chalk off his big words for someone who just found out his fiancée is pregnant by another man. "Have you talked to her?" I ask, curious to what he'll say about it. He nods, lying down on his back, eyes fixed to the top of the tent. "A little. She's grieving over Jonathan." He does know. "She won't say much, but I have a feeling she blames us. Most likely he's dead." I know she doesn't blame him, but blames me. His gaze moves to me. "I want to talk to you about something." "Aren't we?" I whisper, feeling tired all of a sudden with so much work to do. Speaking of, I scoot to the canvas bag, bringing out the smart pad. Pushing a little button on the side that looked like the power button. Rudy puts his hand over it, taking it from me. "Hey," I complain. "This is what I want to talk to you about," he smiles, wagging it. "Oh." He piques my interest and suspicion. "What about it?" I eye him. "You said your pack was lost. Is that it, or was it because of your laptop?" I purse my lips, picking at my thumb cuticle. I've picked at it so much in the past few weeks it's sore. "The base confiscated it." His eyebrows rise. Hopefully he'll make a point soon. "Why?" "You've turned it on," I accuse. After all, he had no qualms about reading my notebook. He shakes his head. "No. Mac did. When he stitched up your head. It's his job. To keep track of people and what they do. To help them when they need it." My pulse picks up speed. "You knew about Mac? Why didn't you tell me? Or him, for that matter?" I ask him, already suspecting he knew about Mac anyway. "It's not what you think." "Just answer my questions and I'll explain. Did the base find out who you are, or did you tell them?" My eyes narrow at him as he peers at me seriously, as if this is dire information. "Why should I answer your questions? So you know how much to tell me?" "It's not like that. I'll tell you what I know, and I'll tell you the truth. Just like I told you the truth last night." The green tint darkens everything, but his eyes are bright with swirling earth tone color. A soft, knowing smile comes to his lips. The first time I've ever seen him sure of himself outside a battle zone. "You remember, darlin'?" I want to say something to wipe the cocky look off his face, but I can't. It's sexy. I ignore his question and clear my throat. "They took my fingerprints. They know everything about me." Concern replaces his cockiness as his thoughts turn inward. A long time passes before he sighs. Everyone since the outbreak has a status. Either you're active, civilian, an active militant, or status unknown. Unknown mainly means you're famished or unknown to be dead. Militants are under complete control, used for the skills they possess. If what you say is true, that the base confiscated your laptop, then our suspicions are right, and as soon as Mac reported you as alive, you would have been scooped up for use. He pauses, letting this sink in. Remember your theories on technology, and all it takes are the right people to keep it going? I nod, not liking where this is going. The world needs those people. You are apparently one of them. Very resourceful. According to Mac, it's not a great place to be right now. It's far from what it used to be, and he wishes he wasn't a part of it, but his sense of duty is ingrained. I didn't make those programs, Rudy. They were my dad's. The only useful program I made got me into trouble, but I kept his laptop in case they became useful. Your laptop was confiscated because of something that was on your public record, he guesses. I nod my affirmation reluctantly. Then they got a look at what was on it and thought you were some computer cracker. I nod again. If you're not, then what are you going to do with this? He waves the smart pad in my face. I grab it. This was the only thing that man carried. There's probably something worth looking at on here. I look down at it, tapping the screen. A security password box pops up. I look at the connections. I did have a hookup that fit it. The laptop would have come in handy for this. I peer up at him. I'm no expert, but my dad taught me a thing or two just in case. So, I say, changing the subject, you're saying Mac was protecting me? Studying me for a moment, a smile touches his lips. Funny story, actually. I talked to Mac about not reporting you. By then, he already gained an interest in you, already knowing about your laptop. When we saw him at the marketplace, his whole demeanor was different toward you than anyone else. Rudy glances at the tent door. I've known him since the outbreak. He was stationed at the base when I arrived there for safety. After a while, he started coming and going per the coalition, telling me stories about the community. We became good friends through alcohol and archery. He smiles at a memory. Anyway, you know how much of an ass he can be to people. His interest in you shocked me. I nod for him to continue. He all of a sudden wanted to help us, even though he's under orders not to partake in civilian matters. A melancholy settles over him like a cloud that never leaves. Yeah, he did it. We did it to protect you. I just don't know if you'll show up on the military grid. It's why I told you not to show or tell anyone about your computer. Given enough time after being at the base, you'll be reported or found out. The military have people all over in the little leftover pockets in the world. Fat good protecting me did, I say, deadly calm. With a tense body, his eyes widen as he leans over to me, closer to my ear. That will never happen again. His voice just as calm as my voice. Leaning back, he takes my sunglasses off. I try to jerk them out of his hand, but my midsection screams at me to stay still. I glare at him instead. That reminds me, you think I went through all this because of Julie? I don't say anything, but just stare at him. His clenched jaw softens. First time I saw you, it was like a punch to the gut. It was a punch in the gut, I say, remembering our scuffle in the damp leaves. Amusement lights his features as he remembers, too. And a headbutt and an elbow to the chin. You had my face in the mud. I couldn't breathe. I helped you out of a vehicle that was wrapped around a tree. I scoff. I couldn't help it that I had a zombie knocking on my window. Did you want me to let him in? He smiles then, giving me the full effect of his dimples and teeth. I pull my hoodie farther over my face. Noticing, he hands me back the sunglasses. You were feisty. The grin still lights his face as if he enjoyed our scuffle. I put them back on. Out of all the fights I have been in, you're the first one to headbutt me, he says, sounding bemused at the thought. I look at him, and his smile slips into a sad one. I can't stand it. Can? This comes from outside. Yo, I say as the flap unzips. Kale pops his head in the tent and takes in my face. I'm sorry we didn't get there sooner, his eyes wide and concerned. I laugh, sounding bitter. No, it's fine, Cale. Thank you for helping. He swings his hair out of his eyes, looking to Rudy. I guess you two met already. I don't want to be rude. This really doesn't feel awkward at all. Rudy's head inclines a fraction, still studying Cale. Rudy, to my knowledge, doesn't know about Cale. I never told him, but I did tell Mac. Cale nods too and says, Julie asked me to come get you. It takes me a minute to realize he means me. What? Why? She's not, having her baby, is she? My knowledge doesn't extend to baby catching. Cale smiles, rolling his eyes. Rudy snorts. Like you'd be the first person she thinks of if her water broke, Cale says, deadpan. He has a point. I don't know why. She just asked. Cale slaps his hand against his thigh. All right, I'll be there in a minute. I sigh as Cale takes his leave. How do you know about Malachi? I blurt, rightfully so. Rudy winces, clearly uncomfortable about the turn in conversation. Well, that day I carried you from the wreckage, you opened your eyes and called me by his name. He peers at me then. The green of the tent hides the coloring of his neck, but I can tell just by the look on his face. The way you were looking at me wasn't a way you'd look at a brother or a friend. I don't know what to think about his bashfulness. He has no control over it. With a look like that, I thought he was the reason you were going to the base in the first place. I would have thought the same thing. I blink, then laugh it off. You didn't think I was just in a wreck and was having hallucinations? The corner of his mouth lifts up. It occurred to me, but I just thought what a lucky guy he was. He shakes his head, watching me. More sadness seems to seep through his features. I shouldn't have assumed. I was an ass that day at the targets, and was probably the reason you weren't on guard. I don't know how I can make that up to you. Hating that he blames himself for something he didn't do, I shake my head. Don't worry about it. Jeremiah showed up out of nowhere trying to make friendly conversation. It had nothing to do with you. He did distract me, but I don't have to tell him that. Mac might be in Birmingham, he states. I don't know what I'm going to do about Mac. I need time to think about it. Sitting up suddenly, he pulls me in a hug. I close my eyes and let him. Don't leave. It takes me a minute to catch his meaning. I remember telling him I might head out on my own for a while. Now he's mentioning Mac to get me to stay with the team. Pulling away, I straighten my sunglasses. Listen to you, trying to be noble but selfish. I peer at him and sigh. I won't leave the team, but you need to figure out what you're going to do about Julie. He stares at me, then looks away, nodding. I better go help pack things up. With that one look, my heart sinks. Cale sees me emerge and points to a small blue tent. I nod my thanks and head in that direction. Sugar! Glinda comes running up, still dressed in her sweats, and her hair looks worse for wear. I can tell she's ready to get back to the community. Don't go listen to that crackpot. She looks to the blue tent, eyes wide. I almost laugh. She is sprouting some weird shit, you know? I can only imagine. It'll be fine. I think for a second. She just lost her husband. Sure, but I think she's lost it. I nod to her, walking to the tent. I unzip it, and Julie sits up, still wearing her black turtleneck and slacks. Her hair's undone, wild all over her head. I scowl. She even makes that look cute. My back is killing me, she complains, with her hands cupped on her lower back in the standard pregnant way. At least you're alive. She doesn't waste time. I want you to know how much I hate you. My eyes widen. Gee, thanks, I say in a tone worthy of Mac. I start to turn. My husband's probably dead. Her voice is thick with tears, but she takes a minute to calm herself. I'll always blame you for what might have happened to my daughter's father, she all but whispers. Sitting up straighter, she seems to gather a determined air about her. I don't know what to say. The silence between us stretches out as we listen to a gunshot in the distance, probably a roaming famished. I open my mouth to tell her I don't have time for this when she speaks up. Listen, I've seen girl after girl fall for him, but it's just not in his makeup to keep anything going. It takes me a minute to figure out she's talking about Rudy and not her husband. She shakes her head. I don't even know why I'm trying to warn you. You'll find out soon enough. Why are you telling me this? I really don't have time for an over-emotional, hormonal, grieving pregnant woman. A bitter laugh escapes her pouty lips, but she looks me straight in the eye. He won't choose anyone over me. Never has, never will. Jonathan might be dead, but I have this one to think about now. She smooths her hands over her large belly. I'm going to see where Rudy and I can go from here. I need him right now, and he obviously needs me. He looks terrible. I can't believe how much he's been through for me. Emotion grows thicker in her voice before she takes another minute. We've talked about it already. He'll most likely agree. He just needs time to work everything out in his head. Was this what the look back in my tent was about? Blood pounds in my ears as she watches my reaction. Her face is blank, but the sharp eye she keeps on me lets me know she's paying me back tenfold. It's not that she really means what she says. I don't think she cares about Rudy at all. This is all about hurting me, but it's not like I'll do anything about it. Now is not the time. I have other problems. Keeping my wits about me, I decide not to react to anything she said, but I will throw something else in her face. Are you done? You really should take a step back and look at the bigger picture here. Zombies are running around. Worse yet, someone, your Dr. Finnegan, made this happen. He destroyed lives, including mine. I walk out of the tent and don't bother to zip it back up. Reese stands outside of it holding a gun. His mouth is in a hard line indicating he heard everything. Good. I won't be the only one with this burden on my shoulders. I gesture for him to walk with me. How are you feeling? He asks me. I've been better. I peek at him and he stares toward Julie's tent. You gonna tell him what she said to you? Reese finally asks softly. Are you? He looks to the ground at the question. I continue. Rudy's not stupid. Yeah, not my business to tell him either. I sigh, looking around, not wanting anyone to overhear me. I love him, Reese. To my surprise, he chuckles. I glare at him and he stops clearing his throat. You just now figuring that out? Not just now, but Julie figured it out. His face hardens as he catches what I'm telling him, that she knows my feelings for him and uses it to get back at me. She just lost any good opinion he has of her. It makes me feel a little better. What are you going to do about it? I tell him the truth. Nothing. There's no room for feelings in a world full of zombies. He sighs like he can't believe he needs to explain this to me. You don't believe that. If anything, a world full of zombies gives more room for feeling. I want you to think about something, Can. Think about what she said in that tent. Rudy hadn't seen her in 8 months, but where did he end up last night? I swallow, thinking about Rudy's words and the look of absolute sincerity and conviction on his face in the Jeep. Reese has a point, but that doesn't make Julie any less of a problem. Mac either. The thing is, if Rudy would have told me sooner, it might be different, but he didn't. Julie has now planted a seed of doubt. I know this, but how do I know she's not telling me the truth? I'm exhausted and want to wallow in my own self-pity. I don't have it in me for any strong emotions. Reese gives me a knowing look, a look that says not to worry, I'll be okay in time. Right. If I have learned anything in the past 4 years, it's that I don't get over anything easily. Giving me mercy, he changes the subject. Maybe we should take the survivors to Nashville first, he suggests, letting me take the lead, knowing I need to feel a little control. I scoff. Not we, but a couple of people from the team. Chapter 33. That's the plan. All afternoon we pack up tents and feed everyone. I take some time to brush my hair out, but end up leaving it alone, finding a spot to cry instead. Although when I'm finally by myself, I can't. Staring out at the evergreens, I hate zombies more than ever. I realize how angry I am about everything. Even though my anger gives me resolve, the hopelessness of the situation weighs on me. What can I really do about it? Put one foot in front of the other, that's what. By the time everything is packed, planned, and ready to go, I have more determination than ever to find Mago and learn more about the vaccination. My team, Reese, Sam, Ty, Thomas, and Felix, along with Bunyan, Dalton, and myself, are going to Birmingham. I have other plans once we're on the road, though. I haven't found time to talk to Reese yet, but he won't argue. Dalton says it's better to show up in Birmingham with as few as we can manage anyway. I thought Julie should go. Not because of Rudy either. They'll have better medical care there than at the community. She argues, of course, and Glinda informs me a mother and midwife can help her through the labor process when the time comes. Julie all but sticks her tongue out at me. Rudy is going back to Nashville with Julie. I can tell Rudy and Julie have talked. Being reserved more than usual, Rudy doesn't say much. I guess he's working out his issues. I wish I could help him, but he seems to back away from me. Maybe giving me space? I know he'll do the right thing. It makes me proud of him, makes me love him even more than I already do. We leave a lot unspoken, but we don't need to talk. Rudy's better with actions than anything words can say. Things are complicated that way. I strap my duffel to the hog Reese has acquired, riding bitch, but I don't care as long as I don't have to converse with anyone. I'm not relishing how my body feels, and riding on a motorcycle for a day or more will not help. Glinda fusses over Reese. Bittersweet. It really looks like they're hitting it off. She hugs me tightly, and I'm glad for her presence. I assure her that I'll take care of Reese, and almost laugh when I picture myself tucking him in at night with a baby blue blanket and teddy bear. In my vision, he has on his biker Santa boxers. I turn to find Rudy in my personal space, looking at me like he won't ever see me again. It does feel that way as he gives me his green bandana. You shouldn't go, implying that the coalition might already know about me. I shrug, looking down at the bandana. You said I might have some time before they find out. Perfect excuse to tell him, but I won't be going to Birmingham. Rudy knows about Mago, but I keep my plans to myself because I might not find anything. He sighs, looking frustrated. I should go too, then. You should help Julie. After all, she's what this whole thing was about. My tone isn't what I want it to be. It's bitter. A light sparks in his eye. Why the attitude? I open my mouth to tell him, but his smiling stops me. Don't forget, I know her. I can read her like a book. No worries. He already suspects something from her. I give him a small smile, but he doesn't see it because he buries me in his chest, careful not to squeeze my battered body. I breathe him in for a minute. Please, take care of yourself. I tense, realizing his face is inside my hood, buried in my hair, his voice a whisper in my ear. I nod, pulling away, weaving the bandana through my fingers. Play my song for me, Rudolph? I smile and blame it on the pain pills coursing through my system. He's not surprised I know his name, or that the song he wrote is mine. He beams a smile showing his teeth and dimples all for me. I call it New Life Sunshine. I laugh, noticing he used New Life in reference to when I say Old Life and my middle name. Hardly any sunshine here, I tell him, still smiling, liking the title of the song. My laugh fades, catching sight of Julie. She has her arms crossed, watching us. Rudy sees it too, but he keeps smiling at me. That's better. A laugh and a smile. I'll play it every night, darlin'. Right now, if you want. Trying to delay me? Never know unless you try. He picks up my hand, kissing the palm, and turns without saying goodbye. It takes everything not to go after him right then. I straighten the sunglasses. He almost made me forget. Nah, it has to be the drugs. I cover my neck with my hair and turn to Reese. Reese puts his sawed-off shotgun in the back of his pants. He makes it look easy. I don't know how he fits it there, but he's used to it. He sometimes refers to it as his fourth arm. It took me a while to get what could be his third. I remember joking with him about having 2 arms in his pants. Here's the deal, Reese. You and I are going to New Orleans. He raises his brows. Might be fun. Been a while since I've been to the Big Easy, he says, without thinking it over, but whispers so we're not overheard. Smart man, even though he humors me. I smile as he wordlessly hands me a folded sheet of paper. When I look at it, it's a drawing. Also recently turned into a tattoo.
The transparent paper has a sun with an arrow sticking through it, drawn in blue ink. My attention draws to the arrow because it's the same one on my hip. The fletching's feathers from a bird. I look at Reese. Mac? I ask, noticing he wears another pair of original KDs. He must have a stock of them. I don't know why, it's not like he wears a helmet. They were made so you could wear them with one. He just looks at me. Maybe you'll find out. I sigh, knowing he won't tell me, or he already would have. He probably thinks I'm a tramp. I climb on the back of the motorcycle and smile. You only live once. The End. The Famished Trilogy, Book 1. Taking on the Dead. Written by Annie Walls. Narrated by Amy Baron Smolinski. Beacon Audiobooks, copyright 2014. Visit our website at beaconaudiobooks.com.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
बोला बोला देवघर वाले बाबा की
बाजू ओम नमः शिवाय बाजू ओम नमः शिवाय बाजू ओम नमः शिवाय बाजू ओम नमः शिवाय बाजू ओम
डीजे नवल जी
ओम नमः शिवाय बाजू ओम नमः शिवाय बाजू ओम नमः शिवाय प्रेम से बाजू बाबा बैजनाथ की एक एक के तैयारी अभी हाथ सोना पिया दसारी में बोल एक एक के तैयारी अभी हाथ सोना पिया दसारी में बढ़ की भौज के संगे अभी है मिलबो बाबा दुआरी में बढ़ की भौज के संगे अभी है मिलबो बाबा दुआरी में
डीजे नवल
बढ़
जी
की भौज के संगे बढ़ की भौज के संगे अभी है मिलबो बाबा दुआरी में
अभी आप सुन रहे हैं मां शारदा म्यूजिक की शानदार प्रस्तुति
बढ़ की भौज के संगे अभी है मिलबो बाबा दुआरी में के भौजी के संग में काबर सजा के होली है गाड़ी स्पेशल के भौजी के संग में काबर सजा के होली है गाड़ी स्पेशल के सुल्तानगंज में चल भरली है आई है बाबा के दुआरी के गया चर पकड़ के भौजी के रही है सुन भीड़ भारी में बोल गया चर पकड़ के भौजी के रही है सुन भीड़ भारी में बढ़ की भौजी के संगे अभी है मिलबो बाबा दुआरी में बढ़ की भौजी के संगे अभी है मिलबो बाबा दुआरी में
डीजे नवल
बढ़
जी
की भौजी के संगे अभी है बढ़ की भौजी के संगे अभी है मिलबो बाबा दुआरी में
अभी आप सुन रहे हैं मां शारदा म्यूजिक की शानदार प्रस्तुति
बढ़ की भौजी के संगे अभी है मिलबो बाबा दुआरी में एक सुइया पहाड़ के देख के कनियो मन में न करी है तू डर के एक सुइया पहाड़ के देख के कनियो मन में न करी है तू डर के एक भोला के नामक लगई है तू नारा बाबा हर ले तो कष्ट के एक गायक देवेंद्र तोहर के सोना रहतो गाड़ी में बोल एक डीजे नवल संग सुनने मुरारी तोहर रहतो गाड़ी में बढ़ की भौज के संगे अभी है मिलबो बाबा दुआरी में बढ़ की भौज के संगे अभी है मिलबो बाबा दुआरी में एक एक के तैयारी अभी है तू सोना पिया दसारी में बढ़ की भौज के संगे अभी है मिलबो बाबा दुआरी में बढ़ की भौज के संगे अभी है मिलबो बाबा दुआरी में आ गए मिल भी कि नहीं
प्रेजेंटेड बाय मां शारदा म्यूजिक
4 years later.
Time slows down as the wooden floor protests beneath my boots right before it collapses. I let out a hoarse scream on the way down into the unknown, reaching out for anything to hold. Sharp boards scrape down my arms, confirming my failure. My fall ends in a crash as something pierces the back of my thigh. My body is buried in debris. Boards clash as I kick them away. The heaviness on my back is soothing. My big army pack broke my fall. I let out a sigh and relax my body as I take heed of my unexpected situation. Squinting, I study the hole my body just made. The sun streams in from the first floor of the old house I, unfortunately, chose to loot. Motes of dust float like magic orbs around me. As it settles and reaches my nose, so does something else. Death. Death so thick I can taste it. Searching for my crossbow through broken wood, I stop when a mud-like substance covers my hand. Bringing it into the stream of sunlight, a maggot wiggles around in the decaying blood. Nausea rumbles, flooding my mouth with saliva. I gag and lean sideways, releasing the contents of my stomach. Knowing it was my last jar of summer tomatoes does not help. Swallowing back another heave, I shake my hand to fling off whatever coats it. Kicking and pushing debris, I stand so I can get the hell out of here, but not before sticking my hand back into the source of death. Motherfuck! I hiss at the dead body through clenched teeth. I can barely tell it used to be a person. I'm not a forensic scientist or anything, but this person just died. With the heat, I'm guessing between 2 and 4 weeks ago. At this realization, heavy melancholy settles over me. Wiping my hands on my ruined jeans, I glance around, looking for a way out. I want to get out of here, and fast. I'm not so much irritated I'm covered in dead person as by the fact I'm a 3-hour walk from home. I'm not looking forward to it because my thigh throbs. Happily, my crossbow didn't land in any decomposition, and I grab it from where it settled from the fall. After checking the wooden stairs for damage, I make my way up. The machete hanging from my pack hits my injured leg. I can safely assume the machete sliced my thigh during the fall. Coming into the sunlight, I look at the back of my pants. They are soiled with foul-smelling matter. The cut in my thigh needs some attention. It won't last a 3-hour hike without being highly bothersome or getting infected. I skirt around the big hole in the living room floor. Closer inspection tells me the subflooring is rotten, the cause of the collapse. From the look of newer wood pieces, the owner had been trying to repair it. Everything in the living room seems in a state of decay, from the low-hanging ceiling to the moth-eaten curtains and furniture. I check for weak spots in the warped flooring as I head into the kitchen. Smiles in multiple picture frames catch my eye. Old pictures of children in mid-play. Adults with the same smiles as the children. Newer pictures of babies and kids with their proud grandparents. My throat constricts as I'm reminded of what the world has lost. Being in my own state of grief, most of the time other people and their families are easy to forget, especially when I am alone. How long had this person been here? Surviving? Like me. Alone. I catch sight of my reflection in a cracked mirror among the pictures. The girl looking back couldn't be me. I'm not a girl anymore. My skin is darkened from working in the sun. My dark hair makes my hazel eyes stand out wide, bright, and alert. My light blue tank top is dirty from the fall. The straps of my pack weigh on my shoulders. I can see how my once soft body has hardened with muscle. The contours of my stomach and arms show just how much I refuse to give up. They show how hard I work to survive, to keep myself prepared for anything. Sweat and dust smudge my face. I wipe at it absently, watching my bicep bulge. In my old life, I would have given anything to look like I do now. I hate my old self. The spoiled, rotten, selfish old me. Never had to garden, chop wood, target practice, crank a heavy generator, or loot for the things she needed. She never had to look over her shoulder and sleep with one eye open, gripping a weapon. The afternoon light coming from a window shines behind me, showing my ratty hair. The dark brown hair has, at some point, become a matted mess, creating thick dreadlocks falling down my back to my waist. They are tied back, away from my face. The woman looking at me seems callous and impenetrable. My face is no longer pretty to me. I give myself a genuine smile to see if it will lessen the effect. Straight teeth flash white before the smile quickly fades to a grimace. I haven't seen my reflection in a long while, not since I busted my own mirror, resulting in ghastly scars across my knuckles. Being alone has kept me alive. That and being prepared for any disaster. I owe it all to my dad. I tear my gaze away from the reflection and fixed smiles of the pictures to keep from thinking of him, but the faces are still in my peripheral vision, haunting me of happier times. I go through each kitchen cabinet. The deceased one has their own stash of non-perishables. I stuff several sacks of rice and homemade canned food in my pack. In the last cabinet, I come across a gold mine. "Well, hello, old friend," I say, picking up the first bottle of gold liquid. I blow at the dust, reading Jose's name across the metallic label glinting in the light. A second bottle of tequila and one of Jack Daniels go into my pack. By the time I'm finished searching, my pack is heavier and weighs on my leg. No way I will be able to walk the whole way back before dark. I hobble to the old couch and begin removing my boots and jeans to clean the cut. I take a big swig of Jack and dump some on my cut, hissing through my teeth. More from the burn of my throat than the sting of the cut. It's not deep and will heal without a scar. After a makeshift bandage is in place, I redress and take my leave. I step down from the old slanted porch and hike into the vast farmland that makes up rural Tennessee. The heavy, overgrown brush skims lightly across my legs as I walk through a field surrounded by rusted, barbed wire cattle fences. The late afternoon sun beats down on this hot fall day. I hate to be so far from home, but looting is a necessary evil of winter gathering. Staying in one place during the cold months is a necessity. Zombies are most active at night and during the cold months. I don't know why, but my educated guess would be staying out of the sun has something to do with their decomposition. It's weird, because when the outbreak occurred, they didn't give a damn about the sun. They were just hungry for flesh, guts, blood, and bones. In the past few years, they have started running in packs, only coming out in the cooler night. I guess everything adapts, but that usually pertains to the living. An hour into my walk, sweat beads down my back and my thigh is at a steady throb, but I find a car with gas at a small house. I'm going to need it to get closer to home before nightfall. When the door won't open through the rust, I bust the window with my double-sided hatchet and toss in my pack. After sweeping glass off the seat, I slip, Bo Duke style, into my newly acquired General Lee. It's only a beat-down Toyota, but one can dream. After all, it's a stick shift. In a movie, one would easily find the key stashed in the flip-down visor. I've never been lucky that way. Instead of wasting time searching for an imaginary key, I jerk the necessary wires out from under the dashboard. After I strip the correct ones with my teeth, I hold the clutch and shift to neutral. Taking a deep breath and hoping it works, I touch wires. The engine turns and sputters. It is so loud it practically roars in my ears, but then it dies. I have to give it more gas. After a few tries and curses, it finally comes back to life. I hit the gas, flinch from the loud backfire, and watch through the side mirror as smoke spits from the muffler. A smile spreads across my face as I shift to reverse and back out of the weeded gravel driveway. I park about a half-mile from my neighborhood because I don't want to draw any zombies my way. It's the main reason I like to stay isolated, getting very few of them, if any at all. To keep my home zombie-free, I'm very careful about the noise I make. There are around 100 houses in this rural neighborhood. They are isolated, well out of the city and down country roads. They range in size from 2,500 square feet to 4,000 square feet and are on an acre of land each. The huge yards are what attracted my parents, so they said. Now the landscaping and grass are overgrown. It's not really grass anymore, just excessive brush that is so thick it covers the once trimmed and pruned bushes. I've already looted the neighborhood of all basic necessities. Most of the people who lived here were comfortable and therefore didn't feel the need to stock up for anything. This was middle-class suburbia at its best. My neighbors have long since left, or they're dead. Some I killed. It was either kill or be eaten alive, which is not on my top 10 list of ways to die. I walk down the road as the sun sets. The clouds swirl in pinks and purples. The last summer flowers still bloom and bring a sweet floral scent in the air. How can the world be so beautiful, but so dreary at the same time? The roads and driveways crack with growing weeds. SUVs and basketball goals are the only adornments. Rusty trampolines and play sets sit undisturbed, littering backyards surrounded by weathered, unstained fences, not having seen children in 4 years. They are forevermore the homes of wasps and carpenter bees. The houses don't have any overflowing newspapers or mail. All of that just stopped. Bushes and trees cover windows, and vines lace up bricks. I'm sure if I step onto a front porch, it would be covered with webs. All the while, the glass windows still sparkle from old life. The neighborhood isn't old and crumbling. It's just empty, like me. Fast movement catches my eye, startling me to pause. A squirrel sits, frozen, about 3 feet away to my right, its beady eyes watching me. I can do nothing but stare. It's rare to see an animal, and this little guy must be getting ready for winter. I take a small step toward him, and he scatters away. Animals have gotten smarter over the past 4 years and make themselves scarce. They're a typical food source for zombies. Even though I love the small glimpses I catch of them, I'm glad they stay hidden. If not, it would draw attention. The birds are the only brave ones, but they can fly. Luckily, animals don't turn. I experimented once with a deer I had stumbled upon being eaten alive. I had hated watching it suffer, but I needed to know. I can't imagine what would happen if animals could turn. After I killed the dead, I watched the deer until it died. It didn't come back. I return home and walk around to the back. Lining the yard, the trees canopy over the weathered privacy fence. The yard is made up of a large garden, practice targets, and a water pump. Years ago, my mother wanted the water pump for decorative purposes. Dad said if we had one, it might as well work. I remember him drilling into the ground in several places before hitting water. I beeline for it, dropping my pack and remove my clothing. The water pumps out generously into a large basin. Sometimes I have problems pumping water when it doesn't rain for a while. After scrubbing off the dead man gunk, I head underground into my makeshift bunker, located underneath my family's home, to put on some clean clothing. I dress and slip my boots on. No matter how safe and careful I am, I always sleep fully clothed with the crossbow at my side, just in case. The bunker had been a project my dad undertook when he developed his end-of-the-world theories, but never got around to finishing. He had started steps at the crawl space and dug out the rest with a rented bulldozer. That was as far as he got, but I finished it by bricking up the entire room with bricks and blocks I found near houses under construction. The assortment of bricks gives the walls a calico look. I start a fire to boil some water and give me light. I sit at my desk in front of a few computers and a radio, but I don't bother turning them on. It is too late to crank the generator sitting in its home in the original crawl space. Not to mention the same broadcast has been playing for around 8 months. It is not a good sign. Usually the broadcast changes monthly, giving updates, survival tips, and advising any survivors to get to a quarantine. Instead of worrying about the rest of the world, I take a huge gulp of Jack and look around my home. It's not much, only a bricked-in room with one way in and out. Everything I need is here. I have a smoker I use for cooking. The galvanized range hood collects smoke so it can travel out through a PVC pipe, escaping 300 yards away, a trick I use so I don't draw the dead. An aluminum tub for any kind of washing sits right beside the bricked-in smoker. There are hoses I've rigged to bring in water from the pump with ease and to siphon dirty water out. It's a pain to do, but works efficiently. A mattress on the floor beside the desk is piled with blankets. Plywood and sawhorses make up some counter space. Beneath them is a deep hole I dug to store food at a cooler temperature. A locker holds tools, weapons, and other emergency supplies. A love-seat sofa I can't see anymore due to piled-up clothing, and a dinette table in the middle of the room complete the furnishings. The table is mainly used for a gigantic toothpick bridge, a sure sign of boredom in my attempt to survive alone. Taking another drink, I lean back to look at my ceiling. It is hardly a ceiling at all. I can see the plumbing and air ducts of the house gleaming in the firelight, but I can also admire my work of genius. I've rigged up blocks held up by 2 long steel poles. One tug of the connected chain and it will come tumbling down onto any threats. I've been thinking about making a second exit. Just a little crawl-through tunnel for extra security, but it will have to be dug out manually. The pot over the fire hisses as water boils over the sides, putting out half of my fire. Luckily, I don't need to rid the water of any contagion. Broadcasts long ago said water was safe to use and drink, except for the obvious reasons not to use water. I suppose the latter meant not to drink from a puddle with a rotting corpse in it. I stumble, getting up to dump half a cup of rice into the water and move the pot directly onto a flame still burning. The water sloshes and effectively dashes it out. I can't help but laugh. I laugh at myself, my perpetual situation, my inevitable demise, my succumbing to a bitter drunkenness. I titter my way to finding a lighter to light a small candle. I sit back at my desk to wait for my rice. When my dad prepared for an apocalypse, he taught me non-perishables last a long time after an expiration date. I still eat canned goods from the old life. Dried beans and rice last even longer. Packaged cakes like Twinkies can last decades, and the same with dehydrated food. Chocolate has no expiration date. If food is stored properly, it can last a long time. I still have plenty. Non-perishables like rice, beans, oats, flour, cornmeal, and my canned goods I use sparingly. When everything runs out, I know what I can eat from the land. I'm currently reading a vegan book of what kinds of grasses are edible and fiber-rich. Before I find myself in the middle of a pity party, I pick up the book. Damn. The words seem to spread out into mirror form and are fuzzy around the edges. After flinging it on the desk, I take a bigger gulp of Jack that seems quite easier to drink now than when I first started. Leaning the old office chair back, I'm thankful for not thinking of the old life. My memories are good ones, but they can bring on physical pain. Grief is a strange thing when you don't let yourself move on, especially when you don't deserve it. I giggle, holding up the bottle. Jack, you're the bestest friend a girl could have. Chapter 2. Vaguely aware of something, I wake with a start. Sitting up so fast the office chair rolls backward. Even though I'm still slightly drunk, there's no mistaking the shuffling and groaning of what can only be the dead outside, close. I grab my crossbow and arrows, along with my machete from the pack, just in case. I don't know if they're in the yard, it's hard to tell. Putting my shoulder and upper back to the bunker door, I push up slowly to peek out in the yard. It's pitch black without any movement in the yard, which means they're beyond the privacy fence. I sigh at this small relief. Sneaking out quietly and climbing my fence, I look out into the field beyond, seeing slow movement. A smile stretches across my face. This should be easy, and I'm gladly going to take care of it. I jump down and head back into the bunker to crank the ancient generator. It's loud, but necessary to switch on a spotlight. I can't get rid of them if I can't see them well. Stocked with my arsenal, I climb my fence, this time jumping over it but landing unsteadily because of Jack. "Hello, uglies," I tell my two unexpected visitors. I can tell right off they're old zombies, slow and rotting. Old zombies are nasty creatures. One is a man, the other is much slower and female. I can't really tell the age of the person. The clothes they wear can give an indication of age. She's wearing almost nothing. I can always tell how long they've been zombies just by how they look, their speed, and how fast I take them down. They both have dried, crusty blood and old, festering wounds that leak thick fluids. They look almost like moving skeletons. Their skin is paper-thin and translucent. Their eyes, sunken hollows, are bloodshot with milky white pupils. One of the woman's eyes is missing and leaking greenish pus. The blood seeping is dark and thick. When the smell hits me, it hits me hard. Oh, sick! I gag out, tasting death, infection, and soured milk rolled into one. My throat starts contracting, trying to get my stomach to come up. Keeping it down, I move forward. I lift my pistol crossbow and shoot the male. It goes a little off target to the left side of the forehead, but he goes down. I quickly shoot her, and it hits dead on, right in the middle. Easy. They must have been attracted to the burning coals. I might have a leak in my ventilation system, but that will have to wait for tomorrow. I retrieve my arrows, not looking at the chunks that come out with them as I flick them toward the ground to rid them of the excess gore. The guy's skull comes right off with the arrow. I'll need to burn the corpses. Right now it will only attract more. I need to get back to the bunker. This surely puts a chink in my already busy schedule. Right. A loud chattering makes me turn in surprise. A mouth snarls and I'm thrown to the ground on my back,